The winds and clouds shifted violently as the de facto brigade commander Lu Jingyao arrived in Xiangjiang in secret, bringing with him astonishing wealth he had plundered and a cadre of utterly loyal subordinates. In this era where gold littered the streets and blood stained every corner, he unleashed a dimensionality-reduced strike, backed by the full foundation of a max-level warlord. He supported Lei Luo in seizing the throne of the Underworld and reshaping the Underground Order, intervened in real estate, monopolized Hong Kong Island's shipping routes, cutting off Li Chaoren's opportunities. He forged in Eastern Hollywood, bringing Shaw's studio, and Jin Yong under his banner, gathering a myriad of stars into his embrace. Confronting an arrogant and overbearing British executive, he gave a cold sneer. In Xiangjiang, the rules are set by me, Lu Jingyao. From a warlord of the Republican era to Xiangjiang's foremost financial magnate, he had escaped the tempests of chaos only to stir up a tidal wave of gold and power in Xiangjiang that swept across the globe. Outside the window, several ghastly white bolts of lightning crashed down as muffled thunder rolled over the red brick rooftops of the high-level military hospital in Hu. Inside the intensive care ward, the air was thick with the acrid sting of Lysol mingled with a faint aroma of cigars. Lu Jingyao's eyes snapped open as he jolted awake from a burning fever. It felt as though a rusted bayonet had been rammed into his skull and savagely twisted twice. He clamped both hands onto the bronze bed rail, gasping for breath in great ragged heaves. Two utterly different sets of life memories were being brutally forced together, fusing inside his mind. He had crossed over. He had come to this late Republican era, a time tottering on the brink. The original owner of this body was also named Lu Jingyao, 24 years old, an illegitimate young master of a great Jiangxia financial clan who had studied in Germany and drunk deep of Western learning, and was now moreover a direct-line officer of Huangpu. On his shoulder gleamed the star of a general. He was the youngest de facto brigade commander in the National Army. He lived in a standalone Western-style villa and drove a requisitioned bulletproof limousine. Even Dai, the boss of the Military Statistics Bureau, whose power overshadowed court and field, would greet him with narrowed, smiling eyes and call him old brother. It was a start laden with max-level gear and divine equipment. Lu Jingyao loosened his grip on the sweat-soaked bedsheet, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint mocking smile. Others might not know, but he, a transmigrator bearing memories of a later age, knew all too well. This seemingly indestructible giant ship was about to slam into an iceberg. Every dazzling label on his body would, in the coming storm, turn into a death warrant. Knock, knock, knock. The redwood door of the ward was gently tapped, and Adjutant Zhang Lei entered with a leather file envelope tucked under his arm, his face alight with joy. Brigade Commander, you're finally awake. Adjutant Zhang strode quickly to the bed, clicked his heels together, and offered a salute that was more or less regulation. Lu Jingyao did not respond. Instead, he lifted the clean white cashmere blanket and set his bare feet on the icy wooden floor. He walked to the redwood round table in the corner, picked up the gilded coffee pot on it, and poured himself a cup of black coffee. No sugar, no milk. What good fortune have you stumbled into that your gums are practically grinning out of your mouth? Lu Jingyao asked casually, holding the bone china cup, blowing away the rising steam. Adjutant Zhang hurriedly offered the leather envelope stamped with a top-secret seal with both hands, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. An urgent telegram from headquarters in Nanjing, personally sent by Boss Dai. Brigade Commander, they've given us a major assignment from above. The transfer order says you are to proceed at once to Xiangjiang in secret and take full charge of establishing the darknet layout over there. Adjutant Zhang swallowed hard, his eyes filled with yearning. Xiangjiang. Now that's a place of intoxicating debauchery and glittering lights. No more eating dirt and stray bullets on the front line. Oh, once we go over, we'll be local emperors. This is a heaven-sent cushy assignment. Lu Jingyao took a sip of the black coffee. The bitter liquid slid down his throat. He did not spare the top-secret transfer order even a glance. He merely set the cup down on the tray with a crisp ding. A cushy assignment. Lu Jingyao turned around, his deep gaze falling on the adjutant's face. Zhang Lei, has your brain been bewitched by the dancing girls of Bailman? The smile on Adjutant Zhang's face froze at once. Brigade Commander, this isn't a promotion. Lu Jingyao let out a cold laugh and strolled to the window, yanking open the heavy velvet curtains. Gale-driven rain slammed against the glass as the sky outside turned as black as ink. I am an illegitimate scion of a Jiangxia financial clan with secret shares of the family clutched in my hand. I am a direct-line officer of Huangpu with disciples and former subordinates, as plentiful as cattle in the fields. Lu Jingyao did not turn his head. His voice sounded especially cold amid a rumble of thunder. I studied in Germany, trained in the most orthodox special operations and command doctrines. Right now, I still hold a fully equipped German-armed brigade in my hands. Use even your toes to think. Would someone as innately suspicious as Dai Chunfeng ever rest easy with a thorn like me under his very nose? Adjutant Zhang was stunned, fine beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. But Boss Dai has always praised you highly, calling you the pillar of the party state to everyone he meets. That just means he's fattening you up like a pig before slaughter. Lu Jingyao turned back, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. Going to Xiangjiang to build a network. Sounds nice on paper. Once we get to that miserable little island, we'll have no territory, no manpower. The Brits in Government House look down from on high. Will they tolerate a bunch of armed upstarts snatching food from under their noses? With every line Lu Jingyao spoke, Adjutant Zhang's back bent another degree. Kowloon walled city hides tens of thousands of desperados, and the docks swarm with Triad punks and old blackhand gangsters collecting protection fees. Spies from every faction cram into that tiny patch of land. If we go there waving Nanjing's letter of appointment, we'll just be glittering walking targets. Lu Jingyao raised the coffee cup again and drained it in one go. For this trip, Boss Dai only gave us an empty title, not a single tale of real silver, did he? Adjutant Zhang's hands shook as he opened the envelope and glanced over it, his face blanched in an instant. They only approved 5,000 Fabi as operating funds. TCH. Lu Jingyao made no effort to conceal his derision. 5,000 Fabi. You'd be embarrassed to buy even 2 gene of pork with that on the street these days. They expect us to go over there and conjure wolves from thin air with bare hands. The moment we make the slightest move in Xiangjiang and offend either the Brits or the local societies, will be tossed into Victoria Harbor to feed the sharks in an instant. Lu Jingyao stepped forward and patted the adjutant's rigid shoulder. Then Nanjing will immediately issue a communique saying that I, Lu Jingyao, embezzled military funds and fled in fear of punishment, saving themselves even the cost of a pension. That is called killing with a borrowed knife, clearing the board, and reshuffling the deck. Understand? With a soft thud, the leather envelope slipped from the adjutant's hands to the floor, telegram pages scattering everywhere. His legs went weak, and he had to clutch the bed rail beside him to barely remain standing. That old fox has such a venomous heart. He's driving us straight to our deaths. Adjutant Zhang's eyes were bloodshot as he growled through clenched teeth. Yet Lu Jingyao showed not a trace of anger. He stepped around the scattered telegrams and walked straight to a full-length dressing mirror by the coat rack. In the mirror stood a tall, straight-backed young man with a cold, austere face. His sharply defined features carried the fierce aura that only comes from killing on the battlefield. Lu Jingyao took down a meticulously pressed German-style Major General's uniform. First he put on a snow-white shirt and fastened a black tie. Then he draped on the tunic, his long jointed fingers fastening the brass buttons one by one all the way up to the top discipline button. Finally he picked up a pure leather duty belt and snapped it tight around his waist with a crisp click. The entire series of movements flowed like water, carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. Dai Chunfeng believed he had crafted a dead and a flawless trap for purging a disobedient subordinate. Yet he could never have imagined that the soul inside this body had been replaced by one with a God save you. Go to Xiangjiang to die. No, Xiangjiang in the 1950s was a starter village strewn with gold. It was the perfect safe harbor from which to flee this hellish battlefield and build a trillion-level financial empire. Lu Jingyao was in dire need of a legitimate pretext to lead his men in a grand retreat. This telegram from Nanjing was like a pillow delivered just as he was nodding off. Adjusting his cap before the mirror, his eyes beneath the visor gleamed with the light of a predator locking onto its prey. Adjutant Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. Brigade Commander, then we disobey orders. Find some excuse that your gunshot wound hasn't healed and stay in who. Lu Jingyao turned around, his leather shoes thudding dully against the floor. Another bolt of lightning split the sky outside, illuminating his half-smiling face. No. Send a telegram back to Nanjing and ask Boss Dai for 100,000 silver dollars in resettlement funds. Tic-tac, tic-tac. The telegraph key had just fallen silent as the radio waves carrying the request forfin's message sped toward Nanjing. Half an hour later, in the underground secret vault of the Military Statistics Bureau's Shanghai station on Avenue Joffre in the French Concession. The overhead incandescent lamp swayed faintly, making one's eyes spin while the air was thick with a peculiar musty odor. Aged banknotes mingled with machine oil. Director Lu of the vault slumped deep into a wide leather sofa, clutching a slip of paper stamped with Boss Dai's private seal. He drew on a thick cigar and exhaled a cloud of ash and smoke, not even sparing a proper glance at the man opposite him. Brigade Commander Lu, it's not that your elder brother here refuses to let you withdraw the funds. In times like these, even the landlord's household has no surplus grain. Director Lu spoke in an official sing-song tone, flicking the thin slip of paper with fingers adorned with a jade thumb ring. The campaign to suppress the communists at the front is in full blaze and hands are reaching out for military pay everywhere. 100,000 silver dollars is no trivial sum. If it goes through headquarters books, it will take at least half a month to begin to move. Lu Jingyao sat on the redwood armchair opposite, not taking the bait. His long fingers toyed idly with a pure silver kerosene lighter. The metal lid snapped open and shut with a crisp click. Besides, Boss Dai approved the sum in legal tender conversion. If you truly insist on hard silver dollars, I simply cannot scrape together enough here in the vault. Director Lu tapped his cigar over the ashtray, a slick, insincere smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. How about this? Your elder brother here will make a personal decision and let you draw 5,000 in legal tender first just to tide you over. Out on the road, one must at least buy a couple of packs of cigarettes to smoke. Lu Jingyao chuckled. With a twist of his wrist, the lighter slipped back into the pocket of his uniform. This old fox truly took others for fools. These days, 5,000 in legal tinder could barely buy a pig on the street, let alone open up a situation in a money-devouring place like Hong Kong. Unhurried, he undid the hidden leather clasp on his equipment belt and drew out a blued Browning pistol that gleamed with a cold luster. Click! The grating scrape of metal echoed in the enclosed office. The safety of the pistol was flicked off in one smooth motion. Pinching the barrel, Lu Jingyao turned the grip toward Director Lu and slid the gun across the gleaming redwood desk, neither too forcefully nor too lightly, until it came to a stop in front of the man. Half a month is far too long. I am leaving tonight. If you cannot assemble enough silver dollars, that is fine. Settling the account in hard currency will do. The slabs of fat on Director Lu's face suddenly quivered. He straightened his back, a trace of anger edging into his tone. Lu Jingyao, stop throwing your weight around here. Don't think that just because you carry a general star on your shoulder, you can run wild in the God of Wealth's temple of the Military Statistics Bureau. He jabbed a finger at the Browning on the desk, raising his voice in a show of ferocity that could not quite conceal the weakness beneath. Trying to scare me with a gun. Back when I was licking blood off the knife edge following Boss Die, you were still gnawing pork knuckles in Germany. Lu Jingyao did not so much as twitch an eyebrow. He leaned forward slightly, resting both elbows on his knees, his gaze as deep and still as a pool of dead water. In April of the 35th year of the Republic, that batch of Japanese opium seized at Jiabe Wharf was run through your private books and fetched a full 8,000 pounds sterling. Director Lu's hand, which had just been about to slam the table, froze rigidly in midair. At the beginning of last month, of the 30,000 silver dollars in disability compensation allocated by the Third War Zone, you disbursed only a fraction of it. Lu Jingyao's voice was not loud, yet every word seemed to hammer into the seams of Director Lu's bones. The remaining 25,000 you converted entirely into small gold ingots and stashed them in the basement of that mistress house you keep near Jing'an Temple. With a soft plop, the half-smoked cigar fell from Director Lu's mouth onto his suit trousers, burning a large hole, yet he did not even dare to reach out and slap it away. Leaning back against the chair again, Lu Jingyao spoke in a tone as casual as idle chatter. Shall I continue reading off your account book? That celebrated Suzhou ballad singer you keep in that house does have a remarkably supple figure. You stop spewing such slander. This is malicious defamation. Director Lu's voice was already beginning to tremble. A sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead and slid down his plump face. Mustering the last dregs of his bravado, he raised his voice and began shouting, "If you dare resort to violence, I will immediately telegraph Nanjing with an urgent cable and accuse you of armed robbery of a military installation, a capital crime." Lu Jingyao ignored his bluster entirely and merely breathed out a single word. 3. He raised one long slender finger. The fat man behind the desk swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, staring fixedly at the gun on the table, which seemed to glimmer with the eerie light of death. 2. Lu Jingyao raised a second finger. With that second number, the very aura around him changed abruptly. The killing intent tempered on the battlefield surged forth, pressing down as though it had taken tangible form. The air seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. Director Lu felt his scalp prickle, and even his breathing grew difficult. He no longer harbored the slightest doubt that this madman who dared to charge the front line alone would blow the top of his skull clean off the moment the final number was spoken. 1. Don't keep counting. I admit defeat. Just as the third finger was about to be raised, the last psychological defenses in Director Lu's mind collapsed completely. His whole body seemed to have been stripped of its bones as he slid bonelessly down into the sofa, trembling as he fumbled out a handkerchief and wiped his face frantically. Master Lu, you are my honored ancestor. I'll give it. I will personally count out the funds for you right now. Lu Jingyao withdrew his hand and lifted the cup of Tiguanyin on the table, long since gone cold, moistening his throat with a sip. Remember, I do not want legal tinder nor those weighty silver dollars. Carrying them draws too much attention. He set down the teacup and issued his order, firm and unequivocal. According to today's black market exchange rate, not a penny less than 100,000 silver dollars. Convert it all into gold bars and Bank of England notes. Pack it into crates now. Director Lu no longer dared utter a single word of refusal. He stumbled and scrambled to the corner wall, fumbling with the combination dial of the massive safe door. With a dull mechanical thud, the half-foot-thick steel door sprang open. The golden radiance within was so dazzling it hurt the eyes. Piles of gold ingots and banknotes exuded the intoxicating scent of wealth. Director Lu summoned 2 absolutely trusted subordinates, who began hauling stacks out one load after another. Move faster. Can't you see Brigade Commander Lu is in a hurry to depart for his post in Hong Kong? He bellowed the order at the top of his lungs, but his heart was bleeding madly. Converted into gold, 100,000 silver dollars was no minor sum. It was like carving great slabs of fat from his own body. Lu Jingyao rose to his feet and walked unhurriedly to the safe, casually picking up a gold bar to weigh it in his hand. The solid heft of pure gold pressed down on his palm, the quality was excellent, stamped with the steel seal of an American bank. With this huge sum, he would at least have the capital for an initial table flip in that money-dissipating paradise of Hong Kong. Director Liu, as for how this account is to be balanced in headquarters ledgers, you do not need me to teach you step by step, do you? Lu Jingyao tossed the gold bar back into the camphor-wood crate, regarding the other man with a faint, ambiguous smile. I understand all too well. Director Liu bobbed his head like a pecking bird, his face plastered with a fawning grin. We'll say the front urgently requisitioned military supplies which during transport were ambushed and completely lost to remnants of the Japanese collaborators. They will never be able to trace it back to you. Satisfied, Lu Jingyao patted him on the shoulder. He had long since calculated that this greedy official would not dare escalate the matter. If Nanjing ever sent investigators down to audit the funds, the vast black hole in the vault's accounts would be enough to make Director Liu swallow bullets 10 times over. This was the crushing effect of superior intelligence and seizing upon a man's soft underbelly. Soon 3 small leather suitcases were packed to the brim, their brass clasps snapping shut with a solid click. Lu Jingyao slid the pistol back into the holster at his waist and straightened the hem of his impeccably pressed uniform. My thanks to Director Liu for opening your purse so generously. Once I've gained a firm foothold in Hong Kong, I will be sure to send you 2 boxes of genuine Cuban cigars for you to sample. Director Liu wiped at his sweat and forced out a dry laugh repeatedly, saying he did not dare accept. At that moment, the closed oak office door was shoved open. Adjutant Zhang lay strode and drenched in sweat, first sweeping a wary glance over the scene in the room. When his gaze fell upon the 3 leather cases on the desk bulging with gold bars, his pupils contracted sharply, but he regained his composure almost at once. He hurried to Lu Jingyao's side, leaned in close to his ear, and reported in a lowered voice. Brigade Commander Qiandajuan's people are holding a ball tonight, and they have specifically requested that you must do them the honor of attending. Brigade Commander Qiandajuan is holding a ball tonight. They specifically requested your presence. Adjutant Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice unsteady. Lu Jingyao kicked a camphor-wood trunk full of gold bars into the corner, then casually brushed a phantom speck of dust from his uniform sleeve. Pay them a visit. They intend to hold a farewell drink for me, and at the same time pry into my background. He curled his mouth into a half-smile, his eyes utterly devoid of fear. If Commander Qian's invitation cannot be refused, then we shall make an appearance. Prepare the car. Night fell, and the neon of Bailman on Xiafei Road shimmered. In the opulent top-floor banquet hall, a saxophone wove languid jazz lay between perfumes and shimmering gowns. Shanghai's dignitaries and magnates gathered. The heavy oak doors were flung open from outside. Wind and rain drove through the hall, and the mellow jazz cut off abruptly. Lu Jingyao stepped over the threshold in polished boots, his face unreadable. Adjutant Zhang fell back half a step, hand on his holster, eyes sweeping the room with alert caution. 2 burly guards immediately moved to block him like iron sentinels in the corridor. Brigade Commander Liu, it is Commander Qian's rule. One must disarm when attending the banquet. The lead guard cocked his head and let his gaze brazenly alight on the sidearm at Liu's hip. Please hand over your pistol. This was more than a show of force. It was a public stripping of a powerful brigade commander's dignity. The surrounding socialites and officers halted their dances and raised their glasses to watch the spectacle. Adjutant Zhang, frantic, strode forward and shouted, "Are you blind? Brigade Commander Liu is a direct Huangpu scion. How dare you lay hands on his pistol? What of being a Huangpu scion? In this Bailman, Commander Qian's word is law." The guards refused to yield, one even deliberately resting his hand on his holster. Lu Jingyao did not so much as glance at the 2 lackeys. He raised his hand and gently pushed Adjutant Zhang aside. His boots thudded on the carpet as he strode forward without hesitation. He walked straight into the muzzles and forced his way between them. An aura of blood-tinged ferocity, like a man crawling from a mound of corpses, startled the 2 guards into stumbling backward. Their backs were instantly soaked with sweat. Neither dared to seize him. In the center of the banquet hall, on a leather sofa, sat a corpulent middle-aged man. Qiandajuan was dressed in a crisply tailored general's uniform, a thick Havana cigar clamped between his fingers. Seeing Lu Jingyao enter armed, the flesh at the corner of his eye twitched twice. Commander Liu, what an imposing sight. Qian exhaled a plume of smoke and offered a smile that did not reach his eyes as he beckoned with a hand. About to be promoted to Xiangjiang, and you already disregard your old brother's rules. Lu Jingyao walked to the sofa without answering or saluting. Xiangjiang is deep and full of pitfalls. Qian flicked Ash's tone laced with undisguised schadenfreude. You with your tender skin, best beware of having your sinews taken by the foreigners once you go there. The surrounding officers burst into raucous laughter. Everyone in those circles knew this assignment was the death warrant arranged by Boss Dai. Lu Jingyao was already half a dead man. No need for Commander Qian to trouble himself. Lu Jingyao plucked a glass of red wine from a passing waiter's tray. The crimson liquid rocked gently in the goblet. I have a bad temper. No matter how deep the water, anyone who blocks my path will have their pond smashed. Qian's face darkened. He slammed his cigar into the ashtray with force. Lu Jingyao, you still dare to breathe with that face. He slammed the table and jabbed a pudgy finger toward Lu's nose. Don't think that because Dai Chunfeng protects you in Shanghai, I can crush you like an ant. Before his words had finished, a dozen guards simultaneously worked the bolts on their rifles. The black barrels were aimed squarely at Lu Jingyao's head. Adjutant Zhang's legs went weak. His hands clenched the pistol grip, but he could not draw it free. Lu Jingyao did not so much as twitch an eyebrow. Facing the guns, he lifted his wrist and upended the wine glass in his hand. Half a goblet of scarlet splashed with unerring precision across Qian Dajuan's greasy, bloated face. The hall fell into absolute silence. The dancer's screams choked off mid-throat. The air seemed to crystallize. You are asking for death. Qian wiped the wine from his face, his whole body trembling, and drew the pistol at his hip to press against Lu Jingyao's forehead. At the instant the muzzle rose, Lu Jingyao's left hand produced a small black film canister from his pocket with a sharp clap and slammed it down onto the table. Before you fire, Commander Qian, you should look at this. Qian's motion froze. He glanced doubtfully at the inconspicuous canister. The 9th day of last month, the underground vault of Hongbin Zhengjin Bank. Lu Jingyao's voice was low, but it carried to every corner of the banquet hall. Did Songbin of the Deribin Digua, Yuandong Shangshi, send you 3 chests of fine tea? Qian's eyes bulged, his breath stalled. Were the tea cakes concealing premium tobacco shipped from Manzhuli, or the city defense maps of the 3rd Defense District? Lu Jingyao leaned close to his ear, his words a blade wrapped in silk. If tomorrow this negative appears on Boss Dai's desk, tell me. Will Nanjing strip your skin first, or pull out your tendons first? The pistol in Qian's hand clattered onto the cashmere carpet. His legs folded, and he slumped back onto the sofa, his swagger utterly vanished. His features contorted like a grotesque clown, a cold sweat beading across his forehead. Colluding with the enemy and trafficking military supplies, a crime of the gravest order, once exposed, the entire Qian household would face the firing squad. Lu, Commander. Qian's teeth chattered. He could not form a coherent sentence as he reached trembling for the film canister. Lu Jingyao's hand was swift and precise. He tucked the canister back into his pocket. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, and their muzzles drooped, uncertain whether to step forward or retreat. Straightening, Lu produced a pristine handkerchief and dabbed the wine from the web of his fingers. He tossed the handkerchief onto Qian Dajuan's ashen face. This wine is too sour. It does not suit Commander Qian's station. He turned and strode toward the great doors under a shower of awed, terrified gazes. Qian lay collapsed on the sofa like a mound of rotten mud, too fearful even to draw a deep breath. At the door, Lu stopped and flicked his thumb. A brass cartridge casing traced an arc through the air and landed with a crisp clink at Qian's feet. Times have changed. I intend to play rough. With that, Lu Jingyao pushed the doors open and vanished without looking back into the rain-drenched night. On the second floor carved balustrade stood a peerless woman in a moon-white qipao. Lin Wanqing clenched the silk folding fan in her hand until her knuckles blanched. Bred as a society beauty cultivated by a warlord family, she had seen countless arrogant generals and cunning politicians. Yet before that man named Lu Jingyao, Qian Dajuan had just now looked like a mud idol stripped bare. That ease of turning fate with a flick of the hand, that ruthless precision when splashing wine to expose the truth. There was none of the old suffocated sideline man in evidence. A strange, unfamiliar affection flickered in Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes. She watched his silhouette vanish into the rain, her red lips parting as she murmured to herself. How has he become someone else? The night was as dark as ink, with torrential rain battering against a standalone villa in the French concession. Lu Jingyao had just washed off the smell of gunpowder. He was dressed in a loose black silk robe, the collar open, revealing a firm chest adorned with several dark red scars. Holding a cup of cold water, he sank deep into the soft leather sofa. Low melancholic jazz played from the gramophone. Suddenly, the jarring sound of the doorbell pierced through the rain curtain, shattering the tranquility of the room. Lu Jingyao raised an eyebrow, set down his cup, and shuffled towards the entrance in his slippers. As the door swung open, the humid night wind rushed in. A woman stood outside. Lin Wanqing. Her pale blue-fitted qipao was drenched by the rain, clinging tightly to her body, outlining a breathtaking and enchanting curve. A few damp strands of hair clung to her fair cheek, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. She was also holding a bottle of unopened French red wine. My fiancé is about to leave for Xianjiang to take up his post. Lin Wanqing lifted her head, a hint of a smile in her peach blossom eyes. As his fiancé, I'm just sending him off late at night, not violating any military regulations, right? Lu Jingyao did not move from his spot, leaning casually against the doorframe, his gaze brazenly appraising her from head to toe. Sending off is fine. But with the way you're dressed, it looks more like you're here to offer yourself up. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her red lips and unceremoniously squeezed past him into the room. Her high heels left a trail of wet footprints on the Persian carpet. Go get 2 glasses. She took charge, setting the expensive bottle of red wine on the coffee table and turning to give orders. Lu Jingyao shrugged and turned towards the redwood wine cabinet against the wall. Lin Wangqing's gaze sharpened in an instant. She stared at Lu Jinjiao's broad back, her previous fragility gone. Today at the Palais de Danse, this usually low-profile man had suddenly transformed into someone else. The film featuring Qian Daijin's collusion with the Japanese could not leak out. It was a death order issued from Nanjing. Her task tonight was to extract that film at all costs. You certainly stole the spotlight at the ball today. While casually chatting, Lin Wangqing pretended to tidy her hair. A small amount of colorless, odorless white powder silently fell into an empty wine glass on the coffee table from her fingernails. This was a highly effective truth serum developed by the military. Mixed with alcohol, even an elephant would spill its family secrets. Lu Jingyao returned with 2 stemmed glasses, casually tossing them onto the table. He certainly noticed Lin Wangqing's subtle action just now. In his previous life as a top special forces soldier, such a lowly method of poisoning seemed as childish to him as playing house. The reflection from the wine cabinet glass had already given away her little trick. Commander Qian is getting old. I'm just helping him clear his mind. Lu Jingyao sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and took out a silver lighter to light a cigarette. Lin Wangqing picked up the corkscrew and elegantly removed the wooden cork. The crimson liquid flowed slowly from the bottle into the 2 stemmed glasses. She lifted the glass filled with the spiked wine, twisting her slender waist, and sat down beside Lu Jingyao. Their proximity was so close that he could smell the mix of rainwater and jasmine perfume on her. Jingyao. Lin Wangqing extended the wine glass towards him, her voice soft enough to drip water. Holding on to Qian Daijin's film is like grasping a hot potato. You might as well hand it over to my father for safekeeping. He can ensure your safety in Xianjiang. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of grayish-white smoke, looking at her expectant eyes through the smoke. He did not take the wine glass. Suddenly, Lu Jingyao leaned forward, his nose nearly touching Lin Wangqing's cheek. A powerful masculine scent enveloped her in an instant. Lin Wangqing's heart skipped a beat, instinctively recoiling slightly. In that half-second of distraction, Lu Jinjiao's large hand casually covered her hand. Wangqing, he whispered, and as Lin Wangqing lowered her head in panic, his right hand performed a dazzling flourish in the air, as if by magic. The 2 stemmed glasses completed a perfect exchange out of sight. How could I bear to let your father worry about such a dangerous item? Lu Jingyao took the glass from her hand and placed the other glass into her palm. He raised the glass of red wine, which had been spiked, lightly clinking it against the rim of Lin Wangqing's glass. Ding! The crisp sound of glass clinking echoed through the living room. To our impending long-distance relationship, Lu Jingyao tilted his head back and drank the entire glass. Lin Wangqing watched his rolling atoms apple, her anxious heart finally at ease. As long as he drank it, within 5 minutes this fierce tiger would turn into a docile sheep. She also lifted her own glass, taking a small sip. 5 minutes passed. Lu Jingyao remained as steady as a mountain, sitting there smoking, even finding the leisure to switch to another jazz record. On the contrary, Lin Wangqing felt something was off throughout her body. An inexplicable heat surged from her abdomen, quickly spreading to her limbs. The scenery before her began to blur, her brain felt stuffed with cotton, and her thoughts became sluggish and scattered. Are you okay? Lin Wangqing shook her head, her cheeks flushed abnormally, and her tongue began to stumble. Lu Jingyao extinguished his cigarette and crossed his arms, watching her with a bemused smile. What could possibly be wrong with me? Should I tell you where the film is, or should I lie at your feet like a dog and spill the truth? Lin Wangqing's pupils constricted. She finally realized that the wine had been switched. You schemed against me. She struggled to stand up, but her legs felt as weak as noodles, and she fell back heavily onto the sofa. The effects of the truth serum fully erupted, shattering all her disguises and psychological defenses. Lin Wangqing's collar was wide open, gasping for breath, her eyes turning red in an instant. Gone was her usual composed and capable special agent demeanor, replaced now by that of a little girl who had suffered immense grievances. What gives you the right to scheme against me? She grabbed Lu Jinjiao's collar, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Not a single one of you men is good. Qian Dajuan isn't, Dai Chunfeng isn't, and neither is my so-called father. Lu Jingyao allowed her to tug at his collar without pushing her away. What am I? Lin Wangqing laughed and cried, her voice filled with endless desolation. I'm just a dog raised by the Lin family. A tool that happens to be somewhat pretty. Let me accompany you for drinks, let me enter a marriage alliance, and now let me seduce you in the middle of the night for intelligence. Who asked me if I was willing? Who cares about what I truly want? I also wanted to live a normal person's life. I also fear the dark, I also fear death. The effects of the drug caused her emotions to spiral out of control, years of grievances and suppression pouring out at this moment. Lu Jingyao listened quietly. In his deep-set eyes there was less guard and more rare softness. In this cannibalistic, chaotic world, who wasn't a pawn with no say in their own fate? Lin Wangqing's voice grew softer, her eyelids heavier. She gripped Lu Jinjiao's robe tightly, as if clutching the last straw for survival. Her head tilted, and she fainted completely. Within the room, only the hoarse music from the gramophone and the continuous sound of rain from outside remained. Lu Jingyao sighed. He did not take advantage of her vulnerability to loosen the buttons of her qipao. Instead, he bent down, his hands slipping under her knees and behind her back, effortlessly lifting her soft body in his arms. Lin Wanqing was light as a feather that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Lu Jingyao carried her into the spacious master bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. He pulled over a silk blanket covering her and tucking the corners securely. Even in her deep slumber, Lin Wanqing's hand still clutched at his robe tightly. Lu Jingyao did not roughly pull it away, or instead he patiently pried her delicate fingers open one by one, holding her hand in his and placing it back under the covers. He stood by the bed, using the faint light from the corridor to quietly observe this wild, yet fragile woman for a while. This bomb buried in the enemy's heart had already wavered in stance. Turning away from the bedroom, Lu Jingyao walked to the grandfather clock in the living room. Outside, the thunder and rain continued, making it a perfect weather for murder and arson. Lin Wanqing fell into a deep sleep, her grip on the blanket loosening slightly. Lu Jingyao glanced at the wall clock, the hands just passing over the Roman numeral markings. He removed the silk robe from his body, changed into a waterproof black trench coat, and tucked the Browning pistol back into his lower back. It's 2 a.m, time to move the arms factory. The study on the second floor was dimly lit, with only the green glass lamp on the desk casting a faint glow. Lu Jingyao pushed the door open to find his Zhang lay waiting inside like a muddy monkey. Comrade Commander, the convoy is assembled with 50 covered trucks, all parked at the abandoned warehouse on the edge of the French concession, ready for action. Zhang Lei wiped the rain off his face and reported in a hushed voice. Lu Jingyao nodded and walked to the large rosewood desk. With a loud thud, he spread out a detailed military map of Shanghai on the table. His slender fingers picked up a red and blue pencil and drew a heavy circle on the map. The target is here, the Nationalist Army's 3rd Armaments Factory. Zhang Lei leaned in to take a look, his legs going weak at once. Comrade Commander, please don't joke. That's the lifeline of the garrison command. He stammered in panic, his voice trembling as he felt he had boarded a pirate ship. Inside are newly arrived automatic rifles and ammunition from America. This is Boss Day's prized possession. Lu Jingyao let out a cold laugh as the pencil tip drew a glaring red line across the map. The line cut through 2 blocks leading directly to the secret cargo dock of the Huangpu River. Exactly, I intend to take his prized possession. Lu Jingyao tossed aside the pencil, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. In a lawless place like Xiangjiang, without solid goods in hand, the more gold bars you have, the quicker you die. Tonight we want just relocate, well, uproot everything. He pointed to the location of the armaments factory, starting to place his orders like a chef calling out dishes. The American Thompson submachine guns in the storage, 2 Malawian Quachas fragmentation grenades, and those 2 Browning heavy machine guns. And those 2 high-powered military radios, even a box of military canned food. Clear out everything for me. Zhang Lei swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. Clear out everything. Comrade Commander, that's a full half regiment's top-tier equipment. How greedy can one be? It's as if he wants to punch a hole in the sky. There's at least a company of military police outside. If we forcefully seize it, it's outright rebellion. Would be shot on the spot. Who said we have to seize it by force? Lu Jingyao opened the drawer and pulled out several blank requisition forms half-stamped. Take these and change the heading to Emergency Supplies Requisition Order from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Make the recipient the 3rd Defense Zone under Qiandajuan and imitate Boss Day's signature. Move quickly. Although Zhang Lei was scared, he had strong execution skills and immediately sat down at a small desk to pick up a fountain pen. As he wrote, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This was a grave crime that could annihilate 9 generations. While Zhang Lei forged the documents, Lu Jingyao turned toward the rosewood bookcase against the wall. He needed to find a spare military seal from the military intelligence to add the final layer of security to this fake requisition order. His fingers quickly searched the bookshelf and inadvertently brushed against a hefty leather-bound diary. It was a personal item left by the original owner, seldom disturbed. As Lu Jingyao was about to push it aside, he keenly noticed the unusual thickness of the diary's back cover. It was also much heavier than ordinary paper. He drew out the military dagger from his waist and gently sliced along the seam of the back cover. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking echoed. A strangely shaped brass key fell from the compartment, landing heavily on the solid wood floor. Lu Jingyao bent down to pick up the heavy key and examined it carefully under the lamp. The key's handle was intricately carved with gear patterns with a small seal character Lu in the center. As the key touched his hand, a deliberately sealed memory surged forth in his mind. Before the outbreak of the War of Resistance, the Jiangsu financial magnates had secretly built an underground vault in Xiangjiang to secure their escape route. The internal family code name was Warehouse No. 0. This warehouse not only held an enormous reserve of gold, but also had unsealed German machinery. The only token to unlock the several-ton heavy German-made safety door was this brass key. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Jingyu's eyes. This was like a pillow delivered when one was drowsy. The foundation for establishing a financial empire in Xiangjiang had instantly doubled. With guns, cannons, and now the cornerstone of industry, this trip to Xiangjiang was bound to stir up tremendous waves. He tucked the brass key into his shirt pocket and casually rummaged through the nearby wooden box to retrieve the military seal. "Comrade Commander, the requisition order is forged. Please review it." Zhang Lei approached with the still-drying paper, his hands trembling a bit. Lu Jingyao took a glance at it. The handwriting was about 70% similar enough to fool people in the dead of night. Snap! Without hesitation, he stamped the military seal on the signature line, officially creating a flawless fake military order. Lu Jingyao folded the order neatly and tucked it into his military uniform pocket. "Is the communications team ready?" he asked coldly. "All set." Zhang Lei quickly stood at attention. "In 10 minutes, all the phone lines leading from the 3rd Armaments Factory to the outside will be cut by our men." Lu Jingyao nodded in satisfaction. Without phone verification, this requisition order bearing the highest confidential seal would be an invincible pass. This mole plan relied on information asymmetry and the time difference in chaotic times. "Let's go, the show is about to start." Lu Jingyao grabbed the black waterproof trench coat from the table and draped it over his shoulders. The two walked out of the study one after the other. As they passed by the master bedroom door, Lu Jingyao paused slightly and glanced through the slightly ajar door. On the large bed, Lin Wanqing was still soundly asleep, breathing evenly. He gently pulled the door shut and strode toward the garage on the 1st floor. The rain was pouring heavily, and a deep green American military Jeep was already started. Zhang Lei sat in the driver's seat, wiped the raindrops off the steering wheel, and stomped on the gas pedal. The Jeep roared out of the mansion like a black panther plunging into the vast rainy night. The wipers on the windshield swung wildly, producing a harsh screech. The pressure in the vehicle was low, with only the engine's low growl echoing in the night. Zhang Lei focused on the water puddles ahead, while frantically devising the upcoming heist plan in his mind. The requisition order was fake, and the phone lines were cut. The guards at the armaments factory indeed couldn't verify the authenticity, but the factory manager in charge of the storage was notoriously stubborn. Faced with such an unusual large-scale arms requisition in the dead of night, even without a phone, he would dare to draw his gun and stop the vehicle. "Comrade Commander, there's a fatal flaw in this plan." Zhang Lei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice drowned out by the rain, forcing him to shout. "That manager Li in charge of the storage is like a stone in a latrine, both foul and tough. Just relying on a piece of paper wouldn't be enough to suppress him. If it comes to a standoff, our fake military police would easily be exposed." Lu Jingyao sat in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. "If we can't suppress him, then let's use a gun to his head and make him obediently open the door." His tone was as calm as discussing tomorrow's weather. When a scholar meets a soldier, reasoning doesn't hold up. At times like this, there's no need for rules. We just need to be crazier and more ruthless than him. Zhang Lei swallowed hard, his throat moving with difficulty. "But the officers under us are all genteel types from Huangpu. Usually they can manage regular battles, but asking them to impersonate bandits to rob their own armaments factory, they won't be able to exert enough pressure with their presence. You can't expect me to personally confront him, right? If recognized, we'd be wanted before even reaching Xiangjiang." Outside the car window, a flash of lightning illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Zhang Lei stared at the torrential rain ahead, swallowing hard with clammy sweat pooling in his palms. If even a hint of this leaks out, it would be a death sentence. Who would dare to lead the way to undertake this dark job? Lu Jingyao slowly opened his eyes, a terrifying fierceness flashing in his dim gaze. He raised his hand to pick up the German-style wide-brimmed military hat and firmly placed it on his head. "Turn around. Head to the death row." The torrential rain poured down. Giant raindrops smashed against the muddy ground of the military district's 3rd prison yard, splashing up murky puddles. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and rust. A man as solid as an iron tower was tightly bound to a wooden post with a thick rope. Bare-chested, his massive muscles bulged. His chest was crisscrossed with whip marks, and the rain washed away the blood, staining the mud beneath his feet. This man was Zhao Taidan. The prison warden, clad in a black raincoat and wearing leather boots, pointed at the man on the post and began to curse. "Zhao Taidan, you dare to break 3 of Li Jiangsu's ribs." The warden wiped the rain from his face and spat fiercely. "Li Jiangsu has connections. Today I will act on behalf of the heavens and send you this muddy leg on your way." Zhao Taidan spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, grinning widely to reveal blood-stained white teeth. "Pa, that son of a dog replaced all the winter gear for the brothers at the front with rotten reeds." His eyes were bloodshot like a starving wolf driven to desperation, locking onto the warden. "My half a company of brothers didn't die at the hands of the Japanese, but froze to death in the trenches. I didn't snap his neck on the spot. That's luck for him." The warden, infuriated, waved his hand violently. "Execute him. Blast his head off." The military policeman beside him immediately raised his standard rifle, chambered around, and aimed the muzzle at Zhao Taidan's forehead. Zhao Taidan didn't even blink, instead puffing out his chest. Bang! A crisp gunshot tore through the rain curtain. But it was not the military policeman who fired. The rifle in the military policeman's hand snapped, in 2 sparks flying. The tremendous recoil shattered his palm, and he screamed as he fell into the muddy water. Everyone was taken aback, suddenly turning around. A jeep with a military intelligence license plate had unknowingly stopped at the edge of the yard. The car door swung open, and a pair of shiny military boots stepped into the muddy water. Lu Jingyao, clad in a black waterproof trench coat with a low-brimmed military cap, strode forward, holding a still-smoking Browning pistol. Upon seeing the star insignia on the visitor's shoulder, the warden was startled but quickly steeled himself and approached. "Colonel Lu, this is a military prison. You barging in here and firing a gun will bring you before a military court." Lu Jingyao couldn't be bothered to waste words. He walked up to the warden, half a meter away, reached into his pocket with his left hand, and suddenly tossed out a heavy little cloth bag. Clang! The bag hit the muddy water. From its open mouth rolled out a few golden little yellow fish, reflecting a blinding light under the searchlight. The warden's eyes instantly glazed over and his throat involuntarily convulsed as he forgot all about the military law he had just mentioned. Before he could bend down to pick it up, a cold gun barrel was forcefully shoved into his mouth. Crack! Two of his front teeth were shattered by the barrel and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. "These 5 gold bars will buy him a life." Lu Jingyou's voice was colder than the winter rain, his gaze as though he were looking at a corpse. "If you think that's not enough, I still have 7 bullets in this gun, and they are all yours." The warden, terrified, felt warmth in his pants, his body trembling like a sieve. No longer daring to care about Li Junx's face, he nodded repeatedly, making indistinct whimpering sounds from his throat. Lu Jingyao withdrew the gun barrel disdainfully, wiping it on the warden's raincoat. "Go and release him." Several military policemen, as if granted amnesty, scrambled over, drawing their bayonets to cut the hemp rope binding Zhao Taidan to the wooden post. Zhao Taidan lost his support and staggered forward 2 steps, but soon stood firm like a nail. He moved his purple-wristed hand, yet felt no gratitude for escaping death. He looked up and down at the young gentleman in an expensive coat with the demeanor of a major general, letting out a cold sneer. "Don't think that because you've bought me with money I will serve you like a dog." He wiped the mud from his face, his eyes still rebellious and full of hostility. "You officials drinking the blood of soldiers and profiting from national calamity are all scoundrels." He pointed at the muddy ground and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Even if I rot in this mud pit today, I will not do dirty work for you greedy officials." Zhang, the adjutant following behind, became anxious and suddenly drew his sidearm, aiming it at Zhao Taidan. "You thickhead soldier! Colonel Lu saved you, and you dare to speak like this." Lu Jingyao raised his hand, pressing down Zhang Lei's gun barrel. He looked at the man before him like a wounded beast, and a smile of appreciation tugged at his lips. "Not willing to serve greedy officials. You have spirit." Lu Jingyao casually tossed the Browning he held to Zhang Lei, then swiftly unfastened the hidden button of his black trench coat. The trench coat slipped off and fell into the muddy water. The torrential rain instantly soaked his white shirt, the fabric clinging tightly to his muscles. Lu Jingyao yanked at his shirt, several buttons flying off as he tore it off and spun around. His back was fully exposed to Zhao Taidan. In the dim light of the searchlight, a shocking sight unfolded before everyone. On that broad back, there was not a single patch of unscathed flesh. On his left shoulder was a gunshot wound the size of a bowl, the edges of the flesh long ago rolled back and scabbed. 3 deep stab scars visible to the bone crisscrossed his lower back, lying on the muscles like centipedes. Most alarming was the dark red charred mark beside his spine, burnt by high-caliber shrapnel. This was a true testament to having crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a military medal earned from countless close-quarters battles in the trenches against the Japanese. Even Zhang, the adjutant, who had always followed Lu Jingyao, was utterly stunned. He only knew the colonel was the son of a wealthy tycoon, but had never seen the brutal past hidden beneath this body. Zhao Taidan's pupils suddenly constricted, his breath completely halted. As a veteran who had rolled among the dead on the front lines, he could instantly recognize how these wounds were earned. That stab scar was definitely from a bayonet fight taken to shield a comrade inflicted by a Type 38 rifle. Surviving on the battlefield felt like a mere stroke of luck. This young major general, who seemed delicate and high above, was actually a comrade who had truly fought bravely in the front lines. Zhao Taidan's eyes turned red in an instant. The rebellious and fierce spirit within him shattered into pieces before the multitude of scars on Lu Jingyou's back. A soldier only serves soldiers who are tougher than himself. Thud! The 200-pound Iron Man crashed down on his knees in the muddy water, splashing up a half-meter-high wave of muck. 38th Army's Death Squad Sergeant Zhao Taidan. He raised his head, shouting with all his might, his voice echoing through the thunderstorm, trembling with emotion. "Commander, as long as you don't disdain me, my life is yours from now on. Through knife mountains and fire seas, wherever you point, I will strike without a frown." Lu Jingyao bent down to pick up the shirt from the ground, casually draping it over his shoulder, turning around to look down at him. What he wanted was this knife. A blade that doesn't need rules or formalities, just pulling it out can draw blood. With Zhao Taidan and those 50 seasoned soldiers, he finally had the confidence to overturn the table in that chaotic Shishang area. Lu Jingyao took an oil paper bag from Zhang's hands, pulling out 2 steaming meat buns. He tossed the buns into Zhao Taidan's arms, his tone flat and without a hint of fluctuation. Eat up, tonight come with me to seize our own arms factory. Zhao Taidan held the meat bun and swallowed it whole, skin and filling included. Chewing furiously amid the muddy water and blood, he devoured it like a wolf that hadn't eaten its fill for 800 years. Lu Jingyao casually tossed a clean black raincoat over his broad shoulders. Put it on and stick close to me. Don't let that bloody smell disturb anyone. Half an hour later, outside the Bund in Shanghai, the night was deep and the torrential rain raged. The heavy iron gate of the National Army's 3rd Arsenal was tightly shut. 50 military trucks covered with waterproof tarpaulins formed an iron dragon blocking the entrance of the arsenal completely. The blinding headlights pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, aiming straight at the guard booth. The soldiers of the guard unit were startled by the commotion, raising their old rifles as if facing a great enemy. What are you doing? This is a military area. Turn off your engines and back off immediately. The lead veteran shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was swallowed by the rain. A middle-aged fat man draped in a wool coat rushed out from the guard booth. It was Director Li of the arsenal. He clutched a flashlight in his hand, squinting his eyes as he vigilantly scanned the massive convoy that had arrived in the dead of night. The jeep door swung open and Lu Jingyao stepped out in his military boots, walking step by step towards the iron gate. Zhang the adjutant opened an umbrella, closely following beside him to shield him from the torrential rain. Emergency orders from the Military Affairs Department. Lu Jingyao pulled out the forged document and through the iron bars casually handed it over. The front line is in a tight spot and Boss Dai personally approved this order. Open the warehouse and load the goods immediately. Director Li took the flashlight and shone it down. He saw the bright red secret stamp and recognized the general star on Lu Jingyao's shoulder, but his brows knitted into a tight frown. This man was notoriously obstinate, adhering strictly to rules without regard for people. Comrade Lu, it's 3 in the morning, and you want to requisition half the munitions. This doesn't follow protocol. He shoved the document back at Lu Jingyao, shaking his head coldly. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you face. This batch of American goods has just arrived in the warehouse, and we've been instructed to keep a close watch on it. Without a phone call for verification from the Nanjing headquarters, I absolutely cannot open this gate. Hearing this, Zhang the adjutant's heart raced, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He steeled himself and stepped forward, yelling through the gate. Who do you think you are? You dare to doubt Boss Dai's secret order? If you delay the mission, do you have enough heads to lose? Director Li was unmoved, snorting coldly, and turning back towards the guard booth. Say whatever you want. I'm calling the headquarters right now to verify before I let you through. He grabbed the crank phone in the booth and vigorously turned the handle several times, then picked up the receiver and pressed it to his ear. There was silence on the line. Aside from the faint hissing of electrical current, there was no response. Director Li, unwilling to give up, cranked the handle wildly a few more times, but the phone remained dead. He suddenly turned around, beads of sweat starting to trickle down his forehead. The phone line was cut. He understood all too well what a sudden communication failure meant on this chaotic, stormy night. The phone can't get through. Lu Jingyao, standing behind the curtain of rain, curled his lips into a cold smirk. Director Li, the brothers on the front line are risking their lives to fill the pit, and you're here quibbling over protocol with me. He raised his hand adorned with white gloves and casually snapped his fingers. Get on, teach Director Li what it means to have military urgency. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Taidan in the back of the lead truck ripped open the waterproof tarpaulin. A black Browning heavy machine gun was suddenly revealed, exposed to the cold rain. Zhao Taidan grinned menacingly, gripping the rough handle, and with a powerful motion of his muscular arm, he readied the machine gun. Kala. The metallic sound of the gun being chambered was particularly jarring amidst the thunderstorm. Following that, 50 soldiers clad in black raincoats jumped down from the trucks in unison. They moved in perfect synchronization, raising their American submachine guns and clicking off the safeties all at once. Dozens of dark gun muzzles locked onto Director Li, and the guards behind the iron gate unleashed a tide of lethal intent. With just a nod from Lu Jingyao, this iron gate would be turned into a beehive within an instant. The soldiers of the guard unit were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, they could barely hold their weapons and were retreating continuously. Director Li's knees buckled, causing him to slide down into the muddy water, his face as pale as that of a sheet. His pretentious airs as a scholar shattered completely in the face of absolute violent intimidation. Don't fire. We're all on the same side. Director Li trembled as he waved his hands frantically at the guards, his voice trembling. Open the gate. Quickly open the gate. The rusty iron doors emitted a dull creaking sound as they slowly swung open. Lu Jingyao retracted the forged order, leisurely brushing off the raindrops on it. If you had cooperated earlier, wouldn't this have been easier? He stepped over the iron gate, his military boots stomping past Director Li's trembling hands, leaving a puddle of muddy water behind. Brothers, let's get to work. Zhao Taidan excitedly licked his lips, waving his hand as the veterans pounced into the #1 supply depot like wolves. The beam of the flashlight bobbed wildly in the spacious warehouse. What met the eyes were piles of green military crates stacked like small mountains. Oh my God! This crate contains Thompson submachine guns, all brand new with grease. Over here, 2 Malawian Quachas fragmentation grenades, a full 50 crates, without even unwrapping the moisture-proof paper. The veterans' eyes turned red. Previously, they had to carefully ration bullets on the front line. Now they felt like they had fallen into a treasury. The process of transporting the supplies was rough, yet efficient. The heavy crates of munitions were tossed onto the trucks like a production line, causing the cargo compartments to creak under the weight. Lu Jingyao stood at the center of the warehouse, holding a pure silver pocket watch, coldly staring at the second hand. Pick the valuable ones. He pointed at several sealed metal boxes in the corner. German directional radios and those American canned beef. Don't leave me a single box. In less than 40 minutes, half of the arsenal's elite supplies were completely emptied. The tires of the 50 trucks were sagging significantly from the heavy load. Director Lee slumped at the entrance of the warehouse, staring at the empty shelves, unable to shed a tear. If the higher-ups were to investigate, his skin would surely be stripped alive. Director Lee, thank you for your hard work. Lu Jingyao sat back in the passenger seat of the Jeep, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. I will speak a few good words for you in front of Boss Dai today. Go home and get some good sleep. The engine roared. The convoy, like a well-fed steel python, began to slowly drive out the gate. Zhao Taidan sat at the machine gun position of the lead truck, arrogantly whistling at the slumped guards. With this batch of top-tier firearms, the combat capability of the Special Operations Battalion instantly transcended to a new era. What could the gangsters of Xiangjiang use to block the bullets of a regular army? Just as the convoy drove into the night, leaving the arsenal far behind, the last truck had just exited the gate when a terrified communications soldier suddenly burst out from the office building. He tumbled towards Director Lee in the muddy water, tightly clutching a telegram in his hand. Director, urgent telegram from Nanjing. There is no order for the allocation of supplies at all. Director, there was no order for the allocation of supplies from Nanjing. The messenger's shriek was drowned in last night's torrential rain. The sky was just beginning to dawn. In the French concession at the military station of the Shanghai Military Intelligence, Lu Jingyao sat behind a large redwood desk, holding a cup of freshly brewed pre-rain Longjing tea, the rising steam masking the cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Bang! A deafening roar echoed. The heavy oak door was violently kicked open, the screws of the lock flying out and crashing against the wall. The cold wind rushing in from the corridor rustled the documents on the desk. A team of fully armed military police surged in like wolves. The muzzles of the submachine guns were raised in unison, instantly taking control of every corner of the office. The last to enter was a gaunt man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. His complexion was pale, his gaze as cold as a serpent, and he exuded an aura reminiscent of a corpse steeped in blood for years. The first assassin of the military intelligence, Shen Fei. Lu Jinjiao's hand holding the teacup suddenly trembled. A few drops of scalding tea splashed onto the back of his hand, and he sprang to his feet as if pricked by a needle. Shen Fei, have you lost your mind? Lu Jinjiao's eyes widened as he slammed his hand on the desk. This is my office. Without a star on your shoulder, who gave you the audacity to kick down my door? He deliberately raised his voice, his tone laced with a hint of undeniable panic. Shen Fei ignored his bluster. Stepping over scattered documents, he approached the desk with measured steps, as if scrutinizing a cornered beast. Colonel Lu, I apologize for the intrusion. Shen Fei forced a smile, reaching into his pocket to pull out an official order stamped with a bright red seal. This is the highest wanted order personally issued by Boss Dai. He slammed the order onto the desk before Lu Jingyao pointing at it. At 3 o'clock last night, the 3rd Armory was emptied under a false order. Half a regiment's worth of German and American equipment has flown away like it had wings. Shen Fei's gaze was fixed on Lu Jinjiao's eyes, not missing any subtle changes in expression. The Nanjing headquarters is in an uproar. Boss Dai even smashed his desk. The secret seal on the false order is as if it was carved from the same mold as the spare seal in your hand. Lu Jingyao gasped. It felt as if his legs had turned to jelly, and he fell heavily back into the leather swivel chair, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Nonsense. This is a frame-up. A blatant entrapment. He grabbed the teacup on the desk and smashed it onto the floor, shards flying everywhere. I was drunk last night, sleeping like a dead pig at home. Where would I find the time to rob an armory? Lu Jingyao shouted defiantly, looking like a furious nouveau riche with his tail stepped on. Shen Fei was accustomed to such reactions. He chuckled coldly, taking a half step back and nodding to the military police behind him. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground, scrape off a layer of wall skin for me. A dozen military police immediately began ransacking the office like hungry wolves. Bookshelves were overturned, valuable calligraphy and paintings were torn, and the sofa cushions were shredded by bayonets. Lu Jingyao sat in his chair, breathing heavily. His gaze began to uncontrollably drift to the left, where there was a hidden compartment drawer. Although he concealed it well, daring only to glance quickly with his peripheral vision, such small actions could not escape Shen Fei's keen eyes. A smirk curled at the corner of Shun Fei's mouth. After all, he was a playboy who relied on family connections with poor psychological resilience. He strode over to the left side of the desk, drawing the gun from his waistband. Bang! The bullet accurately shattered the brass lock of the hidden compartment drawer, with splinters flying. Lu Jingyao lunged forward, as if stepping on his vital point, attempting to seize it. Don't move. That is my personal belongings. Two military police swiftly pressed down on his shoulders, forcefully pinning him to the desk. Shen Fei opened the drawer, finding no gold bars or weapons inside. Only a thick stack of new delivery orders and logistics accounts. He picked it up and flipped to the first page, and just one glance made his brows knit tightly. This was a secret logistics order. It clearly recorded 200 American Thompson submachine guns, 50 boxes of 2 Malawian Quachas grenades. Every item on the list matched exactly with the inventory lost from the armory last night. Colonel Lu, we have you red-handed. What else do you have to say? Shen Fei rolled the logistics order into a tube, tapping it against Lu Jinjiao's head, his tone chilling. Lu Jingyao was pressed against the desk, half of his face pressed against the cold wooden surface. He not only stopped struggling, but also let out a long sigh of relief, as if shedding an immense burden. Are you blind? Look clearly at the address and signature above. Lu Jingyao gritted his teeth and spat viciously. Shen Fei paused for a moment, quickly unfolded the logistics order, and continued reading. Delivery address: Secret Warehouse No. 16, Ryuzanku. Final destination: Independent Brigade of the 3rd Defense Zone. And at the bottom, the recipient's signature was prominently written in flamboyant characters: Qiandajuan. Shen Fei's pupils suddenly constricted, his hand holding the order froze in midair. How could this be possible? Lu Jingyao seized the moment of the military police's distraction, violently breaking free and straightening his disheveled collar. I've long suspected that bastard Qiandajuan is up to no good. He pointed at Shen Fei's nose, cursing loudly. This son of a gun not only tried to intimidate me at the Belle Époque, but he's also dealing in opium with the Japanese behind my back. These logistics orders, I bought them at a high price from his underlings. Lu Jingyao gasped for breath, growing more agitated as he spoke. I didn't even have time to report to Boss Dai before the armory was robbed. Think with your dog brain, who has such a military force to swallow half a regiment's equipment overnight? Shen Fei fell silent. The intuition of an assassin clashed wildly with the logic of a spy in his mind. Last night's ball at the Belle Époque, Qiandajuan indeed made a grand show, even attempting to disarm Lu Jingyao. But what if that was just a ruse? To draw everyone's attention while secretly sending private soldiers to raid the armory, then forge the seals, perfectly framing the marginalized Lu Jingyao. This method aligns too well with Qiandajuan's greed and cruelty as a local warlord. Secret Warehouse No. 16, Ryuzanku. This is where Qiandajuan hides his contraband. The date on this order is from the early hours of today. Lu Jingyao sneered as he adjusted his cuffs. Aren't you fond of searching? Now go to Ryuzanku. I guarantee those barrels haven't even cooled yet. Shen Fei's expression shifted unpredictably. The logistics order in his hand, with its perfect seal, Qiandajuan's signature, and the ink marks on the paper, were all flawless. Because it was originally created by Lu Jingyao using the highest level forgery techniques. Some of the military supplies taken from the armory last night had already been quietly transferred by Zhao Tiadan, stealthily stuffed into Qiandajuan's private warehouse used for opium, with human evidence and material evidence forming a seamless death trap. Everyone stand down. Shen Fei abruptly stuffed the logistics order into his pocket, decisively issuing the order. A dozen military police immediately retracted their guns and uniformly retreated outside the door. Surround Secret Warehouse No. 16, Ryuzanku. At once notify the military police of the 3rd War Zone to capture Qiandajuan. Shen Fei's voice echoed in the corridor, carrying a strong sense of murderous intent. Redirect the gunfire, perfectly diverting the blame. Qiandajuan's dark burden was thoroughly welded onto his back. The arrest warrant from Nanjing would undoubtedly be faster than a death warrant. Lu Jingyao stood in the chaotic office, lifting the cup of cold tea that was left half full on the desk. Just as he was about to take a sip, Shen Fei suddenly returned, leaning one hand against the door frame. This ace assassin of the military intelligence looked at Lu Jingyao with a complex expression. The disdain in his gaze had vanished, replaced by an inexplicable wariness. He slowly holstered his gun back into its sheath. Colonel Lu, you must be startled. Shen Fei's voice was low, like sandpaper rubbing against the desk. Lu Jingyao held the teacup, smiling without a flaw. Brother Shun is also acting under orders. Hurry and handle the case. Don't let the rat escape. Shen Fei did not move. He looked deeply at Lu Jingyao, leaving behind a sentence. But my intuition tells me you are not so simple. The sound of leather shoes in the corridor gradually faded away. Lu Jingyao picked up the completely cold Longjing tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Bang! The white porcelain teacup was carelessly tossed into the wastebasket. Shen Fei was not a fool. The thief shouting to catch a thief act at Ryuzanku wouldn't last long. Once Qiandajuan realized he was cornered, he would definitely retaliate. Now was the time to hurry. Lu Jingyao grabbed the raincoat draped over the back of a chair and strode out of the office. 1 hour later, at the edge of the French concession. In an abandoned silk factory warehouse, rainwater dripped down from the broken tiles. 50 strong men stood in 5 neat rows resembling an impenetrable iron wall. They wore tattered and faded gray military uniforms, some even lacking a complete pair of straw sandals. Yet the mixed aura of earth and blood radiating from this group could terrify an ordinary person. Zhao Taidan stood bare-armed at the front, the whip scars on his back whitened by the rain. Creak. The rusty iron door was pushed open and Lu Jingyao walked in, exuding a chilling aura. Commander. 50 veterans saluted in unison, their boots thudding on the waterlogged concrete floor, deafening. Lu Jingyao said nothing and walked straight to a pile of green military crates stacked like a small mountain. He grabbed a crowbar beside him and smashed it down hard at the gap of the top wooden crate. Creak. Accompanied by the jarring sound of splintering, with several rusty nails were forcibly pulled out. A strong, pungent smell of gun oil instantly spread through the damp air. Zhao Tiadan, standing closest, suddenly twitched his nose twice, his eyes widening. Lu Jingyao ripped open the thick waterproof oil paper. Under the dim light, a whole row of brand-new American Thompson submachine guns lay quietly in moisture-proof sawdust. The gun body with its blued finish gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the solid wood stocks were polished to a smooth finish. Next to them, a neatly arranged row of bright yellow brass bullets awaited. Gulpy. In the spacious warehouse, a synchronized sound of swallowing echoed. These veterans who had crawled out from piles of corpses now looked like starving men who had spotted an unparalleled beauty, their eyes almost popping out. What kind of junk had they used before? The rifling, worn-down Hanyang rifles with a terrifyingly high jam rate required a kick to the bolt after firing just 2 shots. Even when it came to bayonet fighting, they had to use wire to tie the bayonets tightly to the barrels, fearing they would get stuck in the enemy's chest. But now what lay before them was the legendary Chicago typewriter that could turn a person into a sieve. Kidon, what are you dawdling for? Don't you recognize this iron lump? Lu Jingyao casually picked up a Thompson and tossed it over. Zhao Taidan fumbled to catch it, his careful demeanor softer than cradling a newborn child. His rough hands stroked the cold barrel, trembling slightly. Commander, is this really for us? Zhao Taidan's Adam's apple bobbed as he asked a redundant question in a hoarse voice. That's obvious. Lu Jingyao kicked aside a few small wooden crates. Inside were neatly stacked 2 Malawian Quachas fragmentation grenades resembling deadly green pineapples. This is just an appetizer. The 2 crates behind contained Browning heavy machine guns along with 50,000 rounds of ammunition. A wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. Some even pinched their thighs hard, fearing this was a dream that would vanish upon waking. Lu Jingyao brushed off the sawdust from his hands, turned around, and swept his gaze over the 50 weather-beaten faces. In the past, you fought with scrap metal on the front lines for those corrupt officials who drink soldiers' blood. His voice echoed in the warehouse, not loud, but each word struck deeply in the hearts of the veterans. And what happened? Brothers died without compensation, and the ones who survived were treated as scapegoats to be executed. Zhao Taidan clenched the grip of his gun, his teeth grinding audibly, while many veterans lowered their heads in sorrow. But from today on, times have changed. Lu Jingyao unbuttoned his raincoat, hands resting on the weapon belt at his waist, his eyes radiating an ambition that seemed to swallow the heavens and the earth. I won't bore you with some nonsense about loyal patriotism. That's just a trick to send fools to their deaths. I lead you for one thing. My brothers will live like human beings. He casually pulled out a gold bar from his pocket and tossed it onto the empty ammunition crate with a clear clink. We're heading to Xiangjiang. That place is rotten to the core, but it's filled with gold and cash. Whoever dares to block our way will turn them into meat paste with what we have. Once we get there, we'll feast on foreign steaks, drink the strongest liquor, and live in villas with gardens. Lu Jingyao pointed at the pile of arms, his voice suddenly rising, brimming with arrogant, killing intent. These iron lumps are our capital to establish order in Xiangjiang. Do you dare to follow me and risk your lives for immense wealth? The warehouse fell into a deathly silence. In the next second, Zhao Taidan suddenly knelt on one knee, raising his submachine gun high above his head. I am willing to die for Lord Lu. He didn't even call him commander anymore, directly addressing him as Lord Lu, fully committing his life to him. Willing to die for Lord Lu. 50 battle-hardened veterans knelt on one knee in unison like a gust of wind sweeping through a forest of steel. The roar nearly blew the roof off. The confusion and humiliation in their eyes vanished, replaced by the ferocity and fervor of starving wolves. Everyone stand up, change into your gear. Lu Jingyao waved his hand, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The scene instantly erupted. The veterans pounced on the enticing wooden boxes like a pack of hungry beasts. Their tattered gray military uniforms were ripped off and tossed carelessly onto the waterlogged ground. They donned fitted dark blue combat uniforms layered with American-style canvas tactical belts. Each carried a Thompson submachine gun with 4 spare magazines hanging from their chests and 4 grenades strapped to their waists. On the outer thigh, a leather holster held a glistening Colt M1911 pistol. In just a few short minutes, a ragtag group transformed into a devilish Terminator armed to the teeth. Click, click. A series of synchronized mechanical chambering sounds echoed in the empty factory. The 50 dark muzzles slightly lowered the crisp sounds of metal clashing intertwined, creating the deadliest symphony. The firepower density of these 50 men could easily shred a fully manned regular battalion in urban warfare at this time. Fear of insufficient firepower. That simply did not exist here. Zhao Taidan touched the heavy magazines on his chest and looked down at the heavy firepower in his hands. He grinned widely, his smile resembling that of a 3-year-old who just received a new toy. He skillfully made a tactical aiming gesture, the muzzle swiftly moving with his line of sight, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. It felt so damn smooth. Lord Lu, with this getup, forget about the thugs in Xiangjiang. Zhao Taidan patted his rock-hard chest, saliva flying everywhere. Even the British governor's office, my brothers, would dare to rush in and bring out that governor's chair for you. Just as Lu Jingyao was about to speak, the tightly shut iron door suddenly erupted with a thunderous bang. Bang! The door was violently kicked open from the outside. Deputy Zhang, who hadn't even had time to take off his raincoat, stumbled in. He was soaked through his face pale, and even his military cap was lost. Upon raising his head, he saw 50 wolves-like men holding submachine guns in the warehouse, and Zhang Lei was visibly stunned. But he quickly reacted. Almost in a sobbing tone, he rushed to Lu Jingyao. Commander, Qian Dajuan knows he has been framed. Desperate, he sent 300 dead men to block our cargo ships at the dock. Captain, Qian Dajuan knows he has been framed, and in a desperate move has sent 300 death soldiers to block our cargo ship at the dock. Zhang Lei's voice sliced through the air, reverberating in the empty warehouse. The veteran soldiers who had been eagerly caressing their new guns instantly halted their actions. Dozens of eyes filled with murderous intent fixed their gaze on Lu Jingyao, standing in the center. Lu Jingyao's face showed no hint of surprise. He leisurely adjusted his military cap, casually picked up a fully loaded Thompson submachine gun, and tossed it into the back seat of the Jeep. What are you panicking about? If the sky falls, we can use it as a blanket. He patted Zhang Lei's shoulder and strode outside. 300 death soldiers armed with fire sticks are just perfect for blessing the brothers' new guns. Lu Jingyao glanced back at Zhao Taidan. Tian, you take the convoy on the main road and drive straight through. I'll change into plain clothes and take a shortcut to scout their hidden sentries. The group split into two. 15 minutes later, the rain had diminished to a fine drizzle. Lu Jingyao donned an inconspicuous black trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat, making his way through the labyrinthine alleys of the French concession. After traversing this narrow lane, he reached the back alley of the bailman. 2 more streets ahead lay the secret gambling den. The depths of the alley were dark and dimly lit, with only the neon sign of the bailman casting a mottled reflection in the puddle. Lu Jingyao pulled out a pure silver lighter and lowered his head to light a Cuban cigar. At the moment the flame ignited, a woman's scream and struggle suddenly echoed from ahead. Let go of me. You guys let go. My father owes gambling debts. Oh, why should I be collateral? The voice was clear and melodious, laced with the charm of the Jiangnan water towns, yet it was filled with despair. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke and looked up. A black Ford sedan was parked deep in the alley, still running, with its exhaust pipe belching white smoke. 4 burly men dressed in short black jackets with green dragon tattoos on their arms were forcefully dragging a young woman toward the car. The woman wore a simple, elegant light blue cheapao, its hem dragging in the muddy water. She clung desperately to the car door frame, her fair hands marked with deep welts. Damn whore, how dare you show your face? The leader with a scarred face cursed and slapped the woman across the face. Her delicate cheek instantly bore the imprint of 5 fingers, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she fell into the mud. Your deadbeat father lost a total of 3,000 silver dollars in our Qing gang's territory. The scarred man pulled out a tattered paper with a red handprint and waved it in front of the woman. Black and white on paper, debts are paid by the daughter. Tonight we'll send you to Boss Zhang's mansion, and this debt will be settled. The woman was none other than Gu Haitong, a well-known kung fu performer in Shanghai. She collapsed in the puddle, tears mingling with the rain as she shook her head in despair. If she fell into the hands of those gangsters, her life would be utterly ruined. The sound of footsteps splashing through the puddles echoed in the alley at a leisurely pace. Lu Jingyao had one hand in his trench coat pocket, the cigar firmly clenched in his teeth, walking straight ahead without even glancing at them. He didn't want to get involved in others' affairs. He needed to get to the dock to attend to business. But someone was blocking his way. Stop. Are you blind? Can't you see the Qing gang is doing business here? A thug stationed at the alley entrance saw Lu Jingyao swaggering over and immediately stepped in to block his path. Seeing Lu Jingyao alone and with his hat pulled low, he assumed he was just some unlucky passerby. Get lost. Take one more step and I'll let you bleed. The thug shouted as he drew a shiny switchblade from his waistband. Lu Jingyao stopped in his tracks. He slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes coldly locking onto the thug opposite him. Step aside. He uttered 2 words, his voice low, yet imbued with chilling intent. The thug felt as if he were being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast, a sudden chill running down his spine. But relying on sheer numbers, he steeled himself, gripping the knife tightly and lunging toward Lu Jingyao's shoulder. seeking death. The blade glimmered, poised to draw blood. Gu Haiteng shut her eyes in fright, letting out a scream. However, the anticipated cry of despair did not come. Lu Jingyao still firmly held the cigar in his mouth, not retreating an inch. He merely tilted his body slightly to evade the blade, his right hand shooting out like lightning. His thumb and index finger precisely locked onto the thug's wrist holding the knife. Without an ounce of unnecessary movement, he forcefully twisted the wrist outward. Crack! The sound of bones breaking in the dark alley resembled the snap of a dry twig. Oh! The thug let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the switchblade falling into the puddle. His right hand twisted at a grotesque angle, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. Lu Jingyao didn't even lower his head, lifting his leather shoe to kick the thug in the chest. The thug flew back like a broken sack, crashing into the brick wall and losing consciousness. After all this, not a speck of ash fell from the cigar held in Lu Jingyao's mouth. The scarred man and the other burly men were left dumbfounded. They were also cutthroat thugs, but they had never witnessed such clean, swift, and incapacitating killing techniques in their lives. Get him! Surround him! The scarred man swallowed hard, abandoning Gu Haiteng as he and the remaining two pulled out iron rods and closed in. Lu Jingyao pinched the cigar between his lips and flicked off the ash. 3,000 silver dollars, huh? He fished out 2 heavy gold bars from the inner pocket of his trench coat. With a clink, he tossed the gold bars carelessly into the muddy water at the scarred man's feet. Take the money, leave the contract, and scram. Lu Jingyao brushed off his sleeves, his tone as calm as if he were buying a cabbage at the market. The scarred man stared at the 2 gleaming gold bars in the puddle, his eyes nearly popping out. A person who could casually take out gold bars and possessed such terrifying skills was definitely not someone they as street thugs could afford to provoke. In these times, having money and guns made one a true king. This sir understands the rules. The scarred man, recognizing the situation, quickly picked up the gold bars, wiped them on his clothes, and respectfully placed the contract on a nearby stone stool. We are blind to not recognize Mount Tai. We'll leave. We'll leave. The burly men dragged their incapacitated companion and scrambled into the ford, hastily fleeing the alley. The back alley fell silent once more, with only the faint sound of a gramophone drifting from the back window of the bailman. Gu Haiteng curled up on the ground, drenched in rain, trembling. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her, as if she were trapped in an absurd dream. Lu Jingyao walked over, picked up the contract from the stone stool, and glanced at the red handprint on it. Rip! He tore the contract, which could have cost Gu Haiteng half her life, into a pile of scrap paper, letting it fall into the puddle. Gu Haiteng lifted her head, staring blankly at this man. The black trench coat, the upright posture, and those eyes that shone brilliantly in the darkness. In this cannibalistic, chaotic world, he was like a god who played by his own rules, brutally severing the noose that had tightened around her neck. There was no lewdness nor any ulterior motives. After completing all this, Lu Jingyao placed the cigar back in his mouth, stepping over her and continuing forward. He was headed to the dock with no time to put on a tragic show of heroism. Gu Haiteng suddenly regained her senses, disregarding her muddy state, struggling to rise from the ground and clutching tightly to his leg. In this storm-battered Shanghai, as a weak woman, she had escaped the Qin gang today, but could not evade the Red gang tomorrow. This man before her was her only lifeline. Gu Haiteng clutched the torn contract pieces, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling yet resolute. Benefactor, whatever you want Haiteng to do, I will do. Lu Jingyao paused, allowing her to cling to his leg. Without looking back, his voice pierced through the thin veil of rain, striking at Gu Haiteng's heart. Take care of your voice. When we reach Xiangjiang, sing for me. Stepping out of the dark alley of the Palais de la Soirée, the fine rain tapped against Lu Jingyao's wide-brimmed hat. A deep green Jeep quietly slid to a stop at the roadside. The car door swung open and Zhao Taidan emerged like an iron tower, holding the still-cool Thompson in his hands. Master Lu, the brothers have already surrounded the cargo ship like an iron barrel. The pups of Qiandajuan are wandering outside. Lu Jingyao opened the car door and sat down in the passenger seat, shaking off the raindrops from his trench coat. Let them wander for now. Head to the Bund, to the Victoria Trading Company. Zhao Taidan was taken aback, his voice rough as he asked, The fire is burning on our brows. Why are you still going to the trading company? To retrieve our foothold in Xiangjiang. 20 minutes later at No. 3 Bund. The chairman's office on the top floor of the Victoria Trading Company was lavishly decorated. The heavy Persian carpet made no sound underfoot, and the air was scented with the finest Ceylon tea. The British businessman Smith was sunk into a velvet armchair, holding a gilded bone china teacup. He was a typical John Bull with blonde hair and blue eyes, a protruding belly, and an air of haughty arrogance in his gaze. General Lu visiting at this late hour, it seems the rumors are true. Smith did not rise, nor did he even indicate for Lu Jingyao to sit down. He took a sip of tea, his Chinese drawn out in a stiff manner. The wanted notices in Nanjing are flying everywhere. You are in a hurry to find an escape route, preparing to flee to Xiangjiang. Lu Jingyao was not polite, pulling out a chair for himself and sitting down across from the massive oak desk. Zhao Taidan stood like a guardian deity behind the boss chair, his fierce eyes fixed on the foreign devil. Stop wasting words. Ew, I want the land deeds for Kowloon Tong and mid-levels. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his chair, pulled out a cigar cutter from his pocket, and with a snap, cut off the end of the cigar. Make an offer. A glimmer of greed flashed in Smith's blue eyes as he set down his teacup, his fingers interlaced on his round belly. Those plots are the cream of the crop in Xiangjiang. Since General Lu is in urgent need of flat price, 500,000 pounds. Although Zhao Taidan did not understand foreign languages, he understood the number, 500,000, and his eyes instantly bulged. You must be joking. The market price is at most 50,000. You are robbing me. Smith glanced at Zhao Taidan with disdain, as if looking at a barking wild dog. This big-head soldier, this is the territory of the British Empire, not a place for you to run wild. He leaned forward, staring at Lu Jingyao, a cold smile of certainty on his face. General Lu in the concession, this is the price for Chinese people. If you don't buy, turn left upon exiting the door. But I guess the constabulary would be more than willing to hand you over to Commander Qiandajuan. This was a blatant extortion, kicking someone when they were down. Lu Jingyao did not get angry. Instead, he lowered his head and leisurely lit his cigar. Grayish-blue smoke rose between the two men. Mr. Smith, your appetite is too big for your stomach. Fluently, with a genuine Oxford accent, English flowed from Lu Jingyao's lips. Smith was stunned. This accent was more aristocratic than that of a native Londoner. Before he could react, Lu Jingyao's right hand had already slipped into the inner side of his trench coat. Smack! A brown craft paper envelope was slapped heavily onto the oak desk. A dozen black and white photographs slid out with inertia, scattering across a pile of English reports. Smith's gaze casually swept over them, but the next second his jowls jolted with shock. The photos depicted him at the 16 piers exchanging goods with several Japanese ruffians dressed in kimonos. The cargo boxes bore the insignia of the British Empire's navy, but inside were bundles of opium. You are slandering me. Smith leaped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Lu Jingyao's nose, shouting, "These photos are fabricated. I'm going to call the constabulary to arrest you." As he blustered, his right hand quietly groped towards the drawer of the desk. There hid a Colt revolver. Taidan. Lu Jingyao held the cigar between his lips without even raising an eyelid, merely calling out softly. Zhao Taidan had long been seething with anger. Upon hearing the call, he stepped forward, his large palm pressing down on the desk. The target was not Smith's hand, but a pure copper paperweight resting next to the photos. It was a solid brass lion weighing at least 2 pounds, usually used to hold down documents. Zhao Taidan's rough fingers gripped the copper lion tightly. The veins on his forearm bulged, muscles rippling like rocks, the joints crackling like popcorn. Creak. The painful crunch of twisting metal sounded particularly clear in the quiet office. Under Smith's terrified gaze, that hard copper lion was ruthlessly crushed into a distorted shape. The lion's head caved in, and the base twisted into a spiral. Bang! Zhao Taidan casually tossed the shapeless piece of scrap copper onto the desk, producing a dull thud. He grinned, showing a cruel smile directed at Smith. "Foreign devil, are your bones harder than this lump of copper?" Smith's hand, reaching for the drawer, recoiled as if electrocuted. His legs went weak, and he fell heavily back onto the velvet sofa. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, instantly soaking the expensive handmade shirt beneath. He had no doubt that the iron tower-like man could crush his neck as easily as one would a chicken. What do you want?" Smith stammered in Chinese, his teeth chattering, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Lu Jingyao picked up a land deed transfer document from the desk and pushed it in front of Smith, casually tossing him a Parker pen. "Kowloon Tong mid-levels plus 3 old piers at Victoria Bay. 5,000 pounds. Lu Jingyao exhaled a smoke ring, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Smith's eyes nearly bulged out. 5,000. That's 1/10 of the market price. You're not buying, you're robbing me outright." He howled desperately, his heart bleeding. Lu Jingyao flicked his cigar, leaning slightly forward, his oppressive gaze fixed on him. "Yes, I am robbing you. Sign it, and you can still take 5,000 pounds to London to buy a small villa for retirement." He pointed at the photos of smuggled opium on the desk. "If you don't sign, these negatives will be on the front page of the Shinbao tomorrow. A British merchant colluding with the enemy to sell opium. What do you think? Will they sentence you to hanging or exile?" Smith's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He glanced at the photos, then at the crumpled copper piece on the desk, trembling as he reached for the pen. The pen tip scratched out crooked letters on the transfer document, signing his name. Lu Jingyao pulled out several gold bars from his pocket and casually tossed them onto the desk. "This is the deposit. The remaining money should be transferred to my account." He picked up the several priceless land deeds, carefully dried the ink on them, folded them neatly, and tucked them into the inner pocket of his trench coat. With these, he would not be a blind flow upon arriving in Xiangjiang, but a legitimate landlord. The last piece of the asset transfer puzzle was finally complete. "Let's go meet with Commander Qiandajuan's death warriors at the pier." Lu Jingyao stood up, straightened his collar, and turned to walk towards the door. Smith slumped in his chair like a fish drained of water, gasping heavily. Click! Just as Lu Jingyao's hand touched the doorknob, he suddenly stopped. He did not turn around, but slightly tilted his head. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Smith. Oh, by the way, lower your head. Smith was taken aback, not yet grasping the meaning of this sentence. Bang! A dull gunshot shattered the tranquility of the rainy night. A large caliber sniper bullet instantly shattered the massive floor-to-ceiling glass window behind Smith. Bang! The roar of a large caliber sniper rifle shattered the rainy night in Shanghai's Bund. The floor-to-ceiling windows of Victoria Trading Company exploded into a fine dust. Glass shards mixed with cold rain crazily flooded into the luxurious office. Smith screamed in terror like a butcher curling up and diving under the desk. Lu Jingyao didn't even blink. He stood firmly and placed the hem of his trench coat flapping wildly in the wind. The ember of his Cuban cigar flickered in the darkness. He didn't dodge, for he knew the shot had missed its mark by a full half-foot. This was not a mistake, but a warning. Lu Jingyao slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the scattered glass, locking onto the building across the street. That was an abandoned clock tower beside the customs building. The dark tower's peak resembled a one-eyed giant lurking in the rainy night. There's an assassin, Zhao Taidan shouted, raising his Thompson submachine gun to stick the barrel out the window. Put it away. Lu Jingyao raised his hand to suppress the back of his gun. You keep an eye on the land deed and that foreign devil. The one across is here for me. Lu Jingyao extinguished the cigar stub on the windowsill and strode out of the office. Crossing the waterlogged street, Lu Jingyao walked alone into the lower level of the abandoned clock tower. The air was thick with the smell of moldy wood and pigeon droppings. The wooden staircase leading to the tower's peak was in disrepair, creaking underfoot with an uncomfortably grating sound. Lu Jingyao didn't intentionally lighten his steps. His military boots thudded against the wooden boards, one step, two steps. This was a confident psychological pressure. You should have guessed it earlier, the trap at Wizanku had too many flaws. Lu Jingyao spoke calmly as he ascended. His voice echoed in the empty tower. A fool like Qian Dajuan, even if he wanted to rob a munitions factory, could never do it without firing a shot. From the shadows at the tower's peak came a cold grunt of metal clashing. That was the sound of a bullet being ejected from the chamber. Thus I am the fool. Shen Fei's voice emerged from behind a massive rusty bronze bell laced with biting coldness. I am like a blindfolded dog led into the third defense zone by you. And I foolishly went to send a telegram to Boss Dai claiming I had caught a big rat. Lu Jingyao stepped onto the last stair, standing on the empty platform at the tower's peak. Wind whistled through the four openings, rain splashing inside. Shen Fei slowly stepped out of the shadows wearing a black raincoat, holding a Browning high-power pistol upside down. I am here to enforce family law. Shen Fei's gaze was fixed firmly on Lu Jingyao. Boss Dai has ordered that it's better to mistakenly kill than to let go. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, you will not walk out of this clock tower today. Lu Jingyao smiled. He leisurely unbuttoned two buttons of his trench coat, revealing a dark shirt underneath. Shen Fei, the fastest gunman in the Military Intelligence Bureau, draws in just 0.6 seconds. Lu Jingyao let his hands hang naturally, seemingly unguarded. But in my eyes, all your movements are superfluous. Shen Fei's pupils suddenly contracted, the dignity of a top assassin painfully pricked. You speak too boldly. Before his words fell, Shen Fei moved. His right hand became a blur, the originally upside-down gun handle flipping in an instant, the gun's muzzle aimed directly at Lu Jingyao's forehead. It was too fast, so fast that even the raindrops seemed to be cut by this strike. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a blinding white light suddenly exploded before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jingyao had a pure silver windproof lighter in his left hand. He flicked it with his thumb, and the lid popped open. The pure silver surface perfectly captured the residual light of the lightning outside the window, directly reflecting into Shen Fei's eyes. When a person encounters bright light, the pupils instinctively constrict, and the optic nerve experiences a momentary blindness of 0.1 seconds. This is a minor physiological reaction in everyday life, but in a duel between top experts, it is the chasm between life and death. Shen Fei's shooting rhythm was disrupted. Bang! The bullet grazed past Lu Jingyao's ear, shattering the wooden pillar behind him. Not hitting his target, Shen Fei showed no signs of panic. Using the recoil from the shot, he lunged forward, drawing a tactical combat knife from his lower back with his left hand. The gunfight instantly transformed into close combat. Shen Fei's knife techniques were ruthless and cunning, targeting Lu Jingyao's throat and carotid artery. With every move, this was pure killing skill. The blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Any National Revolutionary Army commander in this situation would have already been eviscerated. But what had Lu Jingyao learned in his past life? It was the special CQC close quarters combat that had been honed through countless modern warfare experiences, stripped of all unnecessary flourishes. It wasn't about styles, it was about physiological limits and power structure. Facing the stabbing military knife, Lu Jingyao advanced, instead of retreating, cutting into Shen Fei's inner blind spot. The first move, a block and wrist control. Lu Jingyao's left arm struck like an iron rod, accurately hitting the inner side of Shen Fei's wrist holding the knife. With a muffled grunt, Shen Fei's knife tip was forcibly deflected. The second move disrupting the center of gravity. Lu Jinjiao's right leg swept low, crashing down like a battle axe onto Shun Fei's knee nerve bundle. Shun Fei had never encountered such a method that defied martial arts conventions. Half of his leg went numb instantly, and his body uncontrollably fell forward. The third moved the deadly chokehold. Lu Jingyao leveraged Shun Fei's forward momentum, his right hand striking like a venomous snake, grabbing Shun Fei's wrist, holding the gun, and twisting it backward. Crack! Shun Fei winced in pain, the pistol slipping from his grasp. Before he could react, Lu Jingyao had caught the gun midair and thrust it forward. The cold metal barrel brutally shattered half of Shun Fei's front tooth, forcefully thrust into his mouth. The taste of rust and blood exploded in his oral cavity. Shun Fei was pressed hard against the rusty bronze bell, the back of his head striking with a muffled thud. In just 3 exchanges, the top assassin of the Military Intelligence Bureau was utterly defeated. The rain outside poured even harder, lightning illuminating the intertwined figures of the two men. Shun Fei's eyes widened, staring intently at Lu Jingyao, who was so close. The speed and killing techniques he had prided himself on felt laughable before this man, like a 3-year-old child swinging a stick. Faith collapsed entirely at this moment. Shun Fei felt the gun barrel pressed deep against his throat. His Adam's apple struggled to move. He had lost. He closed his eyes, no longer struggling, calmly awaiting the moment the trigger would be pulled. In this cannibalistic, chaotic world, being outmatched and dying at the hands of a stronger opponent was not unjust. Time ticked away second by second. The expected gunshot did not sound. The foreign object in his mouth suddenly vanished and the tight pressure dissipated. Shun Fei opened his eyes in astonishment. Lu Jingyao had stepped back half a pace, casually removing the magazine from the Browning pistol. Clink, clink. A few yellow bullets were carelessly dropped onto the waterlogged wooden planks, splashing up a circle of murky water. Your killing intent is too strong. Your brain isn't sufficient. With your fighting style, you want live past 30. Lu Jingyao turned and walked toward the stairwell, his tone as indifferent as critiquing a boring play. Shun Fei leaned against the bronze bell, gasping heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't understand why this man had not killed him. What do you mean? Shun Fei gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Lu Jingyao paused, pulling out a brand new Colt M1911 pistol from the pocket of his trench coat. This was high-quality American military equipment, just moved from the munitions factory, the barrel still exuding the fragrant scent of maintenance oil. He flicked his wrist. With a loud slap, the heavy pistol landed accurately in the puddle at Shun Fei's feet, splashing a circle of murky water. Lu Jingyao tilted his head slightly, his profile illuminated by the lightning, exuding a heroically proud aura. Dai Chunfeng can only make you a rat for life. Oh, follow me, and I will make you the king in the night of Xiangjiang. Lu Jingyao descended the creaking wooden stairs of the clock tower. His leather shoes splashed in the muddy water, sending droplets flying. Even after the life-and-death struggle moments ago, the pomade in his slicked-back hair remained undisturbed. He walked to a secluded patch of reeds by the riverside. The night was pitch black, and a dim yellow lantern swayed gently on the water's surface. A private boat with a black canopy awaited there. This was a secret route arranged in advance by his aide to avoid the scrutiny of the concession patrols. Benefactor. A timid voice came from beneath the rain awning. Gu Haitang huddled in the corner of the cabin, resembling a scared rabbit. Her moon-white qipao was already soaked through, clinging tightly to her body, causing her lips to turn purple with cold. Lu Jingyao stepped forward with long strides, confidently boarding the boat. The vessel swayed slightly, and the boatman, an old man in a straw hat, deftly untied the ropes. Master Lu, take a seat firmly. The old man lowered his voice, pushing the bamboo pole toward the shore, and the small boat silently glided into the Huangpu River. The river's surface was shrouded in mist. In the distance, the neon lights of the bund were blurred by the rain, resembling the chaotic colors of this bizarre era. Lu Jingyao bent down and slipped into the black canopy, taking a seat on the wooden board opposite Gu Haitang. He did not rush to speak, but instead pulled out a pure silver lighter from his pocket. Click! The flame flickered to life, illuminating his sharply defined face. Lu Jingyao lit a cigar, taking a deep puff as the bluish smoke spread in the cramped cabin. Gu Haitang nervously clutched the hem of her qipao, afraid to make a sound. She secretly observed the man before her. Moments ago in the alley behind the Palais de Danse, he had been decisive and regarded human life as trivial. Yet now, sitting quietly, he exuded a calmness characteristic of a wealthy young master. This extreme contrast caused Gu Haitang's heart, which had long been numbed in the pleasure quarters, to involuntarily race. Cold. Lu Jingyao exhaled smoke rings and suddenly spoke. He noticed Gu Haitang's shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The night wind on the river mixed with rain indeed pierced to the bone. Gu Haitang lowered her head in panic, her voice barely a whisper. No, not cold. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud sneeze betrayed her. She was so embarrassed that she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide, and her cheeks instantly flushed to the roots of her ears. Lu Jingyao chuckled lightly. He bit down on the cigar, standing up and decisively removing his black waterproof coat. The oversized coat carrying the warmth of the man was unceremoniously draped over Gu Haitang's shoulders. A strong scent of gunpowder mingled with a faint trace of blood wrapped around her instantly. It was not a pleasant smell, yet it gave Gu Haitang an unprecedented sense of security. Put it on. Take care of your throat, it will come in handy when we reach Xiangjiang. Lu Jingyao sat back down now, wearing only a thin dark shirt. The shirt was drenched by the rain, subtly revealing the firm contours of his muscles underneath. Gu Haitang tightly grasped the collar of the coat, her eyes reddening again. Master Lu, aren't you afraid I will drag you down? She bit her lip, gathering courage to lift her head. I am an actress, a dead and targeted by the Qin gang. What do you gain by taking me away? In this devouring Shanghai, there was never any goodwill without reason. There were only transactions with marked prices and calculations that drained one to the bone. Lu Jingyao leaned against the wooden wall of the cabin, gazing at the rippling water's surface. I see potential in you to make money. He turned his head, looking at Gu Haitang's plain, yet still stunning face. What's wrong with being an actress? As long as you sing well, you can still be a lady in Xiangjiang. I don't care what grievances you've suffered in Shanghai, or who you owe debts to. On my turf you belong to Xingyao. Lu Jinjiao's tone was as calm as if he were stating everyday matters. Yet to Gu Haitang's ears it sounded like thunder out of a clear sky. In her life, she had heard countless sweet nothings from powerful figures and filthy insults from lowly ones. However, she had never heard such a firm and somewhat domineering promise. Tears could no longer be held back, streaming down like a broken string. She nodded vigorously, wrapping the oversized coat a little tighter around herself. Haitang remembers. This life of Haitang's will belong to Master Lu from now on. The cabin fell silent, with only the sound of the river lapping against the boat. The fine rain drizzled on the black canopy, making a rustling sound. This was perhaps the most peaceful moment Lu Jingyao had experienced since crossing over. There were no plots, no gunfights, no merciless warlords and spies. He closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping along the rhythm of the water on his thigh. Gu Haitang looked at his slightly tired brow and felt a surge of inexplicable tenderness. She wanted to do something to soothe the fierce energy between his brows. So she cleared her throat and gently parted her crimson lips. A melodic kunku tune sung in soft Wu dialect floated out into the drizzling night. Once the blossoms bloom everywhere, all such beauty is left to broken wells and decaying walls. Her voice was hauntingly beautiful, infused with the unique warmth of the Jiangnan water towns. There was no accompaniment from a huqin, only the river wind and night rain as the backdrop. Gu Haitang sang with utmost affection, transforming the poignant longing from the peony pavilion into a gentle caress. Lu Jingyao did not open his eyes, his fingers tapping on his thigh paused slightly before resuming their rhythm. He did not understand kunku, but the melody was indeed pleasing. Like a soft brush, it gradually smoothed out the taut strings of his nerves. In his past life, amidst the hail of bullets, he had no leisure to indulge in such melodious tunes. As the song concluded, Gu Haitang fell silent, carefully observing Lu Jinjiao's reaction. Seeing that he did not lose his temper, her courage grew a little. The boat swayed gently with the current as she subtly shifted her position, inching closer. The hem of the coat finally brushed against Lu Jinjiao's pant leg. Gu Haitang dared not move any further. She gently leaned her head against the wooden post of the canopy, her gaze glued to Lu Jinjiao's profile, unable to pull away. This domineering and unreasonable man was like a lightning bolt that forcefully sliced through her dark life. The river wind was cool. Lu Jingyao opened his eyes, and his gaze collided perfectly with Gu Haitang's watery peach blossom eyes. In those eyes were admiration, reliance, and a hint of unmasked affection intertwining together. This woman had completely succumbed. Lu Jingyao did not shy away, openly meeting her gaze. He raised his hand and gently tucked a wet strand of hair from her cheek behind her ear. A cool sensation traveled through his fingertips. Gu Haitang shivered all over as if electrocuted. She boldly leaned her head closer, following the movement of Lu Jinjiao's hand. There was no resistance. Gu Haitang's profile firmly pressed against Lu Jinjiao's broad shoulder. Through the thin shirt, she could distinctly feel the powerful beating of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat struck at her heart, bringing immense comfort. Gu Haitang closed her eyes, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of tobacco on the coat. If this river had no end, if this boat could sail on forever, how wonderful that would be. However, tranquility in troubled times is always as fleeting as a joke. The small boat drifted downstream, preparing to navigate around a wide river bend. Once they passed the upcoming waters, they would reach the secret harbor of the ocean freighters. Suddenly, the pocket watch in Lu Jinjiao's possession emitted a crisp ticking sound. Time was running out. Zhao Taidan and the others were taking the land route, and by now they should have engaged in a firefight with Qian Daijin's death warriors. At that moment, the originally stable small boat suddenly shook violently. It felt as if it had collided with an invisible reef. Gu Haitang gasped, instinctively clutching Lu Jinjiao's arm tightly. Lu Jingyao swiftly gripped the boat's edge, steadying himself, his gaze instantly sharp. This was definitely not a storm, something was off with the current beneath the water. A sudden splashing sound came from the bow, followed by a chaotic flurry of footsteps and shouts. The boatman, who had been leisurely pushing the pole, now did not even care to retrieve his straw hat. He tumbled into the canopy, his face ashen, trembling like a sieve. His emaciated finger pointed at the dark waters outside the canopy, his voice turning shrill. Master Lu, the waterway ahead is blocked. It's full of Qian Daijin's soldiers. Master Lu, the waterway ahead is blocked, all filled with Qian Daijin's soldiers. The boat captain shouted, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the deck. On the river, 3 or 4 glaring beams of searchlights suddenly swept over, tearing through the curtain of rain. 200 meters ahead, several thick iron chains spanned across the river. On the shore, several military motorboats roared, ready to pounce like a pack of wolves at any moment. What are you panicking about? Lu Jingyao stood up, casually straightening the hem of his shirt blown askew by the river wind. He pulled the smoky windbreaker tighter around Gu Haitang. Stay in the cabin and don't come out. Close your eyes and count to 100. Gu Haitang bit her pale lips tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she made no sound, obediently burying her head into her knees. Lu Jingyao lifted the rainproof canopy and strode to the bow of the boat. The river wind howled, and the rain fell unimpeded against his sharply defined face. He glanced at the captain, who was a ramshackle mess, and abruptly kicked up a bamboo pole from the deck. He shoved it into the old man's withered hands. Paddle the boat, steer towards the shore. Lu Jingyao pointed at the distant ocean freighter filled with their supplies. Go to that berth. The captain trembled like a quail in the autumn wind, his teeth chattering. Lu, master, that's gunfire. Getting closer is just sending ourselves to death. If you don't paddle, I'll throw you into the river to feed the turtles right now. Lu Jingyou's tone was flat, without a hint of fluctuation, yet it was colder than the river water. The captain glanced at the swaggering patrol boats on the river and then looked into Lu Jingyao's eyes. With gritted teeth, he tightened his grip on the bamboo pole and, eyes closed, desperately pushed it down towards the riverbed. The small boat broke through the water's surface, braving the searchlight's glare, and stubbornly made its way to the 16 Piers cargo terminal. At the terminal, a dense crowd of blackheads swarmed. Over 300 ragged soldiers in gray uniforms surrounded the gangplank leading onto the ship. Bayonets stood like a forest. A uniform array of Hanyang rifles and Zhongjing rifles, their dark muzzles, all pointed at the lone small boat on the river. Behind these men, Lu Jingyou's massive freighter was docked. The deck of the freighter was piled high with wooden crates filled with American equipment just moved from the arms factory. People on the ship, listen. Surrender immediately or face execution without mercy. On the shore, a brutish nationalist army commander raised a tin loudspeaker, roaring with a raspy voice. This man was named Zhang Biao, the #1 mad dog raised by Qian Dajuan. Qian Daijin's dealings with the Japanese had been exposed, and a maritime capture warrant had already been issued from Nanjing. Before fleeing, he had given orders that Lu Jingyou's cargo must be intercepted entirely as funds. A dull thud echoed. The small boat crashed heavily against the terminal's breakwater, coming to a halt. Over 300 rifles cocked in unison. The clattering of metal rang out, a murderous aura filling the air, sending chills down people's spines. Zhang Biao tossed aside the tin loudspeaker, drew his sidearm, and strode to the end of the gangplank. Lu Jingyao, you dog, aren't you very arrogant? Zhang Biao sneered from across the water, his voice dripping with disdain. Splashing liquor on Qian Dajuan at the Palais de Danse, yet you dare to frame and slander. Today this 16 Piers terminal will be your grave. Lu Jingyao stood at the slightly swaying bow, hands clasped behind his back. He didn't even look at Zhang Biao, his gaze sweeping instead over the ragged soldiers holding guns. They were tattered, emaciated, hardly anyone had a complete pair of rubber shoes. The rifles they held were so worn that some had their rifling smoothed out. This group of bottom-tier soldiers, pushed out as cannon fodder, had no idea what they were about to face. Is this all the men you brought? Lu Jingyao finally spoke. His voice was low but laced with deep disappointment. Zhang Biao was taken aback, then instantly erupted with rage. Even at death's door, this brat is still acting tough. Stubborn as a dead duck. Do you think your little special forces can turn the tide? Zhang Biao spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. I've already sent people to blow up the stone bridge at the land route. Your convoy can't possibly come through. He grew more pleased with himself, a greedy glint shining in his beady eyes. Right now you're just a bare commander. What do you have to compete with my 300 brothers? Zhang Biao pointed at the massive freighter behind him, his face jiggling with laughter. All this cargo of gold bars and American goods now belongs to Commander Qian. He paused, his gaze lewdly sweeping towards the canopy of the boat. I also heard that you're hiding a stunning actress in your cabinet. Zhang Biao rubbed his hands together, saying, after I turn you into a sieve, that little lady will be perfect for my brothers to enjoy. The surrounding nationalist soldiers erupted into raucous laughter. Many had already begun to whistle lewdly. Gu Haitang, hiding in the cabin, heard it all clearly. She clutched the windbreaker tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, paralyzed with fear to the point of holding her breath. Yet Lu Jingyao, standing at the bow, remained unmoved. How could a lion be angered by the barking of wild dogs? He merely found Qian Dajuan, this warlord, utterly hopelessly foolish. Blown up the bridge. The corners of Lu Jingjiao's mouth curled up into a mocking arc. Does Qiandajuan not even have a complete military map? That broken stone bridge, does it even qualify to stop my heavy truck? He slowly reached into his shirt pocket. The nationalist soldiers on the shore were startled. Thinking he was about to pull out some secret weapon, dozens instinctively took a half step back. However, Lu Jingyao only pulled out a thick Cuban cigar. A pure silver lighter clicked open. The bright yellow flame danced defiantly in the river wind. Lu Jingyao lowered his head, leisurely lighting the cigar from the flame. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled gray smoke rings that floated slowly into the air. One person facing over 300 guns. Not only did he not surrender, but he leisurely began smoking a cigar at the bow of the boat. This scene was the epitome of arrogance pressing down on the opposing side to the extreme. Zhang Biao felt like a complete clown being ignored. A wave of rage surged to his head, burning away the last remnants of his sanity. Stop pretending. I'll send you to your grave right now. Zhang Biao abruptly raised his sidearm, his thumb flicking off the safety. The dark muzzle locked firmly onto Lu Jingjiao's chest. All units. Fix bayonets. Prepare to fire. 300 soldiers simultaneously leveled their rifles, fingers resting on the rusty triggers. The atmosphere was taut to the limit. Just a single spark could turn the entire 16-piers terminal into a hell on earth. Lu Jingyao casually flicked the ash off his cigar. He pulled a black American-made walkie-talkie from his waist and pressed the talk button. Zhang Biao lost his patience and roared. If you don't surrender, we'll open fire. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of thick smoke, his cold gaze fixed on Zhang Biao on the shore. He spoke into the walkie-talkie, his tone icy as he issued the final command. Iron courage, let them hear the sound of American industry. Fire. Turn him into a beehive. Zhang Biao's face was twisted with rage as he shouted hoarsely, his finger firmly pressed against the trigger. Before the flesh on his face could fully contort, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from behind him. It's time to eat. Show these greenhorns no mercy. This was Zhao Taidan's voice. Immediately, in the unloading area of the dock, several stacks of heavy waterproof tarpaulins covering cargo boxes were kicked away from the inside. Raindrops splattered everywhere and the dark muzzles of the guns emerged like the eyes of death, pointing from all directions. A full 50 Special Forces veterans had already taken advantage of the night and rain to stealthily approach the backs of these remnants. Da-da-da-da-da. Before the remnants of the National Army could react, the dense gunfire instantly tore through the night sky. 50 American Thompson submachine guns roared in unison. The muzzles spat out half-foot-long tongues of orange flames, weaving a tightly knit web of death over the dimly lit dock. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. The first row of soldiers holding old rifles didn't even have time to scream before their chests erupted in sprays of blood. They collapsed into the mud like broken sacks. As Zhang Biao raised his pistol halfway, a stray bullet grazed his scalp, and his military cap flew into the river. Terrified, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, clutching his head tightly. Return fire. For heaven's sake, return fire. He lay in the puddle, screaming hysterically. Nearby, several veterans gritted their teeth, pulling the rusty bolts, preparing to aim. With a dull kaba sound. Due to being soaked by the rain and poor maintenance, the old Hanyang rifle jammed. The soldier was in a panic, sweating profusely as he desperately kicked the bolt. Squad leader. The gun won't fire. These bastards are using automatic rifles. We can't even lift our heads. Just as the remnants cried out in despair, heavy firepower from the high ground opened fire. On the two abandoned gantry cranes at the dock, 2 Browning heavy machine guns emitted a dull roar. Dong 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 dong. Large caliber bullets with terrifying kinetic energy rained down from above, forming a deadly crossfire. Wooden boxes and metal oil drums were as flimsy as paper in front of the heavy machine guns. The remnants hiding behind the cover were instantly shredded, along with the box's limbs and blood mixing with the mud. Zhao Taidan stood bare-chested, letting the cold rain wash over his numerous scars. He held his submachine gun, firing wildly, and charged forward. The spent casings littered the ground, producing a crisp metallic sound underfoot. Refreshing. So damn refreshing. Zhao Taidan laughed heartily, emptied a magazine, and swiftly slapped a new one into the chamber. 50 Special Forces veterans advanced in tight tactical formation, closing in step by step. They made no noise, only the cold sound of magazine changes and continuous fire suppression. These men who crawled out from the heaps of corpses finally understood what true firepower coverage meant today. Armed with top-tier weapons, they were fighting a bunch of beggar soldiers who could barely feed themselves. This was truly a dimensional strike. Run. We can't fight this. They are not guards, they are regular troops. The remnants' psychological defenses completely collapsed. Someone shouted first, and the rest threw away their broken guns, crawling and scrambling towards the concession area. Zhang Biao watched his defeated subordinates, his eyes blazing with anger. He knew that if he failed to complete the mission today, Qiandajuan would definitely have his skin stripped off. Where's the combat supervision team? Whoever dares to run, shoot them. Zhang Biao shouted madly, only to find that the combat supervision team had long fled without a trace. He crushed a yellowed tooth, suddenly pulling out 2 wooden-handled grenades from his waist. Pulling the pins, Zhang Biao stood up, abruptly preparing to charge towards the cargo ship docked at the shore. Even if I die, I will sink your cargo. He had just taken a couple of steps when a green oval object arced through the air. The object landed precisely in the puddle beside him, splashing mud everywhere. It was in 2 Malawian kwacha's fragmentation grenade. Zhang Biao glanced down, and his pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpoints. Boom. A blinding fireball shot up into the sky. Mud and debris were hurled into the air by the massive shockwave. Zhang Biao left no complete last words, instantly reduced to a pile of debris. The 2 grenades in his hand also detonated, blasting a large crater in the center of the dock. After the explosion, the gunfire gradually thinned out. From start to finish, it took less than 10 minutes. More than 300 fierce remnants of the National Army had lost over half their numbers. The rest knelt in the mud, hands on their heads, trembling in fear, not daring to make a sound. The entire 16 piles dock was silent save for the sound of rain and faint wails. 50 Special Forces veterans stood guard, coldly scanning their surroundings, with smoke still wafting from their gun barrels. Corpses lay sprawled in the puddles, blood staining half the river. No one dared to step forward and obstruct them. On a small boat, Gu Haitang covered her ears, hiding under the awning, trembling all over. The screams and explosions outside made her feel as if she were in the depths of hell. Lu Jingyao still stood at the bow of the ship, the Cuban cigar in his mouth, barely smoked a third down. The ash was perfectly intact, not falling a bit. He removed the cigar and exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Leave a few people to clean up the battlefield. The rest board the ship. Lu Jingyao stepped over the plank, firmly planting his feet on the blue stone slabs of the dock. Amidst the debris and blood on the ground, he didn't even raise an eyelid. Zhao Taidan rushed over his face, smeared with the blood of an unknown person. Master Lu, everything is taken care of. The cargo on the ship is intact, and my brothers didn't even scratch the oilskin. Lu Jingyao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group of kneeling captives. He casually tossed the half-smoked cigar into the water, producing a soft hiss sound. Tell them this batch of goods belongs to Lu. Go back and tell Qiandajuan to clean his neck and wait for death. The captives, frightened, desperately kowtowed, their foreheads banging against the blue stone slabs with loud thuds. Lu Jingyao turned around, no longer paying attention to these cowardly minions. This massacre not only preserved all assets, but also solidified his military deterrence in the dark of Shanghai. From today onward, everyone would know what kind of fierce tiger and wolf troops this young brigade commander held in his hands. He stepped over the yellowed, spent casings, producing a creaking sound. Passing through the chaotic unloading area, Lu Jingyao walked to an iron telephone booth at the edge of the dock. He picked up the receiver, shook it twice, and dialed a number he had memorized. The phone rang once before being picked up. On the other end of the line, Lin Wangqing's slightly anxious breathing could be heard. Lu Jingyao looked at the dissipating smoke over the river, his tone surprisingly calm. Wangqing, pack your things. The show is over, we should leave. Wangqing, pack your things. The grand performance has ended. It's time we leave. A sharp, busy tone buzzed from the receiver. Lin Wangqing gripped the cold Bakelite telephone handset, her mind still reeling from those words when the telephone on her desk shrieked again, piercing and shrill. Instinctively, she lifted the receiver. From the other end came the thunderous roar of her biological father, Lin Jingyuan, a high-ranking officer in the military intelligence service. Lin Wangqing, you've done it now. His voice was so loud it drowned out even the crashing thunder and lashing rain outside. Lu Jingyao, the living Yama, has stripped the 3rd Arsenal bare. Nearly an entire German and American-equipped battalion. Every last rifle, every single bullet. Gone without a trace. A deafening ring filled Lin Wangqing's skull. Her fingertips instantly turned ashen. The Nanjing Bureau headquarters is in utter chaos. Dai Boss shattered 3 teacups and issued a death order. Lin Jingyuan's breath rasped over the line, his tone colder than a venomous serpent. I don't care how you do it. Seduction, poison, whatever it takes. By dawn, I demand Lu Jingyao's head in my hands. Father. Lin Wangqing's voice trembled. Silence. If you were raised as a Lin family operative, then you bear the duty to serve the party and state with absolute loyalty. Lin Jingyuan granted her no chance to speak, relentless, unyielding. He is already a dead man. Refuse to kill him, and tomorrow every one of the hundreds under the Lin name will stand before a military tribunal and face the firing squad. 1,000 days of training culminate in this single hour. Don't force me to repeat myself. With a sharp click, the line went dead. The busy tone returned, flat, hollow, endless. Lin Wangqing slumped onto the stool before her dressing table. In the mirror, a woman stared back, pale as porcelain, hollow-eyed, a puppet whose soul had been siphoned away. On the vanity sat an exquisite enamel rouge box. Hidden within its false bottom lay cyanide capsules, lethal, instantaneous. She knew precisely how to kill. It was the first skill drilled into her from childhood onward. Yet the moment she closed her eyes, all she saw was him, commanding and protective at the Bailu Min nightclub. And last night, his quiet tenderness as he tucked the blanket around her on the sofa. One side the family that birthed and raised her, yet treated her only as a weapon. The other the man who'd torn open the heavens themselves, and still called her urgently to flee with him. Lin Wanqing gasped, chest heaving, tears finally breaking their dam. Why? Why was I born only to be your pawn? She snatched up the seamstress's scissors from the vanity, and without hesitation slashed the telephone cord with a brutal snick. The black rubber coil slumped onto the carpet like a severed tether, cutting loose 20 years of binding strings. Bang! The heavy wooden door of her chamber burst open from the outside. Lu Jingyao strode in, clad in a damp black trench coat, still heavy with the acrid stench of gunpowder from the dockside firefight. Lin Wanqing recoiled like a startled bird. Instinctively, she seized the Browning pistol hidden beneath her pillow. Both hands locked tight, the barrel aimed unflinchingly at Lu Jingyao's chest. Don't come any closer. Her voice cracked with raw sobs, her grip shook like a leaf in gale winds. Lu Jingyao halted, and his gaze swept across the severed telephone cord lying on the carpet. Then he looked upon her tear-streaked face, and in that instant he understood everything. Your father called. His voice remained calm, not even glancing at the dark muzzle pointed at his heart. As he shrugged off his sodden coat, he took another step forward. Stop! I said stop! Lin Wanqing screamed, unraveling, her slender finger already clamped hard against the trigger. They ordered me to kill you. One more step, and I will fire. He stopped directly before her, the gun barrel pressing firmly into his broad, unyielding chest. Did you even disengage the safety? He smiled then, a lazy, roguish curve of his lips. Lin Wanqing froze. With 2 fingers, he gently grasped the barrel and nudged it downward. Hands shaking like this, you haven't even unlocked the safety. Who exactly do you think you could kill? He sighed softly, and turned her icy hand palm up, enclosing it fully within his own. The Lin family discards you as expendable. Dai Chunfeng uses you as bait. Is sacrificing yourself for such dogs truly worth it? His palm was broad warm, melting the final brittle wall around her heart. Clatter! The Browning tumbled onto the thick wool rug, muffled final. Lin Wanqing's knees buckled, she collapsed like a drowning woman, seizing her sole lifeline. She flung herself into Lu Jingyao's arms. Take me with you. Face buried in his shirt, she wept, unrestrained, shuddering, utterly undone. I refuse to be the Lin family's eldest daughter any longer. I reject this cursed faith too. Lu Jingyao, you're mad. And so am I. She clung to his waist, arms wound tight, as if trying to fuse herself into his very bones. Whoever dares raise a hand against you, I'll cut them down. Wherever you go, I follow. In this devouring age, she had at last severed the strings that bound her. She chose the man who descended, not as savior, but as tempest incarnate. Lu Jingyao wrapped one arm firmly around her slender waist, holding her steady against his chest. Took you long enough to decide. He patted her back, then smoothly drew a gleaming M1911 from the small of his back. Let's go to Hong Kong. To live, truly live. Down the corridor outside, Lin family bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, charged toward the door. Without even turning, Lu Jingyao raised his arm. 2 shots rang out. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy caliber rounds shattered the crystal chandelier overhead and tore through the lead guard's calf. Darkness swallowed the hallway. Screams erupted in panic. Come on then, if you're ready to die. His voice cut through the blackness, chilling as a death omen. Left arm cradling Lin Wanqing, right hand gripping the pistol, he strode down the stairs, stepping calmly over shards of glass. Pressed to his chest, she listened to his steady heartbeat, and felt for the first time no fear at all. Those same guards who once swaggered with arrogance now huddled at the stairwell's bend, too terrified even to raise their heads. A bulletproof Rolls-Royce waited silently in the alley beside the Lin residence. Its engine rumbled low, a steel beast coiled ready to spring. Lu Jingyao yanked open the passenger door, ushered Lin Wanqing inside, then slid into the driver's seat. The door slammed shut, sealing them away from the storm, the violence, the world they'd left behind. Lin Wanqing pulled a handkerchief from the center console and wiped away tears and rain alike. Reason reasserted itself. Gazing out at the ink-black night, her delicate brows knotted in concern. Jingyao, even if we reach the docks now, it's useless. She bit her crimson lip, expression hardening. Once news of the arsenal theft spreads, the river will be under total lockdown. Naval vessels have sealed every sea route. We cannot sail out. Lu Jingyao showed no trace of alarm. His strong, calloused hand rested on the steering wheel. He shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. Who said we'd be sailing on our ship? Who says we have to leave on our own boat? Lu Jingyao slammed the steering wheel, and the tires of the Rolls-Royce let out a piercing screech on the waterlogged road. The heavy black car executed a beautiful drift, swiftly turning the car around. Instead of heading towards the cargo dock by the river, he pressed down on the accelerator and drove into the maze of industrial areas in the French concession. Lin Wanqing tightly gripped the door handle, her face filled with astonishment. Jingyao, are you crazy? All the military and police in the city must be rushing to the docks right now. She listened to the distant wail of police sirens in the night sky, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat. The arms factory had been robbed, and Qian Dajan's private soldiers had been completely annihilated at Shalupu. These two events combined were enough to send the station troops in Shanghai into chaos. Wandering around the city at this time was practically rushing headlong into the gunfire. Lu Jingyao controlled the steering wheel with one hand while lowering the window with the other. The cold night rain poured in, dispersing the heaviness inside the car. The most dangerous place is now the safest vacuum zone. A sly cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth and his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. The troops are surrounding the dock, the military police are checking the arms factory, and the precinct is hiding away to avoid suspicion. Lu Jingyao tapped the steering wheel. Right now in Shanghai, there's not even a traffic cop to meddle in affairs. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a zero-cost purchase. If I don't take advantage of it, I would feel unworthy of Boss Dae's heartfelt efforts. Lin Wanqing was stunned, completely unable to follow this man's train of thought. With the fire burning close, he still had the mind to scrape away. Creak. The Rolls-Royce came to a sudden stop in front of a dilapidated brick house. On the weathered wooden sign, the words Tianchu Flavor Factory were barely visible. Lu Jingyao pushed the door open and got out of the car, without even using an umbrella. He kicked open the slightly ajar factory door and strode inside. The factory was filled with a pungent chemical smell. A thin middle-aged man wearing round glasses was crouching in front of a brazier, frantically burning account books. Hearing the front door being kicked open, the middle-aged man trembled in fear, dropping all the papers in his hands into the brazier. You, who are you? I'm out of money. I'm about to mortgage the factory to the bank. Lu Jingyao approached him, looking down from a height. I know you have no money. I'm here to give you money. He pulled out a crumpled roll of pounds from his coat pocket and tossed it onto the dusty table. 100 pounds. To buy the patent formula for that monosodium glutamate you have, along with all the process blueprints. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, fixated on the roll of green notes. 100 pounds. You're taking advantage of the fire. That formula took me half a lifetime to develop. He instinctively covered the pocket on his chest and kept retreating. This thing can sell for a high price in the future. I'm not selling it. Lu Jingyao had no time for nonsense and directly lifted the hem of his coat. The gleaming M1911 pistol at his waist was blatantly exposed. What good is keeping useless paper if your life is gone? Lu Jingyao's voice was chillingly cold. They're recruiting everywhere outside. Your crumbling factory will be confiscated tomorrow. Take the money, and you can still have a way out to the Nanyang. He pulled out a pocket watch and pressed his thumb on the trigger. He'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't sell, he'll take it from your corpse. The middle-aged man's psychological defenses were instantly shattered. He glanced at the deadly gun and then at the pounds on the table. Shakingly, he pulled out an oil paper bag from his inner pocket and handed it over with both hands. The deed. I will sign the deed. 3 minutes later, Lu Jingyao walked out of the factory, holding the signed transfer document with a red handprint. Lin Wanqing sat in the car, watching him treat the tattered oil paper like a treasure, her face full of confusion. Jingyao, why are you buying the recipe for this seasoning powder? Can this stuff be sold as arms? Lu Jingyao opened the car door and got in, starting the engine. Arms can only profit from war. This thing can earn peace money. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged into the rain curtain once more. Once we reach Xiangjiang, we can set up a production line. Every restaurant in Asia that fries food will have to pay me. This statement overturned Lin Wanqing's understanding. She thought Lu Jingyao was just a warlord good at fighting and strategy. She didn't expect this man to have a sharper business acumen than those old capitalist tycoons. Within half an hour, the Rolls-Royce made 2 more sudden stops. Lu Jingyao repeated his tactic, using extremely low cash and absolute force to intimidate, and opened 2 civilian chemical factories on the brink of bankruptcy. He even spent $50 to forcibly buy the original formula of Shuangmei brand flour due from an old craftsman. That broken place in Xiangjiang has so many mosquitoes in summer they could eat a person. Lu Jingyao slapped the last transfer document on the dashboard, feeling elated. This bottle of green liquid will be a golden goose from now on. Having obtained all the cards he needed, Lu Jingyao finally turned the car around. The Rolls-Royce sped along the edge of the Bund concession, heading straight for the British-only dock. The wind on the river grew stronger. A luxurious merchant ship, the Victoria, flying the Union Jack, was docked beside the pier. Thick black smoke billowed from its chimney, preparing to set sail. The concessions police and the Nationalist Navy Police were stationed far outside, not daring to approach the foreign ship. In these times, the flag of the foreign powers was the best protective charm. Lu Jingyao parked the car directly at the entrance of the pier and pulled Lin Wanqing out of the car. British businessman Smith stood on the deck, holding an expensive cane, his face pale as he looked at the two approaching. He had just received a report from his subordinate about the river of blood at Chalupa Dock. This man named Lu Jingyao was simply a devil that devoured people without spitting out bones. General Lu, your appetite is too big. Smith ground his teeth and growled in English. I sold you the land deed, and you want to requisition my merchant ship too. Lu Jingyao stepped onto the wooden plank, the sound of his leather shoes crisp and clear. He walked up to Smith, spreading his hands confidently. Mr. Smith, taking people's money and helping them avert disaster isn't that the commercial contract spirit of your British Empire. Besides the negatives I have of smuggling opium, are still waiting to be published in London. Lu Jingyao patted the inner pocket of his coat, a teasing smile on his face. Smith's muscles twitched violently at the mention of the word negatives. He took a deep breath and forcibly swallowed his anger. Arrange a first-class cabin for him. Smith shouted to the first mate beside him and turned to head toward the captain's cabin, not wanting to look at Lu Jingyao for even a moment longer. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Smith. Lu Jingyao took Lin Wonking's hand and swaggered into the luxuriously decorated cabin. The steam whistles sounded loudly. The massive merchant ship slowly departed from the Bund dock, leaving those piercing police sirens far behind. Lu Jingyao stood in front of the porthole of the first-class cabin, gazing at the gradually receding night scene of the Bund. The prosperity of this first magical city of the Far East was about to be torn apart by cannon fire. And he already, with the most elite team and endless wealth, was making a clean getaway. Lin Wanqing hugged his waist from behind, resting her face against his broad back, finally exhaling deeply. We are safe now, she whispered. Lu Jingyao turned around and pinched her chin. This is just the beginning. The waves in Xiangjiang are much greater than those in the Huangpu River. Just as the two enjoyed a moment of peace in the captain's cabin. Smith was pouring a glass of whiskey, preparing to calm his nerves, when suddenly the door was pushed open violently. The first mate rushed in, sweat dripping from his forehead, not even bothering to knock. His face was pale, and his eyes revealed an unmistakable panic. Mr. Smith, the lower deck is not right. It seems a gun-toting stowaway has sneaked in. There are armed smugglers in the lower hold. Before the words of the first mate had faded, the wooden door to the captain's cabin was kicked open. Lu Jingyao, with a cigar in his mouth, leisurely walked in. Behind him followed Zhao Tiedan, a towering figure holding a menacing Thompson in hand. Smith was about to explode when he saw the dark muzzle of the gun, forcing himself to swallow the curse. Mr. Smith, it seems your ship is not very clean. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. General Lu, this is definitely an accident. Smith, sweating profusely, feared that this terrifying figure would seize the opportunity. Lu Jingyao brushed off the ashes from his cigar. Lead the way. Let's check the lower hold. The lower hold of the merchant ship had not seen daylight for years. The air was thick with the pungent smell of diesel, the fishy scent of seafood, and the sour stench of rotting wood. Descending the rusty iron ladder, the light grew dimmer. A few British sailors armed with rifles huddled in the corner, too scared to approach. Cowards! Zhao Tiedan cursed, striding boldly at the front. He kicked open a wooden door at the far end. Bang! The wooden door slammed against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. In the narrow storage room, a figure suddenly sprang up in the dim light of the corridor. Don't move. One more step, and I'll shoot. The other was a young man in his 20s, drenched, resembling a cornered leopard. He clutched an old .38 revolver, its muzzle shaking slightly as it pointed at the doorway. At his feet, he fiercely protected two waterproof wooden boxes tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Zhao Tiedan didn't care about such a shabby gun, sneering as he moved to snap the young man's neck. Wait. Lu Jingyao raised his hand to stop, Zhao Tiedan, his gaze fixed on the young man's face. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes exuding a rugged masculinity. Though his gun hand trembled, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Lu Jingyao's gaze shifted downward, landing on the two oilcloth boxes. A corner of the oilcloth was torn, revealing the English label on the wooden box, penicillin. Penicillin. In this era, this substance was more precious than its weight in gold. With a Cantonese accent, smuggling antibiotics alone, his spirit was unyielding. A deafening name flashed through Lu Jingyao's mind. Huo Yingnan, the future tycoon who would dominate Hong Kong and make significant contributions to support the mainland. Unexpectedly, this legendary figure was still running solo, smuggling operations reduced to the level of illegal immigration. Lu Jingyao smiled. This was a true historical potential stock. He felt he had struck gold today. Put down the gun. With that broken thing, you probably have only 2 or 3 bullets left, not enough to kill. Lu Jingyao stepped forward, his tone as calm as if chatting with an old friend. Huo Yingnan froze for a moment. He warily assessed Lu Jingyao's expensive coat, refusing to relent. Are you customs lackeys? I tell you, this medicine saves lives, and no one can take it. He pushed the gun forward, prepared to fight to the death. Lu Jingyao was about to reveal his identity when the deck suddenly shook violently. Boom! A deafening thunder echoed from outside. The massive merchant ship tilted sharply to the left, wooden boxes and barrels in the hold tumbling to one side. What's happening? The first mate clutched the iron railing tightly, his face turning pale. A sailor crawled down from the deck, completely soaked. A storm is brewing. And he hadn't finished speaking when a barrage of gunfire suddenly erupted from above. Tat-a-tat. Bang. Pirates. A speedboat flying a skull flag is approaching. They are throwing grappling hooks to climb aboard. The sailor screamed in terror. The ocean routes these days are not peaceful. In extreme weather, it is the best time for pirates to attack. The British crew hired by Smith, while they could bully ordinary people, were now completely terrified at the thought of real pirates. Hearing that they were truly facing pirates, they were utterly frightened. More than a dozen sailors dropped their guns and scrambled towards the depths of the boiler room in the hold, afraid of getting shot if they were slow. Hua Yingnan was also startled by this sudden change. He glanced at the shivering foreigners huddled in the corner, and then at the unmoving Lu Jingyao. The future tycoon's inherent righteousness was fully revealed at this moment. Gritting his teeth, he tucked the battered revolver into his belt and picked up a rusty iron rod nearby. Young master, outside, there are bloodthirsty sea bandits. Hua Yingnan grabbed Lu Jingyao's arm urgently, pulling him towards the shadows. You're dressed so finely, you must be the son of a wealthy family. Quickly take your men and find a corner to hide. He pointed at the iron door above. I'll go up to hold them off for a while. You all stay put and don't come out to die. In Hua Yingnan's eyes, this young master, dressed in a high-end suit and smoking a Western cigar, would probably have already wet his pants in terror if he encountered such a situation. Lu Jingyao allowed himself to be pulled along without resistance. He looked at this young man who still had a few bullets left, but was ready to fight, and his smile grew even wider. Indeed, he was someone chosen by history. His spirit was quite remarkable. Let go. Lu Jingyao gently shook off Hua Yingnan's arm, the movement slight, but exuding an undeniable strength. Hua Yingnan panicked. Are you crazy? Above are real bandits with real knives and guns. Lu Jingyao did not answer him. He brushed the dust off his suit sleeve and turned to walk towards the iron ladder leading to the deck. Hide. That word doesn't exist in Lu's dictionary. Zhao Taidan grinned maliciously, raising his submachine gun, and closely followed behind Lu Jingyao. The two of them, one after the other, stepped on the iron steps, striding into the fierce wind and rain pouring down from above. Hua Yingnan stood frozen in place, holding the rusty iron rod, utterly dumbfounded. This wealthy young master, is he tired of living? The hatch above was banging loudly from the gusts of wind. Lu Jingyao kicked open the heavy iron door and stepped directly onto the deck. Outside was a hellish scene. The rain poured down like a torrent, and the wind whipped up waves several meters high, crashing violently against the ship's side. 4 or 5 black speedboats clung to the merchant ship like leeches. Dozens of pirates, bare-chested and wielding machetes, were climbing up the ropes like monkeys. The few crew members left resisting on deck had long been shot down in a pool of blood. A scar-faced pirate leader, brandishing an old Czech light machine gun, stepped onto the ship's rail. He looked at the empty deck and the fleeing foreigners, laughing wildly. Listen up, everyone. This ship is now under our control. The pirates' maniacal laughter resonated across the deck, piercing through the thunder. Kill all the men. Take the women. Lu Jingyao stood in the wind and rain, allowing the rain to soak his expensive suit. He expressionlessly spat out the half-wet cigar from his mouth. Get on, go in with the bayonet. Lu Jingyao's voice was low but carried a chilling intent to kill. Teach them the rules of the sea. Iron daring, ready the bayonet. Lu Jingyao's voice was not loud, yet it rang clear amidst the roaring thunder. Zhao Taidan grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Brothers, it's time to work. With that furious shout, the iron door leading to the lower deck was kicked open. 50 veteran Special Forces soldiers surged forward like unleashed mad dogs, brandishing submachine guns as they charged onto the muddy deck. The pirate leader was stepping on the head of a British first officer, swinging a bloodied machete in his hand. He couldn't figure out where this group of men in black had come from. Tat tat tat. The crisp sound of automatic gunfire instantly drowned out the thunder above. The frontmost pirates had their chests burst open in clouds of blood mist. They didn't even have time to scream, collapsing into the surging waves like broken burlap sacks. The Thompson submachine gun was a merciless meat grinder in the close-quarters battle on deck. Bullets swept past like splashed water, leaving the pirates armed with large knives and outdated muskets no chance to retaliate. One wave after another fell, blood flowing down the deck's drainage channel into the sea. The rain could not wash away the pungent scent of rust. Get a grip. Retreat. The pirate leader was terrified, scrambling towards the ship's edge, trying to slip back to the speedboat along the ropes. Zhao Taidan would not let him escape. He strode over 2 corpses and thrust the bloodied bayonet forward. A muffled sound echoed. The bayonet pierced through the pirate leader's back and emerged from his chest. Zhao Taidan lifted his foot and kicked the corpse off the deck. It splashed a dark red wave. Hua Yingnan was hiding behind the hatch, gripping a rusty iron rod tightly. He had originally intended to rush out, but upon peeking out, he was completely dumbfounded. What bodyguard was this? This was clearly the king of hell climbing out of a slaughterhouse. These men in black killed without batting an eye, their tactical coordination so seamless it sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, a pirate pretending to be dead in the corner of the deck suddenly sprang up. He clutched a poison dagger, lunging at Zhao Taidan's back like a venomous snake. Zhao Taidan was facing away from him, reloading his magazine, completely unaware due to the heavy rain. Lu Jingyao stood on the upper deck, just lifting his gun when his movement halted. He saw Hua Yingnan move behind the hatch. This future business tycoon darted out in a single bound, dropping the iron rod and picking up a fallen Hanyang rifle from the deck. Without even aiming, he swung the rifle butt around and struck the back of the assailant's head with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as the pirate rolled his eyes back and collapsed limply to the ground. Zhao Taidan turned sharply at the noise, smashing the rifle, but into the pirate's chin. He glanced at Huang Nan, who was panting while holding the gun, and gave him a thumbs up. Lu Jingyao looked down from above, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He was a businessman, yet he did not have the stale air of one. Oh, he was ruthless and quick-witted. In this brutal world, such a person deserved to thrive. The battle soon came to an end. 50 veterans held their guns, methodically delivering finishing blows to the fallen pirates, their movements alarmingly proficient. Several speedboats flying the skull flag were blown to pieces by grenades. Hua Yingnan discarded the bloodied rifle in his hands and wiped the rain off his face. He turned around, coming face to face with Lu Jingyao's eyes, which held a teasing smile. Lu Jingyao slowly descended the iron steps, his leather shoes splashing in the blood. Not bad with your skills. He glanced at the pirate lying on the ground with his brains splattered. Have you trained before? Hua Yingnan stood tall, showing no signs of fear. I used to carry heavy bags at the wharf back home, learned to fight to secure my livelihood. Forgive me for my crude skills. He glanced at the wolfish veterans, feeling anxious. But he gritted his teeth and spoke up. Young Master Lu, you saved everyone on this ship today. I, Hua Yingnan, will remember this favor. He pointed towards the lower deck with a tone of resolute determination. Those 2 boxes of penicillin in my hold are a reward for the brothers' hard work. I don't want them. Lu Jingyao stopped, looking at him with great interest. Don't want them. He took a few steps closer, staring into Hua Yingnan's eyes. That is smuggled goods you risked your life for. They could easily fetch you a mansion in the hills of Hong Kong. No amount of money is worth your life. Hua Yingnan sighed bitterly. I understand the rules. You have the final say on this ship. If I can keep my life to go to Hong Kong, I will be content. Lu Jingyao said nothing. He pulled out a box of cigars that had not been soaked by the rain, took one out, and lit it with a lighter. Taidan, Lu Jingyao suddenly shouted. Go to the storeroom and bring out 2 boxes of German-made penicillin. Without a word, Zhao Taidan turned and left. Hua Yingnan was stunned, even failing to catch the cigar that slipped from his mouth and fell on the deck. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Stop calling me young master, it grates on my teeth. My name is Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke and patted Hua Yingnan on the shoulder. The 2 boxes you have are damp and their quality has suffered. I will exchange them for you with 2 good ones. Hua Yingnan felt a buzzing in his head, his face filled with disbelief. In this chaotic world, black eats black is the norm. How can one expect to spit out the meat once swallowed? And to even offer 2 boxes of superior goods in return? Brother Lu, this is too much. I cannot accept. Hua Yingnan repeatedly waved his hands. Although he was short on cash, he had his own principles. If I say you take it, then take it. Lu Jingyao's tone was unquestionable, revealing a hint of dominance. You helped my brother take a stab at this is your token of loyalty. He pointed at the vast ocean behind him, the wild wind billowing his trench coat. The waters of Hong Kong are deep with foreigners in power and gangs rampant. For Chinese businessmen to get ahead, they must band together. Lu Jingyao looked into Hua Yingnan's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. I value you as a person. This medicine is my entry fee to join the team. Hua Yingnan fell silent. He was a smart man and understood the weight of those 2 boxes of medicine. This was not just money, it was an olive branch extended by this mysterious tycoon. It was a solid backing. Zhao Taidan emerged carrying 2 heavy wooden boxes, placing them down with a thud on the deck. He casually pulled out 2 bottles of foreign liquor from his pocket. Lord Lu, this is the whiskey from the foreign devils, just the thing to warm us up. Lu Jingyao took the bottle bit off the cork and spat it onto the deck. He handed 1 bottle to Hua Yingnan. Drink up. The torrential rain continued to fall, waves crashing against the ship's side. The deck was littered with debris and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Hua Yingnan showed no hesitation, taking the bottle and tilting his head back to gulp down a large mouthful. The fiery liquor flowed down his throat, igniting a blaze in his stomach. He coughed violently a couple of times, his eyes reddening from the alcohol's sting. He stared intently at the man before him. With a mysterious background and ruthless methods, he still exuded an air of admirable ambition and grandeur. A man's bond can sometimes be forged with a single word, a bottle of liquor or a life. On this stormy sea, 2 future heroes who would completely alter the landscape of Hong Kong had their first collision. Hua Yingnan wiped the rain off his face and slammed the bottle heavily onto a nearby wooden box. He stood with his feet together and his back straight, solemnly cupping his fists towards Lu Jingyao. Brother Lu, your great kindness, once we reach Hong Kong, if you need me, I will not hesitate to give my life. Hua Yingnan's phrase, no matter the cost, I will not hesitate, resonated powerfully. Lu Jingyao raised his bottle and clinked it with his tilting his head back to finish the last sip of whiskey. The fiery liquor suppressed the chill of the night rain. We're brothers, let's save the pleasantries for tea later. Lu Jingyao casually gestured to the deck strewn with debris. You head back to the lower cabin to guard the cargo. Once the ship docks and everything is settled, I'll send someone to fetch you. Hua Yingnan nodded earnestly. He treasured the half bottle of foreign wine, turning swiftly to vanish into the dim staircase. After tossing and turning for most of the night, the eastern horizon finally revealed a hint of dawn. The storm, which seemed intent on devouring everything, had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. The sea regained its calm. It resembled a vast piece of deep blue satin gently swaying with the undercurrents. A thick layer of morning mist enveloped the surface of the water. Whoa! The merchant ship sounded its deep horn piercing through the heavy fog. Gradually the mist dispersed, revealing the distant coastline as it shed its mysterious veil. Lu Jingyao stood at the bow of the ship, squinting against the slightly salty sea breeze. Ahead lay the Hong Kong of the early 1950s. To the left stood the towering Victoria Peak. Scattered halfway up the mountain were a few stylish villas, exclusive retreats for foreigners and local brokers. To the right sprawled the densely packed Kowloon shantytown, resembling a beehive. The dilapidated metal roofs merged into one, while the water was crowded with shabby little boats struggling to make a living. Prosperity and decay intertwined, here weaving a surreal tapestry. Light footsteps approached from behind. Lin Wanqing, draped in a woolen coat, stood beside Lu Jingyao, while Gu Haiting tightly wrapped herself in his black trench coat. The two women, one on each side, paused next to Lu Jingyao. Lin Wanqing hailed from a prestigious family, exuding a sense of cool competence, while Gu Haitong, a renowned kungfu opera performer, possessed a natural grace reminiscent of the southern water towns. They exchanged a glance, and a subtle tension hung in the air for a brief moment. Lin Wanqing's gaze lingered on the trench coat worn by Gu Haitong for half a second. Jingyao, who is this sister? Lin Wanqing's tone was light, revealing no trace of emotion. Lu Jingyao did not hesitate. He turned around and warmly extended his arms. He wrapped his left arm around Lin Wanqing's slender waist, while his right arm naturally embraced Gu Haitong's shoulders. This is Gu Haitong, a talented performer I rescued on the way. She will be our cash cow for Xingyao Entertainment from now on. He then turned to Gu Haitong. This is Wanqing, our very own house manager. Gu Haitong gracefully bowed her head. Haitong has met Sister Wanqing. My life was saved by Lord Lu, and I will serve you as best as I can. She adopted a very lowly posture, almost humbly. Lin Wanqing sighed, releasing her tense nerves. In this chaotic world, capable men are never short of beautiful women by their side. She understood the rules. She reached out to touch Gu Haitong's icy hand. It's not easy being a woman. As long as you follow Jingyao, no one will dare to bully you. Lin Wanqing helped her tighten her collar. It's windy, don't get cold. Gu Haitong's eyes reddened as she nodded repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of military boots interrupted the warmth. Zhao Taidan led 50 veteran soldiers, forming a line on the deck. Despite having experienced a night of bloodshed, these men were all spirited and brimming with ferocity. Commander, the troops are assembled. Zhao Taidan stood at attention and saluted, his voice booming. Lu Jingyao released the two women and stepped forward. He gazed at this group of brothers who had shared life and death, his smile gradually fading. Tear off all the insignias and badges from your uniforms. Lu Jingyao issued his first command. The veterans were momentarily stunned, but their actions were swift, the sound of tearing fabric filling the air. From the moment we set foot on this land, our identities have changed. Lu Jingyao pointed to the approaching dock. This is the British's territory. They recognize no military salary from our nation, only the gold and silver in our hands. Dismantle the Thompsons and grenades, box them up, and sink them in the lower cabin. Each person only keeps a sidearm for self-defense. Zhao Taidan grew anxious, his face wrinkled with concern as he clutched his submachine gun. Lord Lu, this is our lifeline. If we hand over the heavy weapons, what will we do if we encounter tough opponents? Lu Jingyao walked over and slapped Zhao Taidan on the broad shoulder. Do you think this is about fighting the Japanese? Or seizing territory? This is Hong Kong, where the streets are filled with armed royal police. Lu Jingyao pointed at the reluctant veterans. Anyone who dares to take a machine gun to the streets will have armored vehicles from the governor's office at their doorstep tomorrow. The veterans exchanged glances and obediently unloaded their magazines. We need to change our clothes too. Lu Jingyao continued to issue orders. Go to the lower cabin and find some clean suits and long trench coats. Throw away those shabby gray rags. Zhao Taidan scratched his head and chuckled. Wear a suit. I've never even seen a tie in my life. If you can't tie it, just shove it in your pocket. Lu Jingyao kicked him. From today onward, we will not be mud-legged warlords. We will be suit-wearing thugs. Remember, don't call me commander anymore, call me boss. Here, if you can settle things with cash, don't waste bullets. If you encounter someone who doesn't know their place, then go all out. Understood, boss. 50 men roared in unison, their voices shaking the seabirds perched on the mast into flight. This shout marked the definitive end of their warlord era. With a long and piercing horn blast, the Victoria finally docked next to the long concrete pier at Kowloon. The dock was filled with sweat-soaked laborers. They carried heavy burlap sacks, scurrying back and forth like ants. The air was infused with a strange blend of dried salted fish coal dust and machine oil. Lu Jingyao took a deep breath. This was the scent of an era that thrived wildly. Let's go disembark. He took Lin Wanqing's hand, with Gu Haitong closely following. The three stepped firmly onto the sturdy wooden planks, officially setting foot on the soil of Hong Kong. Behind them, Zhao Taidan led 50 veterans, now dressed in various suits and long trench coats, streaming out. Although the clothes were somewhat ill-fitting, the fierce aura they exuded transformed their appearance into that of a mafia. The group marched forward with great momentum. Just as they passed through the rusted iron gate, the previously noisy passage suddenly fell silent. The surrounding laborers seemed to have seen a plague god hurriedly retreating behind the piles of goods with their burdens. At the intersection ahead, a group of shirtless thugs with dragon tattoos sprawled across their chests formed a human wall. Leading them was a Triad member with a tuft of yellow hair, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. He held a watermelon knife, casually wrapped in old newspaper, the tip still dripping with water. The yellow-haired thug tilted his head, his eyes lewdly scanning Lin Wanqing and Gu Haitang's legs. Finally, he jabbed the knife into the ground, pointing it directly at Lu Jinjiu's nose. "What road are you on? Have you paid the toll for entering He Liansheng's territory? Which street are you from? Have you paid the toll for crossing into He Liansheng's territory?" The yellow-haired thug slammed the watermelon knife against the iron fence, sparks flying. Lu Jingyao didn't even glance at him. He slightly turned his head and quietly instructed Zhang Lei, "Take Wanqing and Haitang in the car first and lock the doors." A black Cadillac armored car had long been unloaded by the advance team and was parked steadily by the roadside. Lin Wanqing knew well that in such street brawls, leaving the women behind would only complicate matters. She grabbed Gu Haitang's wrist, bypassing the group of thugs, and quickly dove into the back seat of the car. The heavy car door slammed shut, isolating all danger outside. The yellow-haired thug let out a cheeky whistle and was about to step forward to block them. Zhao Taidan stepped forward, blocking the way like an iron wall. He glared with his eyes wide open, causing the yellow-haired thug to gulp in fear and withdraw his foot. "Who is causing trouble at my dock?" A rough, hoarse voice came from behind the shipping containers. The thugs blocking the entrance immediately dispersed, respectfully calling out, "Hey, go." A big pot-bellied man swaggered out. His skin was dark, wearing an unbuttoned floral shirt with a thick gold chain hanging around his neck. With a toothpick in his mouth and a face full of flesh, he radiated arrogance. This man was Depuhe, the local boss of He Liansheng in the Kowloon wharf area. Behind Depuhe, a crowd of thugs surged out like a tide. Hundreds of shirtless gangsters with arms covered in chaotic tattoos surrounded the exit. They clutched rusty pipes, machetes, and wooden sticks. Depuhe approached the Cadillac, inspecting it up and down. He suddenly raised his thick palm. Smack! A loud slap landed on the car's head, causing the vehicle to shake slightly. "Not a bad car. You mainlanders really know how to enjoy yourselves." Depuhe spat out the toothpick in his mouth, his greedy gaze fixated on the distant cargo ship. "I am Depuhe. This dock at Kowloon Wharf is territory we seized with He Liansheng." He poked at the air with his short, thick fingers. "No matter what treasures you have on your ship, if you want to enter the port, leave 30% of your goods behind. This is the rule of the dock." 30%. Hearing this figure, the 50 Special Forces veterans behind Lu Jingyao almost burst out laughing. They had just raided a regular army's armory last night, seizing half a regiment's worth of equipment. Now a bunch of street beggars dared to demand 30% profit. Zhao Taidan's facial flesh twitched. Instinctively, he reached for his waist. Underneath the loose suit jacket was a loaded M1911 pistol. As soon as it was drawn, this group of thugs wielding scrap metal wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. The veterans behind him also stepped forward in unison, their hands moving toward their waists. This was the most standard quick-draw tactical move. The smell of gunpowder in the air instantly intensified. "Don't move." Lu Jingyao didn't turn around, but merely squeezed out 2 words from his throat. His sharp gaze swept over Zhao Taidan's wrist. The veterans shivered, the ingrained military discipline instantly suppressing their killing intent. Their hands froze mid-motion, slowly returning to their sides. Lu Jingyao was clear in his mind. This wasn't the battle-scarred Bund of Shanghai, but rather Hong Kong under British rule. Just 2 streets away was the patrol area of the Royal Police. If they pulled out American firearms and opened fire now, within 10 minutes the armored vehicles of the stationed British troops would arrive at the dock. Getting entangled with the official military right after landing was not a profitable business. Depuhe laughed heartily at the veterans' halted actions. He had no understanding of tactical discipline, thinking these people were just scared. "What? You want to pull out your guns to scare me?" Depuhe pointed at Zhao Taidan's nose, laughing so hard that his facial flesh shook. "I've seen too many of you deserters fleeing here for safety. On your first day here, you even had to trade in your guns for rice." Hundreds of thugs around him roared with laughter, waving their machetes and banging on the nearby metal containers, creating a deafening noise. "Hey, Gu is talking to you. Why are you acting dumb? If you don't pay the protection fee, we'll strip you naked and throw you into Victoria Harbor to feed the fish." The shouts grew louder and the encirclement tightened. Depuhe felt the situation was settled, thinking these suited men had been scared witless by his 100-plus brothers. He swaggered up to Lu Jingyao. "Looks like you know your place and didn't dare pull out those scrap metals." Depuhe extended his greasy fat hand, intending to slap Lu Jinjiu's cheek. Before he could make contact, Zhao Taidan suddenly stepped forward, slapping down like swatting a fly. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. Depuhe's hand instantly swelled up, and he staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling flat on his face. "Ouch!" Damn you. He clutched his swollen hand, gritting his teeth in pain, his eyes widening in disbelief. Dare to hit someone on my turf. You're tired of living. Lu Jingyao looked at the furious Dupuhe and merely found it amusing. Just yesterday, he was facing off against heavy machine guns, yet today, he was being cursed at by a group of small-time thugs. This stark contrast felt like watching a farcical monkey show. 30% is too much, Lu Jingyao said in a calm tone. Too much. I've changed my mind. I want 50%. Dupuhe shouted angrily, snatching a machete from one of his men and pointing it at the distant cargo ship. You lot, get on board. Bring everything of value down. Anyone who dares to stop us will be cut down. A dozen thugs who could no longer contain themselves charged out of the crowd, heading straight for the boarding bridge. Their minds were solely focused on robbing money, completely disregarding these dozens of suited individuals. Lu Jingyao sighed. It seemed that reasoning with these local snakes was purely a waste of breath. He stepped forward, blocking the only path to the boarding bridge. Raising his hands, he leisurely unbuttoned the sole button of his suit jacket. Lu Jingyao took off the expensive custom suit and casually handed it back. Vice Adjutant Zhang immediately stepped forward and caught it steadily. Underneath was a pure white fitted shirt, the solid muscle lines straining against the fabric. Lu Jingyao lowered his head, skillfully unbuttoning the cuffs of his shirt. He rolled the sleeves up inch by inch, the motion elegant, as if preparing for a banquet. The intersecting pale scars on his forearms were completely exposed to the morning air. An overwhelming sense of oppression radiated outward from him. Dupuhe watched Lu Jingyao's unhurried demeanor, feeling deeply humiliated. Surrounded by over 100 men, yet still acting like a big shot. He spat a thick phlegm onto the ground. Get lost, stop acting dumb. Smash the car. Dupuhe swung the machete, screaming hysterically. The thugs raised their iron rods and smashed them against the Cadillac's windows. Lu Jingyao moved his neck slightly. He crossed his hands, forcefully squeezing his wrist joints. The sharp cracking sounds were particularly clear in the damp sea breeze. Lu Jingyao lifted his gaze, his deep eyes finally revealing a hint of killing intent. Get on, don't draw your gun. Teach them the rules of Hong Kong with your fists. As Lu Jingyao's words, use your fists to teach some manners, echoed in the air. A thug with dyed red hair swung a rusty iron pipe and struck the bulletproof Cadillac's window with a violent force. With a thunderous crash, sparks flew in all directions. The red-haired thug was jolted by the enormous recoil, his hands going numb, and the iron pipe nearly slipped from his grasp. He widened his eyes and leaned in closer to inspect. The seemingly ordinary glass showed no signs of damage whatsoever. The hardness of bulletproof glass was not something a street thug could shake. Damn it, the car door is welded shut. The red-haired thug shook his sore wrist and shouted at Dupuhe. Dupuhe's facial muscles twitched, feeling humiliated in front of his men. If we can't break the car, let's cut down these outsiders first. Fei Hong, get to work. Just as the words fell, a muscular man with a bare chest and a tiger tattoo on his chest pushed through the crowd. This was Fei Hong, a dual flower red stick from the He Lianxing gang at the Kowloon warehouse, known on the street as Brother Fei Hong. He wielded a thick-backed machete, its blade glinting coldly in the morning mist. He twisted his neck, the joints cracking audibly, and strode towards Lu Jingyao with force. You little white face, no matter how well you dress, you'll still be a target in Xiangjiang. With a powerful push, Fei Hong burst forth like a cheetah. Drawing on the street fighting skills he honed over the years, he rolled his wrist. The machete whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lu Jingyao's face. This blow was heavy and powerful enough to cleave a normal person in two. Lu Jingyao stood rooted in place, not even blinking, leisurely rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt just as the blade was about to descend. A towering figure exuding a fierce aura suddenly lunged between the two. It was Zhao Taidan. He did not flinch, but instead thrust his broad chest forward, meeting the machete heat. Looking for death. A cruel glint flashed in Fei Hong's eyes as he exerted even more force. Slash. The expensive fabric of the suit was instantly torn apart with a piercing sound. But then, instead of a spray of blood, there was a dull metallic thud. The machete struck as if it had hit a steel plate, sending sparks flying. Fei Hong's hands went numb from the shock, the machete slipping from his grip and tumbling to the ground after rolling in the air a few times. He stared in disbelief at Zhao Tiedan's torn suit. Beneath the ripped fabric, a layer of dark green coarse canvas was revealed, stuffed with military-grade, stab-resistant steel plates and Kevlar lining. Is that all you've got? Like a woman scrubbing a back. Zhao Taidan grinned widely, baring his white teeth, the smile grotesque enough to make one's scalp tingle. Fei Hong was stunned. He had been hacking at people for over a decade and had never seen a madman wearing heavy body armor out in the open. In that half-second of daze, Zhao Taidan moved. There were no flashy moves from street fights, only the most pure military tactic to defeat the enemy. Zhao Taidan's left hand shot out like lightning, gripping Fei Hong's neck and forcefully pressing down. His right knee crashed into Fei Hong's chest like a heavy siege hammer, accompanied by a whistling wind. Crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in the quiet dock. Fei Hong's sternum collapsed instantly, at least 3 ribs broken. He couldn't even scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mush. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The strongest dual-flower red stick of He Lianqing was incapacitated with a single encounter. The venue fell into complete silence. The thugs who had just been shouting wildly seemed to have collectively had their throats grabbed and were left dumbfounded. Dupuhe swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his back. Where the hell did this dragon come from? The bodyguard under him is a monster. What are you all standing around for? He's just one person. Dupuhe suppressed his fear, waving the machete in his hand and screaming hysterically. Let's go all out. Chop them up with our knives. If anything happens, the gang will take responsibility. With the promise of heavy rewards, over 100 thugs were roused back to their senses. With bloodshot eyes, they raised their pipes and machetes, surging forward like a pack of rabid wild dogs. Boss, these guys are too noisy. Zhao Taidan wiped the blood from his fist and glanced back at Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao casually pulled out a cigar from his pocket and bit down on it. He didn't even look at the tide of people charging towards them, merely nodding slightly. Clear the area. Just leave them breathing. With the order given, Zhao Taidan excitedly licked his lips. Brothers, grab your weapons. Form a 3-3 formation and chop them up. Accompanied by his furious shout, the 50 Special Forces veterans who had been quietly standing behind Lu Jingyao moved. Swish, swish, swish. 50 blood-grooved American military-issue paratrooper knives were drawn uniformly from their waists. They did not charge wildly like the thugs. Instead, they quickly spread out, 3 men forming a triangle back to back, instantly forming several impregnable, triangular military formations. This was a stabbing tactic honed through countless bloody battles. The frontmost thug raised his machete and charged forward. The veterans didn't even blink, blocking the descending pipe with their left forearms. They too had stab-resistant armor padded in their sleeves, making the impact of the iron pipe feel like nothing. As they blocked, their right-hand paratrooper knives struck, precisely stabbing into the thug's thigh or shoulder. A pull kick. Blood spurted forth as the thug screamed and flew backward, crashing into his companions charging behind him. The movements were mechanical, precise, and devoid of any unnecessary chatter. As one fell, the next veteran immediately took his place. The triangular formation advanced steadily through the densely packed crowd like an unfeeling meat grinder. The stark difference between street brawls and military massacres was vividly displayed at this moment. The thugs who usually bullied small vendors in groups had never seen such a bloody spectacle. Their machetes couldn't break through the veterans' defenses at all. Yet each swing of the veterans' paratrooper knives took away the combat effectiveness of one thug. Oh, my leg. Help. These guys are demons. The wailing and screams instantly echoed throughout the Kowloon warehouse dock. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the over 100 aggressive thugs had fallen. The ground was littered with gangsters rolling around, clutching their wounds, the blood staining the cement floor a dark red. The remaining few completely broke down. They looked at the silent black-clad men whose breathing rhythm was steady and their psychological defenses shattered. Clang. Someone was the first to drop their machete and turn to run. This panic quickly spread, and the remaining thugs, feeling as if they had lost their legs, cried out for their mothers as they fled in all directions. Don't run. Come back. All of you come back to me. Dupuhe stood alone, watching his defeated subordinates, almost jumping in frustration. He never imagined that he, the face of He Lianqing, would be treated like a dog chased off his own turf. Zhao Taidan wiped the blood from his paratrooper knife and grinned at him. Dupuhe met those beast-like eyes and felt his legs go weak, turning to flee into the gaps between containers. Can you escape? Fat pig. Zhao Taidan quickly pursued. He leaped up, delivering a heavy kick to Dupuhe's broad back. Bang. Dupuhe's 200-plus pound body flew like a ripped sack, crashing solidly into a muddy puddle. He choked on mud and was about to struggle to get up when a heavy boot clad in thick military gear came crashing down on his back with tremendous force. Dupuhe screamed in agony, feeling as if his organs were about to burst. The dock fell silent once more. Apart from the groans of the injured, no one dared to stand. What was originally a battle of unequal strength turned into a one-sided display of overwhelming force. Lu Jingyao adjusted his white shirt sleeves, stepped forward, and slowly walked up to Dupuhe. His shoes stepped through the blood on the ground without a hint of dirt. Zhao Taidan took half a step back, making way for him. Lu Jingyao lowered his head, the polished custom shoes pressing down on Dupuhe's greasy fat face. The sole gently ground down, firmly pressing Dupuhe's face against the rough cement. "B-boss, spare my life. I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai." Dupuhe in pain cried, tears and snot frantically begging for mercy. The arrogance from before had vanished, and he didn't dare let out a peep. Lu Jingyao ignored his pleas for mercy. He pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars bound with a rubber band that he had casually exchanged for pocket change when getting off the boat. Slap. The stack of ink-scented Hong Kong dollars was casually tossed in front of Dupuhe's eyes. The bills scattered, with a few landing in the muddy puddle mixed with blood. Dupuhe's eyes were glued to the money, not daring to breathe. Lu Jingyao looked down at him from above, his gaze as cold as ice. "This is for your medical expenses. Go back and tell all the heads in Xiangjiang that this batch of goods belongs to the surname Liu. The man known as Depu quickly snatched the banknotes from the ground and disappeared into the morning fog, rolling as he went. The gangsters at the dock scattered, leaving only a few seagulls pecking at the blood on the ground. Lu Jingyao brushed off his shirt and turned to open the door of the Cadillac. Lin Wanqing handed him a clean silk handkerchief. Let's go to Kowloon Tong. Lu Jingyao wiped the dust from his knuckles and casually tossed the handkerchief out the window. The convoy roared away from the Kowloon wharf, leaving the stench of blood far behind. In the 1950s, Kowloon Tong was not yet considered the most prosperous area of the city. However, it was nestled against the mountains and by the sea, boasting an excellent location with tall banyan trees lining both sides of the winding mountain road. The convoy climbed the winding slope and finally stopped in front of a large iron gate halfway up the mountain. This place was originally a summer retreat for a British lord. The vast grounds were intimidating, featuring not only the main building and servants' quarters, but also an abandoned pony farm. As he pushed open the rusty, ornate iron gate, he found the yard overgrown with weeds towering half a person high. A stagnant pool filled the marble fountain, and much of the plaster on the three-story main building had chipped away. The air was thick with a sense of decay reminiscent of the setting sun. Yet at first glance, Lu Jingyao had already taken a liking to this place. This spot is excellent, elevated with a broad view. He surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Stuff 50 brothers, and that batch of American goods in here, and not even a splash of water will ripple. Oh, it's easy to defend and hard to attack. Just as he said this, the large teak door of the main building creaked open. An elderly Englishman with thinning hair emerged, holding two barking Doberman dogs. He wore a tattered tailcoat and had a pocket watch pinned to his chest. He was trying to maintain the facade of a fallen aristocrat from the British Empire. This old man was the estate owner John, a bankrupt gambler who had lost his fortune and could barely afford dog food. Seeing this, the accompanying accountant Old Chun hurriedly approached, offering a business card with both hands. Mr. John, our boss is interested in your estate and would like to discuss the price. John didn't even take the card, pulling out a silk handkerchief to cover his nose. His murky blue eyes scanned Lu Jingyao and the others, his face filled with disgust. Chinese. Sorry, this estate is pure British property. He raised his chin, his tone sarcastic. I won't sell to lower-class people. Old Chin suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. The price is negotiable. This dilapidated house is worth at most 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. We offer 80,000. 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. John seemed to have heard the greatest joke. He abruptly yanked on the dog leash, and the Dobermans barked wildly at Old Chun, causing him to step back in fright. Are you refugees out of your minds? John looked down his nose at them, his cane tapping on the stone floor. This is a noble's residence. If you want to buy it, it's 100,000 pounds. Old Chun gasped. 100,000 pounds. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, it was an astronomical sum, overpricing this rundown place by more than double. Moreover, I only want brand new British pounds. John's eyes were filled with disdain, looking at them as if they were beggars. Your salty-smelling Hong Kong dollars and fiat currency are too coarse to even polish my shoes. He calculated that these refugees would never be able to produce so much foreign currency. It was purely to vent his frustration, humiliating these yellow-skinned nouveau riche. Old Chun trembled with anger. This is robbery. This house has a leaking roof. If you can't buy it, get lost. Don't dirty my lawn. John scoffed, turning to close the door and unleash the dogs. Bang! A heavy military boot suddenly kicked the teak door, cracking the solid wood panel. Zhao Taidan stood like a black iron tower at the entrance, his gaze fierce, as if ready to devour someone. The two Dobermans that had been so fierce just a moment ago seemed to sense the blood scent on him, whimpering as they tucked their tails between their legs. Lu Jingyao, with his hands in his suit pockets, leisurely stepped up the stairs to the porch. He glanced at Old Chun. Why waste your breath on him? Lu Jingyao walked into the dust-covered living room and sat down casually on a tattered sofa. Get on, bring the stuff in. As soon as he finished speaking, the veterans outside entered, carrying 3 heavy camphor wood boxes. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 large boxes crashed onto the wooden floor of the living room, causing the crystal chandelier above to sway. John swallowed hard, shouting in a feigned bravado, What do you want to do? Is this extortion? Do you believe I will call the police chief immediately? Lu Jingyao pulled out a cigar cutter from his pocket and snipped off the end of the cigar with a click. Open the boxes. Zhao Taidan stepped forward, drawing his combat knife and aiming it at the brass lock of the first camphor wood box. With a quick twist of his wrist, the lock snapped with a crack. He kicked open the heavy lid of the box. A golden light instantly pierced through the dim light of the living room. Inside, the box was filled with neatly arranged golden yellow fish, each engraved with the steel seal of Citibank, exuding a tempting metallic luster of crime. John's shouting came to an abrupt halt. His mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an apple, and his eyes were glued to the gold bars, unable to look away. Immediately after, the second and third boxes were also violently pried open. Bundles of brand new pounds carrying a strong scent of ink piled up like little mountains inside. Against such a down-and-out foreigner, there was no weapon more effective than pure cash flow. 100,000 pounds, not a penny less. Lu Jingyao struck a match and lit his cigar. The flame illuminated his calm face, appearing like a divine being in John's eyes. Count it. If you think it's not enough, I have more in the car. John felt as though his breath was about to stop. He had never seen so much cash in his life. The previous air of British aristocratic pride was instantly shattered by the golden glow. His legs buckled, and he fell directly in front of the wooden box. His hands, which had long held gambling chips, trembled as they touched the cold gold bars. Oh God, this is real. He grabbed a bundle of pounds and greedily inhaled it, sent his face flushed with a sickly hue. Mr. John, Lu Jingyao exhaled a green smoke ring. Does this house still consider race? John shivered and abruptly lifted his head. He scrambled to his feet, his face's fat folds forming a sycophantic flower, his waist bent almost touching his knees. No distinction. Absolutely no distinction. He casually tossed aside the leashes of the two hunting dogs and rubbed his hands as he approached Lu Jingyao. It would be an honor for this estate to be sold to such a generous gentleman. The previous stiff arrogance had vanished without a trace, and now he resembled a tail-wagging puppy. Old Chen watched from the side, feeling exhilarated. These foreigners, usually so arrogant in Hong Kong, had finally been humbled by the boss's money. Where's the deed? Lu Jingyao tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa while holding the cigar. Here, I'll get it for you right away. John fumbled through his tailcoat pocket and pulled out a yellow document. Along with it, he respectfully handed over a pen. Afraid that Lu Jingyao would change his mind, he quickly signed his name with hasty strokes. He even theatrically licked the tip with his saliva to stamp it with his long-devalued noble seal. Lu Jingyao glanced at the deed to confirm it was correct. He tilted his head toward Old Chun, who immediately stepped forward to put the deed into a briefcase. John gazed at the boxes filled with gold bars and cash, his eyes gleaming with greed. He eagerly beckoned the servants outside to come in and carry the boxes. Be careful. Handle it gently. If you chip a corner, I'll skin you alive. He boasted to the servants, but when he turned to face Lu Jingyao, he immediately adopted a servile demeanor. John bowed and handed over the deed. Honorable Mr. Lu, this estate is now yours. Lu Jingyao did not even lift his head. You have 10 minutes to get out with your dogs. John, along with his dogs, rolled out of the half-mountain manor in Kowloon Tong, looking rather disheveled. Lu Jingyao did not linger in this dilapidated house, leaving Zhao Taidan to clear away the moldy clutter. Accompanied by his aide Zhang Lei, he entered the black Cadillac armored vehicle, preparing to inspect the several properties he had recently acquired. The convoy slowly drove into the bustling streets of Yau Ma Ti. In the early 1950s, Hong Kong was chaotic, resembling a pot of boiling porridge with people from all walks of life. The old tenement buildings were adorned with colorful signs, and vendors selling beef offal pushed wooden carts along the streets. A group of ruffians in floral shirts shouted loudly while shaking dice in an ice room by the roadside, occasionally cursing loudly. The Cadillac moved slowly through the crowded narrow streets like a black giant shark swimming into shallow waters. People by the roadside hurriedly moved aside, pointing and whispering about this luxury car, which reeked of money even in its logo. Lu Jingyao leaned back against the genuine leather seat, lowered the armored window halfway, and coolly observed everything while holding a Cuban cigar. Here there were no raging flames of war, but scenes of people fighting to the death over a few Hong Kong dollars were even more barbaric than at the front lines. Suddenly, a muffled sound of beating came from a dark and damp alley around the corner. Bang! A figure was violently kicked in the abdomen and slammed against the moss-covered brick wall, bouncing off like a broken sack and landing in a muddy puddle. Dirty water splashed everywhere. The young man in his early 20s wore a green uniform representing the lower-ranking patrol officers. His wide-brimmed hat had long rolled into the stinking gutter covered in disgusting mud. 3 hefty plainclothes officers with brutish faces immediately surrounded him, like wolves sensing blood. The leader, slicked back with oiled hair, mercilessly stepped on the young man's chest, grinding it down hard. Street punk. All the cops in Kowloon take bribes, and you think you can stand tall. You think you're so righteous. The slick-back officer spat contemptuously, hitting the young man's mud-streaked face with his saliva. The rules set by Inspector Yin. What are you to dare to defy them? The slick-back officer bent down, grabbed the young man's collar, and delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. Daring to throw back the tribute money to the gang and cut off the brother's income. Do you want to die? The young man's face was bruised, his mouth filled with blood from the broken skin, and he couldn't even open his right eye. But he stubbornly guarded his head, not uttering a word. His unsealed left eye revealed a defiant spirit, as if he were chewing on teeth and swallowing blood. I joined the police to catch thieves, not to be a dog for the gang. The young man managed to squeeze out a sentence through his clenched teeth, filled with intense resentment and mockery. Catch thieves? Have you lost your mind? The plump officer beside him kicked the young man's ribs, producing a nauseating thud. In Hong Kong, it's the rich who call the shots. Without money, you're worth less than a dog. The plump officer scolded. With the meager salary you earn in a month, you can't even afford a bowl of wonton noodles, yet you're pretending to be a righteous judge. In the vehicle, Zhang Lei slammed on the brakes, and the Cadillac came to a steady halt at the alley's entrance. He looked at the tragic scene in the alley, his brows furrowed tightly. It's common for officers to bully the common people these days, but seeing one's own beating up their own is rare. Boss, these black cops are going too far. Should I go down and teach them a lesson? Zhang Lei placed his hand on the gun holster at his waist, turning to ask. Lu Jingyao took a puff of his cigar, the grayish smoke slowly dispersing in the car. He recognized at a glance the young man being beaten like a dead dog. That green uniform, that unyielding spirit, and that face full of defiance. It was none other than the legendary figure who would later dominate the police force and establish the $500 million Inspector rules, Lei Luo. Unfortunately, at this moment, Lei Luo was still a naive lad who had yet to be tempered by the harsh realities. An idealist still foolishly dreaming of rising above the filth. Teaching them a lesson is easy, Lu Jingyao said, lightly tapping his thigh with his fingers, his gaze deep. But this kid has to earn his own life. A dog that can only be saved by others cannot bite anyone. What he needs now is a sharp knife that can pierce the heart of the white underworld in Hong Kong. A knife that has been sharpened to recognize only money and power without any boundaries. In the alley, the slickback officer clearly lost his patience. He pulled out a hard wooden baton from his waist, slapping it in his palm with a loud crack. So you have some backbone, huh? Since you refuse to take money, these hands that grab for money are unnecessary. He shot a fierce look at his two companions. Hold down his right hand. Today I'm going to cripple him and see how he catches thieves in the future. The two black cops immediately pounced on him like wolves. They twisted Lei Luo's arms behind his back, forcibly pulling out his right hand and pressing it against the rough bluestone slab. Lei Luo struggled desperately, the veins on his forehead bulging like a fish about to die of thirst. But having not eaten a proper meal for 3 days, he simply could not break free from the two strong men's overpowering grip. The slickback officer raised the wooden baton high, aiming at Lei Luo's wrist joint, and brought it down with a force that tore through the air. Lei Luo closed his eyes in despair, knowing that if this hit landed, he would be rendered useless for life. Just at this critical moment. Clang! 2 bright golden flashes suddenly shot out from the black car at the alley's entrance, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in midair. The heavy metal landed heavily beside Lei Luo's hand. 2 gold bars splashed down into the puddle, sending up a small spray of muddy water mixed with blood. The crisp and solid sound of the impact echoed like thunder in the dark alley. The slickback officer holding the baton abruptly halted, his eyes widening in shock. The other 2 black cops were also dumbfounded, subconsciously loosening their grip on Lei Luo's hand. Lei Luo gasped for breath, struggling to turn his head. 2 gleaming gold bars lay quietly in his pool of blood. The pure gold gleamed alluringly in the dim light, exuding a tempting aura. At the alley's entrance, the armored window of the vehicle was only lowered halfway. Lu Jingyao sat in the back seat, most of his face hidden in shadow, with only the glowing ember of his cigar flickering. He said nothing. Yet the aura of a higher-up looking down on the masses weighed heavily on the 3 black cops in the alley, making them too afraid to breathe. Lei Luo stared intensely at the gold bars on the ground, his chest heaving violently. He looked up at the luxurious car, which even its license plate number exuded arrogance, his mind buzzing. This was not some act of chivalry to help the downtrodden. This was a bloody test, a trial by fire for his dignity and ideals. Lei Luo was no fool. He understood better than anyone that in Hong Kong those were not just 2 gold bars, they were 2 roads to power. Either continue to be righteous, have his hands broken today, and be thrown into the sea tomorrow as a worthless dead cop, or pick up this bloodstained money. Use it to break through the doors of corrupt officials, to smooth relationships, to climb up, to become a player in this damned world. Ideals mean nothing. Without power, he couldn't even protect his own hands that catch thieves. We struck gold. It's real gold. The plump officer was the first to react, greedily swallowing his saliva. He released Lei Luo and reached out his thick palm, eager to grab the gold bars on the ground. In an instant, Lei Luo's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyes, once filled with justice and stubbornness, were now bloodshot, filled only with a frenzied desire for power and wealth. It was as if he had suddenly been injected with a storm of strength, and he sprang up from the mud. Lei Luo crashed headfirst into the plump officer's nose, sending him staggering back, with a geyser of blood from his nose falling backward. You dare to lay hands on an officer? Lei Luo turned sharply, glaring at him like a wolf protecting its territory. Try touching me again. I've got money now. I can buy your lives. His wild roar combined with his bloodied face completely intimidated the 3 seasoned officers. The slick-back officer glanced at the gold bars tightly gripped in Lei Luo's hand, then at the mysterious luxury car at the alley's entrance. He was an old hand, knowing that someone who could casually toss out gold bars without batting an eye was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Even if they snatched the money today, they needed to be alive to spend it tomorrow. You're tough? Well, see. The slick-back officer spat, dragging his bleeding companion as they scurried out of the alley. In the dark alley, only the sound of raindrops falling from the eaves remained. Lei Luo pushed aside the black cop he had stepped on, grabbed the bloodied gold bars, and bowed deeply toward the car window. Thank you, boss, for the meal. I understand the rules now. The car window slowly rose, completely shutting out Lei Luo's mud-streaked face. Lu Jingyao leaned back against the leather seat, closing his eyes to rest. The bulletproof Cadillac smoothly drove out of Yaomati, heading towards Kowloon Tong's hillside. An hour later, the convoy stopped in front of a manor that once belonged to a British lord. In just half a day's time, this place had undergone a dramatic transformation. The originally rusty iron gate was forcibly removed and replaced with a grand pure copper-carved door. Above the grand door hung a gigantic sign made of pure gold. The 4 large characters, Xingyao Company, shimmered under the sun, exuding an air of wealth and arrogance. 50 veteran Special Forces soldiers donned black custom suits. They concealed Colt pistols at their waists, standing like nails at various entrances and exits of the manor. Though dressed in Western attire, the aura of bloodshed that these men exuded, as if they had just crawled out of a pile of corpses, was impossible to hide. Bystanders who caught a glimpse quickly took a detour. Zhao Taidan stood at the entrance like a dark-faced guardian deity. He tugged at his silk tie that was constricting his neck and grinned broadly at Lu Jingyao as he got out of the car. Boss, this foreigner's outfit is quite uncomfortable to wear. But with my brother's display, we certainly look impressive, right? Lu Jingyao tossed the car keys to his assistant Zhang and patted Zhao Taidan on the shoulder. You'll get used to it gradually. From now on, we are legitimate businessmen, so we should do less fighting and killing. He stepped through the grand doors, crossing the meticulously cleaned courtyard, and entered the main hall. The dilapidated furniture in the hall had long been cleared away. In its place were sets of rosewood sofas and a brand new Persian carpet. Lin Wanqing was seated behind a large zetonwood desk. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed anti-radiation glasses perched on her nose, holding a pen with a slight frown on her brow. The desk was piled high with ledgers, land contracts, and various delivery orders brought from the Bund in Shanghai. Next to it lay an abacus, the sound of beads clicking incessantly. You're back. Hearing footsteps, Lin Wanqing looked up, a hint of fatigue flashing across her cold face, but her eyes sparkled unusually bright. Finally sorted out the mess left by that old Englishman. The moisture-proof renovations in the basement are also complete. She adjusted her glasses, exuding a competence akin to a general commanding thousands. The gold bars and pounds we brought are all locked in the underground vault. The land contracts for those 3 docks have also been passed. Lu Jingyao walked over, resting his hands on the edge of the desk, looking down at her. You must be exhausted, right? Such rough work could be left to the accountant. That won't do. Lin Wanqing closed the ledger in her hands, her tone revealing an undeniable stubbornness. This is our capital for establishing ourselves in Xiangjiang. I must personally oversee the use of every penny to feel at ease. She paused, a trace of tenderness flickering in her eyes. The fortune you fought for with your life outside, as the steward, I must safeguard it well for you. Lu Jingyao felt warmth in his heart just as he was about to reach out and pinch her cheek. A soft patter of footsteps came from the staircase. Gu Haitong, dressed in a well-tailored plain silk qipao, approached, holding a purple clay tea tray. She walked lightly, afraid to disturb the two in serious conversation. Master Lu, Sister Wanqing, please have some hot tea to soothe your throats. Gu Haitong poured 2 cups of freshly brewed da hong pao, respectfully handing them to both. Lin Wanqing took the cup, sipped lightly, and nodded in satisfaction. Haitong, your tea brewing skills are indeed authentic. Thank you for taking care of everything today. Gu Haitong was flattered, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Sister, please stop praising me. You are dealing with millions in accounts. My little skill of serving tea doesn't measure up at all. She turned around, her peach blossom eyes shimmering, looking gently at Lu Jingyao. Master, the bath water in the upstairs bathroom is ready, and the temperature is just right. I've also prepared silk pajamas and cigars for you on the table. Go wash away your fatigue first. Lu Jingyao drank the tea in one gulp, feeling utterly relaxed. In his past life, amidst the hail of bullets, he had never enjoyed such imperial treatment. One managed external affairs, strategizing for the management of vast wealth. The other managed internal matters, attending to him with utmost care. The 2 stunning women not only avoided jealousy, but complemented each other perfectly, one strong and one gentle. All right, I'll go take a bath first. Lu Jingyao unbuttoned his shirt collar and strode up the stairs. The master bathroom on the 2nd floor was astonishingly large, entirely paved with white marble. The huge bathtub was filled with steaming water, with a few slices of pomelo leaves floating on the surface. Lu Jingyao stripped off the shirt that was soaked in gunpowder and mud. He stepped into the bathtub, sinking most of his body into the scalding water, releasing a soft sigh of comfort. The exhaustion from days of turmoil, killing, and treachery was finally washed away in this moment. With the rear fully stabilized and the hidden structures in place, the next step was to let loose and crazily amass wealth in this undeveloped gold rush territory. Outside the door, 2 women's low voices could be faintly heard. Haitong, are you still comfortable using these foreigners' appliances? Should I ask the housekeeper to recruit a few maids? This was Lin Wanqing's voice. Sister Wanqing, there's no need to spend that money. I know Master's habits well. I feel uneasy with others serving me. Gu Haitang's voice was soft and gentle. All right, then I'll trouble you with the matters in the inner quarters. I need to hurry and get the business license for the trading company. No palace intrigues, no schemes, just a tacit understanding against the outside. Lu Jingyao closed his eyes, casually picking up a pre-cut cigar from the marble countertop beside him. Just as he lit it with a match, the frosted glass door of the bathroom was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Lu Jingyao didn't even lift his eyelids. In Xingyao manner, only one person would dare to enter his bathroom without knocking. Lin Wanqing entered without knocking, striding in with her high heels. The steam from the bathroom instantly blurred the light on her lenses. She completely ignored the man in the bathtub, quickly walking to its side. Her fair fingers tightly clutched a freshly delivered black market price list. Her chest rose and fell violently due to excitement. What's wrong? Has the sky fallen? Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of smoke, enjoying the sight of her losing her composure through the mist. Lin Wanqing tore off her fogged glasses, her eyes burning with two flames of madness. She slammed the list directly onto the edge of the bathtub. Jingyao, the several hundred boxes of penicillin you brought from Shanghai have now skyrocketed to 5 times the black market price. 5 times. Lu Jingyao paused, his fingers holding the cigar, then chuckled softly in the steamy bathroom. In the 1950s, lung tuberculosis and various infections ran rampant in Hong Kong. With medical resources in extreme scarcity, antibiotics on this island were undoubtedly more precious than gold of the same weight. Penicillin available in the market relied entirely on sporadic smuggling. Not only was the purity low, but the prices were also tightly controlled by foreign firms. The several hundred boxes of original German goods that Lu Jingyao acquired from the arms factory were akin to a treasure trove of golden eggs. Lin Wanqing adjusted her fogged glasses, nodding vigorously. The black market is already in a frenzy. If we release the goods now, we can immediately recover a large sum of cash. She even had the account books ready, just waiting for Lu Jingyao's nod to proceed. However, Lu Jingyao stood up from the bathtub, casually grabbing a large bath towel to wrap around his waist. Selling them individually is too slow and devalues the goods. He walked to the marble sink, wiping his dripping hair with a towel, his gaze deep. Wanqing Go prepares 7 exclusive agency contracts. Lu Jingyao turned his head, a hint of a proud smirk on his lips. Notify Tai Dan to invite the 7 largest pharmaceutical merchants in the Kowloon black market to the underground chamber of the estate. What I want isn't just profit margins, I intend to monopolize the entire black market lifeline of Hong Kong. 2 hours later, in the underground chamber of Xingyao Estate, the iron door was tightly shut, the overhead incandescent lights casting a stark white glow, and the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. At a long mahogany conference table sat 7 portly men. These 7 men controlled over 90% of the black market drug trade in Kowloon walled city and Yau Ma Ti. Typically, they were powerful figures who commanded respect on the streets, yet today, they were forcibly brought into this basement by a group of soldiers. What is the meaning of this? Is there no law? Boss Wong, sitting on the left, slammed the table, his facial flesh quivering. I've paid protection fees to the Kowloon police station. Who do you think you are to kidnap us? A thin drug dealer next to him chimed in sarcastically. Yeah, a bunch of refugees really think they can become big shots just by buying a house in Kowloon Tong. Once Inspector Yin Tong comes to investigate this broken estate, will surely be shut down. The 7 men clamored loudly, relying on their local connections and completely disregarding Xingyao Company. Bang! The heavy iron door was kicked open from the outside, producing a loud crashing sound. The insults in the chamber came to an abrupt stop. Lu Jingyao entered clad in a well-tailored black suit with subtle patterns, his polished shoes clicking steadily on the floor. Behind him, Lin Wanqing followed closely in high heels, carrying a stack of documents. Blocking the door like a tower was Zhao Taidan. He wasn't holding a gun, but his bulging muscles straining against his suit combined with his beast-like gaze instantly dropped the temperature in the room to freezing. Lu Jingyao walked to the head of the long table and sat down confidently. He crossed his hands on the table and calmly scanned the 7 bewildered faces. Gentlemen, let's not be too heated. I've gathered you here to offer a tremendous fortune to all of you. Boss Wong swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain composed as he scoffed. Fortune? I was selling drugs in Hong Kong when you were still in your mother's womb. What connections do you have? Lu Jingyao didn't waste time on him, slightly tilting his head. Zhao Taidan stepped forward and slammed a heavy military green wooden box down in the center of the table. The box was not locked, and Zhao Taidan roughly opened the lid. Inside, the moisture-proof oil paper was torn open, revealing neatly arranged rows of small glass vials. As the light shone on them, the foreign labels on the vials reflected a blinding glare. The 7 drug dealers, who had initially worn expressions of disdain, nearly had their eyes bulge out upon seeing the contents of the box. This is penicillin from Bayer's original factory in Germany. The thin drug dealer suddenly stood up, trembling hands reaching for a small vial, his voice quivering with excitement. In perfect packaging and of extremely high purity. My God, this kind of top-tier goods is simply non-existent in the market. The other bosses gasped in astonishment. They were acutely aware of the value of this box. It was not merely medicine, but a treasure trove of life-saving gold. Boss Lu, how many of these do you have? Boss Wang's attitude did a complete 180, his face plastered with flattering smiles. As long as you're willing to sell, I, old Wang, will take it all. You can set the price. Not a chance. I'll offer 10% more than you. The 7 men who had just been united against a common enemy nearly came to blows over this batch of goods. Lu Jingyao coldly observed these profit-driven merchants lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Tap, tap. The sound was not loud, yet it miraculously silenced the entire room. Everyone stared eagerly at Lu Jingyao, waiting for him to quote a price. I have hundreds of boxes of goods. The moment Lu Jingyao spoke, he dropped a bombshell. The 7 drug dealers were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Hundreds of boxes. That could buy half of Nathan Road. But I won't sell a single box individually. From today on, I will only recognize you 7 as the black market in Kowloon. I will establish a unified purchasing and sales alliance. I will be the sole supplier, setting a fixed wholesale price for you. As for retail pricing, that will also be under my control. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the drug dealers instantly changed. This was an attempt to forcibly take control. The thin drug dealer bravely countered. Boss Lu, isn't this against the rules? Everyone should earn their living based on their own abilities. You are essentially holding our lifeline in your hands. Rules? Lu Jingyao let out a cold laugh, leaning forward, suddenly exuding a suffocating pressure. In this place, my goods are the rules. He tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze sharp as a knife. With my exclusive agency rights, all scattered dealers in Kowloon must procure goods from you. This steady stream of profit would be enough for you to buy houses and land. But if anyone dares to raise prices privately or sneak in inferior goods through other channels. Lu Jingyao paused briefly, and Zhao Taidan smoothly drew a military knife from his waist, driving it heavily into the mahogany table. The knife handle trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound. I will break his legs and sink his entire family in Victoria Harbor. This was no longer a negotiation, but a blatant threat from the Underworld. Faced with the overwhelming temptation of profit and the lethal intimidation of force, the backs of the 7 drug dealers were drenched in cold sweat. Lin Wanqing stepped forward at the right moment. She distributed the 7 pre-drafted exclusive agency agreements to them one by one. Gentlemen, sign here, and the first batch of goods can be delivered tonight. Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, her tone professional and cold. If you don't sign once you step out of this door, Xingyao Company guarantees you won't be able to sell a single box of medicine in Hong Kong. A slap followed by a sweet date. This monopolistic tycoon model that transcended eras directly crushed those old-school merchants still playing with scattered soldiers. Seeing the thick supply list and immense profit margins, Boss Wang was the first to grit his teeth and pick up the pen. I'll sign. Following Boss Lu means there's meat to eat. With one person leading the way, the remaining 6 no longer hesitated, quickly signing their names on the contracts. Thus, Xingyao Trade's first cash cow was established without a single drop of bloodshed. A massive flow of cash would continuously pour into the underground vault in Kowloon Tong. The atmosphere in the chamber finally eased. The drug dealers held the stamped contracts, each beaming with joy, as if they had already seen mountains of gold. Boss Wang carefully tucked the contract away close to his body, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Lu Jingyao, who sat calmly at the head of the table, feeling a bit anxious. Boss Lu, this business is too lucrative. Boss Wang swallowed hard and trembled as he asked, what if Inspector Yin Tong comes to take a cut? When engaging in gray business in Hong Kong, one cannot avoid the greedy Chinese inspectors. Yin Tong was notoriously a greedy wolf, and upon seeing such a big piece of meat, he would undoubtedly open his jaws wide. Lu Jingyao leisurely took a cigar from the box and sniffed it at his nose. I'm not worried, my water is too deep for him to swallow. In the office of the Kowloon police station, smoke swirled around. The old ceiling fan creaked above, failing to dispel the oppressive heat and restlessness in the room. Yin Tong abruptly grabbed the red ledger on the table and slammed it onto the floor, causing the teacups to rattle. Damn it! Who can tell me why the fees for this month suddenly dropped by 20%? He rubbed his slicked back hair, his face trembling with anger. The plainclothes officers standing below exchanged glances, not daring to make a sound. A chubby confidant officer stepped forward, nervously taking out a gold-embossed business card from his pocket. Yin Yui found out that it's that newcomer from Kowloon Tong named Lu Jingyao. The chubby officer swallowed hard and reported in a low voice, he has brought all 7 major drug dealers in the Kowloon black market under his wing, forming some kind of unified sales alliance. Now, all the penicillin on the streets is controlled by him alone. Our brothers went to the pharmacy to collect this month's fees, and those shopkeepers actually said that future water fees must be collected from Xingyao Company. Upon hearing this, a greedy glint instantly sparkled in Yin Tong's murky eyes. Penicillin. That is the juiciest piece of meat on the market in Xiangjiang right now. A box of medicine could turn into profits equal to several tenement buildings. How dare that Lu eat alone, not even understanding the rules of paying respects. He's digging up the earth right under the Tai Sui head. Yin Tong snatched the business card away without even glancing at it, ripping it in half with a crack. Coming to my territory to set rules. Does he think money can make him a big shot in Kowloon? Yin Tong tossed the torn paper into a spittoon, snorted coldly, and drew his .38 revolver from his waist. Let's go. Call in 2 cars of brothers to deal with this rich kid from Shanghai. Today I want to see just how tough this piece of meat really is. Half an hour later at the Xingyao warehouse in Yaomati, several green trucks emblazoned with royal police insignia arrogantly blocked the entrance to the warehouse. The screeching sound of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the street, causing the surrounding neighbors to hurriedly close their doors. Zhao Taidan was outside smoking and keeping watch with over a dozen veterans in black suits. Seeing this commotion, the veterans immediately extinguished their cigarettes, their hands subtly moving toward their waist. Wow, quite the show here. Yin Tong, clad in a gray trench coat, jumped out of the jeep, chewing on a toothpick. Behind him followed 40 to 50 armed uniformed officers and plainclothes detectives surrounding the warehouse entrance tightly. Zhao Taidan strode down the steps, blocking the way like a black iron tower. Officers, this is a private warehouse. Unauthorized personnel, please keep out. Yin Tong looked Zhao Taidan up and down, letting out a contemptuous sneer. Private warehouse. In Kowloon, even if it's the governor's underwear, I can inspect it if I want. He pulled a blank search warrant from his pocket, waving it in front of Zhao Taidan. Someone reported that this warehouse is hiding illegal opium and firearms. Everyone step aside, CID is conducting an investigation. Zhao Taidan did not retreat and inch, his fierce eyes fixed on Yin Tong. Without our boss nod, no one is stepping through this door today. The fierce aura emanating from these men who had rolled through piles of corpses suddenly surged. A dozen veterans stepped forward in unison, their suit jackets slightly lifting to reveal the metallic grips of M1911 handguns. The officers behind Yin Tong were startled, instinctively pulling back the gun slides. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point, and the intense smell of gunpowder filled the air. It only took a spark to ignite the entire scene. How audacious! Dare to violently resist the law. Yin Tong was used to being arrogant and did not take these bodyguards seriously at all. He abruptly raised his revolver, the dark barrel pressed directly against Zhao Taidan's forehead. You try drawing your gun. Do you believe I can shoot you right now for resisting arrest? Zhao Taidan's forehead bulged with veins, his teeth grinding together. His rough hand had already grasped the gun handle, his thumb even disengaging the safety. Just 1 second. He was absolutely confident he could snap this corrupt official's neck before Yin Tong pulled the trigger. At this critical moment, the phone in the guard booth at the warehouse suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. The harsh ringing broke the deadly silence. A veteran quickly grabbed the receiver, listened for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Brother Tiedon, it's a call from the boss. Zhao Taidan stared intently at Yin Tong, his feet unmoving, just slightly turning his head to shout. Bring me the phone. The veteran tugged on the long phone line and handed the black bakelite receiver to Zhao Taidan's ear. Boss, these black cops are trying to steal our goods. They have guns pointed at my head. Zhao Taidan's voice was laced with the tension of a volcano about to erupt. Just say the word and I guarantee not a single one of them leaves this street today. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingyao sat in the study of his villa in Kowloon Tong. He toyed with a pure gold lighter, his tone as calm as a still pond. Tiedon, put away your gun. Lu Jingyao's voice came through the line, clear and penetrating Zhao Taidan's ears. Zhao Taidan was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Boss, there are 200 boxes of original German goods in the warehouse. If they take them away. I told you to put away your gun. Lu Jingyao interrupted him, his voice not loud, but carrying an absolute pressure like a military order. If they want to check, let them in to check. If they want to take the goods, let them take them all without missing a single box. It's just a piece of meat. I'm just afraid their mouths are too small to swallow it. Zhao Taidan's chest heaved violently, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. But a soldier's duty is to obey orders. He firmly shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, boss. Zhao Taidan casually propped the receiver against his shoulder and slowly released his grip on the gun handle. He waved his hand at the veterans behind him, his tone stifled. Everyone step back. Open the door. Though the veterans were filled with rage, they still uniformly stepped aside. The heavy iron rolling door of the warehouse was pulled up. Seeing this, Yin Tong became even more arrogant, thinking he had completely subdued these outsiders and could not help but burst into loud laughter. You guys are quite sensible. I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just a bunch of soft-shell shrimps. Yin Tong holstered his gun, waving his hand. Brothers, go in and search. Any suspicious boxes, load them onto the truck. 40 to 50 officers rushed into the warehouse like wolves. When they pried open the wooden boxes and saw rows of neatly stacked penicillin, their eyes went wide. Yin Yi, we struck it rich. It's all high-grade imported antibiotics. The chubby officer was so excited he could barely speak. This was not just medicine, it was practically a mountain of gold. Yin Tong looked at the priceless goods being moved out, and his flabby face bloomed with a smile. This windfall was enough for him to squander at the casinos in Macau for half a year. In just 20 minutes, 2 large trucks were packed to the brim. In high spirits, Yin Tong, holding a freshly lit cigarette, swaggered up to Zhao Taidan. Looking at this brawny man who was a head taller than him, his eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Yin Tong extended his greasy hand and arrogantly patted Zhao Taidan's iron-colored cheek. Slap slap. The crisp sound of the slaps was particularly jarring at the quiet warehouse entrance. Zhao Taidan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, a drop of blood dripping onto the muddy ground from his palm. Yin Tong laughed while slapping Zhao Taidan's face. Go back and tell your boss in Kowloon I, Yin Tong, am the king. After finishing, he swaggered into the jeep and drove off with the loaded convoy. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingyao listened to the roar of the departing engine. His finger tightened suddenly. Kaba. The hard bakelite microphone was crushed by him, a crack appearing, and plastic shards fell to the ground. Tian equipped the brothers with American gear. Tonight we strike. The night is deep with dark clouds completely obscuring the moon. Outside an abandoned auto repair shop on the outskirts of Jiulong City, a crowd gathers, the flickering red glow of cigarette butts merging into a sea of light. This is the secret warehouse where Inspector Yin Tong clandestinely disposes of stolen goods. To protect the 200 boxes of penicillin he had just stolen that afternoon, he had spent heavily to gather over 300 gangsters from various factions. 1 against 3. Pay up, pay up. In the open area outside the repair shop, a dozen gangsters are gathered around a broken wooden box, playing cards, the ground littered with crumpled bills. A young thug with dyed yellow hair, cigarette in mouth, is shuffling cards while grumbling. Inspector Yin is really overreacting. To deal with a few outsiders, he calls us over 300 brothers to come here and catch the sea breeze. A nearby bare-chested man, having just won some money, is in a good mood and grabs a handful of peanuts to shove into his mouth. You don't know anything. The penicillin inside is worth more than half of Nathan Road. The man chews on the peanuts, spitting a mouthful of saliva disdainfully onto the ground. This afternoon at the dock, those guys in suits were scared shitless by a few words from Inspector Yin. That big guy in charge looking like a bear, wasn't he slapped like a grandson by Inspector Yin? The man burst into laughter. These mainlanders, when they come to Xiangjiang, they're just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The gangsters erupt into a boisterous laugh. In their eyes, with 300 men wielding knives guarding this place, not even a fly could get in. They have no idea that in the darkness the Grim Reaper has already revealed his scythe. Behind a dirt slope at the edge of the repair shop, 50 dark shadows seem to blend into the night. There is no sound of conversation, even their breathing is suppressed to a minimum. Zhao Taidan crouches in the mud, his face painted with anti-reflective black paint. He reaches up to touch his left cheek. The 2 slaps he received from Yin Tong that afternoon, though not hard, left a humiliation scorched into his heart like a branding iron. Zhao Taidan's gaze is as fierce as that of a starving wolf. Instead of drawing his sword, he removes the American Thompson submachine gun from his back and pulls the bolt. Click. The faint metallic sound of friction echoes in the night. Behind him, 50 veteran Special Forces soldiers, all clad in black tight-fitting combat uniforms, bulletproof tactical vests, anti-slip military boots. They each carry 30-round magazines on their chests and have the latest American stun grenades at their waists. Zhao Taidan makes no sound. He raises his right hand and quickly signs several standard military tactical hand signals in the air. His index and middle fingers are together, pointing to the left, right, and center. 3 assault teams executing a pincer maneuver. His fist clenches and he swings it down sharply. Action begins. The 50 shadows move like ghosts, silently approaching the repair shop. The yellow-haired thug had just picked up 2 cards when he suddenly felt something drop at his feet. Clatter. A few green-painted iron lumps rolled down the slope to the bottom of the wooden box. The yellow-haired thug was momentarily stunned and kicked at it with his toe. What the hell is this? Who threw a kettle over here? As he bent down, the delayed fuse of the iron lumps burned out instantly. Boom! A deafening explosion erupts from the ground. This is not a lethal shrapnel grenade, but a stun grenade specifically designed for counterterrorism assaults. The blinding white light instantly tears through the darkness, bright enough to rival staring directly at the sun. The intense light and terrifying explosive sound blast right in the middle of the crowd of over 300 gangsters. Ah, my eyes. My ears. I'm deaf. The gangsters who were previously arrogant now roll on the ground, covering their eyes in panic. The blinding light causes temporary blindness, and the explosive sound disrupts their inner ear balance. The 300 men are like headless flies, unable to distinguish north from south. Zhao Taidan leaps up like a killing god. Attack! The 50 veteran soldiers simultaneously penetrate the enemy ranks from 3 directions. There are no deafening cries of battle, only an utterly cold tactical advance. Tat-tat! Tat-tat! The crisp sound of submachine gun fire becomes the only note in this space. The veterans do not spray bullets randomly. The gunstocks firmly press against their shoulders. 3 short bursts form a group precise enough to make one's scalp tingle. Bullets fly past the gangsters' scalps or directly shatter the knives they were holding. Occasionally, when encountering a few stubborn resistors, the veterans do not even blink, slightly lowering the barrels. A bullet strikes a thigh, and the thug immediately kneels down, howling in agony. This is an absolute asymmetrical strike by regular troops against thugs. Gangsters usually rely on shouting and chaotic slashing to bolster their momentum in fights. But they have never seen such a silent, efficient infantry tactic that harvests the battlefield like a machine. Cops. There's a Flying Tigers team. Run. They are all armed with rapid-fire guns. The disorientation from the stun grenade has not yet faded, and fear has thoroughly shattered the psychological defenses of this unruly mob. A few gangsters with watermelon knives attempt to rally their forces for a counterattack. Just as they stand up, a shadow has already approached them like a specter. With a vicious strike of the rifle, but the veteran directly shatters the gangster's jaw, followed by a kick that sends him flying 3 meters away. The entire process is seamless without even half a second of pause. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Crouch with your heads covered. Zhao Taidan shouted in rough Cantonese, his voice booming. Hearing this sound like a heavenly decree, those already terrified gangsters feel as if they have been granted amnesty. Clank, clank. Knives and iron bars are thrown all over the ground. Over 300 thugs who were once arrogant now look like a flock of docile quails. They clutch their heads tightly, kneeling uniformly in the muddy open space, trembling in fear. Some are so scared they wet their pants, and an unpleasant stench fills the air. From the first stun grenade explosion to the collective surrender of 300 men, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. The veterans hold their submachine guns coldly, guarding the perimeter, their breathing rhythm undisturbed. Zhao Taidan steps over a ground strewn with watermelon knives and strides up to the tightly shut iron door of the repair shop. He takes a deep breath and raises his booted foot. Bang! With a loud crash, the 2-finger-thick iron door is kicked off, its hinges crashing heavily onto the cement floor of the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the lights are bright. Yin Tong is sitting among the 200 boxes of penicillin, holding a black telephone receiver. He has half a cigarette in his mouth and is haggling with a buyer. Boss one, you can rest assured. The goods are right under my nose, Yin. Yin Tong boasts into the receiver full of pride. With 300 brothers guarding outside, even the British troops stationed in Hong Kong would have to shed some skin. Just as he finishes boasting, a few muffled explosions sound from outside. Yin Tong frowns and holds the phone between his shoulder and ear. These damn thugs setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night. It's so noisy. As soon as he finishes speaking, the iron door of the warehouse, as if made of paper, is slammed 2 meters in front of him. The cold wind from outside rushes in, dispersing the smoke in the warehouse. Yin Tong is stunned. The microphone slips from his hand, swaying in midair, emitting a busy tone. The cigarette butt falls on his expensive dress pants, burning a hole, yet he remains oblivious. In the light of the warehouse, he sees the dark mass outside the door. 300 gangsters are kneeling on the ground in a sea of black. 50 men dressed in black wielding American submachine guns surround the warehouse like an iron barrel. This is impossible. Yin Tong's facial muscles twitch violently, as if all the blood in his body has been drained in an instant. Where did this army come from? When did Xiangjiang have such a well-armed regular army? He finally realizes that the man surnamed Liu did not fire his gun that afternoon not out of fear, but to watch a clown's performance. The instinct to survive jolts Yin Tong back to reality. He tears open his trench coat and swiftly reaches for the .38 revolver at his waist. I am Inspector of Kowloon. You dare to touch me? Yin Tong screams hysterically as he pulls his gun halfway out. A cold chill suddenly presses against the thick skin of his neck. It is the sensation of a blade pressed against his skin. Yin Tong's movements freeze instantly, every hair on his body standing on end. He doesn't even hear any footsteps. This person seems to have emerged from hell. Shin Fei stands behind him like a ghost. The military dagger in his hand is firmly pressed against Yin Tong's carotid artery. With just a little force, blood could spurt 2 meters away. Inspector Yin. Shin Fei's voice is colder than the blade, devoid of any human emotion. My boss invites you for tea. Shin Fei pressed the military dagger half an inch against Yin Tong's neck. The icy blade cut through a layer of oil skin, oozing a thin line of blood. The flesh on Yin Tong's face went completely stiff, his eyes desperately glancing downward. He didn't even dare to swallow hard, fearing his Adam's apple would graze the blade. What do you want? He struggled to maintain his composure, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Outside the warehouse door, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached. Tap, tap, tap. The heels of leather shoes struck the rough concrete floor. Each step felt like a stomp on Yin Tong's heart. The Special Forces veterans at the door automatically stepped aside, creating a wide passage. Liu Jingyao, dressed in a well-tailored black trench coat, entered leisurely with one hand in his pocket. The mud and blood outside left not a single mark on his shiny leather shoes. He surveyed the warehouse, filled with penicillin, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, his gaze settled on Yin Tong, who was being held at knife point by Shin Fei. Liu Jingyao walked directly to the luxurious leather sofa. He turned and sat down casually, smoothing the hem of his trench coat, crossing his legs. Director, Yin, working late at night to check goods? You truly are hard at it. Liu Jingyao leaned back in his chair and pulled out a silver lighter from his pocket, lighting a Cuban cigar. Grayish smoke curled up, obscuring his deep-set eyes. Are you the famous Lu from across the river? Seeing the main figure, Yin Tong's fear was unexpectedly overshadowed by a surge of unnameable anger. Having been the local tyrant in Kowloon for so many years, when had he ever been questioned with a knife at his neck? Kid, you've got guts that can cover the sky. Do you know that kidnapping a royal police director is a crime punishable by death? Yin Tong strained his neck, trying to regain his former dominance. He spat a mouthful of blood at Lu Jingyao. If you know what's good for you, put down the knife and kneel down to apologize. The more he spoke, the more spirited he became, thinking Lu Jingyao wouldn't dare to actually kill him. Otherwise, when dawn breaks, with a single call, the entire Flying Tigers and station troops can reduce your estate to rubble. Lu Jingyao quietly listened to his threats. He held the cigar, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the leather sofa, producing muffled sounds. It was as if he were listening to a pig's cries before slaughter. Kill you. Lu Jingyao chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Director, Yin, you think too highly of yourself. He tilted his head, slightly signaling Zhao Tiedan, who stood nearby. Zhao Taidan strode forward, pulling out a thick stack of documents from the craft paper bag tucked under his arm. Smack! Dozens of black and white photos and several yellowed account books slammed onto Yin Tong's face. The papers scattered all over the ground. Yin Tong was stunned by the blow, instinctively looking down. Just a glance and the arrogance on his face extinguished like a flame doused with ice water. In the photos, he was unmistakably seen in plain clothes delivering gifts to the Japanese gendarmerie during the occupation period. Not only were there photos, but the open account books clearly recorded every shady deal he made, including selling military supplies and harboring traitors. Black and white on paper, there was even his red handprint from back then. These items had long been thoroughly investigated by the military intelligence, becoming a death warrant in Lu Jingyou's hands. Impossible. This can't be. Yin Tong's eyes bulged like copper bells, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a waterfall. He shook his head, desperately howling like a rabid dog with its tail stepped on. I burned those ledgers ages ago. Where did you get them? Lu Jingyao exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze piercingly mocking. Yin Tong, do you truly think that no one is watching the shady things you've done in Hong Kong? He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, staring directly into Yin Tong's eyes, filled with despair. If these ledgers appeared on the governor's desk tomorrow, how do you think they would charge you? The British Empire could not tolerate such traitorous dogs who eat inside and out while leaving behind incriminating evidence. Not only would he be unable to act as director, but even his hidden assets overseas would be seized completely. Yin Tong was thoroughly panicked. His psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. He no longer cared about his dignity. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Master Lu, Ancestor Lu, I was blind and failed to recognize the great mountain. He reached out to grab Lu Jingyou's thigh, but was kicked in the chest by Shun Fei, toppling to the ground. You have a lot of grace, let me off like a fart. Ignoring the pain, Yin Tong crawled back up, frantically knocking his head. I don't want any penicillin, I'll return everything to you. From now on, I won't take a single cent from Kowloon's fees, I'll offer it all up to Xingyao. He cried, snot and tears flowing, performing as pitifully as possible. But Lu Jingyao had seen too many desperate men in his past life. Crocodiles shed tears only to find an opportunity to strike. Sure enough, in the moment he bowed his head, Yin Tong's peripheral vision locked onto the revolver that Zhao Taidan had disarmed and thrown to the ground. It was no more than a meter away from him. Yin Tong calculated maliciously in his heart. As long as he killed this Lu and destroyed these ledgers, he could still be the king of Kowloon. Master Lu, I've bowed to you. He mumbled words of submission, but his body was secretly gathering strength. Just as his forehead was about to touch the ground, Yin Tong, like a mad bear driven into a corner, suddenly leaped up from the ground. His hefty body exploded with astonishing speed, lunging towards the revolver like a starving dog pouncing on food. Die, you mainlander. Yin Tong's right hand had already grasped the cold grip of the gun, a crazed and sinister laugh blooming on his face. Shen Fei's expression turned cold, his military knife ready to be thrown. Yet Lu Jingyao remained seated on the sofa, not even moving a finger. He simply watched quietly as Yin Tong courted death. Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly tore through the air in the warehouse. Yin Tong's maniacal laughter froze instantly on his face. Before he could raise the gun in his hand, his chest erupted in a blinding spray of blood. The immense impact sent his 200-pound body stumbling back 2 steps. In disbelief, he looked down at the gaping wound on his chest, blood gushing out. Yin Tong made a wheezing sound, dropping the revolver to the ground. He collapsed into the pool of blood with a thud, his limbs twitching a couple of times before falling completely still. His eyes, which could not close even in death, stared fixedly in the direction of the warehouse door. The shooter was not Lu Jingyao nor any of his veterans. Outside the warehouse door, a young man in plain clothes with a straight posture stood firmly in the night breeze, holding a smoking police revolver in both hands. It was Liloa, who had received Lu Jingyou's covert notification and arrived with a team of police to suppress the bandits. Liluo's eyes were cold and resolute, the gun still steadily pointed at Yin Tong's corpse. Behind him, over 20 armed police officers swarmed in, quickly taking control of the outer scene. The gangsters who had originally been kneeling on the ground saw the police arrive, and instead of feeling relieved, buried their heads even lower in fear. Director Yin Tong of Kowloon thus met his end at the hands of an insignificant patrol officer. Lu Jingyao exhaled the last puff of his cigar and extinguished the butt in the crystal ashtray. He stood up and slowly began to applaud. Good shooting. Truly worthy of being the elite of the police maintaining peace in Hong Kong. Lu Jinjiao's voice echoed in the empty warehouse, tinged with a hint of appreciation. Leluo lowered his arms that were still holding the gun. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tremors of his first kill, striding up to Lu Jingyao. He knew that by firing this shot he had completely pledged his life. From now on, Leluo would no longer be the lowly officer who could be beaten up in dark alleys. With Yin Tong's death, a massive power vacuum was created in Kowloon's white underworld, and Lu Jingyao was the puppeteer pushing him onto this throne. Without shedding blood using a knife to kill, Lu Jingyao eliminated a greedy stumbling block, while Leluo gained immense credit for taking down an armed bandit. Killing two birds with one stone. Leluo looked at the unfathomable young tycoon before him, feeling an awe that was beyond words. He deftly holstered the smoking revolver. Then he brought his feet together sharply. Under the gaze of all the police and veterans, Leluo stood tall. He saluted Lu Jingyao with a standard military salute, saying, "Report, Mr. Lu, the bandit leader Yin Tong has been shot dead." Leluo's near-perfect military salute marked the end of last night's bloody massacre. Yin Tong's body was dragged away overnight, and the underground order of Kowloon quietly changed. The next morning at dawn, the continuous rain finally ceased, but the air still carried a damp, musty odor. Lu Jingyao did not hold a celebration banquet at the villa. Several green military trucks rolled over the bumpy, muddy road and slowly stopped at the outskirts of the Kowloon walled city slum. This place is the most lawless area in Xinjiang. The low iron sheet houses were crammed together, and there was not a single clean spot to stand on. In the alley where sewage flowed freely lived a group of forgotten, marginalized people. Most of them were veterans who had retreated from the mainland during the war and the widows of martyrs who died on the battlefield. As soon as the truck came to a stop, the roar of the engine attracted numerous vigilant gazes. Hundreds of ragged men, women, and children poked their heads out from behind broken wooden doors, their expressions revealing fear and numbness. They thought it was yet another gang come to collect protection fees in this impoverished area. The door swung open and Lu Jingyao was the first to jump out of the vehicle. Today he didn't bring those murderous assassins with him. Only a few amiable-looking associates from Xingyao Company accompanied him, along with Lin Wanqing, dressed in a simple yet elegant trench coat. "Open the cargo hold and unload the goods." Lu Jingyao waved his hand, and several associates immediately pulled back the waterproof canvas covering the back of the truck. There were no guns or ammunition, nor any smuggled penicillin. The cargo hold was filled to the brim with bags of Thai fragrant rice flour and boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine and wine for bruises. The refugees in the shantytown were left dumbfounded. In these years when even tree bark had been nearly consumed, this truckload of food was dazzling, far more valuable than mountains of gold and silver. An old man with one arm, leaning on a cane, dared to step forward. His empty left sleeve flapped in the morning breeze. His right eye was blind, and his face bore a terrifying shrapnel scar. "Sir, what is this?" The old man's cracked lips trembled as he stared fixedly at the gleaming rice, swallowing hard. Lu Jingyao took off his expensive custom suit jacket and casually handed it to Lin Wanqing behind him. He wore only a thin white shirt and strode to the back of the truck without assistance. Lu Jingyao bent down, gripped a 50-pound bag of rice, and with a sudden effort hoisted it onto his shoulder. His precious leather shoes sank into the stinking muck, splattering mud on his white trousers. He didn't even furrow his brow as he walked straight to the one-armed old man. With a thud, this heavy, life-saving grain was placed steadily at the old man's leaky iron sheet door. "Old man, take this. This is food for our Chinese soldiers." Lu Jingyao brushed off the white dust from his hands, his tone gentle, a stark contrast to the killing machine he had been the night before. The one-armed old man trembled all over, and the only eye he had left sparkled with brightness. He stared intently at the scars on Lu Jinjiao's forearm that were left by military knives. Those were marks only obtained by those who had fought for their lives in the trenches with the Japanese devils. You came from the army." The old man's voice choked up instantly. Lu Jingyao nodded and glanced around at the disabled men. Some had lost a leg, some had half a chin missing, and several widows, weathered by time, held malnourished children in their arms. "My brothers bled for the country among the dead." Lu Jinjiao's voice echoed over the slum, carrying a weight of undeniable strength. Those who did not die on the battlefield must not starve to death on this foreign land. He turned to Lin Wanqing beside him. Lin Wanqing immediately understood, opening the heavy leather bag in her hand. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of Hong Kong dollar cash. She walked up to a widow holding a child and stuffed a thick envelope into the woman's hand. She took out a handful of large white rabbit milk candies bought from a foreign shop and stuffed them into the child's skinny palm. Take this to buy your child some new clothes and a bit of meat. Lin Wangqing's eyes reddened slightly, and her voice dropped softly. From now on, Xingyao Company will send people to deliver money and food every month. The woman held the thick stack of cash, hardly believing her eyes. A great benefactor. A living bodhisattva. The woman weakened at the knees, directly kneeling in the mud, banging her head as she held her child. This kneel was like toppling a domino. Hundreds of old veterans and their families who had suffered humiliation could no longer hold back their grievances. They had endured the disdain of foreign police and the beatings from gangsters in Xinjiang, living worse than pigs and dogs. Today someone finally treated them like human beings. Attention! The one-armed old man suddenly threw away his cane and stood upright on one leg in the mud. With his remaining right hand, he brought his index and middle finger together to his temple, giving an exceptionally standard, yet incomplete military salute. 33rd Army New Division retired Sergeant Wang Chongwei saluting the commander. With this shout, dozens of disabled men around straightened their stooped backs. 60th Army Dagger Squad Private Li Xuan Zhu saluting the commander. 88th Division Guard Company Private Zhao Erniu saluting the commander. The voices with strong regional accents echoed in the dilapidated shantytown. These men had tears in their eyes, using all their strength to kneel on one knee before Lu Jingyao. Thank you, Commander Lu, for your benevolence. The roar shot into the sky, shaking the water collected on the iron sheet roof nearby. Lu Jingyao took 2 steps forward, supporting Wang Shenghui's arm and forcibly pulling the old soldier up from the mud. Everyone get up. Chinese soldiers do not kneel to heaven or earth, nor to foreign devils. Lu Jingyao surveyed the surroundings, his tone resolute. I, Lu Jingyao, declare today, as long as my Xingyao Company has a pot, there will definitely be a bowl of rice for my brothers. In the future, if anyone dares to come collect protection fees on this street, mention my name, and he'll chop off their hands. The veterans were moved to tears, wiping their eyes. Lin Wanqing opened a black oil paper umbrella and quietly walked to Lu Jinjiao's side, shielding him from the falling drizzle. She watched the man beside her, her heart racing. Last night, he sat on a leather sofa watching Yin Tong's head explode without blinking, like a living king of hell. But this morning, he personally helped an old disabled man stand up in this dirty shantytown. His methods ruthless, yet with a bottom line that could not be crossed. This is the true hero of a chaotic world. Compared to those hypocrites who preach righteousness but indulge in vice behind closed doors, he lived more openly than anyone. In Lin Wanqing's eyes, besides deep affection, there was now also a fervent admiration. To be the steward for such a man, her life would be worth it. The food and cash were soon distributed. The associates of Xingyao Company even helped a few elderly and disabled people repair the leaking roofs. This lifeless slum finally had a hint of the warmth of the living. Lu Jingyao brushed off the mud from his trousers, preparing to leave. Just as he was helping the last one-legged veteran up, a sudden commotion of rude shoving came from the edge of the crowd. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the road. A small thug in a floral shirt, skinny as a bamboo pole, rudely pushed aside several family members and squeezed to the front. He had yellow hair and a crooked dragon tattoo on his arm. The little thug glanced at Lu Jinjiao's formidable aura, and his previously arrogant demeanor weakened by 3 points. He swallowed hard, trembling as he took out a red envelope from his pocket. The corners of the envelope were stained with a few drops of dark, dried blood, exuding a strong aura of menace. You are Boss Lu of Xingyao, right? The little thug hesitantly handed the envelope over, his eyes darting. Lin Wanqing frowned, just about to reach for it, when Lu Jingyao snatched it first. On the red paper in black ink was a bloody cleaver drawn. Lu Jingyao opened the envelope with his thumb, glanced at the contents inside, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The little thug took half a step back, steeling himself to shout, Boss Lu, the big boss of the walled city, invites you to drink tea tonight. Lu Jingyao pinched the blood-stained invitation with 2 fingers. The rough paper felt coarse, and the dried blood had turned a dark brown, exuding a wild and savage air. He let out a cold laugh and casually tossed the invitation onto the dashboard of the jeep. Returned to the manor. Half an hour later, at the Zhulongtang Hillside Manor, in the study on the 2nd floor. On the solid wood table lay a detailed map of Hong Kong. Lin Wanqing's brow was tightly furrowed. She was holding a freshly compiled dark web dossier, gripping it so tightly that her fingertips turned white. Jingyao, this tea is undrinkable. She pushed the dossier to the center of the table, her tone tinged with an unusual urgency. The news returned by the informant indicates that this big boss is not an ordinary local tyrant. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his boss chair, fiddling with a pure silver lighter. Oh, did he grow 3 heads? Lin Wanqing walked to the map, her delicate fingers pointing at the densely packed black blotch of Kowloon walled city. This is truly a no man's land. The laws of the Qing dynasty do not apply, and the police of the governor dare not enter. Even if the thugs below commit crimes, as long as they run inside, the cops can only stand by helplessly. She took a deep breath and reported a shocking statistic. Over 30,000 people are crammed into a space the size of a palm, all filled with dark passages that never see the light of day. Even dogs get lost once they enter. The big boss monopolizes all the smoke shops, noodle stalls, and gambling dens in the walled city. He has over 3,000 desperate wanted criminals and murderers under his command. Lin Wanqing looked at Lu Jingyao, her eyes filled with worry. You've robbed the black market of its penicillin business, cutting off his main source of income. This time inviting you in is clearly a trap. Once you enter the iron gate of the walled city, no one from the outside can get in. Even if you sprout wings, it would be futile. Zhao Tian, listening nearby, was infuriated. He slammed his thigh and shouted in a rough voice. What's there to fear? 3,000 punks are still just punks. Can flesh bodies withstand bullets? He stepped forward, both hands pressed against the desk. Boss, give me half an hour. They'll bring 50 brothers armed with Thompsons and plenty of grenades. We'll charge straight through the front door and turn that so-called big boss into a sieve. Lu Jingyao didn't even lift his eyelids and directly rejected the idea. No way. Zhao Tian was anxious. Why not? We've even robbed an arms factory. Are we afraid of a few thugs? Fighting requires brains. Stop being reckless all the time. Lu Jingyao stood up, pointing at the intricate topographical map of the walled city. The buildings inside are packed tightly with wires and pipes overhead, so you can't see even 10 meters ahead. Submachine guns can't unleash their firepower advantages in such a maze. If it comes to street fighting, those desperate men will be throwing lime and pouring boiling oil from the dark. Lu Jingyao's gaze turned cold. Of our 50 precious veterans, half will fall today. This business is not worth it. Zhao Tian stopped speaking, his face reddening. Lin Wanqing echoed. Indeed, a strong assault is not feasible. In a massacre involving tens of thousands, the British troops stationed in Hong Kong will definitely come out with tanks to seal off Kowloon. At that time, all we've worked for will go to waste. Zhao Tian scratched his head, anxious and pacing. So what should we do? They've shoved a bloodied invitation in our faces. We can't just be turtles hiding in their shells, can we? If we go, it's just walking to our deaths. Lu Jingyao did not reply. He took out a red and blue pencil from the pen holder. He swiftly drew 5 prominent red circles at the edges of the walled city map. Who said I want to be a turtle? Lu Jingyao's lips curled into a cruel smile. In warfare, the psychological aspect is paramount. To deal with these wild dogs hiding in rat holes, we must use explosives. He pointed at the 5 red circles. Wanqing, these are the 5 main entrances leading out of the walled city, right? Lin Wanqing glanced at the dossier and nodded. Lu Jingyao turned to Zhao Tian, his eyes glinting with mad ambition. Go to the backyard and get 5 heavy military trucks. Load each truck with 2 tons of the high-grade TNT explosives we took from the arms factory. Zhao Tian gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. 2 tons of explosives in 1 truck. That's 10 tons for 5 trucks. If that explodes, not only the walled city, but also the surrounding streets will be blown to the sky. Once loaded, cover them with tarps and disguise them as delivery trucks. Lu Jingyao's tone was as calm as if arranging what to have for dinner. Connect all the detonators. Give me a remote wireless timer set to the correct frequency. Lin Wanqing was horrified, her face turning pale, hands covering her mouth. Jingyao, are you planning to blow up the walled city? There are still tens of thousands of innocent civilians inside. I won't blow up the civilians. Lu Jingyao casually tossed the red and blue pencil, making a soft pop sound. But the big boss must know that if he messes with me, the price will be one he cannot afford. As long as he dares to touch a hair on my head, those 5 trucks will be his coffin. This decisive intimidation was utterly extreme. Yet only such a desperate measure could firmly control those bloodthirsty desperados. Zhao Tian grinned widely, nodding enthusiastically. Understood. He'll personally handle the explosives and wiring. I guarantee there won't be a single bone left. After saying that, he turned and hurried out of the study. After detailing the plan, the time was already approaching evening. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened and the neon lights on Kowloon streets began to flicker. Lu Jingyao walked into the cloakroom. He wasn't wearing his usual well-tailored suit or a trench coat. Instead, he changed into a high-quality, grayish-blue traditional long robe. The fabric was top-notch Hangzhou silk, draping beautifully. On his feet were a pair of black cloth shoes with 1,000 layers of soles. In his hands, he casually twirled 2 glossy lionhead walnuts. Crack, crack. The sound of the walnuts rubbing together was crisp and pleasant. In this outfit, he lost some of the Western style of a Ritterney. Instead, he exuded the imposing aura of a seasoned leader of the Green Gang. Deep and unfathomable, he commanded respect without anger. Lu Jingyao approached the mirror and adjusted the buttons on his collar. With a swift motion, he quietly tucked a compact Browning pistol into the wide sleeve of his long robe. The chamber was fully loaded with yellow bullets. Lin Wanqing leaned against the doorframe, watching this man who was calmly walking into a deadly situation. Her heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, her palms drenched in cold sweat. It's almost time. Lu Jingyao turned around and shouted downstairs, Tian, start the car. We're off to the banquet. Zhao Tian, dressed entirely in black, poked his head out from downstairs. Boss, how should we arrange the other brothers? Everyone stays at the manor to guard it. Tonight it's just the 2 of us going. Lu Jingyao strode down the stairs with steady steps. Lin Wanqing finally couldn't hold back. She grasped Lu Jingio's long robe, sleeve, her voice trembling. That's a den of thousands if the detonator fails, or if the big boss strikes first. Even if the two of us had 3 heads and 6 arms, we'd be minced into meat paste. Lu Jingyao halted his steps, turning to look into Lin Wangqing's beautiful eyes, which were filled with panic and worry. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaning down. He gently pressed a warm kiss on Lin Wangqing's smooth forehead, the faint scent of jasmine lingering around her hair. Lu Jingyao released his hand, his gaze arrogant, exuding absolute confidence that looked down on the world. Lin Wangqing panicked. You're only taking Tai Dan with you. It's too dangerous. Lu Jingyao kissed her forehead. Don't worry, the truth only lies within the range of artillery fire. Lu Jingyao stepped out of the manor's gate, the night breeze causing the gray-blue long gown he wore to flutter slightly. There were no bodyguards following him, only Zhao Tiedon, like a black tower, closely trailing beside him. Half an hour later, the jeep stopped outside the rusty iron gate of Kowloon walled city. This place resembled a decaying beast lying in the darkness, its mouth wide open, emitting a foul stench. The tangled power lines above obscured all the moonlight, resembling a spider's web. Lu Jingyao took a step forward, his polished shoes firmly stepping into the dark alley of the walled city, eternally flowing with sewage. As soon as he stepped inside, a nauseating smell of opium and mildew assaulted him. The low, dilapidated buildings on both sides had not a single glimmer of light. However, Zhao Titan's back instantly tightened. Having rolled among corpses for years, he was most sensitive to the aura of death. In the dark windows and narrow corners, countless pairs of malicious eyes were lurking. Click! The faint sound of a gun being cocked rang out just a few meters above their heads. Zhao Tidan abruptly looked up, his right hand darting to his lower back. Don't move, Lu Jingyao said softly, his footsteps never faltering. He was playing with 2 glossy lionhead walnuts, producing a crisp sound as they rubbed together. Since someone has invited us, we must maintain the demeanor of guests. Zhao Tidan suppressed his impulse to draw his weapon, letting out a reluctant cold snort from his throat. The two followed a skinny guide winding through the maze-like walled city. The buildings in this place were packed closely together, not even a sliver of sky was visible, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. After walking for several minutes, a dim yellow light finally illuminated ahead. A cacophony of voices mixed with the pungent smell of dog meat pierced their noses. The thin guide halted, pointing to a shabby stall that didn't even have a sign. The dog meat restaurant is here, the big boss is waiting for you inside. Lu Jingyao brushed off the sleeve of his long gown and calmly stepped through the door. Inside the stall, steam rose thickly with several large iron pots bubbling away, cooking dog meat with skin still on. Yet within this heat, there lurked a chilling aura of impending danger. In the cramped space of less than 30 square meters, over 100 desperate individuals were densely packed together. All were bare-chested, tattooed with images of mountain tigers and the vigilant Guangong. Each person held a machete wrapped in old newspaper with traces of dark red blood still clinging to the blade. In the center of the crowd, a greasy Eight Immortals table stood. A muscular man, his face covered with fat and crisscrossed with numerous knife scars, sat domineeringly in the main seat. This was the big boss who monopolized the lives and deaths of thousands within the walled city. He was shirtless, his shiny bald head steaming, and he was gnawing on a bloody dog leg. Upon seeing Lu Jingyao enter, over 100 blade-wielding men stepped forward in unison. The clashing of blades produced a piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. For an ordinary business tycoon, this scene would be enough to scare them into submission. However, Lu Jingyao merely swept a casual glance across the room, his gaze landing directly on the big boss. Big boss, quite the appetite you have. Lu Jingyao stopped 2 meters away from the table, playing with the walnuts in his hand, appearing relaxed. The big boss chewed the soft bones in his mouth, spitting out the fragments onto the ground with a puff. So you are the one causing a stir outside the dragon crossing the river. The big boss scrutinized Lu Jingio's exquisite long gown, disdain evident in his eyes. You look like a pale-faced scholar from a theater. Your courage is even greater than a dog. He suddenly stood up, grabbing a piece of half-raw, blood-dripping dog meat from the table. Smash! The bloody piece of meat was forcefully slammed down in front of Lu Jingio's black cloth shoes. Blood splattered onto the hem of his gray-blue long gown, blooming into several glaring red spots. Guests are to be treated well. The big boss leaned forward, his hands pressed on the greasy table, resembling a starving wolf guarding its food. Eat this piece of meat. Consider it a greeting from the port of my walled city. The surrounding 100 fugitives erupted into loud laughter, their blades glinting under the lights, causing dizziness. Eat up. The big boss is treating you. You mainlander, if you don't eat, you'll be chopped up and thrown into the pot. The shouting was deafening. Zhao Tidan was completely enraged. His eyes turned crimson, the veins on his neck bulging like gnarled roots. His right hand swiftly drew the M1911 pistol from his waist, loading a bullet. You're seeking death. Zhao Tidan had just raised the gun halfway. Lu Jingio's left hand was already firmly pressing down on the gun barrel, forcing it down. Boss! Zhao Tidan's eyes twitched in desperation. There were over 100 knives here, and if they didn't take the initiative, they would truly be minced into meat paste. Lu Jingyao ignored him, merely flicking his sleeve. He didn't even glance at the bloody piece of dog meat on the ground, stepping directly over it. The soles of his shoes squished the meat, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The big boss eyes twitched, the flesh on his face tightening instantly. Lu Jingyao walked straight to the Eight Immortals table. He pulled out a long bench and sat down generously on the chair smeared with grease. His movements were fluid, exuding a strong aura as if Mount Tai was collapsing before him, and he remained unfazed. He casually picked up a chipped coarse porcelain teacup from the table. He took the nearby spout teapot and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Dog meat is too coarse. Oh, I have a delicate palate and can't get used to such rough food. He lifted the teacup, blowing away the floating debris of low-quality tea leaves. The big boss sent out a blood post to invite me. It wouldn't be just for this leftover meal, would it? This nonchalance in the face of a sea of blades and swords stunned all the desperate men in the room. The big boss narrowed his eyes and returned to his chair, his gaze filled with venomous intent. Good. You've got some guts. He slammed his palm on the table. Then let me be frank. I don't care what rubbish alliance you're stirring up outside. But by cutting off the funds and drug routes for several thousand brothers in the walled city, you've broken the rules of the Underworld. For the penicillin business, hand over 70%. From now on, your goods must go through me. This was not a business deal. It was outright robbery. Lu Jinjiao's hand holding the teacup paused. He looked up at the big boss as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. 70%. Your appetite is bigger than the dog you keep. Lu Jingyao set down the teacup, his hands once again playing with the walnuts. I came here today to give you a way out. Unfortunately, a person like you doesn't understand gratitude. The big boss face changed drastically as he fiercely grabbed the machete on the table. You bastard. Do you think this is the governor's residence? He shouted angrily, and the surrounding 100 blade wielders immediately closed in. The gleaming edges formed a web of death, trapping Lu Jingyao and Zhao Taidan in the middle. As soon as the big boss gave the order, the two would be chopped into meat paste. Zhao Taidan tightened his grip on the gun handle, his muscles coiled tightly, ready to fight for a bloody escape. Yet Lu Jingyao remained as steady as Mount Tai, sitting on that greasy chair. He didn't even blink, merely stroking the walnuts in his hand gently. If you kill me, you won't get a single penny. Lu Jingyao looked at the big boss, his eyes filled with mockery. Moreover, I guarantee that by tonight you all won't even see the moon. The big boss seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised the machete, pointing it at Lu Jinjiao's nose. Are you trying to scare me? I've been in the walled city for 20 years. Ooh, I've spilled more blood than you've drunk water. The big boss sneered. Lu boss, you have guts, but you don't know the rules. It seems you won't be leaving this walled city today. Lu Jingyao took a sip of tea, raising his hand to check his Rolex. 5 seconds left. 4. And Lu Jingyao set down his teacup, his voice utterly devoid of inflection. And the boss let out a scornful laugh and raised the cleaver in his hand. End spirit summoning charlatan. Chop him into pieces, now. End 3. And Zhao Taidan took a firm step forward, shielding Lu Jingyao with his broad back, and drew a combat knife from the outer thigh sheath. 2. In 1. And no sooner had the final syllable left his lips. In boom. RRRR. A series of deep, thunderous detonations erupted simultaneously from 5 directions beyond the Kowloon walled city's perimeter. The sound bore no resemblance to artillery fire. It echoed more like heavy military trucks accelerating at full speed before slamming headlong into colossal steel structures. And instantly the entire ground of the walled city shuddered violently. Overhead, the haphazardly strung electrical wires spat blinding blue sparks. Several dim yellow bulbs shattered outright. And inside the dogmeat restaurant, the massive iron cauldron tipped over, spilling scalding broth across the floor. Several blade-wielding thugs at the front lost their footing and tumbled forward, faces smacking hard into the dirt. And what the hell is this? An earthquake? And the boss steadied himself, his jowls quivering violently as a chilling premonition surged through him. He seized a nearby underling by the collar and roared, "Go! See what's happening outside," and the man scrambled headlong into the shadowed alley. The atmosphere inside the dogmeat restaurant turned unnervingly still. Over 100 cleavers hung, suspended midair, neither striking nor retreating. And Lu Jingyao remained seated calmly beside the octagonal table, his long robe's hem perfectly unruffled. He even had the composure to refill his empty teacup with steaming hot tea. And within 3 minutes the scout came careening back, tumbling head over heels. His face was deathly pale, his trousers soaked through at the crotch. He collapsed to his knees the moment he crossed the threshold and wailed uncontrollably. "And boss, it's catastrophic." And he pointed frantically toward the alley outside, his voice shrill and hysterical, like that of a vengeful ghost. "All 5 gates of the walled city, they're completely sealed off." And the boss kicked the underling hard in the shoulder. "Sealed off? This place houses tens of thousands. How could a few rust bucket trucks block them all?" "Not rust buckets, military cargo trucks." And the underling bowed his head repeatedly, his speech stammering and broken. "In, tarpaulins cover the cargo beds. When the wind lifts them, you see stacks upon stacks of yellow TNT blocks. One truck stationed at each intersection, doors welded shut. Each bears a digital timer ticking audibly. In silence swallowed the room whole. Even the dry firewood crackling in the hearth now sounded piercingly sharp. NTNT. 5 trucks. Those 2 words fused together struck terror, not only into the hearts of the walled city's gangsters, but even gods would shed a layer of skin facing such odds. And the boss felt an icy chill race up his spine, a cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He whirled around fixing Lu Jingyao, who sat sipping tea, with a murderous stare. And you're insane. That's tons of high explosives. And he swallowed hard, clinging desperately to the last vestiges of his underworld authority. If they detonate, the entire Kowloon walled city will be blasted skyward. In shoving aside his flunkies, he drew a Blackstar pistol from his lower back and leveled it straight at Lu Jingyao's temple. Stop playing your Hollow City ruse. You want mutual annihilation. Look around. You think this is some open field? Ni's gun hand trembled, but his eyes burned with undimmed ferocity. Pull that trigger and you kill me now. In facing the dark yawning muzzle, Lu Jingyao didn't so much as blink. In setting down his teacup, he slowly slid his left hand into the capacious sleeve of his robe. The boss recoiled in alarm, his finger clenching instinctively on the trigger. And don't move. Pull your hand out. Now. And Lu Jingyao complied, withdrawing his hand, empty of any weapon. Instead, he held a compact, jet-black metallic box, antenna extended, centered with a crimson button. And with a sharp snap, he slapped it onto the greasy tabletop. Recognize this. And Lu Jingyao tapped the red button with a faint, demonic smile curling his lips. NUS. Military-grade radio detonator. Its frequency is already synchronized with the blasting caps aboard all 5 trucks. And he raised one slender finger and rested it lightly atop the red button. I die, my finger releases or presses down. All 5 trucks detonate at once. Ni's gaze swept the circle of knife-wielding thugs, their faces drained of blood, his tone flat, chilling, and utterly detached. Every one of the tens of thousands inside this walled city dies with me today. And the boss gasped for air, his chest heaving. And madman, you're a goddamn madman. His pistol hand shook violently, thick veins bulged across his forehead. And for over a decade he'd ruled the walled city unchallenged, had faced every kind of desperate killer imaginable. Men who hacked each other limb from limb for turf. Men who sold their own children for a few grams of opium paste. There were countless such monsters. And yet never had he encountered anyone like Lu Jingyao. Clad in the finest silk robe, sipping hot tea, yet treating the lives of tens of thousands as mere chips on a gambling table without blinking an eye. And this wasn't a merchant. This was a demon king, tenfold more ruthless than any thug in the walled city. And put the gun down. And Lu Jingyao's finger remained poised over the button, his voice glacial. I'll count to 3. If it's not down by then, we all die. In 1, Ni's finger depressed the button slightly. The detonator emitted a soft electronic beep. Clang. And the Blackstar pistol clattered to the floor. The boss's psychological defenses shattered utterly at that single quiet tone. Ni's legs gave way, his 200-pound frame crashed down like a mountain of flesh. Master Lu. Boss Lu, I yield. I surrender. And kneeling on the mud-streaked, blood-smeared floor, he pounded his forehead against the ground. I renounce the penicillin trade, forever. And I'll collect not a single cent of the walled city's protection fees. And still bowing, he crawled frantically toward the octagonal table. You're a dragon crossing the river. You're the living King Yama. Please, take your hand away. Don't press. And the 100-odd thugs who moments earlier had roared for blood now stood utterly soulless. Cleavers clattered to the floor in chaotic heaps as they dropped to their knees beside their fallen leader. And before absolute, inescapable death, the walled city's pitiful code of underworld honor dissolved into nothing, less than breath, less than smoke. Lu Jingyao watched silently as the trembling mass of flesh lay prostrate before him. And he slid the detonator aside and withdrew his hand. And the boss exhaled, a long shuddering sigh of profound relief, and began to rise, eager to express his gratitude. But the instant he lifted his head, and Lu Jingyao's right hand had already emerged silent as shadow from the depths of his sleeve. Na small, exquisitely crafted Browning pistol pressed its muzzle precisely against the boss's gleaming, sweat-slicked forehead. Master Lu, what? And the boss's smile froze, his pupils contracted to needlepoints. I offered you a path to survival, Lu Jingyao said, his voice devoid of warmth or hesitation. And you chose to reject it. In my game, those who overturn the board walk only one road, straight to the grave. Bang! And the gunshot rang crisp and clean, no hesitation, no echo. Na crimson bloom burst across the boss's forehead. Ni's skull's rear shattered outward, red and white matter splattered across the whitewashed wall behind him. His massive body swayed twice, then collapsed with a heavy thud into the spreading pool of blood, eyes wide and unblinking. And the room fell into tomb-like silence. Not even a breath dared stir, and everyone stood paralyzed, stunned by the sudden, brutal reversal. None moment negotiating terms, the next, a bullet through the skull. This man in the silk robe was less bound by reason than any black market thug they'd ever known. And without expression, Lu Jingyao withdrew a pristine white silk handkerchief and wiped the non-existent gunpowder residue from the barrel. He tossed the handkerchief onto the boss's corpse. And then he turned, his gaze locking onto a gaunt, trembling man hiding deep within the crowd. That was Ah Ding, the walled city's second-in-command, the scheming strategist who whispered counsel into the boss's ear. At Lu Jingyao's glance, Ah Ding shrieked and crumpled to his knees, his trousers instantly soaked through. And Master Lu, mercy, this has nothing to do with me. And he waved his hands, wildly sobbing and screaming at once. And Lu Jingyao rose and walked toward him. His polished shoes scraped harshly across the scattered cleavers. And he leveled the pistol at Ah Ding, frozen and petrified beside him. From this day forward, you rule the walled city. Half the profits go to me. And who agrees? Who objects? Every last outlaw in the room dropped to their knees and discarded their weapons in unison. The sunlight spilled over the lawn of the Kowloon Tong Banshan Manor, exuding a lazy warmth. The bloody storm of last night in Kowloon City seemed like nothing more than a fleeting dream. Lu Jingyao changed into a casual white shirt, the collar slightly open. He leaned back on the French leather sofa in the backyard, legs crossed, flipping through a thick red ledger. That kid Ding was quite clever. In just half a day's time, half of the profits from the brothels and smokehouses in the city had been transformed into boxes of gold bars and sent to the underground vault. This illicit windfall, with its obscure origins, was just what was needed to fund Xingyo's upcoming business expansion. Lu Jingyao lifted his fine china teacup, gently blowing on the foam of the Earl Grey tea. Suddenly, a clear and crisp exclamation shattered the tranquility of the backyard. Lu Jingyo's hand paused, holding the teacup as he raised his gaze. On the over 2-meter high stone wall of the manor, a struggling, slender figure was hanging. It was a girl dressed in an elegant western gown. The hem of her skirt had been torn by the barbed wire on the wall, exposing half of her pale leg. She was closing her eyes, slipping down like a startled cat. With a rip, the expensive fabric was completely torn. The girl slipped, and with a scream, she fell from the top of the wall. She was falling directly towards the genuine leather sofa where Lu Jingyao sat. He didn't even flinch. He merely shifted his body slightly and moved the scalding cup of tea a half-inch away. With a thud, the fragrant soft body crashed heavily onto the other end of the spacious sofa. The cushions sank dramatically, the springs groaning under the strain. The girl was dazed from the fall, clutching her slender waist and gasping in pain. Lu Jingyao regarded this uninvited guest with considerable interest. Her beauty was striking, with bright eyes and white teeth. Even with her face covered in dust, it couldn't hide the innate nobility cultivated within her. The pearl hairpin on her head had tilted to one side, and one of her high-heeled shoes had gone missing. As the girl rubbed her waist and sat up, her eyes met Lu Jingyo's deep gaze, which held a hint of amusement. She was taken aback for a moment, then tensed up like a startled deer. Outside the wall, a commotion of footsteps could be heard, mixed with the shouts of burly men. Hurry! The young lady has climbed over the wall into that courtyard. Get a human ladder and go check. The girl's face changed dramatically, panic evident as she darted towards Lu Jingyao, covering his mouth with her hand. Her small hand was cold, carrying a faint scent of high-end rose perfume. Shh! Don't make a sound, she whispered urgently, her doe-like eyes fixated on Lu Jingyao, her tone laced with a haughty arrogance. I snuck out. Those people outside are all bodyguards my father sent to catch me for an arranged marriage. She moved closer, her nose almost brushing against Lu Jingyo's chin. As long as you cover for me and don't let them in. The girl raised her chin slightly. I have plenty of money. After this is over, I will give you an exorbitant fee for your silence, enough for you to live off for half a lifetime. Lu Jingyao found it amusing that her soft hand was covering his mouth. Instead of being angry, he was rather amused. In Xiangjiang, anyone who dared to cover his mouth like this would probably be long dead. At that moment, several shadowy figures appeared at the archway of the backyard like wraiths. Zhao Tiadan, accompanied by several seasoned Special Forces veterans with M1911 pistols drawn, charged in with a fierce aura. Seeing the unfamiliar woman on the sofa, the veterans instantly raised their guns, locking onto the girl's head. With just a glance from Lu Jingyao, she would immediately be turned into a sieve. Unaware of the impending doom, the girl had her back to the archway. A glint of amusement flickered in Lu Jingyo's eyes. He raised his free hand, signaling in the Special Forces sign language to Zhao Tiadan to disengage and retreat. Zhao Tiadan understood immediately and made a gesture. The veterans lowered their weapons and retreated back into the shadows in the blink of an eye. All of this happened without a sound. Outside the wall, there were a few dull thuds, clearly the bodyguards climbing up. Young lady, are you in there? A rough male voice shouted over the wall. The girl shrank back, curling up like an ostrich, trying desperately to hide behind Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao leisurely pulled her small hand away from his mouth. Not only did he not push her away, but he leaned forward slightly, his solid back acting as a wide wall, shielding the girl completely. Who was making noise outside? Lu Jingyao lifted his cup of red tea, his tone calm, yet carrying an aura of authority that demanded respect. On the wall, a bodyguard in a black suit peered over only to meet Lu Jinjiu's cold, frosty gaze. The kind of murderous aura forged in the crucible of bloodshed made the bodyguard involuntarily shiver. He scanned the courtyard, only seeing a young master with a terrifying presence sipping tea. As for the young lady, she was entirely concealed behind the broad back of the sofa, and the man. I apologize, sir. The bodyguard swallowed hard, his demeanor becoming submissive. We are looking for my lost young lady, and did not mean to disturb your rest. Lu Jingyao did not even lift his eyelids, gently blowing on the tea leaves. This is private property, he uttered coldly, his voice sharp enough to cut. Get lost. The bodyguard felt suffocated under this pressure and dared not linger for even a second. Yes, we will leave immediately. A flurry of hurried sounds came from the wall. Soon after, the footsteps outside grew distant until they completely vanished at the end of the street. The crisis was averted. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the banyan leaves remained in the backyard. The girl peeked out from behind Lu Jingyao, straining her ears to listen for a long time. Once she confirmed that they had truly left, she let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and stood up from the sofa. Though her clothes were torn and her hair was disheveled, the haughtiness of a wealthy young lady returned to her. She straightened her messy skirt and circled around Lu Jingyao like a queen assessing her subordinate. You know your place and didn't betray me. The girl pulled out a checkbook from the inner pocket of her gown, taking out a golden pen. Tell me, how much do you want? I promise I won't go back on my word. Lu Jingyao set down his teacup, watching her performance with keen interest. This girl, though in a state of despair, couldn't hide the cleverness and cunning in her eyes. It seemed this elopement had been planned for quite some time. No need for money. Consider it a free circus show I just watched. Lu Jingyao leaned back on the sofa, a smirk playing on his lips. The girl was momentarily speechless, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. She had never encountered a man who dared to refuse her money before. Moreover, this man had a sharp tongue, actually saying she was performing a circus. But for some reason, looking at his well-defined face, exuding a wild charm, made her heart skip a beat. He was quite handsome, much more so than the spoiled rich heir her family had arranged for her. The girl cleared her throat, suppressing the inexplicable fluttering in her heart. She proudly raised her chin like a peacock that had just won a fight. Thank you. My name is Huang Mingzhu. She looked Lu Jingyao up and down, taking in his exquisitely tailored white shirt and trousers. Your suit is quite nice. The fabric is rather exquisite. Where did you get it made? Lu Jingyao took a sip of the Earl Grey tea, savoring its flavor. He watched the proud young lady, still oblivious to the reality, and couldn't help but chuckle. This manor is under my name. Huang Ming's face instantly flushed red all the way to her fair neck. She shot up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You are the owner here. She stammered, pointing at Lu Jingyao, her proud peach blossom eyes filled with embarrassment and panic. Just moments ago, she had arrogantly boasted about offering a sky-high confidentiality fee. After all this commotion, it turned out she was making a scene on the territory of the rightful owner. What's wrong? Has Miss Wa's checkbook lost its effect? Lu Jingyao picked up the cup of Earl Grey tea, looking at her with a half-smile. Huang Mingzhu was so humiliated she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She hastily grabbed the high heel that had fallen on the lawn, ignoring the greetings, and fled with her torn skirt. Lu Jingyao watched her panic-stricken silhouette as she jumped over the small iron gate in the backyard, chuckling to himself. This girl certainly had some charm. However, he was not in the mood to play any games of financial marriage with this young lady. Lu Jingyao set down his teacup, turned, and walked into the main building, descending the concealed stairs directly into the underground chamber. He approached the large mahogany table and pulled out a heavy brass key from the pocket of his fitted shirt. The character Lu on the key handle gleamed with a dim metallic luster under the light. With a rustle, he spread a yellowed and brittle old map on the table. This was the Japanese survey map he had found at the bottom of a corrupt official's safe after raiding Yintong's lair a few days ago. Yintong, that brutish man, only knew how to hoard gold and could not comprehend this contour map with hidden markings. Lu Jingyao picked up a red and blue pencil, quickly sketching on the map, guided by the fragmented memories in the original owner's mind. The lines crisscrossed, and the coordinates gradually narrowed down. Finally, the red pen tip came to a heavy stop outside the harbor island at a coastal cliff. An abandoned tungsten mine left from before the war. The ultimate trump card of the Jiangxia financial conglomerate, codenamed Warehouse No. 0, was hidden in this forsaken place. At 2 in the morning, 2 military trucks without license plates with their lights off bounced like ghosts along the rugged mountain dirt road. The sea breeze mixed with a strong briny odor seeped in through the window cracks. Lu Jingyao sat in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. Creak. The truck stopped in a concealed hollow halfway up the mountain. Zhao Taidan jumped out first, holding a machete. Boss, there's no road ahead, just wild banana plants up to my waist. Lu Jingyao pushed the door open and stepped onto the soft soil. Cut through it. The map shows the entrance is just below that cliff. Zhao Taidan waved his hand, and more than a dozen Special Forces veterans immediately spread out. They swung their knives and carved out a small path through the dense bushes. The group walked in the dark for over 10 minutes. The roar of waves crashing against the rocks grew louder, and the air became unusually humid. "Boss, we've arrived." Zhao Taidan waved his flashlight ahead. A moss-covered concrete wall half a meter thick was embedded in a depression of the mountain wall. Its surface was well disguised. Without the map coordinates, one could wander here for a month without discovering it. "Step back." Lu Jingyao wasted no time and issued the command directly. Zhao Taidan took out 2 pieces of C4 plastic explosives from his tactical vest. He skillfully molded the explosives into strips and precisely stuffed them into the seams of the concrete wall's load-bearing structure. He inserted the detonator and pulled out the fuse. Everyone immediately retreated and concealed themselves behind a large rock several dozen meters away. Boom! A dull explosion erupted at the edge of the empty cliff. There was no blazing fireball, only a precise directional blast that shattered the resilient concrete wall into fragments. Dust filled the air. Lu Jingyao brushed off the dust on his clothes and strode towards the blown-open gap. Several beams of strong flashlight light pierced into the dark and deep mine tunnel beyond. This was not an ordinary cave. The walls were reinforced with steel-reinforced concrete, and the ground was even laid with moisture-proof sleepers. After walking about 50 meters down the mine tunnel, a massive steel door suddenly blocked the group's way. It was made of pure Krupp steel from Germany. This blast-proof door weighed at least 10 tons, fitting seamlessly into the rock layer. Not even C4 explosives, let alone a tank's main cannon, could breach it. Zhao Taidan swallowed hard and pushed against the cold steel plate. "Heaven, how do we deal with this iron lump? We didn't bring a cutting machine." Lu Jingyao stepped forward, scanning the smooth door plate. He raised his hand and reached for the inconspicuous round brass rivet at the center of the door. Pressing down firmly with his thumb, the rivet popped open, revealing a complex gear lock hole inside. Lu Jingyao took out the brass key and inserted it steadily into the lock. With a twist of his wrist, he turned it clockwise. Click, click, click. A series of dull, heavy mechanical interlocking sounds echoed from deep within the door. It was as if a steel behemoth that had been asleep for over a decade was slowly awakening. Following that, a grinding noise that made one's teeth ache could be heard. The Tintin blast-proof door, without any electric power, began to slide open slowly to the sides, relying on its precise gear system. A rush of dry air tinged with a faint smell of machine oil greeted them. "Turn on the flashlights." Dozens of high-intensity beams instantly pierced through the darkness behind the door. What unfolded before their eyes was a completely hollowed-out mountain covering an area as large as 2 football fields. Holy crap! Zhao Taidan's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a fist when he saw the scene inside. In the left area near the main door, over 100 large camphor wood boxes were neatly stacked. The boxes were sealed with the seal of the French bank. Zhao Taidan rushed over and violently pried one open with his paratrooper knife. Clatter! As the lid lifted, a dazzling golden light instantly blinded everyone's eyes. The box was filled to the brim with perfectly cut gold bars. "Boss, we struck gold. This is all hard currency." Zhao Taidan's voice trembled with excitement. A rough estimate put the value of these 100 boxes of gold bars at over 10 million pounds. This money could buy half of the shops in Central. The veterans breathed heavily, staring intently at the mountain of gold. But Lu Jingyao merely cast a casual glance, lacking even the interest to walk over and touch it. No matter how much gold there was, it was ultimately lifeless. In this age of great contention, having money alone only makes one a target of envy. His gaze passed over the boxes filled with gold. It locked onto the 2 massive shapes covered tightly with heavy canvas situated in the exact center of the warehouse, resembling small hills. Lu Jingyao strode over. He seized the rough edge of the canvas and yanked it hard. Swish! The massive canvas fell away, raising a cloud of fine dust. The spotlight illuminated the scene. Cold, precise, and exuding an aesthetic of industrial violence, steel machinery suddenly appeared in Lu Jingyao's line of sight. Zhao Taidan was stunned. He approached and touched the metal bearings coated in anti-rust grease. "Boss, what? What is this thing? Looks like a machine for making guns." "This is called foundation." Lu Jingyao's hand slowly stroked the German nameplate on the main machine, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented fervor and ambition. This was not a lathe from a military factory. It was 2 complete textile production lines imported from Germany, representing the world's most cutting-edge technology. A complete set of rough spinning, fine spinning, and weaving integrated equipment. Even the accessories and blueprints were carefully packed in oil paper and neatly arranged on the nearby shelves. In the 1950s, millions of refugees flooded into Hong Kong. Basic necessities like clothing were paramount. The dilapidated textile mills on the market used nothing but outdated machines from before the First World War. But these 2 production lines before him, once operational, would deliver a devastating blow to the entire market in terms of efficiency and quality. This was the deadliest trump card left to him by the Jiangxia financial conglomerate. With this, he would possess a never-ending blood-producing machine and the capital to fully control the economic lifeblood of the lower class. Zhao Taidan scratched his head, looking at the tons of gold, while swallowing hard, finding it hard to muster any interest in these iron structures. "Boss, with so many gold bars, why bother with these iron frames?" Hiring a few hundred brothers to collect protection fees would make more money. Lu Jingyao retracted his hand and turned to look at this reckless man who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. He pulled out a pure silver lighter and lit a cigar. The blue smoke slowly rose in the vast underground space. Zhao Taidan looked at the tons of gold while swallowing hard, but Lu Jingyao caressed the cold textile machine. Tiet on black will never amount to anything. With this we will transform from street thugs into real tycoons of Hong Kong. Lu Jingyao threw that bold statement at Zhao Taidan and immediately issued a deadly order. Gold bars were transported out of the abandoned mine in boxes. The underground bank of Kowloon operated nonstop for 3 days and nights, exchanging all the gold into stacks of large Hong Kong dollars. Holding this massive cash flow, Lu Jingyao's gaze was fixed on Tsuan. In the 1950s, Tsuan was merely a poor fishing village overgrown with weeds and muddy. It had not yet developed, and land prices were as cheap as cabbage. Lu Jingyao drove a jeep with Xiao Tietan directly trampling over weeds taller than a person. He slammed 3 black suitcases filled with cash onto the local gentry's 8 immortals table. I'm taking this piece of land entirely. There was no need for haggling or tedious processes. In this era where wealth equated to power, money paved the way more effectively than any British law. The blueprints were ready. Lu Jingyao offered 3 times the market wage and hired a total of 2,000 bricklayers in one go. With 3 shifts operating around the clock, huge searchlights lit up the night sky of Tsuan as the roar of pile drivers shook the ground. Zhao Tietan, carrying a gun and supervising, was accompanied by veteran soldiers. Nearby, some gang members who intended to collect land fees took one look at this scene and ran away in fright. In less than a month, rows of brand new red brick factories miraculously rose from the wasteland. The gold embossed sign of Xingyao Textile Factory reflected a dazzling light under the morning sun. Inside the factory, the roar of machines was deafening. Lu Jingyao, dressed in a tailored silver-gray suit, strode down the spacious and bright workshop corridor. Lin Wanqing followed closely at his side. She had changed into a smart beige women's business suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and held a thick attendance folder in her hand. This batch of female workers are all refugees recruited from Kowloon walled city. Lin Wanqing leaned close to Lu Jingyao's ear, raising her voice to report, her words barely audible over the noise of the machines. A total of 500 people. Oh, I've decided to provide them with 3 meals a day. They will have meat buns for lunch and hot soup made from big bones for dinner. Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, a glint of shrewdness and pride flashing in her eyes. These women couldn't even afford to eat tree bark before. Now, as long as they get a full meal, they work as if their lives depend on it, even running to the restroom. Lu Jingyao nodded in satisfaction. He turned his gaze towards the busy, frail figures on the production line. Though these female workers were thin and pale, their eyes fixed on the looms were remarkably bright, their hands sorting cotton threads, moving so quickly that they left only shadows. In chaotic times, the lower class understands gratitude the best. You give them a lifeline and they can sell their lives to you. In the center of the factory, 2 sets of German imported production lines transported from warehouse No. 0 stood like 2 tireless iron giants. Snow-white raw cotton was sent in by the tons, at one end passing through precision gears and flying shuttles. On the other end, it produced immaculate, highly resilient premium fine yarn. Lu Jingyao stopped and reached out to pinch a newly processed yarn from the outlet. He pulled it strongly to the sides. With a sharp snap, the fine yarn left a deep white mark on his index finger before it finally broke. Boss, this German machine is simply incredible. The workshop director, an old master hired from the Shanghai Bund at a high salary, rushed over with a beaming face, rubbing his hands in excitement. The local small workshops in Hong Kong are all using outdated wooden spinning machines discarded before World War I. The old master pointed at the yarn in his hands, spitting as he spoke. Their yarn is coarse and yellow, it breaks with just a little force. Our yarn is equivalent to 3 of theirs. If this gets out, it would definitely be a highly sought-after product. Lu Jingyao discarded the broken yarn from his fingertip and patted the cold metal casing of the machine. Put our Xingyao trademark on the packaging. He turned to Lin Wanqing. Tomorrow morning, distribute the products across the board. Set the price 10% higher than the local inferior goods, cutting off their lifeline. Lin Wanqing nodded seriously and quickly wrote down the instructions in her notebook. 3 days later, at the Tsuan Hilltop Manor, Xingyao Trading's president's office. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the precious rosewood desk. The 4 black Bakelite telephones on the desk rang incessantly like a death knell. Hello. Boss Zhang, I'm sorry, there are no 50 rolls left. The stock is empty. Li Ji Fabric Store. Yes, cash payment only, no credit. If you think it's expensive, there are still more than 10 other shops waiting in line for goods. Lin Wanqing held the receiver in one hand while quickly manipulating the abacus with the other. The sound of beads clashing became the most beautiful symphony in this office. After hanging up the last call, Lin Wanqing let out a long breath. She slumped into the wide boss chair, a layer of fine sweat forming on her forehead, and even her fingers holding the pen felt slightly sore. Lu Jingyao sat on the opposite genuine leather sofa, leisurely cutting open a Cuban cigar. This is already the 40th call for goods today. Lin Wanqing took a sip of the chilled black tea to soothe her throat, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. Jingyao, our yarn has completely exploded in the market. With good quality and low waste, those tailoring shops and established fabric merchants are frantically cash in hand blocking our warehouse entrance. She slammed the ledger in her hand onto the table. The first batch of 100,000 rolls of fine yarn was completely snatched up in less than half a day. The first bucket of clean industrial capital had finally been securely obtained. This felt entirely different from making a fortune by monopolizing penicillin in the black market. That was illicit money made by treading the gray line, while this was legitimate industrial capital that could thrive in the sunlight. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of bluish smoke, yet his deep gaze held little joy. A tall tree catches the wind. He pinched the cigar, his fingers gently tapping on his knee. With such terrifying sales volume in these past few days, we have bitten off a large piece of the cake of the entire Hong Kong textile industry. The foreign businessmen in Central who have always looked down on others must be alarmed. Lu Jingyao understood the commercial landscape of Hong Kong in the 1950s all too well. Textiles and shipping have always been the absolute core turf of British firms, especially Jardine Matheson. Now suddenly a mysterious Chinese giant with a formidable background appeared, fiercely snatching up the top products. Those foreign devils who were used to eating alone would definitely not sit still. Lin Wanqing's joy also faded a little. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression turning serious. You're right. Yesterday, a few fabric merchants who collaborated with us secretly passed on the message that the compradors at Jardine Matheson are inquiring about Xingyo's details everywhere. The foreigners are used to being domineering in business. I'm afraid they will set us up with raw materials. Lu Jingyao leaned back against the sofa, letting out a sarcastic laugh. Let them inquire. In business, truth always lies within the quality and the range of our artillery. Our goods are good, that's the biggest rule. As long as the foundation is solid, we can deal with whatever comes our way. At that moment, Lin Wanqing flipped to the last page of the report. Her gaze froze and her delicate brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong? Lu Jingyao noticed her unusual demeanor. Lin Wanqing quickly walked to the sofa and handed the report page to Lu Jingyao, her face showing a hint of anxiety. The troubles from the foreign firms are still ahead, but we currently have a more pressing deadlock. Lu Jingyao took the report, glancing at the data on port throughput. Lin Wanqing reported excitedly while holding the report. Jingyao production capacity is at full load, but the dock workers in Tsuen are insufficient and the unloading speed cannot keep up. There are still many Chaozhou refugees outside causing a ruckus. Lin Wanqing excitedly reported, Jingyao, the production capacity is at full load. However, the dock workers at Tsuen are insufficient, the unloading speed cannot keep up, and there are many refugees from Chaozhou outside fighting for food. Lu Jingyao extinguished the Cuban cigar in his hand, a glint of unusual light flickering in his eyes. He stood up from the leather sofa and casually picked up the suit jacket draped over the chair. Fighting for food. That is out of desperation. Lu Jingyao slowly put on his jacket, adjusting the cuffs. When a person is on the verge of starvation, they can risk their life for a cold bun. He turned his head to look at Zhao Taidan outside the door, prepare the car go to Tsuen dock. Half an hour later, several black Cadillacs rolled over the bumpy dirt road and stopped at the outskirts of the Tsuen unloading dock. Under the blazing sun, the air was mixed with the pungent smell of the sea's sweat and machine oil. The cargo ship from Xingyao Textile Factory was docked at the wharf with mountains of cotton bales waiting to be unloaded. However, the cargo on the dock remained unmoved. Dozens of local bullies, bare-chested with poor-quality blue dragon tattoos on their chests, were wielding iron pipes and wooden sticks, blocking a group of ragged refugees in the muddy water. These bullies were local tyrants from nearby villages who usually relied on monopolizing the dock for loading and unloading work to make a living. Get lost. How dare the Chaozhou people come to Tsuen to beg? The leader of the bullies, named Sango, sported a slicked-back hairstyle and arrogantly waved the rusty pipe in his hand. I'll say it one last time, this dock is the territory of our Daquan gang. Sango spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground. Wanna unload Xingyo's goods? Fine. Pay 90 of the wages as a fee, and the rest you can use to buy slop to drink. The Chaozhou refugees, looking gaunt and starving, turned reedied upon hearing this, but dared not voice their anger. Paying 90 of their wages, what difference was that to working for nothing? Their wives and children at home would starve. Among the crowd, a thin boy of about 15 or 16, unable to bear it, clenched his teeth and stepped forward. You are robbing us. We work hard, why should we pay 90? The young man clenched his fists, his voice trembling with anger. Sango's face twitched, his eyes instantly turning sinister. Damn you. Where did this little bastard come from to dare talk back to me? He suddenly swung the rusty pipe in his hand, accompanied by a whistling sound, aiming it down at the boy's head. If he struck true, the boy's skull would surely be shattered. Xiao Wei, be careful. At the critical moment, a rebellious figure suddenly sprang out from the crowd of refugees. This was a sturdy young man in his early 20s, his clothes torn to shreds, his face covered in soot. Like a protective cheetah, he fiercely knocked Xiao Wei aside, but could not dodge in time. Crack. The sickening sound of bone fracture rang out clearly against the noisy dock. The rusty pipe struck the young man's left knee hard. He let out a muffled grunt, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His left leg buckled, crashing heavily into the muddy pit full of sharp stones, blood instantly staining his pant leg. How good! The Chaozhou refugees behind him gasped in shock, crying out as they tried to rush forward to help. But they were forced back by a dozen bullies wielding gleaming watermelon knives. Sango triumphantly stepped on the young man's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. You have a hard bone, huh? Dare to stick up for someone. Today I'll cripple your leg. He raised the pipe, preparing to strike again. The young man on the ground suddenly lifted his head. What kind of eyes were those? Like a lone wolf starved in the wilderness for over 10 days, driven to the brink of despair, exuding a crazed, murderous intent. Not only did he not beg for mercy, but he also bore the crushing pain, spreading his arms wide and tightly latched onto Sango's thigh like a vice. The young man opened his mud-stained mouth and bit into Sango's calf, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Sango screamed in agony like a slaughtered pig, his features twisting into a crumpled mess. He frantically swung the pipe, raining blows down on the young man's back. Kill him. Beat him to death. The young man was battered, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his consciousness nearly fading, yet his hands clung to Sango's leg, as if welded on, refusing to let go. Lu Jingyao sat in the back seat of the Cadillac, quietly watching this scene through the tinted glass. A hint of admiration curled at the corner of his mouth. To protect his brother, he would risk his life. Even with a broken leg, he still had to bite off a piece of flesh from the enemy. This reckless determination and the fierce spirit of struggling out from the depths of the mud. Lu Jingyao immediately recognized this bloodied young man. The future leader of the 4 major gangs, the one who could cover the sky with one hand, Wu Shihao. The wheel of history is truly marvelous. Lei Luo has already begun to rise in the police station, while this underworld overlord is still at the dock, enduring blows for a few meals. Lei Luo is the sword of the white path, while Wu Shihao is the knife of the black path. Now this most offensively sharp knife has been conveniently delivered right before him. Boss, these blind drifters are delaying our unloading. They'll take my brothers to deal with them. Zhao Taidan sat in the passenger seat, looking at the group of bullies flaunting their power outside his hand, already reaching for the gun at his waist. No hurry. Lu Jingyao opened the door, stepping out of the car with his long legs, his leather shoes firmly landing on the concrete ground. Let's first see just how hard this kid's bones are. He walked in front with Zhao Taidan, leading a dozen black-clad veterans following behind like a wall of iron. The aura of their group was so imposing that as they approached, the surrounding air seemed to drop in temperature. Several peripheral bullies sensed something was off and were about to raise their knives to scold. Zhao Taidan wasted no time, pulling out the M1911 pistol from his waist, pointing it to the sky. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the noise of the dock. Everyone froze in their motions, turning their heads in terror. Sango, covered in sweat from pain, trembled at the sight of these well-armed, suit-clad thugs. He desperately kicked away the nearly unconscious Wu Shihao, shouting in a fierce yet cowardly manner, "Which faction are you from?" "We are the people of Daquan Gang." Zhao Taidan stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent Sango flying 2 meters away. "What is Daquan Gang? How dare you shout in front of our boss?" Zhao Taidan stepped on Sango's chest, making him roll his eyes. Lu Jingyao ignored the terrified bullies. He walked in front of Wu Shihao, looking down at this bloodied young man with a left leg that was grotesquely twisted. Wu Shihao panted heavily, propping himself up with his hands, staring hard at Lu Jingyao. Even though he was racked with pain, the defiance in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. "Do you want to live, or do you want revenge?" Lu Jingyao's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Wu Shihao spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, gritting his teeth and roaring, "I just want my brothers to eat their fill." Lu Jingyao smiled. He turned around and snatched a rusty machete from a stunned bully nearby. With a clang, the machete was thrown into the puddle in front of Wu Shihao, splashing mud everywhere. "This dock belongs to Xingyao, and I am the boss of Xingyao." Lu Jingyao pointed at the Sango being trampled underfoot. "I take care of your brothers. But you have to pick up the knife on the ground yourself. Prove to me that your life is worth saving." This was a test, a pivotal moment to change one's fate. Wu Shihao's pupils suddenly contracted. He did not hesitate in the slightest. He gripped the muddy ground tightly, dragging his broken leg, and crawled forward 2 steps. He grabbed the muddy machete, using a wooden crate for support, and staggeringly stood up. The excruciating pain from the broken bone made his face as pale as paper, but he did not let out a single groan. Sango looked at Wu Shihao, who was approaching like a demon, and finally panicked. What do you want to do? Killing someone comes with a price." Wu Shihao ignored his ramblings. He gripped the knife tightly, raising it high, filled with rage and humiliation, and struck fiercely down at Sango's hand that was covering his chest. Thud! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed eerily on the silent dock. "Ah, my hand." Sango's 2 fingers were neatly chopped off, blood gushing out as he writhed in pain on the ground. The surrounding dozens of bullies were terrified, their souls fleeing. Seeing their leader publicly lose fingers, who would dare stay behind to die? They all dropped their weapons and scrambled away from the dock. A crisis was completely subdued by Wu Shiheo's knife. The Chaozhou refugees looked at the swaying figure with awe in their eyes. Wu Shihao gasped heavily. He finally could not hold on any longer and let go. The bloodied machete fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He dragged his broken leg, turned to face Lu Jingyao. Without any hesitation, he knelt heavily in the muddy water with one knee. Dragging his broken leg, Wu Shihao discarded the bloodied knife and stared intently at Lu Jingyao. Boss, I have only one life. As long as my brothers can eat their fill, my life is yours. Wu Shihao dragged his broken leg, discarded the bloodied knife, and fixed his gaze on Lu Jingyao. This esteemed boss, my life is worthless, but as long as my brothers below can have enough to eat, my life is yours. Lu Jingyao looked down at the young man, whose face was smeared with mud and blood. The wild fire burning in his eyes could not be extinguished even by torrential rain. He did not extend a hand to help, merely dusted off the hem of his suit. Zhao Tiedon lifted him into the car and sent him to the best foreign hospital in Kowloon. Lu Jingyao turned and strode towards the Cadillac. Tell the doctor to use the best imported medicine. If this leg is ruined, I will pay with the leg of the attending physician. Wu Shihao was stunned in the mud. He thought he had misheard. With his eyes instantly reddening as if about to bleed, he gritted his teeth and heavily knocked his head on the ground. A week later, at the Starshine Textile Factory in the president's office on the top floor, the solid wooden door was pushed open and Wu Shihao limped in. He had changed into a clean gray short outfit, his left leg still encased in thick plaster, but his back remained straight. He had not become the historical lame Hao. The original German penicillin and the foreign doctor's surgery had successfully saved his leg. Master Lu, my life has been saved. If you have any dirty or tiring work, just command me. Wu Shihao stood firm, cupping his fists, his voice booming and ear-splitting. Lu Jingyao sat in a large leather chair holding a cup of freshly brewed black coffee. Is your injury not healed yet and you're already eager to bite someone? He set down the cup and tossed a simple map of Kowloon City from his drawer. With a thud, the map landed on the desk. Lu Jingyao picked up a red pen and drew a small circle in the most remote corner of the map. Bolin Street. This is the worst and poorest street in Kowloon. It is crowded with thieves, dark prostitutes, and local bullies collecting debts. The big gangs look down on it, while the small gangs fight over a few bucks like dogs biting each other. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his chair, his gaze deep as he stared at Wu Shihao. Don't you want your brothers to have enough to eat? I will give you 5 men and 5 batons. No guns, no relocation fees. Lu Jingyao raised a finger, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure. 10 days. Clean up this street, establish rules. If you can make a name for yourself, the security rights of Tsuan, Wan Pier will be yours. Wu Shihao did not even look at the map. He slapped his chest vigorously, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Master Lu can rest assured. After 10 days, Bolin Street will recognize only the name Starshine. He grabbed the map and strode out with determination, his back exuding an unyielding fierceness. As the door closed, Xin Fei, who had been standing in the shadows, stepped forward. Boss, although Bolin Street is terrible, it is occupied by 4 small gangs adding up to at least 100 people. Xin Fei frowned. Isn't 5 men with 5 batons too ambitious? Lu Jingyao took a sip of coffee, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A knife that is not sharpened will not be quick. If he cannot deal with a few street thugs, he does not deserve to be my knife. In the following days, the streets of Kowloon were no longer peaceful. Montage-like scenes flashed rapidly through the night. In the rain lane of Bolin Street, a dozen thugs collecting protection fees surrounded an old man selling fishballs, punching and kicking him. Bang! A pure steel baton slicing through the air landed heavily on the back of the leading thug's head. Wu Shihao charged into the crowd like an enraged wild boar, dragging his legs still encased in plaster. He struck ruthlessly, targeting joints and vital points, every blow drawing blood. Behind him, 5 brothers from Chaozhou, eyes reddened, rushed forward wielding steel pipes. They were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, but their reckless fighting style instantly terrified the thugs. The Chaozhou guys have gone mad. Run! The thugs dropped their knives and fled the alley, rolling and crawling in their haste. Wu Shihao wiped the blood from his face and returned all the stolen cash to the old man. From today on, Bolin Street will not collect shoddy fees from the poor. The next day, at the entrance of a filthy underground casino, Wu Shihao led 5 brothers, each wielding 2 watermelon knives, and kicked the door open, storming inside. He spoke no nonsense, immediately chopping off the finger of the red stick guard at the door. Then, surrounded by dozens of knives, he fought his way through, smashing the casino's ledger onto the table. This place will be managed by us from now on. Anyone who disagrees, step up for a onion. Wu Shihao was covered in wounds, his skin torn, yet his back remained straight like a long spear. The leaders of those small gangs were intimidated by the bloodthirsty look in his eyes, none daring to take a step forward. On the 3rd day, the 5th day, the 8th day, Wu Shiheo's name spread through the underground world of Bolin Street like a plague. He fought fiercely, shared profits fairly, and was deeply loyal to his brothers. More and more Chaozhou refugees and underprivileged laborers gathered around him voluntarily. The group expanded rapidly from 5 to over 100. On the morning of the 10th day, in the president's office of the Starshine Textile Factory, morning light spilled across the polished floor. Shen Fei stood in front of Lu Jinjiao's desk, holding a thick intelligence booklet. A rare look of shock appeared on his usually expressionless face. Boss, your ability to judge people is truly remarkable. Shen Fei flipped through the booklet, reporting word by word. 10 days. Wu Shihao, along with those 5 brothers, cleared out all 4 of the small gangs on Boland Street. He didn't use a single gun, relying solely on a few knives and batons to establish his prestige. Lu Jingyao paused in his reading. He leaned back slightly. How many people does he have under him now? 120 core brothers, and several hundred peripheral refugees. Shen Fei swallowed hard. He established a rule for these people called Ikun. They do not bully the old and weak, nor do they touch opium. They specifically rob gray businesses of other gangs. Now the merchants on Boland Street willingly pay them for security fees. Lu Jingyao listened and smiled with satisfaction. This is the inertia of historical wheels. It is like gold that can shine, even when thrown into the mud. Moreover, this is an unparalleled black market knife. Give him the security rights of Tsunwan Pier. Lu Jingyao dropped his Parker pen, setting the tone. Tell Ahao that he will manage the place himself, and Starshine will back him up. Once he spreads his wings, the old gangs in Kowloon should also shift their positions. The light in Lu Jinjiao's eyes flickered with strategic brilliance. The sense of nurturing a top-tier overlord by personally discovering him and watching him rise step by step is 100 times more satisfying than simply spending money to hire someone. Now, with Lei Luo paving the way in the legal realm, and Wu Shihao charging in the underworld, the financial power's underground foundation has been completely solidified. Shen Fei nodded and slammed the intelligence booklet shut. It made a dull sound. He looked up, and a layer of frost suddenly enveloped his stern face. The relaxed atmosphere that had just been present while reporting victories vanished in an instant. Shen Fei closed the intelligence booklet, his tone suddenly serious. Boss, Ahao's matter has been resolved, but there is a major problem with the foreigners. The Jardine Matheson Group has just issued a ban against us. Shen Fei closed the intelligence report, his tone suddenly grave. Boss, Ahao's issue has been resolved, but there's a major problem on the foreign side. The IHA company has just issued a ban against us. In the spacious president's office, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Lu Jinjiao's smile slowly faded, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Bang! The solid wood double doors were pushed open, and Lin Wanqing hurriedly walked in, her high heels clicking on the floor. A few strands of her usually meticulously styled hair fell across her forehead. Clutching a thick stack of urgent telegrams, her knuckles turned white from the pressure. Jingyao, all the suppliers in Nanyang have flipped on us. Lin Wanqing didn't even take a sip of water, slamming the telegram down on the desk. The 3 major cotton merchants in Malaya and Indonesia would rather pay us triple the deposit penalty than ship the raw cotton. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes filled with deep anxiety. I just made an international long-distance call to inquire. They begged me to show mercy, saying the IHA company had spoken. Who dares sell even a bit of cotton to Xingyao? The British Empire's merchant ships will forever refuse to carry their goods. Lu Jingyao picked up the top telegram, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the wastebasket. The legacy of a century-old British financial magnate is indeed not something a few street thugs can compare to. They don't play with knives and guns, they simply cut off your lifeline. In 1950s Asia, the British controlled shipping, insurance, and settlement banks. This was true dimensional suppression. The scene shifted to Central at the headquarters of IHA Company on the top floor. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire prosperity of Victoria Harbor was in view. Charles, dressed in an expensive tailcoat, held a glass of Scotch whiskey. Yet at this moment, there was a raging fire in his azure eyes. 30. A full 30% of market share. Charles suddenly turned around and slammed the crystal glass onto the precious carpet. The glass shattered into pieces, and the amber liquid splashed onto the trousers of a nearby Chinese comprador. The comprador trembled in fear, not daring to lift his head. A group of refugees just crawled out of the mud, relying on a few broken machines, and they've actually snatched a third of our business in a month. Charles tugged at his tie, pacing the office like an enraged lion. In Hong Kong, IHA Company was like the heavens, and the textile industry was the juicy meat on their plate. Now there was actually a Chinese named Lu Jingyao who dared to knock on their rice bowl with chopsticks. Mr. Charles, please calm down. These mainlanders don't understand the rules. Oh, a little intimidation will make them obedient. The comprador wiped his cold sweat and leaned forward obsequiously. Intimidation? No, I want him dead. Charles walked to the desk, grabbed a pre-prepared English contract, and threw it in the comprador's face. Go to Kowloon Tong and deliver this to the one surnamed Lu. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Charles' mouth, his eyes full of arrogance. Tell him that the patience of the British Empire is limited. I have acquired his factory for 1/10 of the original price. Either he signs and rolls back to the mainland, or I will turn his machines into worthless scrap metal. Half an hour later, in the top-floor meeting room of Xingyao Textile Factory, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Several executives heavily recruited from the Shanghai Bund were anxiously pacing like ants on a hot stove. Mr. Liu, several major local fabric merchants have called to cancel their orders. The sales department head was pulling at his hair in distress. IHA has announced that anyone who dares to use Xingyo's yarn will have their supply of Western medicine sugar and hardware cut off. We are being completely strangled. Without rice to cook, if the machines stop, thousands of people will have to starve. The supervisors spoke in a rush, and panic quickly spread in the meeting room. Just then the meeting room door was violently pushed open by Zhao Taidan. A Chinese man dressed in a white suit with a middle-part hairstyle walked in with his nose held high. It was indeed the comprador sent by Charles. He disdainfully scanned the executives in the meeting room and directly walked up to Liu Jingyao. You must be Boss Liu, right? I am the chief comprador for IHA Company. My surname is Mai. The comprador pulled out an all-English contract from his briefcase and slammed it onto the table. Mr. Charles entrusted me to deliver a message to you. He leaned forward with both hands on the table, adopting a posture that suggested he had Liu Jingyao under his thumb. It's good to have ambition when you're young, but in Hong Kong, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. Sign the contract, take 1/10 for transportation fees, and you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Zhao Tian, listening beside him, was fuming. He suddenly stepped forward, his large hand gripping the comprador's shoulder like a vice. You dog trader, are you here to collect protection fees? Zhao Taidan exerted force with his fingers, making the comprador's bones creak. He'll throw you off the building right now. The comprador winced in pain, but relying on the foreigner's might stubbornly did not beg for mercy. Try touching me. Even when beating a dog, you need to look at its owner. If you provoke IHA, you will all die without a burial place. Tian, let go. Liu Jingyao, who had been silent in the main seat, finally spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure. Zhao Taidan snorted coldly and pushed the comprador aside as if throwing away trash. Liu Jingyao picked up the insulting acquisition contract from the table and casually flipped through 2 pages. 1/10 of the price. This was not an acquisition, it was blatant robbery. Yet he did not explode with rage, not even furrowing his brow. Go back and tell Charles. Liu Jingyao folded the contract into a small piece of paper and toyed with it in his hand. If he wants to feast on my flesh, he should worry about his British dentures shattering. The comprador, rubbing his sore shoulder, shot Liu Jingyao a furious glare. You reject a toast only to drink a forfeit. Let's see how long your stock can last. With that harsh remark, the comprador fled the meeting room in a hurry. Once he left, the executives in the meeting room could no longer hold back. Mr. Liu, how could you let him get away? Now we've completely offended IHA. It's over. The factory has barely been established for a month, and we're about to go bankrupt. The executives wailed in despair, as if they had already seen the tragic collapse of the Xingyao Empire. Liu Jingyao ignored their panic. He leaned back in the leather chair, pulling out an authentic Habanos cigar from his pocket. Click, the silver lighter flipped open. Liu Jingyao did not light the cigar, but brought the flame to the all-English acquisition contract. The flame instantly consumed the paper, emitting a sharp, burnt odor. Lin Wanqing stood beside him, watching the flickering flames, her eyes turning red with urgency. The cotton in the warehouse will only last for 3 days, and the penalty for breach of contract is as high as 2 million. What should we do? Liu Jingyao turned the contract to ashes. Wanqing, do you know what futures are? 3 days later, on Central Ring Chung Tat Road, the hall of the Hong Kong Commodity Exchange was bustling with noise. Reporters from dozens of newspapers surrounded the VIP area beneath the trading board, making it impossible for anyone to pass. Flashes of magnesium lights created a blinding white ocean. Charles, the head of Jardine Matheson, sat on a leather sofa, crossing his legs and holding a glass of champagne. Behind him stood a row of British lawyers wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of utmost arrogance. Mr. Charles, the Xingyao textile factory will run out of supplies and cease operations today. What are your thoughts on this? A Chinese reporter who had been bribed handed over the microphone and loudly asked the question. Charles shook his glass, laughing disdainfully. The Chinese are clever, but they lack the genes of modern business. Doing business is not as simple as running a small workshop. He raised his wrist to glance at his diamond-studded Patek Philippe. It is now 9:50 a.m. In 10 minutes, if Mr. Liu cannot produce a penalty of 2 million, all of Xingyo's equipment will belong to Jardine. A wave of whispers erupted in the hall as everyone felt that this rising dragon was doomed today. Just then, the 2 heavy brass doors of the exchange were violently pushed open from the outside. Bang! The door crashed against the wall, and Zhao Tian, like a dark-faced demon, led several bodyguards, rudely pushing through the crowd. Liu Jingyao, dressed in a meticulously tailored silver-gray high-end suit, stepped into the hall, with one hand in his pocket, moving at a leisurely pace. Lin Wanqing closely followed him, clutching a thick stack of documents. What drew attention the most was the 12 financial personnel in matching black suits following behind them. Each held a silver aluminum briefcase with a combination lock. Charles put down his goblet, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Mr. Liu, quite a spectacle you have here. Are those cases filled with the cash you owe me, or are they your bankruptcy applications? Lu Jingyao walked to the opposite side of Charles, pulled out a chair, and sat down with nonchalance. He did not respond, instead taking his cigar cutter from his pocket and snipping off the end of his cigar. Sign here, Mr. Lu. Preserve your last shred of dignity. Charles pushed over the acquisition contract, which was worth only 10% of its original price, and tapped the table with his finger. Lu Jingyao held the cigar, and Zhao Taidan immediately stepped forward to help him light it. The bluish-gray smoke spread between the two, obscuring the mockery in Lu Jingyao's eyes. Charles, you Brits in business, how are you still stuck at the level of 19th century pirate plunder? Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly across the entire VIP area. Cutting off others' raw material shipping routes. Such tactics are too primitive and crude. He tilted his head slightly and snapped his fingers. Open it. The 12 financial personnel immediately placed the briefcases on the long table, and with a click they all simultaneously popped open their locks. As the cases opened, all the reporters craned their necks. There were no dazzling gold bars or bundles of cash. Instead, they were filled with densely packed English contracts bearing steel seals. Charles frowned, the smile on his face freezing. What is this? Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, stepped forward, and slapped the top document onto the table in front of Charles. Hong Kong Commodity Exchange full settlement order for cotton futures for the next quarter. Her voice was clear and resonant, striking painfully against Charles' eardrums. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his chair, his gaze sharp like a tiger locking onto its prey. Half a month ago, I leveraged 50 boxes of gold from my underground vault to sweep through the entire cotton futures market in Southeast Asia. Starting next month, every pound of cotton produced in Malaya and Indonesia will belong to Xingyao Company. He pointed at the stacks of documents, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You cut off my supplies for 3 days, but I have bought up your lifeline for an entire season. Charles' face instantly turned pale, as if someone had slammed a heavy hammer on his chest. He grabbed the settlement document on the table and flipped through it rapidly. The more he looked, the more his hands trembled, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Black on white, possessing absolute international legal validity. Lu Jingyao flicked off the ash from his cigar, leaning slightly forward, compellingly staring at him. The 6 textile factories under Jardine will not produce a single thread next month. The machines will rust, and tens of thousands of workers will go on strike. Your stock prices at the London headquarters will plummet into the Thames like stones. This statement pierced directly into the heart of this century-old financial tycoon like a sharp knife. This is the terrifying aspect of advanced financial derivatives in later generations. Using information disparity and capital leverage to conduct an eye-level dimensional reduction strike directly against physical monopolies. You are maliciously manipulating the market. This is illegal. Charles shouted hysterically, his expensive tailcoat nearly warping from his trembling. Illegal? You can take me to the Supreme Court in London. Lu Jingyao sneered, but before that you must first declare Jardine bankrupt. The reporters in the room frantically pressed their shutters. The proud and lofty gentleman of the British Empire was now being ruthlessly pressed to the ground by the Chinese. Lin Wanqing timely produced another brand new contract and pushed it towards Charles. Mr. Charles, it's your turn to sign now. To save your factories, you must buy back these future shares at 3 times the market price. 3 times. This was like holding a knife to Jardine's carotid artery. Charles felt a sweetness in his throat, the acid in his stomach rising, nearly causing him to vomit blood on the spot. The British legal team behind him was frantically wiping sweat, desperately nodding at him, indicating that there was no way out. Not buying means death. Charles' eyes turned bloodshot, filled with horrifying red veins like a defeated old dog. He trembled as he grabbed the pen, nearly biting through his teeth, and signed his name on the exorbitantly priced buyout contract. After signing, he did not want to stay for even a second longer, pushing through the crowd and trembling as he fled in defeat. A thunderous roar erupted in the entire trading hall. Lu Jingyao had achieved legendary status in a single battle, completely shattering the myth of British capital's invincibility over the century. As night fell in the study of the mid-levels manor in Kowloon Tong. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, the night view of Hong Kong was dazzling and enchanting. Lu Jingyao held a glass of red wine overlooking the financial empire that he had just torn open. The study door was gently pushed open and Lin Wanqing entered with a beautifully crafted envelope. Jingyao, just now the governor's special car, delivered an urgent letter. She walked to Lu Jingyao's side, her slender fingers pulling open the wax seal. Taking out a golden invitation embossed with the royal crest, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Wanqing's eyes. She looked up and softly read aloud, a charity gala hosted by the governor. Mr. Lu is cordially invited to grace the occasion. She raised her head and softly recited, the governor is personally hosting a charity dinner and Mr. Lu must attend. He turned to look outside the floor-to-ceiling window where the neon lights of Victoria Harbor flickered in the night, resembling venomous snakes coiling upon the water's surface. This isn't just a meal invitation, it's a trap set for me. Lu Jingyao smirked with sarcasm. They want to probe the true nature of this dragon crossing the river. Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with concern. Those British financial tycoons just suffered a huge loss in futures. They would love nothing more than to swallow you whole. This banquet is definitely not sincere. Since the foreigners have set the stage, I must take the lead in this show. Lu Jingyao tossed the invitation onto the mahogany table, his tone flat. If I don't go, they'll think I'm afraid of these yellow-haired devils. 3 days later at the government house on the Peak. The night was torn apart by rows of towering crystal street lamps, with luxury cars lined up in a long queue at the entrance. Tonight's security was extremely stringent. Armed royal police stood all around, and no private bodyguards or drivers were allowed to step into the banquet hall. A black Cadillac came to a smooth stop at the end of the red carpet. Lu Jingyao opened the car door, stepping out with long legs, his polished shoes sinking into the soft carpet. He had changed into a custom-made black tailcoat today. The tailoring perfectly fit his muscular lines, reducing the usual roughness and adding a deep, restrained, noble demeanor. Lu Jingyao turned to the other side, gentlemanly extending his right hand. A small hand clad in a black velvet long glove gently rested upon it. Hua Mingzhu gracefully stepped out of the car, holding up her skirt. She wore a deep V dark red velvet evening gown with a necklace of South African red diamonds the size of pigeon eggs adorning her fair neck. Proud and stunning like a thorny red rose. In this occasion where a female companion was a must, Lin Wanqing willingly took a back seat, allowing this true heiress to represent the family. Lu Jingyao bent his arm, and Hua Mingzhu naturally linked hers with his. The two walked side by side, entering the resplendent banquet hall amid the respectful bow of the doorman. Above them hung a checked crystal chandelier, several meters wide, refracting a dazzling aura of luxury. Dressed in exquisite attire, the foreigners held champagne and gathered in clusters, laughing and chatting. As Lu Jingyao and his companion entered the previously noisy hall, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Countless gazes swept over in unison. No welcome was offered, only unabashed hostility and scrutiny. In the battle on the futures market, Lu Jingyao had rubbed the face of the Jardine Matheson Group into the ground, making him a thorn in the side of these British tycoons. In the center of the crowd, Charles held his wine glass, his eyes glinting with a venomous gleam. He did not approach to greet, merely casting a cold glance at a few of his trusted aides and British businessmen nearby. The rotund foreigners instantly understood. They raised their glasses and deliberately moved closer to Lu Jingyao, raising their voices intentionally. Look at him. Is that the Chinese who robbed Mr. Charles of his business? A bald British merchant spoke in poor Chinese, his face filled with disdain. I heard he is just a mud-legged fighter from the mainland, a genuine warlord. How can such a barbarian who knows only how to wield swords and guns be worthy of the government house? Just because he has a handful of dirty money, he thinks he can act like a gentleman. Those hands that wield guns probably can't even tell a knife from a fork. These individuals deliberately mixed Chinese and English, their tones dripping with condescension. After mocking Lu Jingyao, they shifted their focus directly to Hua Mingzhu beside him. What a pity for that beautiful heiress from the Hua family to choose a butcher reeking of copper while ignoring the elegant London nobility. How could she choose such a lowly companion? The taste of the Hua family has really declined. A flamboyantly dressed British lady covered her mouth with a fan and rolled her eyes. Every single word of their idle gossip clearly reached the ears of the two. Hua Mingzhu's expression instantly darkened, her pretty face flushed. As the legitimate daughter of a prominent trading family, she had been pampered since childhood. How could she endure such blatant humiliation? These foreign devils should watch their mouths. Hua Mingzhu bit her silver teeth, shaking off Lu Jingyao's arm, and prepared to confront them in her high heels. Lu Jingyao didn't even blink, his expression as calm as still water. Why bother with barking wild dogs? It would only lower your own worth. He casually picked up 2 glasses of deep red burgundy wine from a passing server's tray, handing one to Hua Mingzhu, his fingertips brushing lightly over the back of her hand. Try this, it's a fine vintage. This free wine from the government house should not go to waste. Watching his nonchalant demeanor, Hua Mingzhu felt her anger miraculously dissipate by more than half. She took the glass, muttering somewhat reluctantly, "Are you just going to let them insult you like this? This isn't the decisive style of our boss Lu. Let the bullets fly for a while. The higher you stand, the louder the bones break when you fall." Throughout the first half of the event, the foreigners deliberately avoided Lu Jingyao as if they were fleeing from a plague. No one approached to toast. Even those Chinese businessmen, pressured by the situation, dared not come forward to greet him. Lu Jingyao felt like a transparent person forgotten in the corner, completely isolated by the upper class of Hong Kong. But he didn't care. He held his wine glass, leisurely savoring caviar and black truffles with Hua Mingzhu in the cold buffet area. He occasionally leaned down, whispering light-hearted jokes in Hua Mingzhu's ear, causing the girl to blush and pout. This calmness amid chaos made Charles, who had been observing from the shadows, feel increasingly perturbed. Charles tightened his grip on the wine glass, his knuckles turning slightly white. He didn't want neglect. He wanted to humiliate this Chinese man in front of the elite of the entire island. The clock in the center of the hall struck 8 times. The classical orchestra stopped playing and the lights dimmed. A spotlight shone on the center stage where a precious Steinway grand piano sat silently. A white MC dressed in a tailcoat swiftly walked up with a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your generous contributions tonight. The first half of the charity dinner has been a great success. The MC cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing accurately on Lu Jingyao. A malicious curve formed at the corners of his mouth. The MC suddenly announced for the next opening dance, Mr. Charles proposes that the newly wealthy Mr. Lu perform a piano accompaniment for everyone. What do you say? The entire hall erupted with malicious laughter in an instant. The harsh sound of mocking laughter echoed in the banquet hall of the Peninsula Hotel like a tide filled with malice. Huang Ming's knuckles turned white from the force she exerted. She bit her lip hard, grabbing Lu Jinjiao's suit sleeve with a hand soaked in cold sweat. Don't go, Charles just wants to see you make a fool of yourself. I will ask Daddy to intervene and say that you injured your wrist to back out of this situation. Huang Mingzhu lowered her voice, her eyes slightly reddening. In the eyes of these self-proclaimed aristocrats, Chinese tycoons were nothing but vulgar bumpkins. No matter how wealthy they were, they could never attain what they considered their innate elegance. Lu Jingyao stopped in his tracks and patted Huang Ming's soft hand. Not only did he not retreat, but a relaxed curve also appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's the rush? Hold this glass of champagne for me. Lu Jingyao casually shoved the wine glass into her hand, leisurely unbuttoning one of the buttons on his suit jacket. Just stand here and watch the show and see how I tear the skin off these foreign devils' faces to use as footrests. After saying that, he walked confidently towards the center of the stage against the mocking gazes of the crowd. The cold light of the crystal chandelier illuminated the pure black grand Steinway piano. Charles leaned against the Roman pillar at the edge of the stage, swaying a glass of burgundy wine in his hand. His blue eyes sparkled with condescension. Mr. Lu, do you need me to have someone stick music note labels on the keys? After all, this is not a typewriter. It doesn't just make noise by banging on it. Charles shrugged, intentionally raising his voice. The surrounding British aristocrats once again let out a contemptuous chuckle. Lu Jingyao didn't spare him even a glance. He walked straight to the piano, pulled out the piano bench, and sat down steadily. The leather bench emitted a faint muffled sound. Lu Jinjiao's shoulders naturally sank, his back straightened like a javelin. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, shutting out all external noise. His hands lifted, hovering above the black and white keys. The entire banquet hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone held their glasses, waiting to see what kind of jarring folk tune this big circle would play. In the next second, Lu Jinjiao's hands slammed down. Boom! A heavy repressed C minor chord exploded like a muffled thunderclap in the air above the banquet hall. Several wealthy ladies in the front row holding champagne trembled in fright, spilling their drinks directly onto their evening gowns. The smirk on Charles' face froze instantly. This was not a light and gentle court waltz. This was Beethoven's Pathétique Sonata, third movement. Allegro Rondo. Lu Jinjiao's fingers became a blur over the keys. The notes were not played, they poured forth like a torrential downpour, crashing and surging out. The tempestuous melody swept through the room with a violent force that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. Every note was terrifyingly precise, striking like hammers against the hearts of all present. Oh my God! This technique! A senior professor from the Royal Academy of Music in England, seated in the second row, stood up in shock. His gold-framed monocle slipped from his eye socket, falling onto his chest. The wrist suspended vertical force. This is the purest Munich court classical technique. Without 15 years of rigorous training in Germany, one could never produce such a soulful resonance. The old professor's voice trembled with excitement as he clutched the back of his chair. Lu Jinjiao's expression was as cold as water, his gaze as frigid as ice. Those years of seclusion in Munich were not just spent drinking beer and eating sausages. The dark days of solitude, day in and day out, had all been crushed and blended into this furious melody. The piano's voice grew increasingly urgent, like a stampede of thousands of horses. Charles' face had turned a deathly pale like ash. His glass of red wine tilted, the crimson liquid dripped onto his expensive handmade leather shoes, yet he was oblivious. That sense of superiority from the once unassailable sun, Neverset's empire, was being furiously ground against the smooth marble floor by this grand German symphony. The socialites and heiresses in the back row were already entranced. They covered their flushed cheeks, their eyes almost emitting pink stars. They had originally thought him to be a nouveau riche who rose to prominence by luck. Who could have imagined that this man dressed in a suit at the piano exuded an aura of a ruthless sovereign, captivating to the core? Bang! The last explosive chord fell. The reverberation lingered in the spacious dome for a long time, gradually dissipating into the heavy velvet curtains. Lu Jingyao released the pedal and casually closed the piano lid. He stood up slowly, smoothing out a crease in his sleeve, and slightly bowed to the audience. The banquet hall was dead silent. Hundreds of people seemed to be under a spell, with not even a breath audible. A full 5 seconds passed. Clap, clap, clap. The British old gentleman with graying hair seated at the main table slowly stood up. He generously applauded, his eyes filled with pure admiration. It was as if a switch had been flipped. The entire banquet hall erupted, thunderous applause resonating, nearly lifting the roof off the Peninsula Hotel. Those who had just been mocking him now blushed, desperately clapping to cover their embarrassment. Charles slumped against the Roman pillar like a puppet drained of energy, lacking even the courage to look at Lu Jingyao. This crossfield artistic blow was a complete triumph. From today on, the nouveau riche label in the upper circles of Hong Kong was thoroughly shattered by Lu Jingyao's own hands. Lu Jingyao ignored the fervent gazes. He walked off the stage directly to Huo Mingzhu. At this moment, Miss Huo's eyes were slightly red, filled not only with worry, but also with a complete adoration. So how was it? My keyboard skills are impressive, right? Lu Jingyao took the champagne from her hand, clinked glasses, and smiled with a hint of mischief. Huo Mingzhu bit her lip, about to say something. Bang! The heavy oak door on the side of the banquet hall was violently kicked open from the outside. The dull impact abruptly interrupted the heated atmosphere within. Several security personnel were knocked off balance, tumbling into the hall. A man in a yellowed gray shirt, drenched in sweat, stumbled in. It was Lei Luo. The usually imposing chief inspector of the Criminal Investigation Department looked utterly disheveled. He wasn't even wearing his uniform. His hair was messier than a bird's nest, and his face was as pale as paper. His chest heaved violently like a deflated bellows freshly pulled from the water. All the esteemed guests frowned in disapproval, stepping aside to make way. Lei Luo paid no attention, his bloodshot eyes frantically scanning the crowd like a headless fly, until he spotted Lu Jingyao holding a wine glass. Lei Luo lunged at him like he had grasped the only lifeline in a desperate situation. He pressed down on the edge of the table in front of Lu Jingyao, his knuckles turning a shade of blue. Just as Lu Jingyao was leading the starry-eyed Huo Mingzhu off the stage, Lei Luo suddenly burst in, wearing plain clothes, drenched in sweat, from the side door. Mr. Lu, help! I have a gun pointed at my head. Lu Jingyao had just led the starry-eyed Huo Mingzhu down the stage when Lei Luo suddenly burst in through the side door, drenched in sweat and dressed in plain clothes, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, help! I have a gun pointed at my head. The attention of everyone in the room instantly converged like a spotlight. The foreign nobles holding their wine glasses and the celebrities of Xiangjiang paused their conversations, pointing and whispering about this uninvited guest. Lu Jingyao frowned slightly, discreetly placing the champagne he held onto the silver tray of a passing waiter. He slightly turned his head, his warm breath brushing against Huo Mingzhu's ear. Mingzhu, the men have some rough business to discuss. It's not a suitable scene. He gently patted the soft back of the girl's hand, his tone carrying an undeniable calmness. Help me greet the governor. Just tell him I stepped out for a smoke and will be back shortly. Huo Mingzhu was an exceptionally intelligent young lady from a prestigious family. She didn't ask a single question, but obediently nodded, lifting the hem of her exquisite evening gown as she walked toward the main table. Once the woman left, the warmth on Lu Jingyao's face instantly retracted. He strode down the steps, grabbing Lei Luo by the collar of his sweat-soaked gray shirt. Let's go outside to talk. Lu Jingyao's strength was astonishing, as if he were lifting a chick, dragging the future chief inspector out of the banquet hall. The heavy, intricately carved oak door slowly closed behind them. The melodious symphony inside was completely cut off, leaving only a deathly silence in the corridor. The corridor outside the Peninsula Hotel was dimly lit, and stepping on the thick carpet made no sound at all. Lei Luo's legs weakened, unable to support his shaky body any longer. He slid down the cold marble wall, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. You've really made it, Luo. Lu Jingyao took out a gold-plated cigarette case from his suit pocket, leisurely extracting a cigar to bite on. You, a gun-toting inspector, let someone point a firearm at your head. Mr. Lu, I've completely disgraced my ancestors today. Lei Luo slammed his palm against his thigh, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. He tilted his head back, the back of his head hitting the wall, and the humiliation twisted his features. I approached a woman with sincerity to propose, only to be treated like a beggar and thrown out. Lu Jingyao struck a match with a sharp sound. The eerie blue flame illuminated his slightly mocking, deep-set eyes. Oh, in this Xiangjiang area, which young lady has such a volatile temper? The daughter of the big boss by Fan Yu. Lei Luo swallowed a mouthful of bloodied saliva, spitting out a name that shook the underworld of Kowloon. Bai Yue. Lu Jingyao exhaled a thick, white smoke ring as the wisps diffused in the air. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This kid's taste was quite good, having chosen the pearl in the palm of Kowloon's overlord. What did the old monster Bai say? Did he complain that you don't have a few coins in your pocket? Lu Jingyao looked down at the disheveled youth from above, holding his cigar. Lei Luo clutched his hair tightly, fingers entangled in his messy locks, pulling at them painfully. The old monster sat in his armchair, pointing his pipe at my nose and berating me. He said, as someone who earns only a few $dozen a month, I dare to think about the Bai family's golden branch. Lei Luo grew increasingly agitated, his eyes seemingly shooting fire. He deliberately set up a martial arts matchmaking banquet, gathering his 4 strongest henchmen. Lei Luo suddenly tore open his collar buttons, flying off and bouncing in the corridor. On his tan chest, several purple footprints were starkly imprinted, and there was a long bruise on his ribs. I fought desperately to take down 3 of them, but in the end I exhausted my strength and was directly held at gunpoint by his top henchman. That old wretch stepped on my face and told me to take a leak and look at my own pathetic self. Lei Luo slammed his fist down on the carpet, breaking the skin on his knuckles. Mr. Luo, I refuse to accept this. What makes me Lei Luo inferior to those thugs in the underworld? The corridor fell into a long silence. Lu Jingyao did not rush to respond, simply smoking his cigar in silence. He looked at the young man on the floor, bruised and with tears mingling with sweat. Who would have thought that the future chief inspector of the Chinese community, who would one day command respect and be worth 500 million, would now be crying over a failed proposal due to lack of funds? All right, dry your tears and compose yourself. Lu Jingyao lifted his handcrafted leather shoe and kicked Lei Luo's shoe tip. Get up and come with me. The scene quickly shifted with the roar of the Rolls-Royce Phantom's engine. Under the night sky, the Lu family's estate slowly opened its heavy, intricately wrought iron gates. The wheels rolled over the gravel-paved driveway, stopping in front of the brightly lit main building. Lu Jingyao led Lei Luo through the luxurious crystal foyer, heading straight into the private study on the second floor. The study was illuminated by vintage brass floor lamps, and the air was filled with a faint scent of ink and cedar. Lu Jingyao walked to the black walnut liquor cabinet against the wall. He took out 2 translucent crystal glasses, pouring a depth of whiskey into each before turning and handing one to Lei Luo. Lei Luo trembled as he accepted the glass, tilting his head back and downing it in one gulp. The spicy liquor scraped through his throat like a knife, causing him to cough violently. However, once the liquor settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth surged through his limbs, and his uncontrollable tremors finally subsided a little. He nervously clutched the empty glass, afraid to look at the priceless antique pieces in the study. Lu Jingyao walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, one hand in his pocket, gazing down at the sparkling Xiangjiang night view like a river of stars. I've heard of this by Fanyu. He shook the ice in his glass, producing a crisp, pleasant sound. An old-school Teochew boss, not only controlling a large number of dock workers and smuggling lines. More critically, he holds more than half of the underground banks and pawn shops in Kowloon. Lu Jingyao turned around, his gaze fixed on Lei Luo like a drawn sword. A Luo, today's beating you took was worth it. Lei Luo stood frozen in place, holding the empty glass, dazed, his eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? I've been trampled like a dog. What I mean is you absolutely must marry this woman by Yua. Lu Jingyao strode to the large Zeton wood desk, sitting down while lightly tapping his fingertips on the surface. The rhythmic tapping sounded like it was striking at the very heart of Xiangjiang's underground power. Not only must you marry her, but you must do so grandly, carrying her over the threshold in a lavish wedding. Lei Luo let out a bitter laugh, his legs weak, collapsing onto the plush leather sofa. Marry her? What do I have to marry her with? I've already lost all face in front of those people. Face is something earned through absolute strength, not given as charity. A glimmer of chilling ambition flashed in Lu Jinjiao's eyes. I was just worried about not having a suitable excuse to intervene in the underground banking business in Kowloon. Since Bai Fanyu is so blind, then let him serve up the platter he holds. By supporting Lei Luo to rise using the guise of marriage to absorb the Bai family's power, my vast territory in Xiangjiang could finally piece together the last puzzle of Kowloon. This was a golden opportunity gifted by heaven. But Lei Luo clutched the coarse fabric of his trousers, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes revealing deep despair, as if all strength had been drained from him. Not only does Bai's old monster want a martial arts matchmaking, but to crush my hopes completely, he has set a sky-high bride price. Oh, Lu Jingyao lifted his glass, leisurely sipping, his tone as light as a feather. How much? The old monster Bai demands 1 million Hong Kong dollars as the bride price. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. Lu Jingyao chuckled lightly. What is 1 million Hong Kong dollars? Tomorrow I'll have the special forces deliver US dollars to you. At the edge of Julong City, the Bai family mansion. In the spacious courtyard of bluestone, a murderous aura fills the air. Hundreds of shirtless members of the Hongmen gang stand lined up on either side. Holding thick-back mountain-cutting knives, the blades glimmer under the glaring sun. Bai Fanyu, dressed in a dark blue front-opening jacket, sits grandly in a grandmaster chair. He holds a purple clay teapot, sipping tea leisurely with a cold smile that conveys his confidence. Behind the intricately carved railing on the second floor, Bai Yu Air stomps her foot in anxiety. Father, why are you making such a big deal? Luo is just a little patrol officer. Do you want to scare him to death? Bai Fanyu heavily sets down the purple clay teapot, letting out a cold snort. My daughter Bai Fanyu is not someone any poor loser can covet. He points at the fierce array of knives below, raising his voice. Yesterday I had someone point a gun at his head. Today I won't even let him cross the courtyard gate. Bai Fanyu strokes the stubble on his chin, his tone sharp. Without $1 million Hong Kong dollars as a bride price, he should just roll back to the streets and eat garbage. As soon as he finishes speaking, a deep roar of engines suddenly comes from the street. The gravel on the ground trembles slightly. Two dark green, 10-wheeled military trucks roll through the puddles like two steel beasts. Following behind is a pitch-black armored Cadillac, which comes to a steady stop outside the Bai family mansion. The thugs in the courtyard are stunned, their palms sweating on the knife handles. This scene does not look like a low-level patrol officer coming to propose. The car door opens, and Lei Luo has changed into a sharply tailored black suit today. He takes a deep breath, suppressing his heartbeat, and steps into the courtyard. Bai Fan Yu does not even shift in his seat, forcing a smile that does not reach his eyes. "Oh, Inspector Lei, have you gathered the 1 million Hong Kong dollars for the bride price?" Lei Luo does not respond, but respectfully steps aside and makes way. The rear door of the armored Cadillac is pushed open from the inside. Lu Jingyao steps out slowly, treading on the bluestone slabs in custom leather shoes. He is dressed in a perfectly tailored silver gray suit, a Cuban cigar pinched between his fingers. Faced with hundreds of gleaming mountain-cutting knives, he does not even blink. He strolls as if in his own backyard. Hong Kong dollars take up too much space, they feel heavy to carry. Lu Jingyao adjusts his cuffs and glances at the nearby truck. Tai Dan show by Lauda what's inside. Sure. Zhao Tai Dan leaps onto the truck like a black bear and tears off the heavy waterproof canvas. Inside there are no guns or cannons, only 7 or 8 rough wooden boxes taller than half a person. Zhao Tai Dan raises his booted foot and kicks the 2 boxes at the front hard. Crack. The thick wooden boards splinter apart. Bundles of cash tied with brown paper cascade down like a flood breaking through a dam. They roll all the way to Bai Fan Ye's feet. Instead of colorful Hong Kong dollars, they are all greenish bills stamped with Franklin's visage. U.S. dollars. The rich scent of ink instantly overwhelms the sweat stink in the courtyard. The scene falls into dead silence. Even the rustling of leaves in the wind can be heard clearly. The purple clay teapot in Bai Fan Ye's hand slips, crashing onto the bluestone, with a loud thud shattering into pieces. Scalding tea splashes onto his cloth shoes, but he seems numb, showing no reaction. Hundreds of thugs holding mountain-cutting knives stare wide-eyed, the sound of them swallowing their saliva rising and falling like a tide. In this day and age, Hong Kong dollars may depreciate, but U.S. dollars are truly hard currency. Lu Jingyao walks to the shattered wooden box and casually picks up a stack of U.S. dollars. With a thud, he throws the cash onto Bai Fan Ye's shoe. "Here are $2 million. Lu Jingyao exhales a circle of blue smoke, his voice low, but striking a nerve in everyone's hearts. According to the current black market exchange rate, this is enough to buy half of Zhulong's Tang buildings. He leans slightly forward, staring at Bai Fan Ye's already stiff face. "Is this bride price enough to crush your courtyard full of scrap metal into scrap? This is not about martial virtues or any kind of martial arts. This is a merciless dimensional strike against the old-school underworld using pure cash flow." Bai Fan Ye's breathing becomes rapid like a broken bellows. He has spent his entire life in underground banks and knows all too well what 2 million U.S. dollars means. With this fortune, he could expand his business to the South Seas. Pride. Status in the underworld. Before this mountain of green bills, they don't count for anything. Bai Fan Yu suddenly springs up from the Grandmaster chair. The flesh on his face suddenly contorts into a radiant chrysanthemum, smiling broadly, but insincerely. "What are you all standing there for? Put away the knives." He roars at his subordinates, saliva flying everywhere. "You've scared our honored guest, he'll skin you alive." Hundreds of mountain-cutting knives vanish without a trace. The murderous knife array instantly transforms into a welcoming line of bowing heads. "Hurry, call Brother Luo. Call Boss Lu." Bai Fan Yu leads the way, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Brother Luo, Boss Lu." Hundreds of people bend their waists in unison, their shouts shaking the sky, almost bending their waists to the ground. On the second floor, Bai Yuer leans against the railing, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Watching Lei Luo's straight back, her earlier worries have long flown out the window. The mysterious man standing beside Lei Luo exudes an aura that seems to swallow the heavens and the earth, with every move dazzling everyone. The support A Luo found is powerful enough to break the sky. "Two esteemed guests, please come in. The sun outside is scorching." Bai Fan Yu personally leads the way, bending so low his waist nearly touches his knees. He jogs ahead, welcoming Lu Jingyao and Lei Luo into the spacious Zhongyi Hall. In the center of the hall, 2 Grandmaster chairs symbolizing the position of the dragon head are placed. Lu Jingyao does not stand on ceremony, walking directly to the main seat on the left and sitting down grandly. As the host, Bai Fan Yu appears more like a subordinate standing beside with a forced smile. Lei Luo takes a deep breath and sits firmly at Lu Jingyao's side. He sits up straight, feeling the exhilarating rush of power. A servant cautiously brings in freshly brewed premium Da Hong Pao and retreats. Bai Fan Yu personally steps forward to take the tea tray. He doesn't even glance at the main seat beside him, directly bringing the teacup to Lei Luo. Bai Fan Yu holds the tea and flatteringly presents it to Lei Luo, good son-in-law. Lu Jingyao, sitting in the main seat, plays with his lighter. Since we are now in-laws, shouldn't Bai Lao Das territory and the rules of the 4 great inspectors be redefined? Under the pretext of the Bai family's engagement, an invisible net has quietly spread across the black and white realms of Xinjiang. 3 days later, night falls. At the top level of the Starry Night restaurant in the most luxurious sky-class private room, an entire floor has been cleared by veteran Special Forces soldiers. The hallway is tightly monitored with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5, not even a fly could enter. Inside the private room, 12 men in plain clothes sit around a massive rosewood circular table. These 12 individuals are all Chinese detectives currently holding real power in the Hong Kong and Kowloon areas. The table is adorned with top-quality abalone and bird's nest, yet no one makes a move for the chopsticks. A heavy smell of tobacco permeates the air and the atmosphere is stifling. Bang! The most senior figure behind the 3 flags, Chen Jichao, slammed his matchbox onto the table. Lei Luo, what exactly does your big boss mean by this? Chen Jichao loosened his tie, pointing at Lei Luo sitting opposite him, his face filled with impatience. We are all brothers from the police department, and we see each other often. Today are you calling us all over just to set up a banquet of betrayal? A chubby detective chimed in, helping to voice the sentiment. Exactly, Luo. I've heard you found a dragon from Shanghai to support you, but you can't treat your older brothers like this, can you? The chubby detective Lu Fu is a seasoned player in the police world. Everyone has their own tasks. Who has the time to just wait around here? Lei Luo sat upright in his chair, leisurely sipping tea, without even raising his eyelids. With Lu Jingyao as his backing, he was no longer the small policeman who could be manipulated at will. Brothers, what's the rush? Lei Luo put down his teacup, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My boss is treating us, so of course it's about discussing big business opportunities. Don't complain if the money is too hot to handle later. Big business. Chen Jichao scoffed coldly, his face filled with disdain. In Xinjiang, aside from the governor and those British bigwigs who dares to say they can make money with us 12 detectives. Before his words could settle, the heavy carved wooden doors of the private room were slowly pushed open from the outside. The cold wind from the corridor rushed in, dispersing the smoke inside. Lu Jingyao, dressed in a deep gray bespoke suit, casually stepped over the threshold with one hand in his pocket. Behind him followed Xin Fei, an expressionless elite assassin from the military intelligence resembling a piece of dead wood. The noise in the private room instantly vanished. 12 detectives' gazes were fixed on Lu Jingyao. He did not bother with pleasantries, but walked straight to the main seat and sat down with an imposing demeanor. Xin Fei, like a ghost, silently stood behind his chair. You are all busy people, so I will get straight to the point. Lu Jingyao pulled out a cigar cutter from his pocket, cutting off the tip of the cigar with a crisp snap. Lei Luo immediately stood up, respectfully polishing a match to light it for him. This display made Chen Jichao and the others twitch their eyelids. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of bluish smoke, his gaze sweeping across the room. Starting next month on Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the new territories, all underground banks, powder shops, and gambling dens. He tapped his long fingers on the rosewood table twice. 30% of the profits will go to the accounts of Starry Night Company. As soon as the statement was made, it was like splashing cold water into boiling oil. The entire private room erupted in uproar. 30%? Are you crazy? Chen Jichao was the first to jump up, kicking over the chair behind him. We brothers risk our lives on the streets dealing with the British, and you're swallowing all the leftovers. Lu Fu's face also darkened, coldly snorting. Boss Lu, are you trying to cut off our livelihoods? With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of choking? The other 10 detectives also slammed the table and shouted, their emotions running high. 30% of the profits is the lifeblood of a third of the underworld in Xinjiang. Lu Jingyao leaned back against the leather chair, quietly watching this group perform. It was like watching a pack of wild dogs guarding their food. I'm not negotiating with you. Lu Jingyao brushed off the ash from his cigar, his voice flat, without a hint of fluctuation. This is a notification. The fees will be collected centrally, and Starry Night will launder your money. From now on, no one needs to fear the Independent Commission Against Corruption checking the accounts. Go to hell with your laundering. Chen Jichao was completely enraged. He was, after all, a local tyrant in the police world. When did it become the turn of a mainland guy to ride on his head? Today I want to see how you plan to swallow this 30%. Chen Jichao moved quickly, his right hand reaching for his waist, pulling out a .38 caliber police revolver. The dark muzzle of the gun was locked firmly onto Lu Jingyao's head from across the 2-meter-wide round table. Do you believe I will shoot you right now for assaulting a police officer? The air in the private room instantly froze. The other detectives instinctively reached for their guns at their waists, the atmosphere tense. Faced with the gunpoint, Lu Jingyao didn't even flinch. He even picked up the teacup in front of him. Just as Chen Jichao was about to threaten him, Xin Fei, who had been standing behind Lu Jingyao, moved. No one even saw how he struck. All they felt was a black shadow flash before their eyes, like a ghost escaping its cage. Xin Fei's body swept over the round table and instantly closed in on Chen Jichao. Chen Jichao felt a numbness in his wrist. A piercing pain surged through him, and his revolver had vanished without a trace. Before he could scream, Xin Fei had already turned into a whirlwind circling around the private room. Crack! Ouch! The sound of bones crunching and the detective's gasps merged into one. 3 seconds. It took merely 3 seconds. Xin Fei returned to stand behind Lu Jingyao, his hands clasped behind his back, not even altering his breathing rhythm. Clatter. In the center of the round table, a small mountain appeared. 12 revolvers, each emptied of their magazines, were piled together. Chun Jichao clutched his dislocated wrist, drenched in cold sweat, looking at Xin Fei as if he were a monster. Lu Fu was so frightened that he fell back into his chair, his legs trembling uncontrollably. These detectives could bully ordinary citizens, but when faced with a top-tier assassin like this, they didn't even have the qualification to draw their guns. If you can't hold your gun steady, don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. Lu Jingyao put down his teacup and nodded to Lei Luo. Lei Luo immediately understood. He pulled out 12 black leather account books from his briefcase and tossed one in front of each detective. Take a look. This is a welcome gift from my boss for you all. Lei Luo sat back down, coldly observing this group of colleagues who used to tower over him. Chun Jichao gritted his teeth, opening the account book in front of him with his left hand. Just one glance, and the color drained from his face. The account book was filled with every shady deal he had made in the past 3 years, meticulously recorded. From sheltering and committing murder for Lian Shang to collecting dividends from opium dealings with the Chaozhou gang, the time, place, and amount were all recorded without a single error. Lu Fu next to him also opened his book, his heart nearly stopping in fright. Even the details of how many mistresses he supported in Macau and how much black money he transferred every month were clearly laid out. Lin Wanqing's listener intelligence network had already dug up every bit of dirt on these people. These account books, even if I just tear out a page and throw it to the ghosts at the governor's office. Lu Jingyao toyed with a pure silver lighter, his voice carrying a chilling coldness. You 12 will spend the rest of your lives sewing in Stanley Prison. The 12 detectives turned ashen, their shirts soaked through with cold sweat. They finally understood that this man before them was not merely trying to seize territory. He was holding a knife to all their throats, forcefully staging a coup. Lu. Boss Lu. Lu Fu swallowed a dry lump in his throat, his voice trembling. If it's 30%, then so be it. We accept our fate. He took the lead in softening his stance, clutching the account book tightly to his chest, afraid someone would snatch it away. As long as you guarantee this doesn't leak out, we brothers will follow the lead of Starry Night from now on. A slap followed by a sweet date. This is the way to manage people. Lu Jingyao smiled. I'm not unreasonable. Hand over the fees to me, and Starry Night will help you engage in legitimate business. He pointed to Lei Luo sitting beside him. Starting tomorrow, the rules for the 12 detectives will be unified under Lei Luo's management. You just need to maintain public order. He will handle the financial matters. The detectives exchanged glances. Though they felt aggrieved, their fates were in another's hands, and who would dare to voice dissent? Moreover, following such a wealthy benefactor was indeed much safer than going solo. Chun Jichao, holding his wrist, cast a complex gaze at the triumphant Lei Luo. He knew that the old era that belonged to him had completely turned the page. Lei Luo stood up, taking the initiative to pick up the teapot, respectfully refilling Lu Jinjiao's cup with hot tea. At this moment, the most tightly knit system of police and underworld collusion in Xiangjiang was officially established in this private room. Lei Luo stepped onto the shoulders of the 12 detectives and confidently took the seat of the head detective. The mastermind behind all this was Lu Jingyao, who sat back calmly. Lu Jingyao raised his teacup, gently blowing at the floating leaves. From now on, I will set the rules for the Knights of Xiangjiang. Now, who still has any objections? The whole room fell silent, and Chun Jichao knelt down dejectedly. The night breeze dispersed the smell of gunpowder from the top floor of the Xingyao restaurant. At the moment Chun Jichao knelt on the ground, the 12 detectives had completely become puppets in the hands of Xingyao. Lu Jingyao did not linger, turning to leave the private room, labeled Tian. Outside, the bodyguards with keen insight pressed the button for the exclusive elevator to escort the newly appointed underground emperor downstairs. In the back alley of the restaurant, a black bulletproof Rolls-Royce had long been waiting. Lu Jingyao opened the car door and bent down to sit in the spacious back seat. A faint jasmine scent wafted in the car, instantly dispelling the bloodthirsty aura clinging to the man. Lin Wanqing, dressed in a fitted black velvet gown, sat quietly on the leather seat. Drive back to the manor. Lu Jingyao leaned against the soft backrest, loosening his tie, and pinched the bridge of his nose, looking slightly fatigued. Though the earlier tea party did not involve guns, every word was like dancing on the edge of a knife. To single-handedly suppress the violent machinery of the entire harbor was exhausting even for him. Lin Wanqing noticed the red blood vessels in his eyes and moved closer with concern. She extended her pale, soft hands and gently placed them on either side of Lu Jinjiao's temples, kneading with a moderate pressure. Her fingertips were cool, yet carried a magical power to soothe all agitation. Is everything settled? Lin Wanqing's voice was soft, exuding the gentle demeanor of a Jiangnan woman. With his eyes closed, Lu Jingyao comfortably exhaled a breath of turbid air. Lei Luo has already taken his position. From tomorrow, the rules of the underworld in Xiangjiang will be dictated by us. He instinctively grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, holding her delicate, boneless fingers in his palm. What about your side? The accounts of those 12 old foxes won't be easy to digest. Lin Wanqing leaned into the man's embrace, a confident smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The dark web of the listener has been completely integrated. Although she nestled against Lu Jinjiao's chest, her tone carried a decisive air of life and death. The money laundering channels of these 12 detectives abroad, the hidden stakes of the underground banks, along with their several external residences in Kowloon. All have been crushed by my people, not a single penny can leak out. Lin Wanqing looked up, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with the shrewdness unique to a high IQ operative. As long as they dare to harbor any ill intentions, I guarantee their underpants will appear on the desk of the governor by tomorrow. The once family-designated canary for marriage had finally transformed into a fearsome black widow in this chaotic world. Lu Jingyao opened his eyes, gazing at the dangerously enchanting woman in his arms. In the enclosed narrow cabin, their breaths gradually intertwined, completely isolating the bloody turmoil outside. He reached out to wrap his arms around her slender waist, lowering his head to kiss her red lips. There were no storms of plunder, only warmth and tenderness born from the trials of life and death. The Rolls-Royce steadily drove along the mountain road, leaving the noise of the streets far behind. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the Kowloon Tong hillside manor. Lu Jingyao held Lin Wanqing's hand and walked directly toward the intelligence room in the basement of the main building. Pushing open the heavy soundproof iron door, they entered a completely different world. Dozens of powerful German monitoring stations flashed red and green indicator lights. Several typists wearing headphones were rapidly recording the codes, with paper tape spilling out noisily. On the wall hung a massive map of Xiangjiang, densely dotted with red and blue flags. This was the dark web hub meticulously crafted by Lin Wanqing, the most lethal brain of the Xingyao Empire. In this secret room, there were no blades or swords, only invisible capital and intelligence engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Jingyao, look. Lin Wanqing walked to the map, pointing at several funding flows marked with red lines. The banking system for the Whitebait has been fully taken over. Leiluo will transfer the first regulatory fee into our secret overseas account by tomorrow. Our industries, shipping combined with this enormous gray market, have created an unbreakable financial chain. She turned around excitedly, like a little girl showing off a perfect exam score to her parents. But in Lu Jinjiao's eyes, every red line represented countless sleepless nights Lin Wanqing had endured. He stepped forward, not looking at the priceless map. Instead, he opened his arms and tightly embraced Lin Wanqing. With his chin resting on her soft long hair, the man's broad chest provided her with the strongest support. You've worked hard, Wanqing. Lu Jinjiao's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a hint of barely perceptible hoarseness. Lin Wanqing stiffened, her eyes instantly misting over. She was unafraid of staying up late, unafraid of scheming, and even unafraid of battling wits with those ruthless agents. As long as this man understood her sacrifices, everything would be worth it. Traveling with me across South and North, and yet I haven't even given you a title. Lu Jingyao caressed her back, his tone exceptionally earnest. Once the situation in Xiangjiang is completely stabilized, we will sweep all those pesky foreign firms into the trash. I, Lu Jingyao, swear to give you a wedding that will shock the entire harbor, the grandest of ceremonies. This statement surpassed all sweet nothings in the world. Lin Wanqing could no longer hold back her tears, which fell silently, soaking Lu Jinjiao's shirt. She bit her red lip, tightly wrapping her arms around the man's waist, as if trying to merge herself into his very bones. On this cannibalistic island, she had not only become his irreplaceable primary wife, but also his sharpest eyes. In the intelligence room, the ticking of the radio continued, yet it could not disturb the profound affection shared in this small space. The two embraced quietly for a long time. This brief moment of respite was the only harbor for a hero amidst chaos. Until Lu Jingyao patted her shoulder, Lin Wanqing blushed and finally stepped back from his embrace. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, taking a deep breath. The soft femininity of the Jiangnan woman instantly faded, replaced by the resolute decisiveness of the chief steward of Xingyao. Leaning against his chest, Lin Wanqing suddenly pulled out a document. Jingyao, there is a prime piece of land we reserved in Tsin, one that has just caught the attention of a young man selling plastic flowers. The opponent is quite troublesome. The next morning, the sea breeze of Tsin Wan carried a strong smell of salt and fish rustling the wild grass all around. A black bulletproof Cadillac slowly came to a stop beside a field overgrown with reeds. Lu Jingyao pushed the door open and stepped out, his military boots crunching on the soft soil. Not far away, the chimney of Xingyao Textile Factory was puffing white smoke, with the faint sound of machines rumbling in the background. The reserved land beneath his feet controlled the throat of the dock and the highway, covering over 100 acres. At that moment, two people stood at the center of the wasteland, arguing heatedly. A portly local landlord waved the land deed in impatience, his face full of annoyance. Opposite him stood a tall and thin young man in his early 20s. The young man wore a cheap suit that had faded from washing, with a pair of oversized black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He tightly clutched a measuring tape, his dress shoes caked with yellow mud from measuring the land. Boss Wang, please give me 3 more months. The young man pushed up his slipping glasses, his tone earnest, yet not servile. As soon as my plastic flower factory starts production, orders from Europe will roll in immediately. He'll pay 30% up front and the rest in 6 installments with interest. Nonsense. Landlord Boss Huang spat a thick phlegm into the grass, his face filled with disdain. Installments. This is prime land. If you don't have money, why are you pretending to be a big boss? Boss Huang pushed the young man, saying, "Get lost, don't waste my time looking for a real buyer." The young man gritted his teeth, standing his ground without taking a step back. Boss Huang, business is about long-term vision. Besides me, no one else is willing to pay your exorbitant price. Who says no one is offering? A deep, resonant male voice suddenly interrupted the young man's words. Lu Jingyao, hands in his pockets, stepped onto the dry grass, walking over leisurely. Behind him followed Zhao Tiedan, who resembled a black iron tower, and Old Chun from finance clutching a briefcase. When Boss Huang turned around and saw Lu Jingjiao's expensive tailored coat, his eyes instantly lit up. Especially when he saw the imposing Rolls-Royce behind, the flesh on Boss Huang's face immediately jiggled with glee. Old Chun, with keen insight, directly unzipped the briefcase. He pulled out a cash check adorned with the emblem of Citibank. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars full payment. Old Chun slapped the check into Boss Huang's hand, saying, "We at Xingyao Company want this land." Boss Huang stared at the zeros on the check, his breath momentarily halted. "Xingyao? Oh, it's you, Boss Lu. If you'd said so earlier, I would have given you this land for free." He bowed repeatedly, not even glancing at the young man beside him. Grasping the check, Boss Huang joyfully ran towards the rickshaw at the roadside, fearing the other party might change their mind. On the barren land, only Lu Jingyao and his 2 companions remained with the bespectacled young man. The young man stood there, still tightly gripping the measuring tape, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He looked at the land he had measured countless times over the past few months, even having drawn up factory blueprints. Just like that, it had been casually snatched away by a single remark and a piece of paper. Ordinary entrepreneurs would have erupted in curses or slinked away with their tails between their legs at this moment. But the bespectacled young man did not. He took a deep breath of the earthy, fishy air, suppressing the intense sense of loss within. The young man turned his head, his eyes meeting Lu Jingjiao's gaze through the lenses. "Mr. Lu." The young man's voice was surprisingly calm, even carrying a hint of rationality from a business negotiation. "I have long admired the renowned name of Xingyao Company. However, as far as I know, your company's second phase of the textile factory won't start for at least 6 months. Lu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. "You've investigated me. In business, one must understand the neighbors. My name is Li Chaoran." Li Chaoran was neither humble nor arrogant, standing straight. Even when faced with this recently powerful figure in Hong Kong, he did not show any signs of timidity. "This land has been idle for half a year. It's a pure waste of capital." He pointed at the dirt road, not far away, clearly starting to analyze. "Mr. Lu, I am willing to offer 10% more rent than Boss Huang for 1/3 of this land." Li Chaoran spoke quickly, his mind working like a precise computer. "My plastic flower equipment is very light. I can start production with just a few metal sheds, which definitely won't delay your infrastructure in 6 months. This is a win-win situation." Lu Jingyao looked at the lean young man before him, a sense of inexplicable interest rising within him. This was the future Chinese tycoon Li Chaoran, who would buy half of Britain. He faced the collapse of his plans without flinching, calmly turning to negotiate cooperation with the very predator who had just taken his opportunity. This extraordinary resilience and audacity was why he would one day stand at the top of the pyramid. Lu Jingyao did not use his power to suppress him. To trample such a born commercial genius was the most foolish approach. He aimed to subdue him, to harness this future lion onto the chariot of Xingyao. "Plastic flowers." Lu Jingyao smirked with a hint of casual sarcasm. "Those fake trinkets meant to impress foreigners, how much profit can they possibly make?" The young man's gaze instantly sharpened. It was as if he had touched a sensitive nerve, and Li Chaoran's aura suddenly surged. "Mr. Lu, you are a great capitalist and may not value these meager profits." He adjusted his glasses, his tone exuding a kind of almost fanatical self-confidence. "But I have already secured the injection molding production line from Italy. As soon as my factory starts up, the cost can be reduced to 20 cents per pot." Li Chaoran fixed his gaze on Lu Jingyao, as if defending his commercial belief. "And the selling price to the European and American markets is $2. He waved his hand vigorously, his voice booming. "A tenfold profit. This profit margin is certainly not worse than your yarn sales." Zhao Tiedan, listening from the side, frowned. He stepped forward and shouted in a rough voice, "You little brat, who do you think you are to talk business with our boss? Step back." Lu Jingyao raised his hand, stopping Zhao Tiedan. He looked at the young man's face, which had slightly reddened with excitement. Not only was he not angry, but his eyes also revealed a deep appreciation. In this city filled with gangsters who would kill for a few dollars in protection fees, to find such a forward-thinking young man with keen insight into the international market and cost accounting was truly rare. Lu Jingyao sought to establish a trillion-dollar conglomerate that spanned the globe. Relying solely on someone like Zhao Tiedan who could only kill would never build a business empire. He needed top-notch business minds to help him charge ahead and swallow those foreign companies. Li Chaoran before him was the best uncut gem. Li Chaoran gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lu, you are a great capitalist, but I am confident that this land can generate the maximum profit for plastic flowers. Lu Jingyao smiled. He pulled out an exquisite silver cigarette case from his coat pocket and took out a Cuban cigar. Lu Jingyao handed him a cigar saying, plastic flowers. Your vision is too narrow, why not join me for a bigger deal? Lu Jingyao handed over a cigar, plastic flowers. Your vision is too narrow, why not join me for a big score? Li Chaoran stood frozen in place. He glanced at the precious gaiox of a cigar, and then at the domineering, mysterious man before him. The innate ambition within him ultimately triumphed over his caution. Li Chaoran reached out and took the cigar, stuffing it along with the muddy measuring tape into his pocket. What does Mr. Lu intend to do? Lu Jingyao did not reply and turned to walk towards the black Rolls-Royce. Get in the car. He'll show you some truly profitable business. Half an hour later at the temporary headquarters building of Xingyao Group in the mid-levels of Kowloon Tong. The elevator went straight to the top floor where the double doors made of walnut wood were respectfully pushed open by a bodyguard. Li Chaoran followed Lu Jingyao into the spacious conference room, which was about 200 square meters. As soon as he entered, his footsteps were firmly nailed to the carpet. In the center of the conference room stood a gigantic sand table measuring over 5 meters in length and width. Mountains and rivers rose and fell, coastlines twisted and turned. The entire terrain of Victoria Harbor was scaled down proportionally here. Factories, docks, and land marked with little red flags of Xingyao were scattered densely across Kowloon and the new territories. Lu Jingyao approached the sand table, picking up a slender walnut wood batten. He lit the cigar in his mouth and wisps of blue smoke rose. Brotherly, you are a clever man. Lu Jingyao pointed to the area on the sand table representing Sham Shui, with his batten. Tell me, what kind of people do you see the most on the streets every day? Refugees. Poor people escaping from the north speaking various dialects. That's right. Lu Jingyao drew a large circle on the sand table with his batten, encompassing the entire Kowloon Peninsula. Currently, there are about 2 million people in Victoria Harbor, with thousands more refugees arriving daily on small boats. In less than 10 years, this tiny island will have to accommodate 3 to 4 million people. The more people there are, the cheaper the labor, which is why I want to open a factory to produce plastic flowers and earn foreign exchange. Lu Jingyao chuckled softly and shook his head. Earning foreign exchange from foreigners is one approach, but it's too slow and too hard. He suddenly jabbed the batten forcefully onto a densely packed wooden model on the sand table representing the slums. These 3 million people, every time they wake up, not only need to eat, but also have to find a shelter from the wind and rain. What I want to earn is the money they spend their whole lives saving for bricks and tiles. Li Chaoran forced a smile, feeling that this big boss was somewhat outlandish. Mr. Lu, the Tang Lu in Victoria Harbor are sold as entire buildings. A single unit costs at least tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. He spread his hands. Those refugees who have just filled their stomachs can never afford even half a building, even if they save their whole lives. Who said I want to sell the entire building? Lu Jingyao turned his head, his eyes sparkling with a capitalistic brilliance beyond his time. We will break down a building into dozens of small units and sell them one by one. Li Chaoran was stunned, as if something had exploded in his mind, creating a gap. Selling units separately. This was an unheard-of novel concept in Victoria Harbor during the 1950s. But it didn't stop there. Lu Jingyao took a puff of his cigar and threw out a second earth-shattering bombshell. Brotherly, since you've rented a house, let me ask you a question. He pointed to a model of a tall building on the sand table. Who counts the area of the elevator shafts, stairwells, and corridors in this building? Li Chaoran blurted out. Of course, it's the owner's complimentary public area. The buyer only counts the actual area inside the unit. No. Lu Jingyao's lips curled into a cruel smile unique to capitalists. From now on at Xingyao Real Estate, all these public areas will be proportionally allocated to each buyer. If you buy 100 square feet of property, you will only receive keys for 70 square feet. The remaining 30 square feet will be labeled as public area. Boom. Li Chaoran's brain felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He gaped in shock, even his breathing halted. Can corridors and stairwells also be counted as money? This is akin to conjuring 2 or 3 times pure profit out of thin air. This is called taking a wolf by empty hands. Will the buyers agree to this? Li Chaoran's voice was hoarse, his throat struggling to swallow. If all the land in Victoria Harbor is governed by this rule, if they don't buy it, they can only sleep on the streets. Lu Jingyao's tone was so dominating that it left no room for rebuttal. The rules are set by the strong. Seeing Li Chaoran's worldview already starting to waver, Lu Jingyao decided to add one final straw. You just said you don't have money and want to buy my land in installments, right? Lu Jingyao tapped the edge of the table with his batten. Building houses is the same. Why wait until the building is finished before selling? We just need to enclose a piece of land, lay the foundation, and print a few beautiful blueprints. Lu Jingyao leaned in closer, his voice low like a devil coaxing him gently. Then tell all the citizens of Victoria Harbor that if they pay the deposit now, the price will be the cheapest. By the time the building is finished, the price will double. This is called selling building options. The conference room fell into a dead silence. The only sounds were the ticking of the wall clock and Lu Jinjiao's faint breaths as he smoked the cigar. Li Kairan's back was completely soaked in cold sweat, his washed-out shirt clinging tightly to his body. Taking the buyer's money to build the buyer's buildings, and in the end profiting from decades of their hard-earned money. He originally thought he had discovered a lucrative business in plastic flowers, considering himself a remarkable business genius. But compared to the real estate concept proposed by the man before him, he felt like a beggar picking up scraps on the street. This was not doing business, it was clearly printing money legally, plundering the wealth of the entire city. Not only that, Lu Jingyao gave Li Chaoran no chance to catch his breath, his baton sweeping across the surface of Victoria Harbor. In the future, a submarine tunnel will be built between Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, and even underground railways will be dug. Wherever the subway reaches, Xingyo's properties will rise. Surrounding areas will be developed with large housing estates and shopping malls, keeping hundreds of thousands of people revolving around us. From their clothes, food, housing, and transportation, every penny they earn will eventually flow back into Xingyo's pockets. Clatter! Li Kairan's measuring tape fell onto the thick carpet. Yet he felt as if he had lost his soul, not even bothering to pick it up. His usually shrewd and reserved eyes were now bloodshot, fixated on the enormous sand table before him. This was not a model of Victoria Harbor. This was clearly a blueprint for a colossal conglomerate that was suffocatingly vast, treating everyone as mere fodder. Lu Jingyao extinguished the half-smoked cigar in the crystal ashtray. Now do you still want to go to Tsuanwan to set up a tin shed and miserably mold your plastic flowers? Li Chaoran did not answer immediately. He gasped violently, his chest heaving up and down like a bellows. After a full 2 minutes, he suddenly removed his black-framed glasses and wiped the wild sweat from his face with his sleeve. He finally understood. The man before him was by no means just a warlord who knew how to throw money and seize land. He was an ultimate strategist with a godlike foresight capable of trampling an entire era underfoot. Following him, not to mention earning foreign exchange from foreigners. Swallowing up those lofty foreign banks might not be impossible. Li Chaoran pressed his hands against the redwood edges of the sand table. He looked at the densely packed districts, feeling his throat dry, the wildfire in his eyes thoroughly ignited. This is true business. This is the grand undertaking a man should pursue. Li Chaoran stared at the blueprints, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Lu, what you want is not just this piece of land. What you want is the fate of all of Victoria Harbor. Li Chaoran stared at the blueprint, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Lu, you don't want this piece of land. What you want is the entire fortune of Xianjiang. Lu Jingyao burst into laughter. He walked to the mahogany desk and pulled open the bottom drawer. A wise man speaks, and it saves effort. Lu Jingyao took out a prepared piece of craft paper and slammed it on the table with a loud thud. The document slid smoothly across the polished surface, coming to rest right next to Li Chaoran. The cover was printed with bold black letters, Changjiang Real Estate Co., Ltd., Share Bet Agreement. Changjiang. Li Chaoran murmured these 2 words, his previously chaotic heart skipping a beat. The Changjiang does not discriminate against small streams, hence it can flow vast and wide. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his office chair, hands folded. This is the stage I've prepared for you. Do you dare to take it? Li Chaoran swallowed a dry gulp and opened the agreement. After reading just the first 2 pages, his eyes hidden behind black-rimmed glasses went wide. The terms were too generous, so generous that it made one dizzy. Xingyao Group invested 30 million Hong Kong dollars as startup capital, covering all initial land acquisition and construction material procurement. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The agreement clearly stated that the law enforcement on the white side would be handled by Inspector Leluo from Kowloon, while the troublemakers from the black side would be dealt with by Wu Shiho from Yichun. Both the white and black sides with capital backing. Lu Jingyao had essentially driven a top-tier sports car filled with fuel right up to Li Chaoran. Mr. Lu, this. Li Chaoran lifted his head, his voice trembling. Don't rush to thank me, there's no free lunch in this world. Lu Jingyao interrupted him, pointing to the last few pages of the agreement. Keep reading down, that's your indenture contract. Li Chaoran took a deep breath and turned to the betting clause. It was clear and straightforward, black on white. Within 3 years, Changjiang Real Estate must secure 5 core plots of land in Kowloon and Hong Kong Island and complete the capital recapture from selling off floor plans. As long as the targets were met, Li Chaoran would directly receive 10% of Changjiang Real Estate's equity. From then on, he would forever have a share of the dividends from Xiangjiang's real estate pie. But what if he failed? If the targets are not met within 3 years, or if something goes wrong, causing Xingyao to lose money? Lu Jinjiao's tone gradually turned cold, carrying the ruthlessness of a tyrant. This 10% equity will be revoked. You, Li Chaoran, will have to stay at Xingyao for the rest of your life, working for me as a free laborer. The conference room fell utterly silent. Only Li Kairan's heavy breathing could be heard. This was a blatant scheme. Using absolute resources and power, he was forcing a young lion still, without fangs, to fight for its life. Images of his days fleeing to Xiangjiang flashed through Li Kairan's mind like a revolving lantern. Living under someone else's roof, looking at others' faces, grinding to open a plastic flower factory just to scrape together $100,000. Now a road to success lay right beneath his feet. Even if the path ahead was fraught with danger, even if a single misstep could lead to ruin, he accepted it. Li Chaoran hesitated no longer. He grabbed the Parker pen on the table, unscrewed the cap. The pen tip made a scratching sound against the paper. Without any pause, he flamboyantly signed his name at the designated spot. After stamping it with a red seal, Li Chaoran closed the document. He held the betting agreement with both hands and walked up to Lu Jingyao, respectfully handing it over. Then he took a half step back. With legs together, he bent slightly at the waist and deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle. Boss, from today onwards, wherever you point, Li Chaoran will go and seize that land. Li Chaoran did not straighten up for a long time, his voice carrying a resolute determination. Through fire and water, I will carve a path for you. Lu Jingyao accepted the agreement, glanced at the signature, and smiled with satisfaction. He reached out his hand to gesture. Get up. What I want is a general who can expand my territory, not a mere servant who knows only to bow. Lu Jingyao walked to the liquor cabinet and poured 2 glasses of whiskey. He handed one to Li Chaoran. To the success of Changjiang real estate, may it soon become renowned in Xianjiang. Thank you for your cultivation, boss. Li Chaoran accepted the glass with both hands, tilting his head back to gulp down the fiery liquid. After this drink, he was completely devoted. The once cautious youth who relied on plastic flowers for a living in the historical trajectory was catalyzed by Lu Jingyao, evolving ahead of time into a bloodthirsty beast of real estate. Go ahead, the 30 million on the account can be accessed at any time. Lu Jingyao waved his hand. First, secure that piece of land in Sunwan and fire the first shot for selling the floor plans. Li Chaoran put down the glass, his gaze sharp like a freshly sharpened knife. Rest assured, boss, within half a month I will have citizens of Xiangjiang lining up with money in hand to buy the blueprints. He bowed slightly again, then strode out of the conference room. His leather shoes made a sound on the carpet, his steps 10 times steadier than when he arrived. Lu Jingyao watched the walnut wood door close. He held his glass and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. With Lei Luo in the open providing support, and Wu Shaho in the shadows ready to strike, and now with Li Chaoran, the top commercial laborer, the foundation of the Xingyao Empire was thoroughly solidified. Next, as long as this colossal war machine was set in motion, the wealth of all Xiangjiang would flow into his pockets like sand from a funnel. Lu Jingyao downed the whiskey in his glass. Just as he was about to turn around, a wall of the mahogany bookshelf beside the conference room suddenly slid open silently. A concealed secret chamber was revealed. Shen Fei emerged quietly from the dark room like a ghost, carrying the chill of the hidden monitoring room that had long seen no sunlight. His footsteps were extremely light, not even making a sound on the carpet. Lu Jingyao did not turn around. He knew the secret door had opened. Has that kid gone far? Boss, this guy is a wolf cub. Are you really at ease handing over tens of millions to him to play with? Shen Fei's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with the unique vigilance of a professional killer. Wolf cubs are better at dogs, can only guard the home, but wolves can go out and bite people. Lu Jingyao tossed the empty glass onto the table and turned around. He looked at Shen Fei's face, which was tense, as if facing an enemy, and frowned slightly. What happened? Why do you look so grim? Shen Fei quickly walked to the desk. In his unruffled eyes, cold, killing intent flickered at this moment. Shen Fei pushed open the secret door of the conference room, his tone extremely cold. Boss, the listening network has received news. The police commissioner Charlie has just obtained a secret order to kill you. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Royal Police Headquarters in the Central District, there was a secret office that even the cleaning staff were forbidden to approach. The heavy walnut shutters were drawn tightly, blocking the blinding sunlight outside. The room was not lit by the main lights. Only the vintage pure brass desk lamp on the office table emitted a dim yellowish glow. Police Commissioner Charlie sat in a large leather armchair. He held a black encrypted phone receiver, his face pale, even his golden hair looking somewhat disheveled. Mr. Charles, please rest assured. Charlie wedged the receiver between his shoulder and cheek, pulling a thick Havana cigar from the case. The dignity of the British Empire cannot be provoked. He bit off the end of the cigar, his tone laced with venomous anger. I assure you and His Excellency the Governor that by sunset tomorrow the Chinese named Lu will completely disappear from Hong Kong. A cold English voice replied from the other end of the line. Bang! Charlie hung up the phone, slamming the receiver down onto the desk, causing a pin to roll off onto the carpet. He struck a match to light the cigar. Taking a deep puff, thick smoke billowed from his prominent nose. Stephen. Charlie nodded towards his confidant, standing across the desk. The secret order has come down. The Charles of Jardine Matheson personally issued the command. He let out a cold laugh, revealing his white teeth. This Lu Jingyao, this crossing dragon, is too greedy. First he monopolized the penicillin in Kowloon, and then he recruited those Chinese detectives. Charlie slammed his hand on the table, the oak surface thundering with the impact. Now he dares to encroach upon the British Empire's core textile industry and land. And made Mr. Charles lose face at the exchange. He stood up pacing behind the desk like an enraged polar bear. The governor's office and the trading company have reached a consensus. Charlie abruptly halted, his azure eyes filled with fierce light. We must eradicate this uncontrollable tumor. Moreover, it must be uprooted. Stephen, the white police inspector standing opposite, instinctively swallowed hard. He wiped the cold sweat forming on his brow, his face paling. Commissioner, this matter may not be so easy. Stephen's voice was somewhat dry as he stammered. Charlie frowned. What do you mean? Are the CD officers under you just useless? It's not that we are useless, it's that Lou is simply a devil. Stephen stepped forward anxiously, his hands resting on the edge of the table. Commissioner, do you remember how Yin Tong died? Even the big boss with 3,000 knife-wielding henchmen in Kowloon City was forced to kneel and beg for mercy. Recalling the shocking achievements recorded in the files, a chill ran down his spine. Lu Jingyao has 50 veterans who crawled out from piles of corpses, all armed with American Thompson submachine guns, each wearing stab-proof vests. The more Stephen spoke, the more frightened he became. And the Kowloon Tong Manor where he currently resides has been fortified like a fortress. If we send assassins to kill him or dispatch patrol officers to storm in, it would be a death wish. Shut up, Charlie shouted angrily, interrupting his subordinate's complaints. He looked at Stephen as if he were a fool, his eyes filled with disdain. Stephen, has the humidity of Hong Kong rotted your brain? Charlie walked to the leather sofa, sitting down elegantly. We are the royal police of the British Empire. We are the legal rulers of this land. He flicked the ash from his cigar and snorted. Only those lowly gangsters would resort to knives and guns to settle scores. Do we really need to dirty our hands to kill a Chinese nouveau riche? Stephen was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. Commissioner, do you mean? Charlie did not respond. He stood up and walked to a half-height safe in the corner of the office, skillfully twisting the combination dial. Click! The heavy steel door swung open. Charlie pulled out a delicate mahogany box and dragged out a heavy military green metal case. He set both items down with a thud on the desk. Open it and take a look. Charlie gestured with his chin toward Stephen. Stephen approached hesitantly, first lifting the lid of the mahogany box. A pungent, sweet odor instantly filled his nostrils. Inside the box, neatly arranged, were a dozen dark paste-like substances carefully wrapped in oil paper. This is high-purity Indian opium. Stephen exclaimed in shock. This was a death penalty contraband strictly prohibited in the market. Charlie smiled with pride. Now take a look at the other box. Stephen trembled as he fumbled with the metal case's latch. As the lid opened, he gasped and stumbled back 2 steps. The box was cushioned with thick shock-absorbent foam. In the center of the foam lay a dozen yellow cylindrical objects, all connected with dangerous detonator wires. Military-grade high explosives. Stephen's voice cracked. This quantity was enough to flatten half a street. That's right. British law is clear: armed drug trafficking, illegal possession of firearms, plotting rebellion. Combined, these 3 charges could lead to 10 death sentences. Charlie walked to the desk lightly, running his fingers over the deadly contraband. I paid a hefty price to acquire these top-notch goods from a Thai drug lord. Stephen was somewhat taken aback. Commissioner, these are indeed good items. But Lu Jingyao is a smart man, who he would never engage in dealings that could cost him his head. His refusal to get involved doesn't mean these items can't appear in his warehouse. A glint of venomous cunning flashed in Charlie's eyes. He picked up a distribution map of the Xingyao group from the table, his finger firmly pointing at the location of the Tsuan Wan main warehouse. I have already bribed a dock worker at the Xingyao warehouse. He's a gambler who would die for money. Charlie's smile grew increasingly sinister. Tomorrow morning, this batch of opium and explosives will be mixed into the cotton bales normally unloaded at Xingyao. They will be brazenly transported into his heavily guarded private vault. Stephen finally understood at this point. He looked at Charlie, feeling that this usually dignified commissioner was even more terrifying than the most vicious gang leader. Once the items enter his territory, whether they are black or white, it will no longer be up to him to decide. Charlie returned to his chair, pulled open a drawer, and took out a blank parchment covered with the royal seal. He pulled out a Mont Blanc gold pen from his pocket and twisted off the cap. The pen tip made a scratchy sound on the paper. This was a top-level arrest warrant. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Charlie instructed without looking up as he wrote. You will personally lead the team. Assemble 100 fully armed assault troops and seal off all the exits of Xingyao. Remember to bring along reporters from several newspapers. Both foreign and Chinese newspapers must be included. He looked up, his blue eyes shining with a bloodthirsty light. I want to expose this gentleman in front of all the citizens of Hong Kong. Let him transform into a public enemy of both men and gods under all the flashing lights. Stephen felt his spirits rise, the previous fear evaporating. This tactic was brilliant. Using the power of the system to crush a person was more effective than any gun or cannon. No matter how strong you are, no matter how rich you are, as long as there is solid evidence, daring to resist means going against the entire war machine of the British Empire. Even if Lu Jingyao were a fierce tiger with wings, he would still be firmly pinned to the chopping block this time. Commissioner, you are brilliant. This ploy of deception is simply a kill shot. Stephen stood at attention, saluting with fervor. I will immediately gather personnel and contact the editors of the newspapers I know. Charlie nodded in satisfaction. He signed his name in a flourish at the bottom of the arrest warrant, then picked up the steel seal that symbolized the highest authority of the police. The next morning, the thick fog over Victoria Harbor had yet to dissipate. In the study of the mid-levels manor in Kowloon, Tong Lin Wanqing rushed in without even knocking on the door. She clutched a classified telegram in her hand, her face pale. Jingyao, something has happened. The stevedore named Ashui at the Tsun Wan main warehouse has been bought off by Charlie. Lin Wanqing quickly walked to the desk, her tone revealing a rare panic. The informant's dark line just reported back last night at midnight, Ashui secretly mixed over a dozen boxes of unaccounted goods into our penicillin cotton packages. Those are the high-purity opium and military explosives that Charlie smuggled from Thailand. She leaned on the desk, her eyes reddening with urgency. The goods have already been stored and locked away. The Royal Flying Squad stationed in Hong Kong set out 10 minutes ago, heading straight for Tsuen Wan. If the contraband is discovered on the spot in this territory where foreign powers hold absolute sway, Xingyao would be unable to explain himself no matter how many mouths he had. However, Lu Jingyao remained seated in his office chair. He picked up the white porcelain teacup in front of him, gently blowing on the floating jasmine petals, not even lifting his eyelids. Understood. Lu Jingyao took a sip of hot tea and set down the cup. Let's go, we'll see the show at the scene. Let's see if this police commissioner has the acting skills to match the situation. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Tsuen Wan Xingyao main warehouse. The blaring police sirens completely tore apart the morning's tranquility. A dozen armored personnel carriers emblazoned with the Royal Police insignia blocked the wide warehouse entrance, preventing any passage. Hundreds of fully armed squad members jumped out of the vehicles. They brandished bayonet Lee-Enfield rifles, quickly establishing a perimeter, their gun barrels aimed directly at the tightly closed iron gate. Behind the police vehicles followed a dozen press vans from various newspapers. Long lenses and short lenses formed a line, and the reporters, like flies drawn to the smell of blood, frantically pressed the shutters of their cameras. Click, click. The flashes of magnesium light formed a white sea. Charlie, dressed in a crisp police uniform, holding a silver mount whip, swaggered down from the jeep. The white police officer Stephen followed him like a loyal dog. Listen in there. Stephen raised a tin megaphone and shouted towards the warehouse. We received a tip-off that the Xingyao warehouse is hiding a large quantity of firearms and opium. Open the door immediately for a search. Creak. The heavy iron gate slowly rose. Zhao Tiedon, bare-chested, revealing countless scars crisscrossing his body, strode out like an enraged black bear. 50 cold-eyed Special Forces veterans followed him. Clatter. 50 Thompson submachine guns were loaded simultaneously, their dark muzzles pointing back at the police. Royal Police handling a case. Don't you dare use a chicken feather as a command. Zhao Tiedon, standing at the edge of the perimeter, spat fiercely on the ground. This is private territory. No one dares to take a step forward without our boss' orders, or I'll turn them into a sieve. The two sides stood face to face, separated by less than 5 meters. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder ready to ignite. The reporters, frightened, shrank back behind the police vehicles, yet their cameras clicked more fervently. This was a headline-worthy story. The private soldiers of the wealthy Chinese were facing off against the Royal Police. Whoever fired the first shot would guarantee tomorrow's newspapers sold out. Charlie sneered, pushing aside the police officer blocking his path, striding boldly to the forefront. He knew that the more these people resisted, the more solid his accusations would become. Violent resistance. Very good. Charlie pulled out the arrest warrant stamped with a bright red seal from his pocket, holding it high, deliberately displaying it to all the media cameras. Everyone here can see clearly. He turned around and delivered a righteous speech to the camera. This renowned justice of the peace, Lu Jingyao, appears to be conducting legitimate cotton business. Behind the scenes, however, he secretly smuggles drugs and high explosives which are strictly prohibited by the British Empire, hidden within cotton packages. Charlie abruptly turned back the whip, pointing directly at Zhao Tiedon's nose. The arrest warrant in my hand is personally authorized by the governor. If you put down your weapons now, you might leave with your lives intact. Just as he was shouting the loudest. Beep. A deep and penetrating car horn sounded from beyond the perimeter. A black bulletproof Rolls-Royce, like a giant blade cleaving through the water, slowly entered the scene. The originally impenetrable police formation was forced to retreat involuntarily to the sides under the aura of the car. The door opened. Lu Jingyao, dressed in a perfectly wrinkle-free black trench coat, stepped out in shiny leather shoes, calmly treading onto this contentious ground. He did not glance at the black muzzles of the guns, nor the frantically flashing magnesium lights. He leisurely walked towards Charlie, a hint of mocking smile gracing his lips. Commissioner Charlie, such a grand show, yet you didn't notify me in advance. I could have prepared some good tea to entertain everyone. For anyone else in the business world faced with such overwhelming evidence, they would have long collapsed in fear or frantically started to argue. Yet Lu Jingyao exuded a terrifying calmness, as if he were not a criminal here to face judgment, but rather an emperor inspecting his domain. Charlie looked at his calm demeanor, and an inexplicable rage surged within him. Pretending. Even at the brink of death, he dares to put on an act in front of me. Lu Jingyao, stop your pretentious act. Charlie suddenly shook the arrest warrant in his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife. Your time has come. Once I find those harmful items in your warehouse, let's see how you explain this to the citizens of Hong Kong. He turned and yelled at the officers behind him, charge in. Search for me. A few officers armed attempted to push forward. Zhao Taidan's eyes widened just as he was about to strike with the butt of his gun. Taidan. Lu Jingyao raised his right hand and gently waved. Clear the way. Since Commissioner Charlie wants to see our goods, let him have a good look. Zhao Taidan gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at Charlie. With a wave of his hand, 50 veteran soldiers uniformly stepped aside, creating a wide passage. Charlie was taken aback. He clearly did not expect Lu Jingyao to cooperate, so readily, a flicker of doubt passing through his mind. But temptation overpowered reason. He personally arranged for the insider to place the goods. He knew the marked locations clearly. There was absolutely no chance for error. You're sensible. Charlie tightened his grip on the whip, leading a large group of squad members and camera-wielding reporters rushing into the spacious interior of the warehouse like wolves. Inside the warehouse, thousands of wooden boxes wrapped in waterproof cloth were neatly stacked. Charlie headed straight for the northwest corner of the warehouse. He stopped in front of a pile labeled cotton yarn accessories. His gaze quickly locked onto several wooden boxes in the corners of the bottom layer marked with inconspicuous white cross symbols. These are the ones. Charlie's facial muscles twisted with extreme excitement. He had waited too long for this moment. Finally, he could personally trample this arrogant Chinese into the mud. Charlie kicked open the marked wooden box, yelling at the reporters with their long lenses and short lenses, shoot. Everyone take pictures. Let everyone see the drugs hidden by this so-called benefactor Lu. Charlie kicked open a wooden box marked with a special symbol and shouted at the reporters armed with long guns and short cannons, shoot. Everyone take pictures. Let everyone see the drugs hidden by this kind-hearted benefactor. Snap! Snap! The flashlights flickered like lightning, instantly illuminating the dim northwest corner in a ghastly white. Dozens of reporters surged forward like sharks, sensing blood, desperately pushing to the front with their cameras. Fearing they might miss this century-shocking news that could astonish the entire city, the lid of the wooden box flipped open and crashed onto the cement floor with a loud bang. The moisture-proof oil paper was violently torn apart, and its contents spilled out with a clatter. There was no dark opium paste, nor any military-grade explosives with a smell of machine oil. What poured out was a cascade of white grains with the fragrance of grains. White rice spilled across the ground through the torn seams of the burlap sacks. In the center of each burlap sack was a vivid red cross emblem. Next to it were the large characters written in traditional Chinese, Starshine Charity Disaster Relief Rations. The entire scene fell into silence. The reporter's fingers froze on the shutter, exchanging bewildered glances. Stephen held up a metal megaphone, his mouth wide open, as if a light bulb could fit inside. Charlie's manic smile instantly froze like lard, becoming stiff and ridiculous. Big rice. Charlie stared intently at the white rice on the ground, his eyes bulging. In disbelief, he lunged forward, his hands frantically digging through the pile of rice like a dog paddling. He tore apart the burlap sacks, his nails drawing blood. Nothing. There was nothing. Besides the white rice, he couldn't even find a trace of opium. Impossible. This can't be happening. Charlie, like a crazed beast, abruptly stood up. With red eyes, he charged towards another wooden box marked with a white cross. Kicking and smashing, he even drew out his baton, brutally breaking the copper lock of the wooden box. Clatter! Another box of disaster relief rice poured out. The third, fourth, fifth. Charlie madly smashed more than a dozen wooden boxes marked by the traitor. All of them were filled with rice. The floor of the entire northwest corner was covered with a thick layer of white carpet. The royal police officers trailing behind were dumbfounded, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Finally, whispers erupted from the crowd of reporters, unable to be contained. What's going on? Where's the arms and drug lord that was promised? Did the royal police mobilize just to seize the food donated to refugees? Is Director Charlie losing his mind, desperate to claim credit? The murmurs struck Charlie's face like a series of resounding slaps, turning it a deep shade of crimson. Zhao Taidan stood nearby, arms crossed, laughing heartily. Foreign devils, if you love rice so much, why didn't you say so earlier? He spat on the ground, a face full of mockery. Our boss cares for the refugees. If you're starving, I'll have my brothers fill 2 sacks for you to take back to the station and slowly make porridge. This ridicule completely severed the last thread of reason in Charlie's mind. It was over. Everything was ruined. The traitor he had bribed must have already been discovered by Lu Jingyao. This was not a search, it was a trap set for him to jump into. If he couldn't pin the crime on Lu Jingyao today, Tomorrow, the newspapers across the city would denounce him, the police chief who led a SWAT team to storm a charity warehouse, as nothing but a piece of rotten dog excrement. The governor's office would surely flay him alive to quell public outrage. I don't believe it. It must be hidden elsewhere. Charlie screamed hysterically. He turned around, glaring fiercely at the skeptical reporters. He is a drug lord. I received intelligence with my own eyes. Panic and unwillingness drove Charlie to desperation. He thrust his hand into the inner pocket of his police uniform. Inside, he had hidden 2 pieces of high-purity Indian opium he had originally prepared as evidence, just in case. As long as he pulled this out and threw it into the rice pile, even if he were to falsely accuse someone, he could forcibly take Lu Jingyao back to the station today. This is what he hid, Charlie shouted, pulling out the oil paper bag ready to toss it in front of the cameras. A large hand like an iron claw suddenly reached out from the side and seized his wrist tightly. The grip was so strong it felt as if it could crush his wrist bone. Lu Jingyao had somehow appeared beside him like a ghost, his deep gaze coldly surveying this cornered beast. Director Charlie, taking the evidence from your police station to fill my rice box. Lu Jingyao smirked sarcastically. This framing scheme is rather poorly executed, don't you think? Charlie's forehead bulged with veins as he struggled desperately. You insolent fool. You dare attack the governor. He yelled at Stephen and the dumbfounded officers. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Kill him. Lu Jingyao didn't give him a chance to fight back. He twisted Charlie's arm, causing him to scream in pain as the oil paper bag fell to the ground, spilling out 2 pieces of dark opium. Next, Lu Jingyao's free left hand slipped into his trenchcoat pocket. He pulled out a palm-sized, entirely black miniature metal device. This was the most advanced military recorder imported from Germany. In front of all the reporters, Lu Jingyao casually pressed the green play button with his thumb. Crackle. After a brief burst of electrical noise, a clear conversation emerged from the machine. Ashue, take this $50,000 deposit for now. After the job is done, I'll send you on a ship to the South Seas. This was Charlie's voice. It dripped with arrogance and malice. Don't worry, Director, I'll be on duty tonight. I guarantee that the 2 boxes of opium and explosives you provided will be stealthily stuffed into the cotton bags in the northwest corner without anyone noticing. This flattering voice belonged to the loading foreman at the Starshine warehouse. Very good. Once the items are in place, draw a cross on the box with white lime. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally lead the SWAT team to take down his lair. The recording abruptly cut off. The entire warehouse fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Charlie's blood turned to ice in an instant, and his mind went blank. How could this be? How could such a confidential conversation be recorded? He certainly didn't know that Lin Wonking's Wind Listener dark web had already deployed eyes into the ventilation ducts of his office. The first assassin of the military intelligence, Shen Fei, had personally infiltrated and recorded this damning evidence. Boom. After a brief silence, the crowd of reporters erupted. This was not a record of a drug lord's demise. It was a shocking scandal revealing high-level police corruption, misuse of public power, and deliberate framing of a Chinese business tycoon. Shoot. Quickly film the opium on the ground. Director Charlie, is the content of the recording true? Who instructed you to frame the magistrate with contraband? The cameras instantly shifted their focus. Countless microphones jabbed toward Charlie's pale paper-like face like spears. The flashes of the cameras were as dense as machine gun fire, blinding him to the point he could barely open his eyes. No, that's not my voice. It's been fabricated. Charlie stammered and retreated, his hands flailing in the air. He looked at Stephen not far away. Stephen, get them out of here. Smash that machine for me. Stephen swallowed a dry gulp, terrified, and took 3 steps back. This was irrefutable evidence in front of the entire media. At this moment, anyone who dared to protect him would be buried along with him. Over 100 Royal Police officers silently lowered their guns. Some clever officers even quietly shuffled their feet towards the warehouse door, fearful of being caught in the reporter's lenses. The tide had turned. From a high and mighty predator to a disgraced captive, it took less than 10 minutes. Charlie's psychological defenses had completely crumbled. His legs went weak, and with a thud he collapsed onto the pile of white rice. His meticulously groomed golden hair was a mess, and his police uniform was covered in white dust resembling a stray dog stripped of its backbone. He had lost utterly and completely. On this Chinese territory, not only did he fail to crush this dragon crossing the river, but he was instead slapped into an abyss. Lu Jingyao stood amidst the chaos. He ignored the frenzied questioning from the reporters and slowly approached Charlie, whose face was ashen. Looking down at this puddle of mud, Lu Jingyao slightly bent down, extending his long fingers. Gentlemanly, he adjusted Charlie's disheveled police tie caused by his struggles. Then, in a voice only the two could hear, he coldly spoke. Standing before the pale Charlie, Lu Jingyao adjusted his crooked police tie. Director Charlie, it seems the laws of Great Britain are not meant to be applied this way. Expect to see it on the front page tomorrow. 2 plainclothes officers dragged the limp Charlie out of the Xingyao warehouse, as if he were made of mud. Flashing lights followed, closely capturing the image of this once mighty police commissioner who didn't even dare to lift his head. 3 days later at the governor's mansion in mid-levels. As night fell, the grand European-style iron gates swung open and luxury cars flowed in like a stream into this area that once belonged solely to the white elite. The sensational scandal from 3 days ago, fueled by the Xingyao Daily, had directly ignited the entire Hong Kong. Citizens took to the streets in protest. Chinese merchants collectively shut down their businesses, and even the House of Commons in London slammed their desks. To quell this overwhelming fury, the governor's mansion had no choice but to sacrifice the pawn to save the queen. Charlie was swiftly stripped of all his positions and thrown into Stanley Prison to await trial. Meanwhile, as the victim Lu Jingyao received the highest level of comfort from the British Empire. Inside the honors hall of the governor's mansion, the lights shone brightly. Several check crystal chandeliers illuminated the marble floor, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Lalo had donned a brand new high-ranking inspector's uniform today. He stood tall with a straight back, flanked by a dozen competent Chinese plainclothes officers like steel nails driven into both sides of the red carpet. Lalo looked at the foreign executives who usually held high positions now entering and having to politely nod at him, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction within. Working with Boss Lu had truly straightened his back. In the center of the hall, the top Chinese merchants of Hong Kong gathered together. The wealthy Bai Fan Yu was dressed in a dark red tang suit, holding a walnut in his hand, his face filled with wrinkles from smiling. "Look, everyone look. This is my son-in-law's boss." He pulled several old-time compradors beside him, spitting as he spoke. "Even the governor has to personally host a banquet to apologize. Us Chinese have finally been vindicated." Hua Yingnan held a glass of champagne, standing at the edge of the crowd. This future red tycoon gazed at the British coat of arms on the dome of the hall and took a deep breath. Brother Lu is not only a businessman, but also a true dragon. He clinked glasses with Li Chaoran beside him, little brother Chaoran following him. "We are surely on a smooth sailing ship." "No, boss Hua, this is not a smooth sailing ship. This is an icebreaker that can sink the foreign fleet." At 8 o'clock sharp, the melodious classical orchestra suddenly stopped. On the redwood staircase leading to the second floor, Lu Jingyao walked down slowly. He was dressed in a pure black custom suit with a snow-white shirt underneath, no tie, and the collar slightly open. He exuded less of a rigid gentleman's demeanor and more of a boldness forged from surviving life's trials. All eyes in the hall instantly focused on him. The Chinese merchants spontaneously cleared a wide path, their gazes filled with genuine awe. At the end of the red carpet stood Sir Michael the governor with a tray covered in red velvet. The old governor's smile was as stiff as a piece of dried orange peel. In the past 3 days, he had been overwhelmed by reprimands from London and pressure from the Chinese business community. Today, he had to pinch his nose and personally award honors to this Chinese man who had trampled on the empire's dignity. It was even more nauseating than swallowing a greenhead fly. Lu Jingyao walked steadily down the red carpet to stand before the governor. Unlike other honorees, he did not bow, he merely nodded slightly. The old governor's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth to pick up the appointment letter from the tray. In light of Mr. Lu Jingyu's outstanding contributions to the commercial development and charitable endeavors in Hong Kong. By special approval of the governor's mansion, Mr. Lu Jingyao is awarded the title of Unofficial Justice of the Peace. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Bai Fan Yu led the way, clapping his hands loudly. The old governor trembled as he picked up the pure gold medal representing privilege and honor, pinning it on Lu Jingyu's suit lapel. This small metal badge meant that from now on Lu Jingyao had the privilege to inspect prisons and oversee law enforcement. He had officially entered the core of Hong Kong's highest power. Lu Jingyao glanced down at the medal, a smirk of irony curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned around and strode to the microphone. His long fingers lightly tapped the metal net of the microphone twice. Bang bang. The low rumble instantly drowned out the applause in the hall, leaving it in complete silence. "Just now, Sir Michael said this medal is to recognize my contributions." Lu Jingyao leaned on the podium, his gaze piercing as it swept over the pale-faced British executives in the front row. "But to me it is a belated apology." As soon as these words were spoken, several British executives gasped sharply, nearly shattering their wine glasses. So arrogant. On the governor's turf, directly tearing apart this fig leaf in front of the governor. For over 100 years, the rules of this land have been dictated by the foreigners. Lu Jingyu's voice was deep and powerful, resonating under the dome of the hall. Chinese merchants must watch the faces of the foreign firms. When Chinese open factories, they have to pay various fees. He pointed at the excited Chinese merchants trembling in their seats. "Even when we transport a bag of life-saving rice, we could be treated as drug traffickers with guns pointed at our heads." The old governor stood in the back, sweating profusely from the awkwardness, wanting to interrupt, but was glared back by Lalo's fierce gaze. But today times have changed. Lu Jingyao stood straight, the Justice of the Peace medal shining under the lights. This medal does not represent the benevolence of the British Empire. It represents us Chinese merchants who with real gold, silver, and fists have shattered this path to the heavens. He slammed his fist onto the wooden podium, producing a dull sound. From today on, Xingyao Group opens its doors for business. Anyone who wishes to cooperate we welcome. Anyone who tries to use those underhanded methods to choke the Chinese. Lu Jingyao chuckled coldly, his eyes gleaming with a fearsome killing intent. Director Charlie is still missing a few companions in Stanley Prison. Good. Hua Yingnan was the first to raise his glass, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the hall. Well said. Chinese can also make money standing up. Li Chaoran by Fan Yu and all the Chinese merchants present erupted in an instant. The humiliation and frustration they had suppressed for decades were completely ignited at that moment. The applause and cheers seemed to shake the roof of the governor's mansion. It was a celebration belonging to the rise of national capital, a roar that completely crushed the arrogance of the foreigners. The few British executives in the front row turned pale and shrank back into the crowd. The award ceremony concluded and the grand banquet officially began. The orchestra resumed playing cheerful dance music and waiters weaved through the crowd, carrying champagne. Lu Jingyao stepped down from the podium and casually removed the Justice of the Peace medal from his suit. Clank. The coveted pure gold medal desired by countless was carelessly tossed into Lalos' briefcase. It was as if he were discarding a worthless piece of scrap metal. Just then several British men in tailcoats approached him, holding wine glasses, forcing themselves to come closer. The leader was none other than Smith, the vice president of Jardine Matheson. They had been badly burned in the futures market by Xingyao and had received a stern order from headquarters to ease relations. Mr. Lu, your speech earlier was truly brilliant. Smith forced out a smile that was more painful than crying, extending a glass of top-notch champagne with both hands. Conflicts in business are inevitable. Charlie is a madman, and we at the firm do not endorse his actions. He slightly bowed, adopting an extremely low posture. I wonder if Mr. Lu could do us the honor of having a drink at the Peninsula Hotel after tonight's banquet. We have prepared several lucrative overseas orders and would like to befriend Xingyao. To cut their losses, these proud British capitalists had finally lowered their noble heads. Lu Jingyao stopped in his tracks. He didn't even glance at the champagne Smith offered, directing his gaze straight past these greasy foreign devils. At the entrance of the hall, Hua Mingzhu was dressed in a stunning red evening gown, waving at him with a smile. Lu Jingyao took out a pair of impeccably white gloves from his suit pocket. He slowly put the gloves on his long, bony fingers, smoothing out every wrinkle. It was as if looking at these foreigners any longer would dirty his eyes. Lu Jingyao rejected the British executive's dinner invitation, putting on the white gloves. Sorry, I have a date with a beauty to go shopping. Spending money with a woman is far more interesting than engaging in empty pleasantries with you. Lu Jingyao declined the invitation to the British executive's dinner, putting on white gloves. Sorry, I have a date with a lovely lady for shopping. Spending money with a woman is much more interesting than pretending to be polite with you all. Smith's hand holding the champagne froze in midair. His old face shifted between shades of green and white, resembling someone who had swallowed a dead fly. Lu Jingyao didn't even glance at him, turning to stride towards the banquet hall entrance. Hua Mingzhu had long been impatiently waiting. When she saw him approaching, the girl immediately wrapped her arm around his, looking like a proud white swan, smiling brightly. These foreign devils are really annoying, buzzing around like flies. Hua Mingzhu muttered softly, lifting the hem of her dark red velvet skirt. Let's go, I can't stand this awful party for another minute. The two of them exited the governor's mansion. A black bulletproof Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the bottom of the steps, with bodyguards hiding in the shadows, not daring to approach. Lu Jingyao opened the car door, helping Hua Mingzhu into the back seat. To Central. The car glided smoothly into the night. In the 1950s, a Central was a playground for foreigners and old-time compradors. On both sides of the street stood department stores and top tailoring shops, all fully owned by the British. The windows glowed with warm yellow lights, showcasing high-end goods airlifted from London and Paris. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a high-end dress shop named Margaret. This place typically only served white aristocrats and senior executives' wives from HSBC. As soon as Hua Mingzhu stepped out of the car, her eyes lit up. She immediately set her sights on a sky-blue backless silk evening gown displayed in the window. This one is gorgeous. The sequins on the skirt look real. She tugged at Lu Jingyu's sleeve excitedly, pushing open the glass door of the dress shop. Inside the shop, a thick wool carpet covered the floor, and the air was infused with a high-end fragrance. A blonde, blue-eyed female manager was busy doing her nails behind the counter. Hearing the doorbell, she lazily lifted her head. Upon seeing two Chinese people enter, her brows immediately furrowed. She didn't stand up to welcome them. Instead, she dismissively tapped on the crystal glass counter. Ladies, this dress cannot be touched. The manager spoke with a thick accent in broken Chinese, her tone dripping with unabashed arrogance. This is a high-end piece just sent from London this season. The fabric is very delicate, and if you damage it, you won't be able to afford it. Hua Mingzhu's hand hovered in the air, her expression instantly darkening. What do you mean? You open a shop to do business, and now you won't even let people look. As the eldest daughter of the Hua family, when had she ever endured such humiliation from a sales clerk? The manager rolled her eyes and walked to the window, deliberately tugging the dress further inside. Sorry, this dress is only available for VIP clients of our store to reserve. She scanned Lu Jinjiao's unbranded suit, sneering. To be a VIP here, you need a recommendation letter from the governor's mansion or a senior black card from HSBC. The manager raised her chin. You two Chinese friends turn left when you exit. The street vendor goods are more suitable for you. Hua Mingzhu trembled with anger, her temper as a young lady erupting instantly. You dojid snob. I must buy it today. She reached into her diamond-studded handbag, preparing to smash her checkbook on the counter. A long, slender hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Lu Jingyao stood behind Hua Mingzhu, stepping forward to the counter. He had no interest in arguing or reasoning. Dealing with such a snob, any words would just be a waste of breath. Bang! Lu Jingyao pulled out a thick stack of cash from his trench coat pocket and casually tossed it onto the glass counter. It wasn't Hong Kong dollars, but brand new pounds, all smelling of ink. The dull thud resonated sharply in the quiet shop. The manager's eyelids twitched, and the nail file she was using froze in midair. I want this blue dress, Lu Jingyao said flatly, as if he were talking about buying a cabbage. The manager swallowed hard, her attitude softening slightly, but she still tried to maintain her composure. Sir, that isn't in accordance with our rules. It has already been reserved by Jardine Matheson's. Bang! Another thick stack of pounds crashed down heavily on top of the first. The money piled up to a height of 2 inches. This one and the green one in the window bundled them all together. Lu Jingyao didn't even glance at her, his expression cold. The manager's mind buzzed as her breathing became hurried. She had never seen anyone pay for clothes like this in her life. This pile of pounds was enough to cover her store's 6 months of revenue. But the store's rules. Bang! A third stack of pounds came crashing down, causing the glass ornaments in the display case to jingle. A staggering 30,000 pounds piled up like a small mountain before the manager. Lu Jingyao leaned on the counter, slightly leaning forward. As long as it fits this lattice measurements. He pointed at Hua Mingzhu behind him, a domineering smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I will take all the new arrivals in this store this season. The manager was completely stunned. What rules, what VIP status in front of this pile of glaring pounds? They meant nothing. Yais, esteemed sir. The manager's legs felt weak, her previous arrogance instantly replaced by extreme flattery. She rushed out from behind the counter like a madwoman, directing several shop assistants. Hurry, bring out the best packaging boxes. Wrap all these clothes up. The manager, who had just been disdainful of Chinese people touching the clothes, now wished she could kneel down to change shoes for Hua Mingzhu. Hua Mingzhu stood in place, watching those once aloof foreigners now scurrying around her like dogs. She felt a warm flush in her chest. No woman could resist such pure, unreasonable adoration of wealth. Lu Jingyao leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigar. Move faster, I'm in a hurry. In less than 20 minutes, the spacious trunk and passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce were filled to the brim. All the boxes were embossed with the gold logo of Margaret. The car started again, driving along the winding mountain road up to Victoria Peak. This was the place with the best view in all of Hong Kong. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the city's clamor. Lu Jingyao pushed open the car door and leaned against the front of the car, smoking. At the foot of the mountain, the lights of Victoria Harbor sparkled like a brilliant galaxy, reflecting on the sea's surface. The rear door of the car was gently pushed open. Hua Mingzhu had changed into the sky blue backless silk gown, descending in high heels. The fitted cut perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The sequins on the skirt sparkled in the moonlight, making her look like a dark night fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm. Does it look good, oi? Hua Mingzhu lifted her skirt and twirled before Lu Jingyao, her eyes full of anticipation. Lu Jinjiao's finger holding the cigar paused slightly. She was indeed stunning. He nodded, openly admiring her beauty. It suits you well. Good taste. Hua Mingzhu's cheeks flushed instantly. Throughout her life, many had praised her beauty, but only this man's compliment made her heart skip a beat. The night breeze suddenly picked up, causing goosebumps to rise on her smooth shoulders. Hua Mingzhu instinctively shrank her neck. In the next moment, a black suit jacket carrying a faint scent of tobacco and men's cologne was securely draped over her shoulders. Lu Jingyao stood behind her, adjusting her collar. The two were very close. Hua Mingzhu could even feel the warm body temperature radiating from the man's solid chest. She turned around, tilting her head, her doe-like eyes fixed on Lu Jingyao. The man before her was domineering and ruthless, yet he inadvertently exuded a lethal tenderness. Hua Mingzhu was completely captivated. She clutched the edge of the jacket tightly, her heart pounding like a drum. Hua Mingzhu, her cheeks flushed, looked at the car full of clothes and asked, "Buying so much, who do you intend for me to wear it for?" Lu Jingyao helped her put on the coat, saying, "Who else has the right to see it but me?" The following afternoon, in the private screening room of the Kowloon Tong Hillside Manor, the light was dim. An old-fashioned projector emitted a buzzing sound as it turned. A thick beam of light pierced through the floating dust, landing on the white screen ahead. Lu Jingyao was sinking into the soft velvet sofa, his legs crossed over the low table in front of him. He held a glass of whiskey with ice, expressionless as he stared at the screen. On the screen, a Cantonese film that had just premiered in the streets of Xianjiang was playing. The image was as rough as if it had been drawn on sandpaper with sets that reeked of cheap plastic. The male lead was dressed in a poor-quality satin costume flying stiffly through the air, suspended by visible thick steel wires. The sword in his hand was drooping, reflecting the shine of aluminum foil clearly. "Die, you scoundrel!" The protagonist on the screen stared with lifeless eyes, reciting the painfully awkward lines. Lu Jingyao frowned as he watched. Such a poorly made film, worse than 5-dime special effects, was actually the most popular action blockbuster currently on the market. The thick soundproof door of the screening room was pushed open, letting in light from the corridor. Lin Wanqing, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, entered carrying several thick craft paper bags. She glanced at the ridiculous fight scene on the screen and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "Jingyao, how do you have the time to hide here watching such a terrible movie? This kind of shoddy production is something even the ruffians in Kowloon City wouldn't bother with. They find it unappetizing." Lu Jingyao did not shift his gaze, lifting his whiskey for a sip. "Is it bad? Indeed, it's so terrible it's hard to watch." He pointed at the male lead still flailing in the air on the screen. "But this pathetic thing grossed over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars at 2 shabby theaters in Yau Ma Ti last month." Lin Wanqing paused for a moment, her hand flipping through the ledger, stopped midair. "Over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Just for this film that looked like a calisthenics routine. Do you really think I'm hiding here for amusement?" Lu Jingyao set down his glass, turning his head, his deep-set eyes glinting with the keen light of a hunter. Audiobook sent over the first month's dividends from the city last night. He patted the craft paper bags on the table, a dull metallic clinking sound emanating from within. 3 large boxes of gold bars and old banknotes. The amount is astonishing. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. "But this money is too dirty, tainted with the stench of blood and opium. If we directly invest it into Li Kairen's real estate projects or into HSBC's transactions, we won't be able to clean it up on the books at all." Lin Wanqing instantly caught on. As the head of the intelligence network for the Whisperers, she was sensitive to the flow of funds and could see through the situation. "So you want to use the film company for money laundering?" She inhaled sharply, her mind racing. The accounts for filmmaking have always been a murky mess that no one can scrutinize. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up as she spoke. "You can easily claim that building a shabby straw shed cost 100,000 for set design, and the extra salaries can be inflated at will. Plus, the ticket sales in the theaters are all anonymous cash transactions. As long as our dirty money rolls around in the box office, it will come out as clean, legitimate income that can be displayed under the sun at the governor's office." This was simply a perfect money laundering machine. Lu Jingyao grasped her soft little hand, in return nodding appreciatively. "This is just the first layer." He stood up, walked to the projector, and pulled the power switch. The image on the screen instantly disappeared, plunging the screening room into darkness, followed by the wall lamps lighting up with a pop. Lu Jingyao approached a blackboard on the wall and casually picked up a piece of chalk. Currently, Xinjiang is crowded with over 2 million refugees. These people carry heavy loads at the docks during the day and work sewing machines in factories, living like livestock. At night, they need to vent, to dream, to find cheap mental anesthetics. The chalk screeched across the blackboard. Lu Jingyao wrote, 5 flamboyant characters, Oriental Hollywood. 2 million people. If everyone pays 2 dimes for a movie ticket, this is an inexhaustible gold mine. Whoever controls the dreams of these millions controls the largest printing press in Xinjiang. Lin Wanqing gazed at the 5 imposing characters, feeling her scalp tingle. She realized that every time she thought she had seen through this man's ambition, he would throw out an even more terrifying business blueprint. Industry can provide us with a steady cash flow, while real estate can buy the future of this city. But only media and entertainment can completely grasp the discourse power of this city. His gaze turned cold, revealing a ruthless and far-sighted cunning unique to a cunning entrepreneur. A few days ago, that foreigner Charlie dared to bring reporters to smear us, relying on the monopoly of words in newspapers and radio. Once our film company and newspaper matrix is established, Lu Jingyao sneered, from now on, what headlines appear in Xinjiang, what the citizens watch, will all be dictated by me, Lu Jingyao. Lin Wanqing was completely shocked by this grand vision. Using entertainment to control the thoughts of the lower classes and mastering the heights of public opinion through media. This was the true ultimate form of a financial magnate. But Jingyao, we have neither famous directors nor a competent filming team. Lin Wanqing calmly pointed out the current predicament. Starting from scratch would take too long. Although the local film companies are producing lousy films, they have monopolized the theater and distribution channels. Lu Jingyao smiled unhurried as he returned to the blackboard. He drew a heavy circle around the 5 large characters. Inside the circle was a familiar name. Xia Yatfei. Lin Wanqing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, staring at the name for a moment. I've heard of this person. A film tycoon from Nanyang recently seems to be running back and forth between Xinjiang and Singapore. His Shaw Brothers company holds considerable power in Nanyang, but locally in Xinjiang it struggles against several old companies like the Great Wall. You want to pull him in for cooperation to lay the groundwork? No, I want him to work for me. Lu Jingyao sat back down on the sofa, picking up the glass of whiskey again. This person is a born film fanatic. He has ambition, skill, and a sharp eye. What he lacks to unlock the Xiangjiang market is absolute capital and a killer blockbuster script. This was Lu Jingjiao's greatest trump card. Not only did he have the financial backing of the entire No.0 warehouse and Kowloon City as a bottomless pit, but he also carried countless classic blockbuster outlines from future decades in his mind. Just pulling out a few scripts would be enough to launch devastating attacks on the existing shoddy film industry in this era. But such self-made business tycoons are inherently quite proud. Lin Wanqing walked behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. If we approach him with our underworld background and huge funds for an acquisition, I'm afraid he will feel we're trying to strong-arm him and won't bow down at all. Lu Jingyao scoffed, his gaze turning back to the extinguished screen. Pride. In the face of absolute capital and epic-making benefits, pride is worth less than a dime. He stood up, straightening his shirt collar, his eyes filled with an unyielding dominance. Lu Jingyao pointed at the unsightly images on the screen. Find out where Xia Yatfei is currently staying. Tomorrow I want to acquire his theater. Lu Jingyao pointed at the shocking image on the screen. Find out which hotel Xiao Yifu is staying at. Tomorrow I will acquire his theater. Lin Wanqing moved quickly, and the intelligence system of the dark web operated at full speed. However, before meeting that tycoon from Nanyang, Lu Jingyao needed to gather enough bargaining chips for himself. The next morning, in the temporary office of Xingyao Commercial, 5 middle-aged men with worried expressions sat on the sofa, cold sweat soaking their shirts. They were the owners of 5 major theaters in Kowloon and Central. In the early 1950s, Hong Kong was filled with refugees, and these theaters had long been running at a loss, even owing the projectionist salaries for nearly half a year. Lu Jingyao sat confidently in the main seat, rolling 2 oily walnuts in his hand. Gentlemen, let's speak plainly. I will take over all the theaters in your hands. He tilted his head slightly. Zhao Taiden stepped forward, carrying 5 heavy black leather cases, and slammed them onto the coffee table. The cases popped open, filled with brand new US dollars and British pounds. The visual impact was dizzying. 5 theaters, including the land and equipment. Here is 5 million Hong Kong dollars in hard currency. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Once you sign, this money is enough for you to buy a rubber plantation in Nanyang and become an emperor there. One of the fat owners swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. He thought Lu Jingyao was an inexperienced nouveau riche relying on his prime location to try to inflate the price. Boss Lu, my theater is in a prime location in Central. This amount of money is probably not signing. Lu Jingyao chuckled lightly, directly interrupting him. He waved his hand at Zhao Taidan. Put the money away. Tell Inspector Lei to check the fire safety and tax status of these theaters. I want to see the seals on their doors by tomorrow morning. The fat owner was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly sliding off the sofa. In Hong Kong, who didn't know that Lu Jingyao and Lei Luo were in cahoots? If the police seal it, it would be a total loss. He'll sign. He'll sign. Please don't be angry, Mr. Lu. The 5 owners dared not harbor any thoughts and hurriedly picked up their pens, pressing their red fingerprints on the transfer agreement. In just 3 days, Lu Jingyao acted swiftly. He violently acquired the 5 most prosperous bankrupt theaters, and after rapid integration, Xingyao film industry was officially established. But as soon as this golden sign was hung up, the entire Hong Kong film industry erupted. The bosses of several old film companies sat in tea houses laughing so hard that their dentures nearly fell out. Have you heard? That Lu Jingyao who sells yarn has come to make movies. A brute with a gun, what does he know about the art of light and shadow? Does he think he can make movies just because he has money? Let him burn his money. No directors, no famous actors. Let's see how he wastes those several million Hong Kong dollars. Gossip spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys of Kowloon. Inside Xingyao film industry, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out. Financial Director Old Chun clutched a thick pile of ledgers, his mouth bubbling with anxiety. He pushed open the door to the president's office, sat down, and slapped his thigh. Boss, we've taken too big a step this time. Old Chun flipped open the ledger, his fingers tapping on the pages with a loud sound. 4 or 5 theaters, just the daily maintenance and labor costs alone add up to thousands of dollars every day. And that's not all. We have theaters, yet we don't even have a single reel of film to show. The personnel supervisor nearby also lamented, his face full of despair. Mr. Lu, I've tried to recruit some well-known local directors, but as soon as they hear our name, they won't even open the door. The personnel supervisor sighed, sweating profusely. Those somewhat famous actors have also been warned by the old companies. Anyone who dares to accept a role from Xingyao will be blacklisted by the entire industry. No directors, no actors, not even a hack to write a draft. Are we just going to show empty reels to ghosts every day? This is simply a bottomless pit of money. The executives chimed in, the panic spreading through the office like an epidemic. In their eyes, the boss was indeed a genius in business, but in the entertainment industry, he was just a naive outsider. Lu Jingyao sat behind a large mahogany desk. He listened to the complaints from below, without a hint of panic on his face, not even raising an eyebrow. Are you done complaining? Lu Jingyao lightly tapped his fingers on the desk twice. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an oppressive aura that demanded respect. The office fell silent in an instant. Several supervisors exchanged glances and hurriedly closed their mouths. Others laugh at us as outsiders. Do you think you are being taken for a fool as well? Lu Jingyao opened the drawer and took out a cloth, methodically wiping the M1911 pistol. What kind of junk are those old companies making? Romantic dramas, crying and whining. The camera shakes like it has malaria. He sneered, slamming the polished pistol on the table. They don't understand a thing about the commercial market. What I want to shoot are blockbuster hits that can make the common folk excited and make the gangsters want to whip out their wallets. Lu Jingyao's gaze was sharp, exuding an absolute confidence that transcended time. Only films that can make money. As for art, once we've monopolized the box office in Hong Kong, then we will discuss art with them. Old Chin swallowed hard, his face twisted in worry as he leaned in. Boss, you're right. But a clever woman can't cook without rice. We don't even have the shadow of a story to shoot a hit. Lu Jingyao didn't respond. He tilted his head, looking at Lin Wanqing, who had been standing beside him. Wanqing, go to the storeroom and bring me 2 stacks of high-quality blank paper. Lin Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, but she was used to unconditionally executing Lu Jingyao's orders and turned on her high heels to leave. A few minutes later, 2 neat stacks of thick blank paper were placed in front of Lu Jingyao. The executives were all dumbfounded. What was the paper for? What did it have to do with making movies? Old Chin looked at the white paper and then at the confident Lu Jingyao. He felt that the boss was overly excited and had lost his mind. The financial director stomped his feet in frustration. Boss, the industry is laughing at us. We can't start work without a script. Lu Jingyao took off the cap of a fountain pen. A script. I'll write it myself. Lu Jingyao removed the cap from his fountain pen. A script. I wrote it myself. The nib touched the white paper, producing a rustling sound. He didn't need to ponder deeply. Those classic masterpieces that swept across Asian box offices in later years were already etched in his mind. What he aimed to write was a blockbuster that would completely ignite the Hong Kong film industry of the 1950s. There were no melodious songs, nor shoddy sets. Only the roaring gunfire of submachine guns, fluttering black trench coats, and the purest camaraderie of men. In one night, an extensively modified outline and storyboard perfectly aligned with the backdrop of the 1950s Hong Kong gang scene came to life on paper. The next afternoon at the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui. In the upscale cafe on the ground floor, the bitter aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air. A violinist in the corner played a gentle Western tune, filtering out the noise of the bustling streets outside. Lu Jingyao, dressed in an exquisite dark striped suit, relaxed comfortably on the velvet sofa. Across from him sat a middle-aged man clad in an old-fashioned 3-piece suit. With meticulously combed hair and wearing scholarly round glasses, he exuded an air of elegance. It was Sir Run Run Shaw, a film mogul who had just returned from Southeast Asia and was still searching for a breakthrough in Hong Kong. Boss Shaw Xingyao Films has just acquired 5 major theaters in Central and Kowloon. Lu Jingyao made his point directly, his tone carrying an undeniable assertiveness. I would like to invite Shaw's team to join us. He'll provide the full funding and venue, and you provide the expertise and crew. He lifted his cup of black coffee and gently blew on it. As for how to share the profits, you call the shots. What I want is the largest share of the Hong Kong film market. The terms he offered were quite generous. Had he been an ordinary businessman, he would have been thrilled and readily agreed. But Sir Run Run Shaw merely smiled, faintly, a hint of barely perceptible disdain flashing in his eyes. He picked up a delicate bone china teacup and leisurely sipped his black tea. Mr. Lu, it's an honor to meet you. Sir Run Run Shaw's voice was gentle, yet it carried a distinct air of scholarly aloofness. I have also heard of your formidable methods at the cotton mill and docks. The financial strength of Xingyao is indeed admirable. He put down the teacup and shifted the conversation. But this art of cinema is not the same as selling cotton or acquiring land. It requires depth and a reverence for culture. Sir Run Run Shaw adjusted his glasses, his smile courteous yet distant. The film industry is too deep. If you invest heavily now, it might not yield the desired results. His words were somewhat euphemistic. But who in the room couldn't detect the underlying message? In Sir Run Run Shaw's eyes, Lu Jingyao was merely a warlord nouveau riche with a background in the underworld, having seized arms factories, monopolized the black market, and subdued for major detectives. Which of these incidents had anything to do with culture? Now suddenly wanting to invest millions in film, aside from laundering money through theater revenues, what other motives could there be? Sir Run Run Shaw had his own dream of cinema. He would not allow his carefully cultivated team to become tools for a gangster to wash dirty money. Shaw Brothers is just starting out in Hong Kong, and with such a small operation, we might not be able to handle such a massive blessing from Xingyao. Sir Run Run Shaw politely declined, lifting his cup in a gesture of dismissal. Standing behind Lu Jingyao, Zhao Taidan was so furious that his eyes bulged and his fists cracked ominously. In Hong Kong, no one dared to disrespect the boss like this. Yet Lu Jingyao didn't even furrow his brow. When dealing with such an arrogant cultural giant, discussing chivalry was futile. Throwing cash would only backfire. Only by wielding absolute power that transcended the era could he shatter Shaw's pride. Boss Shaw, don't be too quick to reject me. Lu Jingyao smiled, pushing a thin leather bag across the marble table. I know you look down on my background and think Xingyao doesn't understand film. He leaned back into the sofa, gesturing invitingly. Take a look at this. After you read it, if you still think him just a thug laundering money, you'll turn around and leave. Sir Run Shaw glanced at the paper bag, feeling a wave of helplessness inside. What kind of script could a gun-toting warlord write? It was likely filled with senseless violence and illogical trash. However, given the immense power the other party wielded in Hong Kong, Sir Run Shaw found it inappropriate to tear the face off directly. He patiently untied the white string on the paper bag and pulled out the stack of handwritten manuscript pages inside. Mr. Liu truly has exquisite taste, let me read. Sir Run Shaw's perfunctory remarks were cut off abruptly. His gaze had just landed on the scene setting of the first page when it was as if he had been magnetically drawn to it. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, and the imagery rushed toward him. In a dim underground printing factory, piles of counterfeit dollars loomed large. The male protagonist donned a black long coat, sporting oversized sunglasses, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. He didn't use a match. Instead, he took out a burning counterfeit bill to light his cigarette. This series of visually striking storyboard descriptions struck like a hammer, hitting Sir Run Shaw's optic nerves hard. What a divine opening. Sir Run Shaw's pupils suddenly constricted, his breath halting. At that time, Hong Kong cinema was still producing melodramatic operas or rough martial arts films where even the wires were visible. They couldn't even comprehend close-up shots. The perfect combination of violence, crime, and masculine hormones in this film was something he had never heard of. Sir Run Shaw abruptly flipped to the second page. Brothers turned against each other and cops and robbers stood in opposition. The gangster lord fell from grace, limping on the street while washing cars and cleaning windows. The sorrow of a hero in decline, coupled with the flames of revenge in a desperate counterattack, instantly seized his heart. I've waited 3 years just for an opportunity. I want to reclaim my dignity, not to prove him great. I want to show them that I must get back what I've lost. The lines on the manuscript were heart-wrenching. Sir Run Shaw felt his scalp tingle, a violent current surging from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. This is incredible. Every word in this script struck the sweet and painful points of human nature. He could even envision a packed cinema with audiences fervently applauding. What is this? This is clearly a nuclear bomb that could obliterate the entire Asian film industry. Sir Run Shaw's hand, which had been holding the coffee cup, froze in midair. He completely forgot his earlier aloofness and the man sitting across from him. His worldview had undergone a catastrophic shock and reconstruction in just 3 minutes. How could a warlord possibly understand such advanced cinematic language and commercial essence? If this film were handed to Shaw Brothers to produce, no, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had to make this film happen. The cup tilted. Brown coffee flowed down the cup's wall, dripping onto the genuine leather sofa. Sir Run Shaw's hand began to tremble uncontrollably, oblivious to the coffee spilling on his expensive trousers, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 large characters on the cover, his breath quickening. Shy Fuss' hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the coffee spilling on his expensive suit pants went unnoticed as he fixed his gaze on the 4 large characters on the cover, his breath quickening. An entire hour passed. In the cafe of the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, the guests had changed 3 times, and the Western band had played 5 different songs. The film tycoon returning from the South Seas was like a statue under a freezing spell, firmly nailed to the sofa. He didn't dare to blink too much, fearing he might miss a single punctuation mark. The sound of paper rustling echoed softly between the two. With each turn of the page, Shy Fuss' knuckles turned whiter and beads of sweat trickled down from his temples. Lu Jingyao was in no hurry. He leisurely finished a cup of black coffee and had the waiter replace it with a clean crystal ashtray. Zhao Taidan stood behind, yawning from boredom, not understanding what was so fascinating about a few crumpled papers. But in Shy Fuss' mind, a 12-level tsunami was surging. What did he see? This was no script, it was a complete restructuring of the soul of Hong Kong cinema. The male lead, slicked back hair, dressed in a long black trench coat with a matchstick in his mouth. He casually pulled out a counterfeit bill that had been printed incorrectly, lit his cigarette with the flame, and looked down upon the world through the swirling smoke. This unrestrained, arrogant aura that treated money like dirt instantly turned the rigid male leads of the 1950s into mere residues. But that was not the end of it. What made Sha Fuss' scalp tingle the most was the revenge scene set in the Maple Forest Pavilion restaurant. The text clearly marked the filming techniques of camera zooms, slow motion, and alternating close-ups. The protagonist teased a dancer in the corridor, casually hiding a backup pistol in a potted plant. The moment the door to the private room was pushed open, both guns fired. In slow motion, the orange-eared flames spat out. The enemies hit by the bullets crashed through the glass like torn burlap sacks, and the flying blood droplets and wood chips wove together into a brutal picture. With his bullets spent, the protagonist rolled over smoothly, drawing the backup gun hidden in the flower pot, continuing his ruthless harvest. This dual-gun violent aesthetic, penned by Lu Jingyao, violently tore apart the rigid conventions of traditional cinema. Sha Fu felt his worldview completely shattered. What was currently being shown on the market? It was either talented scholars and beautiful women screeching with strained voices, or supernatural films with awkward characters flying stiffly in the sky. Fights were entirely reliant on the rigid tropes of traditional operas, so fake it made one nauseous. Yet the story given by Lu Jingyao told of suited thugs brothers turning against each other and the flames of revenge igniting in the depths of despair. I waited 3 years just for an opportunity. It's not to prove how great I am, I want to tell others that what I've lost must be returned. Seeing this line Sha-i-Fu's eyes suddenly became moist. He was also a businessman who had fought his way up, and he understood too well what the bottom-class citizens desired. Those who carried heavy loads at the docks and ate cold meals in factories all harbored a fire in their hearts. As long as this film could be made and placed on the big screen, that kind of cathartic release of pent-up frustration would surely make all the audiences in Hong Kong rush into the theaters like madmen. This was no mere script. Sha-i-Fu seemed to have already heard the crisp sound of silver coins and bills falling into the iron box at the cinema entrance. Who? Sha-i-Fu finally flipped to the last page, slamming the stack of manuscript paper shut. He let out a long sigh, his chest heaving violently like a bellows. Only then did he realize that his thigh felt cold. Looking down, he saw half a cup of coffee had already spilled, soaking a large area of his precious suit pants. But he didn't even have time to wipe it off. Sha-i-Fu raised his head, and the pair of eyes that once reflected a scholar's aloofness and detachment had completely transformed. The arrogance evaporated, replaced by a fervent devotion. He reevaluated Lu Jingyao sitting across from him, still in that dark striped suit, still with that lazy posture. But in Sha-i-Fu's eyes, this warlord with a background in organized crime was no longer just a nouveau riche laundering money. He was an absolute genius who understood the market, human nature, and cinema. Mr. Lu. Sha-i-Fu began to speak, only to find his voice was hoarse. He cleared his throat, pressing his hands tightly on the stack of manuscript paper, fearing it would be snatched away. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness earlier. I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me. He lowered his posture tremendously, even standing up voluntarily to refill Lu Jingyao's cup with hot tea. This 180-degree turn in attitude left Zhao Tai Dan beside him dumbfounded. Just a moment ago he was acting all aloof, and now he was serving tea like a servant. Lu Jingyao picked up the teacup, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You're too polite, Mr. Sha. I've had my tea, and I've read the script. He tapped his fingers on the table. How did you consider my earlier proposal? Sha-i-Fu swallowed hard, his brain racing. He was a pure businessman speaking in business terms, fully aware of the value of this film. Mr. Lu, your talent is astonishing. This script, A Better Tomorrow, is at least 20 years ahead in terms of camera direction and narrative compared to the films currently on the market. Sha-i-Fu spared no effort in his praise, his eyes glinting with greedy light. But Shao Film Company has just been established, lacking a director, actors, and even a lighting technician. He leaned slightly forward, trying to seize the initiative in the negotiation. To hand such a masterpiece to an amateur crew would be a waste. How about this? Let's change our cooperation approach. Sha-i-Fu gritted his teeth and offered the highest bid he could give. Shao Company will invest 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. No, 200,000. Plus 5% of the box office share to buy the exclusive filming rights to this outline. This amount in the 1950s Hong Kong could easily buy several Tong Lao buildings. Sha-i-Fu looked at Lu Jingyao with eager anticipation, believing this price would be enough to stun anyone. Lu Jingyao laughed. He slowly set down the teacup and pulled out a Cuban cigar from his pocket to put in his mouth. 200,000. Mr. Sha, do you think I'm a destitute scholar who writes romance novels on the street to make a living? Click. The silver lighter snapped open, the flame illuminating the contempt in Lu Jingyao's eyes. When this film is released, the total box office in Southeast Asia will be at least 100 times 200,000. You're offering me this paltry sum. The muscles on Sha-i-Fu's face stiffened as he felt his cards had been exposed, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Lu, investing in films carries a significant risk. What if? There is no what if. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of green smoke, directly interrupting him, the domineering tone leaving no room for rebuttal. The script is mine, the cinema is mine, and I can use bundles of US dollars to bring back the film stock and reels from Hollywood for you. He stared into Sha-i-Fu's eyes. No matter how deep the Shao family's roots are in the South Seas and Hong Kong, they're still outsiders. You can't compete with Di Yao, nor can you compete with Chongqing. But with my money and script, we can stomp them all under our feet. Each of these words pierced directly into Sha-i-Fu's current soft spot. He was indeed struggling in Hong Kong, squeezed by those old-school local snakes to the point where he couldn't even rent a decent theater. Yet Star Glory Films happened to hold the best 5 theaters in Central and Kowloon. This was a double whammy of capital and channels. And this is just the appetizer. Lu Jingyao flicked the ash from his cigarette, throwing out a tantalizing prospect that drove Sha-i-Fu completely mad. As long as you perform well, I have another 100 scripts like this in my mind. Wuxia police and bandit horror comedy. Enough for us to shoot for 30 years, turning Hong Kong into Asia's Hollywood. 100. Sha-i-Fu felt his heart was tightly grasped, blood rushing to his brain. Just this one A Better Tomorrow was enough to establish a sect. If there really were 100 scripts of this quality, it would be an enormous treasure mountain. That would be a nuclear weapon capable of monopolizing the entire Chinese language film industry. Faced with such cross-dimensional temptation, any ambitious filmmaker would completely lose their mind. Sha Yifu excited stood up, Mr. Lu, this script can sweep the Asian box office. Name your price. Lu Jingyao shook his head, not for sale. I want you to bring the entire Shao team into my Star Glory films. Lu Jingyao shook his head saying, I want sell. I want you to bring the entire Shao family team and merge them into my Xingyao film industry. Shao Yifu looked as if he had been doused with cold water, the fervor in his eyes slightly retreating. He pushed up his round-framed glasses that had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and the instinctive vigilance of a businessman took over. Mr. Lu, although the Shao family has a shallow foundation in Xiangjiang, it represents half a lifetime of my hard work. To be under someone else's roof like this. How could he, a film tycoon, work for a warlord with a gang background? The gap was too vast. His inherent pride made it difficult to lower his face. Lu Jingyao did not persuade him, but leisurely pulled out a pure silver lighter from his pocket. Click. The flame ignited the cigar, and blue smoke slowly rose. Xingyao covers all expenses. Venue film stock publicity, I will take care of everything. Looking through the smoke, Lu Jingyao gazed at him and threw out his first bombshell. You don't need to worry about the script. The 100 top-notch scripts I just mentioned, I promise to hand them all over to you for filming. Shao Yifu's Adam's apple moved laboriously. Just this 100 scripts would be enough to equal the entire fortune of the Shao family. The most crucial point is that you, Shao Yifu, will have the final say on the set. Lu Jingyao held the cigar, delivering a decisive statement. Casting, filming, editing, Xingyao will not interfere in the slightest. I will grant you absolute creative freedom. You will serve as the CEO of Xingyao, receiving a 2% share of the net profits as dividends. With these conditions laid out, Shao Yifu could no longer hold himself together. In Xiangjiang, the greatest fear while filming was an uninformed financier giving misguided directions, and even more so, gangsters coming to the set to collect protection fees. Following Lu Jingyao not only meant that no one from either side of the law would dare to provoke them, but also provided unlimited firing rights and top-notch scripts. This was hardly being under someone else's roof, it was clearly standing on the shoulders of giants to reach for the stars. Shao Yifu clenched his teeth, suddenly extending both hands to firmly grasp Lu Jingyao's right hand. Mr. Lu, I'm in. 3 days later in Clearwater Bay, the sea breeze carried a salty scent rustling the half-a-min-high wild grass. Dozens of jeeps left deep tire tracks in the muddy ground. Several engineers wearing hard hats were setting up theodolites, measuring and staking out in the barren land. Shao Yifu, wearing a pair of black rubber shoes, stepped unevenly in the muck. He looked at the desolate wilderness, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a puzzled expression. Mr. Lu, aren't we supposed to be looking at the theater? What are we doing out here in the wilderness? Lu Jingyao, dressed in a casual jacket, walked to the hood of a jeep. He yanked off the black waterproof tarp covering it. A colorful holographic architectural model over 2 meters wide instantly unfolded under the glaring sunlight. Boss Shao, take a look at our future. Lu Jingyao leaned against the hood, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shao Yifu leaned and took one look and gasped sharply. This was not just building a film studio, it was clearly constructing a city from the ground up. The blueprint depicted grand architectural complexes. A Ming and Qing dynasty costume street, a Republic of China Shanghai, and a modern Kowloon walled city, all restored to one-tune realistic settings. 5 of the largest indoor temperature-controlled studios in all of Asia, complete with German-imported lighting equipment unaffected by wind or rain, including dormitories, canteens, and hospitals for actors and crew, all included. Implementing a fully enclosed militarized management system. Lu Jingyao drew a large circle on the blueprint. I want to build an impeccable Eastern Hollywood here. Shao Yifu felt his scalp tingle, shaking his head repeatedly, his lips trembling. In the 1950s, Xiangjiang filming was done by setting up makeshift sheds on the streets or borrowing someone else's mansion. Who would dare to imagine shrinking an entire city into a film city? Mr. Lu, this scale is too shocking. Shao Yifu stammered, pointing at the blueprint. How much will this cost? Even if the land is cheap, the infrastructure will. Lu Jingyao casually extended a finger. The initial investment is 10 million Hong Kong dollars. If that's not enough, feel free to withdraw cash from my underground vault at any time. 10 million. In an era where a top-notch production costs at most $100,000 to make, this was an astronomical figure capable of buying half of Central. Shao Yifu's legs gave way, and he fell onto the bumper of the jeep. He had thought this warlord tycoon just wanted to set up a few makeshift troops to launder money. Who knew that he was ready to invest millions to build an unprecedented film empire? This overwhelming ambition completely convinced the future patriarch of the entertainment industry. Shao Yifu pushed himself up, respectfully bending at the waist. His eyes were filled only with unwavering awe and fervor. Mr. Lu, rest assured, for the film A Better Tomorrow, even if I Shao were to die on set, I will never tarnish the prestige of Xingyao. Half a month later, a long red ribbon was pulled up over the barren land of Clearwater Bay, and the deafening sound of firecrackers echoed in the sky. The first phase of construction for Xingyao Film City officially broke ground. In the distance, several heavy bulldozers began to roar as they leveled the land. In a temporarily erected spacious office, Tint-2 electric fans were blowing hot air. Lu Jingyao sat behind a makeshift desk reviewing the report from the Tsuan textile factory that Lin Wanqing had just sent. Creak. The iron door was pushed open and Xiao Yifu walked in with a nearly torn script, his brows furrowed. What's wrong, Director Xiao? It's an auspicious day for the start of filming, yet you're wearing a bitter face. Lu Jingyao put down his Parker pen and teased with a smile. Xiao Yifu pulled out a chair and sat down, anxiously raking his thinning hair. Mr. Lu, we need to finalize the choice for the male lead. Xiao Ma go. We should find a tough young man from the walled city. I can personally train him for a few days. He flipped to a page in the script, pointing at the character description, anxious enough to pound his thigh. Xiao Yifu fretted with the script in hand, saying, Mr. Lu, finding male actors is easy, but for the female lead, she must embody both purity and wildness. The current female stars are too proper, and it's hard to find anyone. Xiao Yifu frowned while holding the script, saying, Director Lu, it's easy to find male actors, but for the female lead, she must possess a wild, yet innocent charm, something that today's actresses lack entirely. Lu Jingyao put down his golden pen and chuckled lightly. Boss Xiao, searching for wildness in the socialite circles is like seeking fish in a tree, isn't it? He stood up and draped his suit jacket over his shoulders. Come on, I'll take you to a place where even the police dare not linger. I guarantee you'll find the good talent you seek. The jeep sped along before finally stopping at the outskirts of Kowloon walled city in a slum. This place is truly lawless. Above, tangled wires stretched like spider webs, perpetually shrouded in darkness. In the filthy gutters, dead rats and rotting vegetable leaves floated, emitting a nauseating stench. Xiao Yifu covered his nose tightly with a handkerchief, his brows knitted together in disgust. He carefully avoided the muddy puddles on the ground, fearing to dirty his expensive leather shoes. Director Lu, this godforsaken place is a den of iniquity. How can anything good come from here? Lu Jingyao walked leisurely ahead, not even furrowing his brow. Lotuses emerge from the muck and wild grasses grow in the crevices of stones. That's where true resilience lies. The female lead you seek must have that earthy scent of mud on her. The two men, accompanied by Zhao Taidan and a few bodyguards, pushed through the crowded and chaotic stalls. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from a nearby alley, accompanied by chaotic sounds of smashing. A shabby stall selling miscellaneous goods was kicked over and pots and bowls shattered on the ground. Damn girl, your father, that good for nothing, owes us 3,000 for high-interest loans. A burly thug, bare-chested and with a face full of rage, cursed violently. He clutched a girl's hair, tightly dragging her towards the mud like a sack. If you don't pay up today, I'll sell you to the brothels on Boland Street for sex. The surrounding neighbors were frightened and hurriedly retreated indoors, not daring to intervene. The girl wore a faded floral shirt and coarse pants. Though her clothes were tattered, they could not conceal her stunning curves. Her knees scraped raw against the cobblestones, blood trickling down her pale calves. Yet she bit her lip defiantly, not shedding a single tear. In her alluring peach blossom eyes there was no hint of weakness or pleading, instead a fierce determination to fight back. Bah, if my father owes money, then go collect from him. This is murder. The girl suddenly turned her head, spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva directly onto the thug's pants. This action completely enraged the group of thugs. The leader wiped the rainwater from his face, infuriated beyond measure. You little whore, asking for trouble. I'll deal with you right here in this alley. He raised his strong hand high, the wind howling as he swung it towards the girl's beautiful face. The girl closed her eyes in despair. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the alley, but the one who got hit was not her. The thug let out a shrill scream as his 200-pound body flew through the air like a rag doll. He crashed heavily against the brick wall, half his face swelling to a purplish red, blood mixing with his saliva as he spat out 2 broken teeth. Lu Jingyao slowly retracted his right hand and pulled a pristine white handkerchief from his suit pocket. He meticulously wiped his knuckles as though he hadn't just struck a person, but rather swatted a pesky fly. A few grown men bullying a young girl, aren't you ashamed? Lu Jingyou's voice was not loud, yet it carried an icy authority that demanded respect. The remaining 3 thugs were momentarily stunned before their anger flared up. Who the hell are you interfering in our business with, He Shenghe? You're asking for death. The 3 cursed as they drew out their machetes, brandishing the gleaming blades as they charged forward. Lu Jingyao didn't even raise an eyebrow or move an inch. Zhao Tiadan, who had been following closely behind, sprang into action. He lunged forward like a black bear, not even drawing his gun, delivering a powerful kick with his boot wrapped in steel. Bang! Crack! The thug in the lead screamed as his thigh bone shattered upon impact, rolling in the muddy water, clutching his leg in agony. The other 2 were so frightened they slammed on the brakes, their hands shaking as they held their knives, no longer daring to take a step forward. Lu Jingyao didn't even glance at them. He took out a checkbook from his pocket, pulled out a Mont Blanc pen, and swiftly wrote down a series of numbers. With a rip, he tore it off and lightly tossed it onto the face of the lead thug, who looked like a swollen pig head. 5,000. 3,000 for settling debts, 2,000 for medical expenses. Lu Jingyao looked down at him, his gaze as cold as ice. I've taken on this woman's debt. Get lost. The lead thug grabbed the cash check covered with a star seal, staring at the dazzling figures, gasping in shock. To casually throw out 5,000 and have such a fierce bodyguard meant he was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. You're ruthless. We'll see about this. He spat out a threat, weakly, quickly retreating with his underlings scampering away down the alley. As the crowd dispersed, silence returned to the alley. The girl sat dazed in the muddy water, forgetting the pain in her knees, staring blankly at the man who seemed to have descended from the heavens. Dressed in a finely tailored suit and spotless leather shoes, he looked utterly out of place in this filthy slum. What's your name? Lu Jingyao extended his broad, warm hand towards her. Xiao Shiro. The girl bit her red lip, her heart racing. Almost instinctively, she placed her muddy little hand in his. Lu Jingyao exerted a gentle pull, lifting her up effortlessly. Go wash your face and change into clean clothes. From now on, no one will dare to pressure you for debts again. At this moment, Xiao Yifu, standing to the side, was trembling with excitement. That stunning face, the unyielding spirit emerging from the muck, was precisely the female lead he had been searching for. 2 hours later, in the audition tent at Clearwater Bay, several large mercury spotlights were turned on, illuminating the shabby studio as bright as day. The curtain to the changing room was gently pulled aside. Qiu Shirong, now dressed in a dark red high-slit Chong Sam, timidly stepped out. At that moment, everyone in the studio held their breath. The tight silk Chong Sam perfectly accentuated her exaggerated curves. Her previously messy hair was styled up, revealing her long and fair neck. But the most captivating aspect was her expression. There was a hint of naive innocence due to her nervousness, yet an underlying urban charm exuded a deadly allure. She was both pure and seductive, like a perfectly ripened peach. Xiao Yifu, exhilarated, slapped the armrest of the director's chair, nearly jumping up. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is a gem bestowed by the heavens. He turned to the production crew and shouted loudly, "That's her. Sign her to the highest long-term contract immediately. We need to shoot the promotional photos first thing tomorrow morning." Qiu Shirong, unable to believe it, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. In just one day, she had transformed from a girl being chased by gangsters into the leading lady of a major film company. Filled with gratitude, she gazed at Lu Jingyao, who sat in the center puffing on a cigar. Her heart, once tormented in the slums, had completely surrendered to this domineering man. Excited murmurs and congratulations filled the audition tent, celebrating the return of the first sexy goddess of Xingyao film industry. However, no one noticed that in a dark corner of the audition tent, a stunning mixed-race girl of 13 or 14, dressed in tattered extras clothing, Li Shuexin, was staring intently at the celebrated Qiu Shirong, her beautiful eyes filled with desire for wealth and power. She tightly clenched the frayed hem of her shirt, gritting her teeth as she muttered to herself, "One day, I will have all this too, and no one will ever trample me underfoot again." At the entrance of the Starshine Theater, crowds thronged. The bright lights flickered like daylight, illuminating half the street. Outside stood a group of cynical literati and reporters from British newspapers. They clutched pens and notebooks, whispering to each other, their words dripping with disdain. A warlord nouveau riche thinks he can dabble in the arts. This is simply ludicrous. I heard the female lead is a destitute picked up from Kowloon walled city. This film might end up losing its very foundation. A bulletproof Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop at the end of the red carpet. The car door swung open and Lu Jingyao stepped out, his shiny leather shoes clicking on the pavement. He wore a sleek black tailored suit with Qiu Shirong beside him in a Weiner Chong Sam with slits. Qiu Shirong's combination of innocence and desire paired with her outfit instantly captivated the crowd. The surrounding flashbulbs nearly burned through the film. The film critics, who had just been spewing sour remarks, now stood wide-eyed, their throats bobbing in disbelief. Lu Jingyao, cigar in mouth, ignored them entirely, making his way straight into the theater. The screening room was already filled to capacity. Except for invited guests, the front rows were occupied by Lei Luo and other Chinese detectives. The back rows were filled with leaders from various criminal syndicates, led by Wu Shihao. Xiao Yifu dabbed at the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. "Mr. Lu, the Jardine Matheson Press has declared that they will monopolize tomorrow's front page, preparing to trample us." "Trample?" Lu Jingyao leaned back against the velvet chair, exhaling a puff of blue smoke. "Once this hour and a half passes, I won't even give them a chance to beg for mercy." Suddenly, the lights in the screening room dimmed. The massive screen lit up and a stirring tragic score erupted. The revamped version of A Better Tomorrow officially began. Gone were the slow, drawn-out tones of 1950s Cantonese films along with shoddy sets. This was an all-out assault. The male lead donned a long black trench coat and sunglasses. He lit a cigarette with a counterfeit bill of flame, illuminating his defiant face. This visually striking shot left all the gangsters present in a stupor. Following that, the scene of maple leaves and vengeance unfolded. In slow motion, twin guns spat fire and blood splattered between bonsai and vases. Accompanied by a perfectly timed background score, the aesthetic of violence blossomed for the first time in this era of Hong Kong. The screening room fell into a deathly silence. No one smoked, no one whispered. Even the sound of breathing was absent, as the male lead limped, gritting his teeth to utter that iconic line. I've waited 3 years for this chance. I want to reclaim what I've lost, not to prove my greatness, but to show others that what I lost I will certainly get back. The front row Lei Luo suddenly tightened his grip on the armrest, his knuckles turning white. He recalled the humiliation of being beaten in an alley when he was just a junior patrol officer. In the back row, Wu Shiheo's eyes went red. He touched his amputated leg, feeling a fire raging in his chest, boiling his blood. This is brotherhood. This is what men ought to do. The film concluded amidst the tragic gunfight. As the credits rolled, the lights in the room blazed bright. Silence. A 10-second deathly stillness. In the corner, the traditional critics, who had prepared to pick apart the film, dropped their pens to the floor. They had come armed with a repertoire of sharp words, but now not a single syllable could escape their lips. The transcendent audiovisual language shattered their worldview. Smack. Wu Shihao was the first to stand up. He swung his steel cane down heavily onto the floor. Good. A masterpiece. This is the kind of film a man should watch. Wu Shihao bellowed, with his rough voice leading the applause. The entire screening room erupted as the applause crashed down like a tsunami, almost blowing off the roof. The gangsters whistled, thrilled, tossing their hats into the air. Lei Luo also stood up, straightening his uniform, then turned to his subordinates. Go back and notify all the uniformed police in Hong Kong and Kowloon, he commanded loudly. This month's welfare is to watch the movie. All those on shift or on leave come to Starshine Theater for a private screening. Wu Shihao refused to back down, pointing at several hall masters and roaring. Relay my message. The Chaozhou gang's 20,000 brothers must buy tickets to enter. He glared with eyes as big as copper bells. Anyone who doesn't watch this can no longer call themselves my brother. They should roll out now. Lu Jingyao sat in his seat watching this almost frenzied scene, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just 3 days. The box office for A Better Tomorrow showed a nuclear explosion-like growth, directly tearing apart Hong Kong's century-long film history records. There was no need for any critics to write soft advertisements. All the delinquents, police officers, factory girls, and even white-collar workers in the offices were frantically crowding into the Starshine Theater. Black market tickets soared to 10 times their original price, yet they remained nearly impossible to obtain. In every corner of Hong Kong, young men imitated the male lead in a trench coat, flicking matchsticks. And Xiao Shirong, this girl from the lower class who just days ago was being harassed for debts in the walled city overnight, became the dream lover of all men in Hong Kong. Her posters adorned the windows in Central. Starshine Films had risen to legendary status in a single battle. Those who once mocked Lu Jingyao in the British press fell into a collective silence. In the face of this absolute box office miracle, any attempts to smear him seemed pale and ridiculous. Lu Jingyao's supreme position in the entertainment industry was thus firmly established. In the general manager's office of Starshine Films, smoke wafted through the air. Lu Jingyao sat with his legs crossed, leaning back on a leather sofa, toying with a pure silver lighter. The door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Yifu, forgetting to knock, burst in like a mischievous child, clutching a thick ledger. His gold-rimmed glasses were askew, sweat pouring down his forehead, but the light in his eyes was startling. Mr. Lu, it's broken. It's all broken. Xiao Yifu's voice trembled with excitement as he slammed the ledger down onto the coffee table. In just 3 days, the net profit already equals what others earn from filming 10 movies. He gasped for air, his hands moving excitedly. We've hit the jackpot. Tonight we must hold the highest standard celebration banquet at the Peninsula Hotel. Lu Jingyao didn't look at the ledger. He simply snapped the lighter shut with a pop, his eyes narrowing slightly. We can hold the celebration banquet, well, make it as grand as it can be. Lu Jingyao stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed down at the bustling streets of Kowloon. He turned his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But with great trees come the wind. Tonight, there will surely be rats stirring trouble. In the banquet hall on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel, the air was filled with the scent of fine clothing and the interplay of shimmering lights. A massive, luxurious Western crystal chandelier cast a radiant, warm glow, while the gentle sound of a saxophone flowed through the atmosphere. The long dining table was adorned with top-grade caviar flown in from France and vintage champagne. Waiters dressed in white vests glided through the crowd, holding pure silver trays like schools of fish. Lu Jingyao donned a perfectly tailored Italian bespoke black suit. Holding a tall glass, he stood in the center of the crowd, calmly accepting congratulations from the notable figures of Hong Kong. Mr. Lu, this film truly sets a precedent. Xingyao Pictures has a boundless future. A representative from an established foreign firm approached with a glass raised, a grin stretching across his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. Lu Jingyao lightly clinked his glass against the others, taking a sip of his drink with a perfectly measured smile on his lips. You flatter me. In the future, Xingyao will still rely on all of you bosses for support. Nearby the champagne tower, Qiu Shurong shone like a star, surrounded by moons. She wore a high-slit evening gown in a deep wine red hue. The fitted tailoring accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely, while a string of priceless pearls rested around her fair neck. That inherent wildness set against the backdrop of expensive jewelry created a striking lethal allure. Journalists from several major newspapers surrounded her, their flashbulbs blinding. Sha Yatfei, dressed in an elegant three-piece suit, stood protectively in front of Qiu Shurong, skillfully deflecting the overly enthusiastic advances of wealthy businessmen. Miss Qiu's first role has broken records. It's simply the work of the ancestors. Listening to the extravagant flattery around her, Qiu Shurong felt her hand holding the glass become slightly sweaty. Her gaze instinctively scanned the crowd, searching for the tall figure in the center of the hall. Lu Jingyao met her eyes, offering a slight nod and a reassuring look. It was time for the customary media group interview. A large number of reporters surged forward, nearly jabbing dozens of recording microphones into Sha Yatfei's face. Mr. Sha, what are Xingyou's upcoming filming plans? Will you continue to cast newcomers? Sha Yatfei cleared his throat and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Xingyao has grand plans, and the script is already in preparation. As for the actors, as long as there is potential, we treat everyone equally. Just as he was ready to say a few more formal words, a sharp, mocking laugh suddenly cut through the back of the crowd. What plans? Why don't you first address how you're handling Xingyou's bad debts? A young reporter with a mustache rudely pushed aside his colleagues. He squeezed to the very front, right at the edge of the barrier. This man had an old Leica camera hanging around his neck and clutched a crumpled interview notebook. His name tag awkwardly displayed the words Kongdao Urban Gossip. Lu Jingyao shook the champagne in his hand, a flash of mockery in his eyes. The mouse had indeed come out of its hole. Dear reporter, today is a celebration. Let's just talk about films and romance. Sha Yatfei's smile tightened, his tone taking on a warning edge. Yet the mustached reporter was unperturbed, loudly shouting back. Who doesn't know that your Xingyao was born from a few rundown theaters? In just a month, building a film city and investing heavily in productions. He fixed his glare on Sha Yatfei, the microphone in his hand, nearly piercing through the man's defenses. People outside are saying that this huge sum of money comes from unknown sources, all dirty money washed clean by warlords. The reporter scanned the room, his voice climbing higher. Mr. Sha, how do you explain this dirty money? As soon as the words were out, the saxophone music in the banquet hall seemed to stop. The wealthy and influential figures around paused their conversations, their gazes all snapping to the interview area. In this era of Hong Kong, the intertwining of black and white is commonplace. But to be exposed in such an elegant setting as the Peninsula Hotel was akin to defecating on the host's head. Sha Yatfei was so furious his lips trembled, pointing at the reporter. You're talking nonsense. Our Xingyao's funding is completely clean. Oh, every transaction has gone through HSBC. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. Defamation? The mustached reporter scoffed, shifting his focus, his lewd gaze traveling up and down Qiu Shurong. His eyes slithered like a sticky snake, brazenly wandering near the slit of her dress. Let's talk about this overnight sensation, Miss Qiu, shall we? The reporter intentionally elongated his tone, his face full of mockery. A beggar from Kowloon walled city who couldn't even afford a meal, what makes her worthy of the lead role? He raised his voice, fearing the wealthy businessmen in the back couldn't hear. Is it because you served well on Mr. Lu's bed, relying on unspeakable rules to gain your position, that you snagged this role? The vulgar and crude words splashed onto Qiu Shurong like a bucket of icy, dirty water. The color drained from her face, leaving her as pale as paper. The champagne glass in her hand shook violently, splashing wine onto her expensive gown, leaving unsightly dark stains. She bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her palm, desperately holding back the urge to tremble in front of everyone. Coming from a walled city was her deepest insecurity, and now it felt like salt was being rubbed into her exposed wounds in public. The atmosphere in the hall dropped to freezing point. Even those watching the show felt that the words were too harsh. Sha Yatfei was completely enraged, his composure shattered, turning to shout toward the entrance. Where are the security guards? Get this foul-mouthed scoundrel out of here. As two hotel security guards moved to step forward, the mustached reporter raised his camera and began to click away frantically. What? Are you feeling guilty and want to resort to violence? Xingyao pictures bullies the weak, huh? Hold on. A deep, calm voice managed to quell the commotion in the room. Lu Jingyao, holding a tall glass, stepped onto the Persian carpet, walking confidently into the media circle. The reporters blocking his path were compelled by an invisible pressure to part ways. He approached the mustached reporter, stopping just under half a meter away. The mustached reporter swallowed hard, straining his neck as he raised his camera at Lu Jingyao. Mr. Lu, are you feeling the heat and trying to silence me in front of everyone? Lu Jingyao did not lose his temper. A flawless smile lingered on his lips. He casually handed a champagne glass to a nearby waiter. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lu Jingyao slowly raised his hand. He extended his long fingers, pinching the mustached reporter's crooked collar. The gesture was gentle, as if he were adjusting the attire of an old friend. Your tie is crooked. In such an elegant setting you need to pay attention to your appearance. Lu Jingyao straightened the tie and casually patted the non-existent dust on the reporter's shoulder. The elegance of his actions contrasted sharply with the chilling intent in his eyes. With what you've been given, you dare to come to my territory and play the hero. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. Has your master behind you never taught you how to write the character for death? The mustached reporter felt a chill rush from his tailbone to the back of his head, his legs uncontrollably trembling. In Lu Jingyao's smiling eyes he saw a chilling indifference, as if looking at a dead man. It was a gaze that only someone who held military power and had witnessed countless scenes of carnage could possess, a disregard for life. Lu Jingyao straightened up and withdrew his hand. He pulled out a piece of pristine white silk handkerchief from his chest pocket and meticulously wiped the fingers that had just touched the reporter's collar. After finishing, he casually tossed the handkerchief at the reporter's feet. This reporter friend is drunk talking nonsense. Lu Jingyao turned his head slightly toward the two suited bodyguards standing at the edge of the banquet hall. Help him out to rest. Be gentle, don't damage the Peninsula Hotel's reputation. The two bodyguards, towering at 6'3", immediately strode forward. One on each side, they clamped down on the mustached reporter's arms like iron pincers. The reporter grimaced in pain, feeling like his bones might break, and his camera fell directly to the ground. However, since he had been paid handsomely to cause a scene, and seeing that his task was not yet complete, he resorted to acting like a rogue. The bodyguards gave him no chance to continue speaking. They hoisted him up, lifting his legs off the ground, half dragging and half pulling him toward the banquet hall's entrance. His leather shoes left long streaks on the thick carpet. Arriving at the heavy redwood doors, the mustached reporter clung tightly to the doorframe, turning back to bellow at the hall, his voice hoarse. Lu, you're feeling guilty. Just wait, tomorrow's front page will destroy you completely. His shrill cries echoed in the luxurious banquet hall. Several socialites frowned, covering half their faces with feather fans. Lu Jingyao did not glance back at the jumping clown. He picked up a glass of vintage champagne from the waiter's tray and raised it toward the startled Xiao Shurong and Sha Yatfei. The light refracted through the amber liquid, creating mesmerizing patterns. Lu Jingyao took a sip of the champagne, chuckling softly. Tomorrow, your newspaper won't see the sun rise again. At the edge of Jiulong City, in a basement exuding the stench of cheap ink, the printing factory of Gangdao Scandal was roaring through the night. Several old printing machines clanked loudly, spewing out sheets of foul-smelling, oil-printed paper. The reporter with a handlebar mustache rubbed his swollen cheek, his gaze fixed on the freshly printed front-page headline. It boldly screamed in horrifying bold letters, "The money laundering scandal of Xingyao, pictures exposed. The secret history of a starlet's rise." He spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Do you really think that having some money in Xianjiang means you can call the shots? When I was wielding the pen, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. The newspaper boss, a portly balding man, was sitting across from him, puffing on a cigar. He flicked the ash off his cigar and slapped the reporter on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Achan, you've been wrong this time. But once this report hits the streets tomorrow, the big boss from the British side will immediately pay out a reward of $100,000. By then, don't be surprised if Xingyao's stock price falls through the floor. That little starlet will be at our mercy. A glint of lewdness flashed in the reporter's eyes as he rubbed his hands together deviously. Don't worry, boss. I've already slipped red envelopes to those onlookers at the Peninsula Hotel. Tomorrow, 38 small newspapers across Hong Kong will join us in our attack. With so many voices, I want to see what Lu Jingyao can do to turn the tide. The two exchanged glances, their boisterous laughter drowning out the noise of the printing machines. In their eyes, the pen was a weapon. As long as the waters were muddied, even the tycoons would have to obediently pay hush money. Suddenly, a dull roar of an engine echoed from above. The sound was deafening, like a steel beast roaring, causing dust from the ceiling to fall in showers. The boss frowned, not yet having the chance to curse. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. The heavy iron roll-up door of the basement was violently torn apart, as if it were made of paper. An unmarked military 10-wheeled truck, its front adorned with a menacing crash beam, crashed through the wall. It barreled straight into the center of the factory, bricks and stones flying, machines scattered everywhere. Two printing workers, terrified, ducked for cover, scrambling to the corner with heads and hands. The smiles on the boss and reporters' faces froze instantly. They stared in horror at the truck, its front billowing white smoke. The door was kicked open. Zhao Tiedon, dressed in a black suit, jumped down from the driver's seat. His chiseled face bore no expression, a pitch-black Thompson submachine gun gripped in his hand. Following closely, the canvas of the truck's cargo area was ripped open. More than 30 fully armed Special Forces veterans clad in matching black tactical vests surged into the basement like a pack of wolves. The sound of gun bolts being pulled back echoed sharply in the silent factory. The boss, frightened, dropped his cigar into his lap, causing him to jump in shock. Who are you? This is a newspaper printing factory. Are you here to rob us? Zhao Tiedon shot him a cold glance, too lazy to waste a word. He raised his left hand slightly signaling forward. Two veterans sprang forth like leopards. They grabbed the boss by the collar, directly slamming him onto the oil-stained floor. The reporter with the handlebar mustache felt his legs turn to jelly and was about to run for the back door. The cold barrel of a gun was already pressed against the back of his head. One step and your head will be blown off. The veteran's voice was colder than the sea breeze of Geelong Bay. The reporter froze, a wave of nausea washing over him as the stench spread from his pants. He had wet himself. Zhao Taidan didn't even glance at the printing machines, casually grabbing two coarse burlap sacks that reeked of fish. Put them on and take them away. No smashing or shouting. The boss and reporter's mouths were tightly wrapped with packing tape, and they were tossed into the truck's cargo area in burlap sacks. In less than 3 minutes, the heavy truck backed up and disappeared into the night, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the workers trembling in the corner. Half an hour later, in the open sea of Victoria Harbor, the dawn sea breeze was piercingly cold, waves crashing against a smuggler's barge swaying with the tide. Splashed. 2 barrels of icy seawater were poured over their heads. The boss and reporter woke up coughing violently as the burlap sacks over their heads were roughly ripped off. Thanks to the searchlight on the barge, the two saw their surroundings and instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They were not on land. Both were stuffed into 2 massive pig cages welded from thick steel bars. At the bottom of the pig cages, 4 heavy stone blocks were tightly bound. The winch creaked. The steel cables slowly lowered, lifting the 2 pig cages out of the ship, gradually sinking into the pitch-black depths of the ocean. The icy seawater quickly covered their ankles, creeping up their calves until it submerged their chests. The bone-chilling cold, coupled with the claustrophobic dread brought by the deep sea, thoroughly shattered their psychological defenses. Woo, woo. The boss desperately twisted his fat body. However, the steel bars cut into his flesh, leaving him only able to make indistinct pleas. The reporter with the handlebar mustache was even more terrified, tears streaming down his face. His former air of cultured arrogance had completely vanished. He shook his head frantically, his eyes nearly popping out. On the deck of the barge, Zhao Taidan sat on an ammunition box. He leisurely took out a box of matches, striking one to light the cigarette in his mouth. The flame illuminated the slightly menacing scar on his face. He took a puff of smoke, blowing a ring of white mist toward the sea, then gestured for his men to rip the tape off the 2 men's mouths. Help! Please spare me. The boss screamed desperately. I'll pay whatever you want, just don't kill me. The reporter gripped the iron railing tightly, his teeth chattering from the cold, as he incoherently begged for mercy. Big brother. Ancestor. I didn't recognize the Great Mountain. I won't publish it. I'll destroy the layout. I was ordered to do this. It was Master Smith from the British side who paid me 100,000 to smear you. Please let me go back. I'll write a clarification article tomorrow praising Xingyao to the heavens. He finally realized that his prideful pen meant nothing in front of these ruthless warlords. They had no regard for rules and played by no script. Forget about media storms and retaliatory measures. They would directly erase you from existence. By dawn, all the media circles in Hong Kong would receive news that the 2 editors and reporters attempting to smear Xingyao had vanished without a trace. There would be no evidence, no clues. But this silent disappearance would become a sharp blade hanging over the necks of all newspaper editors in Hong Kong. No one would dare to write a single negative word about Xingyao in the newspapers anymore. Zhao Taidan flicked off the ash from his cigarette and pulled out a substantial military portable radio from his coat pocket. He pressed the communication button, his tone instantly turning respectful. Boss, the people are already hanging in the open sea. From the radio came a soft classical vinyl music. Seconds later, Lu Jinjiao's voice, lazy yet imposing, rang out in the sea breeze. Did you make it clear to them? Zhao Taidan handed the receiver to the reporter, who was suspended in his pig cage. The reporter clung to the last straw of hope, fervently kowtowing towards the receiver through the iron bars. His forehead collided with the railing, causing blood to flow, but he remained oblivious. Mr. Lu, young Master Lu, I was wrong. I'm a beast. Please let me go. From now on, Gangdao Scandal will be your mouthpiece, or I will bite whoever you tell me to. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingyao chuckled lightly. That laughter was soft, but sent a chilling wave from the depths of their bones through the reporter and the boss. I have plenty of dogs who I don't need you to. I've always been very particular about rules in business. Don't you like to spread rumors and make headlines? After tonight, the gossip magazine circle in Xiangjiang will learn a lesson. Accompanied by the screeching sound of the winch releasing again, the pig cage suddenly dropped, and icy seawater rushed into their mouths and noses. Lu Jinjiao's cold voice echoed from the speaker, delivering the death sentence. From now on in Xiangjiang, whatever I say is the news. Let it sink. With 2 cries of despair and splashes of water, the surface of the sea fell into complete silence. The next evening, atop Taiping Mountain at the Hua family's villa halfway up the mountain. In stark contrast to the bone-chilling cold of the open sea, the Hua family's dining room was filled with the soothing melodies of classical violin. The crystal chandelier cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating the Australian lobsters and premium Wagyu beef on the long dining table. Lu Jingyao leaned against a high-backed chair made of rosewood, leisurely swirling the Romani Conti in his goblet. Dressed in a pure black bespoke suit with a cold and stern expression, he exuded a calmness, as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood. Opposite him, Hua Mingzhu had chosen a winered backless evening gown for tonight, radiating brilliance. The usually haughty young lady now resembled a docile ragdoll cat. She secretly cast glances at Lu Jingyao from the corners of her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, unable to hide the admiration in her gaze. At the main seat, the current head of the Hua family, Old Master Hua, held a blue and white porcelain teacup, smiling as he scrutinized Lu Jingyao. This old fox, who had dominated the business world of Xiangjiang for decades, wore a benevolent expression. Jingyao, the night view of Victoria Harbor last night must have been quite delightful, right? Old Master Hua casually blew on the tea leaves, his tone resembling that of a casual conversation. Lu Jingyao cut a piece of Wagyu beef still tinged with blood and chewed it carefully. It was all right, just that the sea breeze was strong, blowing away a few noisy flies. He swallowed the beef, casually wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, without even lifting his eyelids. Hua Mingzhu, unable to comprehend the underlying meaning, focused on serving dishes to Lu Jingyao. Brother Lu, you should eat more. This truffle was just airlifted from France this morning. Old Master Hua set down his teacup, his smile fading a bit, revealing the shrewdness of an old-school businessman. It's good for young people to be decisive, but in Xiangjiang, relying solely on brute force won't build a lasting foundation. Lu Jingyao raised an eyebrow, not responding, silently holding his wine glass and waiting for the old fox to reveal his true intentions. Old Master Hua curled his bony finger and tapped on the marble table. Mingzhu has been spoiled by me since she was young, with her head in the clouds, yet she is utterly devoted to you. I don't have many years left, and the Hua family's billion-dollar enterprise will inevitably be handed over to the younger generation. Hearing this, Hua Mingzhu stomped her foot in a playful protest. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? There are outsiders present. Yet her gaze remained fervently glued to Lu Jingyao, her hands nervously fidgeting with her skirt. Old Master Hua raised his hand to interrupt his granddaughter, his murky eyes fixed intently on Lu Jingyao. Jingyao, our Hua family is interested in inviting you to be our son-in-law. Countless eyes in Xiangjiang are watching this honor. As long as you agree today, tomorrow morning, I will have someone announce your engagement in the newspapers throughout the entire Hong Kong. Lu Jingyao swallowed the red wine, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Old Hua, the proposal sounds quite round, but I suspect there's more to it, right? Clever. Old Master Hua snapped his fingers. The butler behind him immediately stepped forward, handing over a thick English document. This is a prenuptial agreement and a letter of intent for asset merger. The old man leaned back in his chair, his tone adopting the condescension of someone in power. Xingyao Commerce and Xingyao Films may seem prosperous now, but their foundation is too shallow, relying entirely on you to fight and hold them up. After marriage, all the assets of Xingyao must be merged into the Hua family consortium, managed uniformly by the Hua family. You, on the other hand, can stay comfortably as the Hua family's son-in-law, handling those dirty jobs that the family cannot publicly handle. As for the profit sharing, the Hua family will not treat you unfairly, providing you with 15% of the net profits annually. The luxurious dining room suddenly fell into a thick silence. Hua Mingzhu's face turned pale, though proud she was not foolish. Grandpa was not marrying off his granddaughter. This was clearly a scheme to exploit Lu Jingyao. Using a marriage contract, Hua Mingzhu suddenly. Jingyao, it's easy to find shelter under a big tree. If you offend the British and provoke the Underworld, without the Hua family's protection, you won't survive 3 years in Xiangjiang. Lu Jingyao lowered his head, his shoulders suddenly shaking slightly. Immediately, a low, cold laugh reverberated from his chest. The laughter grew louder, ultimately echoing wildly in the spacious dining room, causing the crystal chandelier to hum ominously. Ha ha ha. He casually grabbed the beautifully bound prenuptial agreement, tearing it in half, as if it were a piece of tissue paper. He tossed it directly onto a plate filled with leftover food. Old Hua, do you have a fatal misunderstanding of my temperament? Lu Jingyao braced his hands on the long dining table, leaning slightly forward. His aggressively piercing gaze felt like two steel blades stabbing directly at Old Master Hua. The aura of a fully fledged warlord forged in the midst of corpses erupted explosively. Even the surrounding air seemed to drop to freezing point. You think I would join your ranks for a mere 15% of the profits to be your Hua family's dog? Your calculations are so loud that even Kowloon walled city across Victoria Harbor can hear them. Old Master Hua's face changed dramatically, slamming his palm down on the table. Lu Jingyao, don't you dare drink the toast and refuse the punishment drink. A rapid series of footsteps rang out in the corridor outside. 7 or 8 bodyguards from the Hua family, dressed in black suits and bulging at the waist, burst through the door. Lu Jingyao didn't spare a glance for the bodyguards, swiftly grabbing the silver dining knife from the table. With a sharp sound, the dining knife transformed into a silver flash, flying past Old Master Hua's cheek severing a lock of his white hair. Duh. The silver knife lodged firmly into the mahogany wall behind the old man, the handle vibrating violently, emitting a piercing hum. As a few bodyguards reached for their guns, Lu Jingyao casually seized half a bottle of red wine, smashing it against the edge of the marble table with a loud bang. The crimson wine dripped down the sharp glass, shards like fresh blood. Whoever dares to draw a gun, I will make this half-mountain villa see blood tonight. His voice was not loud, but it resonated with an unquestionable air of ruthless intent. The bodyguards were pinned in place by the terrifying aura, their scalps tingling, glancing nervously at Old Master Hua. Old Master Hua broke into a cold sweat, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, weakly waving his withered hand to signal his subordinates to retreat. Lu Jingyao discarded the half-bottle of wine, taking a silk napkin to meticulously wipe his fingers clean. He returned to his high-backed chair, looking at Hua Mingzhu, who was stunned, but also sparkling with unusual admiration. Lu Jingyao beckoned her with his finger. Hua Mingzhu approached him obediently, as if enchanted, walking around half the dining table to his side. Lu Jingyao wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He looked up, his gaze disdainfully fixed on the cold, sweating old fox. Hua Mingzhu, I want her. If the Hua family encounters trouble in the future, I will protect her. However, from now on, the helmsman of this great ship can only bear the surname Lu. His tone was as calm as if stating a cosmic truth. My rules are the rules of Xianjiang. Do you understand? Old Master Hua slumped back in his chair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Having navigated the business all his life, he thought he could manipulate everything through marriage. Yet he forgot that before him stood a dragon that did not play by the rules. Manipulation. In the face of absolute violence and dimensional suppression, the scheming of a businessman was nothing but a joke. The spacious dining room fell into a complete silence for a full minute. Old Master Hua sighed, heavily waving his hand for all the bodyguards to leave. He tremblingly pulled open the mahogany drawer, retrieving a thick leather envelope, sealed with a top-secret stamp, pushing it to the center of the table. In his murky eyes, only deep awe and submission remained. Lu Xinsher, you are a true dragon. This old man admits defeat. Lu Jingyao casually pinched Ming's chin, pressing down on the envelope. The old man leaned forward, lowering his voice to a whisper. But be careful, the piece of land you have your eye on in Central has just been forcibly snatched by a mysterious foreign fund. But you must be cautious. The plot of land you are eyeing in Central has just been forcibly seized by a mysterious foreign investment fund. The hoarse voice of Old Master Hua echoed in the luxurious restaurant. Lu Jingyao curled his lips into a playful, cold smile. He did not utter a word. Instead, he pinched the confidential envelope marked with a top-secret seal between his fingers. Turning around, he strode into the night. Hua Mingzhu gazed longingly at his tall figure until the roar of the sports car's engine shattered the tranquility of the mountains. The scene shifted. The next morning, at the headquarters of Xingyao Group in the top-floor circular conference room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dawn light over Victoria Harbor had just begun to pale. Lin Wanqing, dressed in a well-tailored black silk qipao, was placing a steaming cup of black coffee on the table. Suddenly, the heavy double wooden doors of the conference room were slammed open. Li Chaoran, who usually valued decorum, rushed in with a look of urgency. He had even popped a button on his suit, and his gold-rimmed glasses were askew on his nose. Clutching a thick stack of documents tightly to his chest, he was gasping for breath. Boss, there's been an incident. Li Chaoran could barely catch his breath, slamming the documents heavily onto the long conference table. That plot of land in Central, it's gone. He tugged at his tie, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his chair, his expression unchanged. He took a sip of black coffee, exuding an air of leisure. The sky isn't falling. Take your time and explain. Didn't Inspector Richard already take care of everything? The fees have been fully paid, and the head of the planning department has been well taken care of, so how did it slip away? Li Chaoran slammed his palm on the table, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. It's not just that all arrangements were made. The bidding documents were even secretly crafted together with them. During last night's closed-door auction, the other few Chinese real estate companies were quite sensible. Everyone casually raised their paddles a couple of times just to give face to the government. The auctioneer's hammer was already raised in the air. It was just a matter of time before it fell. Li Chaoran's eyes were bloodshot, and the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Then out of nowhere, a wild card appeared. A car from the governor's office drove straight into the venue, throwing down a special approval order. The procedures, the rules, and even the previous bids, all of it was rendered void. Lu Jingyao set down his coffee cup, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Interesting. In this territory of Xianjiang, there are actually people daring enough to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. And their methods are so overbearing that they don't even bother with the most basic of cover. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, her slender fingers flipping through the disordered documents. Who is the one that seized it? Her voice was cold, radiating the aura of a capable housekeeper. Li Chaoran gulped down a mouthful of ice water, gritting his teeth. It's a foreign shell company called Russell Investment Fund. I spent the night using my connections at HSBC to dig into it. This damn company just registered in the Cayman Islands last week and their office address is fake. The legal representative is a British drunkard who only takes equity. The most bizarre thing is the price they offered is a full 2 times higher than our bottom line. Lee Chaoran leaned over the table, supporting himself with his hands, looking grave. Boss, this is definitely not normal commercial competition. That piece of land in Central may be lucrative, but acquiring it at twice the market price would be enough to drag down a mid-sized consortium just from the interest. The other party is clearly here to sabotage us. They would rather throw their money into Victoria Harbor to listen to it splash than allow us to seize a foothold in the heart of Hong Kong. Lu Jingyao slowly opened the brown envelope that old Master Hua had given him last night. Inside were only 2 thin sheets of paper densely filled with English accounts. In the upper right corner it bore a bright red top secret stamp. He scanned through it rapidly, the curve of his lips widening. That was not a smile, but the cruel excitement of a warlord spotting a new prey. Lin Wanqing leaned in for a closer look, her pupils suddenly constricting. Boss, the flow of funds indicated here. It was routed through a special internal channel at Standard Chartered Bank. Her fair fingers pointed to the end of the document where there was a very inconspicuous iris watermark. This emblem is recorded in the secret archive of the Listener Intelligence Network. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, her tone turning completely serious. This is the backup mark of the British Secret Intelligence Service, also known as MI6's Asian Division. It felt as if the air in the entire conference room had been suddenly sucked out. Although Lee Chaoran was a business genius rarely seen in a century, upon hearing the name of the intelligence agency, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Boss, are we being targeted by British agents? No wonder even the governor's office has to obediently cooperate and greenlight this, not following the usual protocols. Lee Chaoran collapsed into a chair, his face pale. They are clearly wary of Xingyo's rapid development and are looking to strike hard. Lu Jingyao took out a pure silver windproof lighter. With a snap, a flame leaped up as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, his rugged face appeared particularly cold. The situation was becoming clear. This warlord, who had crossed over from 50 years in the future, was inevitably making too much noise. Monopolizing penicillin, using German equipment to sweep through the textile industry, violently consolidating Kowloon walled city. Now he was aggressively advancing into real estate and the film industry. This was no longer about snatching at leftovers. This was about flipping the table of the British Empire's colonizers. Those high and mighty foreigners were finally sensing a deadly threat. They did not dare to openly use troops to suppress, fearing a rebellion among all the Chinese in Hong Kong. Instead, they resorted to underhanded financial sniping and privilege seizures. They wanted to use so-called civilized business rules to suffocate Xingyao Group in Kowloon. Me-6. That's quite a title. Lu Jingyao flicked the confidential document on the table while holding the cigarette. Chaoran continued to push forward with the business as planned. Keep looking at the land that should be bought. Since the other side likes to be a generous benefactor, then let's create a few fake bids to throw out there. I want to see if the treasury of the British Empire, which has barely survived since World War II, is enough to squander in Xinjiang. Lee Chaoran took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Understood, boss. They'll head back to the company immediately to arrange a feint, sending out a few fake targets to sever their funding chain. Unless I drain these bastards' cash flow, it'll write my name upside down. He gritted his teeth, a rare viciousness surfacing in his eyes. Having followed Lu Jingyao for a long time, this future Chinese tycoon had also picked up a bit of wolfishness deep down. Lee Chaoran accepted the order and walked away, his footsteps fading. In the spacious conference room, only Lu Jingyao and Lin Wanqing remained. The morning sun outside had fully risen, piercing through the clouds and casting mottled shadows on the carpet. Lu Jingyao stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the traffic below, which appeared like ants. Defense. Those 2 words have never existed in his dictionary. Since the British have already drawn their knives, there is no reason to continue hiding. In the face of absolute firepower and intelligence networks, all commercial sniping is merely a paper tiger. Lu Jingyao knocked on the table, targeting me. Wanqing awakened all the undercover agents of the Listener. Tomorrow morning, I want to know what color underwear the owner behind this Russell Fund is wearing. In the dead of night, 30 meters underground at the Lu family estate. This place is an unassailable fortress and the core hub of the Wind Listener Intelligence Network. Dozens of high-powered radio stations emit a dense ticking sound. The red and green indicator lights flicker alternately, casting an eerie glow throughout the basement. Several dozen meticulously screened intelligence agents wear headsets, tirelessly capturing every signal in the air above Xinjiang. Lin Wanqing changed out of her qipao and donned a sleek black leather outfit. She removed the heavy listening headset and rubbed her aching brow. Boss, I've conducted a preliminary investigation. The Russell Fund's official documents are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. The legal representative is a down-and-out noble from London, and the company's account is filled with legitimate foreign currency transfers. This is simply a perfect shell for foreign investment. The Hong Kong government's business department couldn't even find a punctuation error. The more perfect it seems, the more flaws it conceals. Lu Jingyao leaned back against the genuine leather sofa, playing with a pure silver Browning pistol, remaining silent. Those high and mighty British people are inherently arrogant and lack the meticulous patience to falsify accounts. Just then the heavy blast door was silently pushed open. Shen Fei glided in like a ghost, clutching a few crumpled photocopies. Sister, watching the surface appears clean, but the reality may not be so. Shen Fei slapped the photocopies onto the table, a signature wicked grin playing on his lips. These are the discarded transaction slips I fought tooth and nail to retrieve from the shredder at Standard Chartered Bank. This enormous sum for land purchase indeed appears to have come from the Cayman Islands. But if we trace 3 layers up the offshore accounts, guess what? Shen Fei tapped on the paper, his gaze fierce. The source of the funding chain is not in Europe, and the original currency isn't even in pounds. Lin Wanqing leaned closer to take a look, her pupils contracting sharply. At the bottom of the slip, a deeply hidden liquidation location was clearly written. Keelung Port. Lin Wanqing's voice changed. This money has crossed the strait, coming from Taiwan's opposite shore. Lu Jingyao halted his action of rotating the gun barrel, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. The opposite shore. Now this is getting interesting. Lin Wanqing immediately turned around and rushed to a listening control panel. If the forces from the opposite shore are using a British shell, they would never dare to communicate openly via phone or regular mail. There must be encrypted radio waves. She typed furiously on the keyboard, retrieving all the abnormal frequency bands above Xiangjiang from the past 48 hours. Found it. A short burst of code accompanied by intense static was forcibly extracted from countless commercial frequency bands. Lin Wanqing opened a hidden compartment at the bottom of the safe and pulled out a worn old cipher book. She bit on the pen cap, her fingers frantically working out permutations on the white paper. Time ticked away, leaving only the scratching sound of paper and pen in the basement. 10 minutes later, Lin Wanqing set down her fountain pen, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The message was deciphered. The counterpart is not some bullshit foreign real estate company. Boss, everything matches up. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves rising in her heart. They used the core variant cipher from Director Day's time. This is the old guard of the military intelligence. The Russell Fund is merely a front. The mastermind behind the scenes is a group of high-ranking military leaders who fled to the opposite shore. Lu Jingyao sneered, a pack of strays thinking they can come to Xiangjiang to feast on my meat. Lin Wanqing tightened her grip on the telegram paper, her knuckles turning slightly white. They have set their sights on Xiangjiang's free port status, wanting to collude with British intelligence to establish an absolutely secure money laundering center here. The Land King in Central is merely a token of their allegiance to the governor. They are willing to spend lavishly, but it's not to build houses. Shen Fei frowned as he listened. Then what is it for? It's for the Zero warehouse in the boss' hands. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, her eyes igniting with fury. It's filled with heavy firepower from an entire American mechanized division. What they desperately lack on the opposite shore are these deadly assets. They want to use British funds as a cover, engaging in a black market trade, taking our weapons to fill the holes on their side. The spacious basement fell into a brief silence. Only the ticking of the radio remained piercing. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. No wonder the absolute intelligence dominance of the Wind Listener, the trump card, has been completely revealed. This deadlock across the strait has been rent open at its most critical point. Lu Jingyao slammed the Browning pistol heavily on the table. There was no trace of anger on his face, instead it revealed the excitement of a top predator locking onto its prey. Taking my money, robbing my land, and still eyeing my weapons. The British provide the umbrella and the remnants of the National Army Act as the thugs. Their calculations are quite clever. He stood up and patted Shen Fei on the shoulder. Go notify Tai Dan, let the brothers outside eat and drink while these 2 days and polish all the guns for me. Since the opposite side thinks they are hiding well, we'll remain still and let them finish their play. Shen Fei chuckled, licking his dry lips, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Boss, rest assured I'll go sharpen the knives, ensuring no blood is shed without the blade being honed. The identities of hunter and prey instantaneously reversed at that moment. Lu Jingyao was never afraid of open confrontation. He relished uprooting the self-satisfied enemies. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lin Wanqing suddenly called out to him. She stared intently at the last line of the translation, her previously recovering complexion turning pale in an instant. Even the hand holding the thin paper trembled uncontrollably. Jingyao, the other side has a team of dozens of death soldiers that have already infiltrated Xiangjiang, targeting your head. Lu Jingyao stopped in his tracks. He did not even turn his head, casually adjusting the cuffs of his suit. In his deep black eyes there was only a disdainful contempt for the world. Lu Jingyao scoffed. Want to kill me? Let them enjoy the new year first. Want to kill me? Let them have a good new year first. Lu Jingyao's cold laughter echoed in the underground intelligence room. Time passed, and the streets of Xiangjiang were already adorned with red lanterns. As the year-end approached, the cold wind, blowing from Victoria Harbor, carried a bone-chilling chill. Yet at this moment, the main square of the Xingyao Group headquarters was bustling with activity. There was no citywide martial law, nor increased security patrols. Lu Jingyao not only did not hide away, but instead boldly held a commendation ceremony on the eve of New Year's Eve. All the security personnel executives and heads of core industries were summoned to the scene. In the center of the square lay a red carpet dozens of meters long. On the red carpet, 3 dazzling hills of cash were piled up. On the left was a mountain of brand new Hong Kong dollars. Stacks of banknotes exuding the scent of ink were piled up like a sturdy wall. On the right was a hill of green American dollars. In this era, the US dollar was hard currency exchangeable for a plethora of foreign goods and arms in the black market. But the most shocking was the golden peak in the center. That was a mound of high-purity, big yellow fish gold bars. The gold bars were neatly stacked in a pyramid shape. Under the winter sun, they reflected a dazzling light that was almost mesmerizing. Thousands of people stood in the square, the atmosphere thick with silence. Everyone's breathing became heavy, their gazes glued to the 3 mounds of money. Even the air seemed to carry the intoxicating scent of money that sent adrenaline soaring. Lu Jingyao, clad in a black wool coat and a fitted white shirt beneath, exuded an aura of authority. With half a cigar in his mouth, he leisurely walked up to the podium. There were no lengthy speeches or empty promises. Instead, he kicked over a wooden box filled with cash beside him. Clatter! Hundreds of stacks of cash scattered across the ground, rolling to the feet of the employees in the front row. Are you all dumbfounded? Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the crowd. I, Lu Jingyao, have just one rule in my dealings. For the brothers who toil for me, I will never let them go home empty-handed for the new year. Today, bonuses will be distributed. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, the sound soaring into the sky, nearly shattering the glass of nearby streetlights. Wu Shaho, Lu Jingyao called out, cigar in hand. In the front row of the crowd, a man in a floral shirt named Boheo quickly limped forward. Usually unfazed even when cutting people down on Poland Street, he was now so excited he was rubbing his hands together. Mr. Lu, I'm here. Lu Jingyao signaled to the side. Without a word, Zhao Taidan directly lifted a heavy black leather suitcase and slammed it at Boheo's feet. The suitcase burst open, revealing it was filled with tightly packed Hong Kong dollars. A full 1 million. You've done a great job with the work in Kowloon walled city and at the docks. Take this suitcase and distribute red envelopes to your brothers. Keep the rest for yourself to buy a building. Boheo's eyes instantly turned red, and he knelt on one knee with a thud. Thank you, Mr. Lu. From now on, anyone who dares to block Xingyo's financial path, I, Wu Shaho, will be the first to kill their entire family. He clutched the leather suitcase tightly, as if it were his lifeline, so excited that he forgot to take his cane. Next were the executives of Xingyao. Li Chaoran, Xiao Yifu, and others each received thick bundles of US dollars and shares in the company. These normally well-dressed business tycoons were now all smiles. Who would want to endure the disdain of the British when following such a generous boss? After distributing to the executives, Lu Jingyou's gaze fell on a group of straight-backed men at the front. These were 50 veteran Special Forces soldiers led by Zhao Taidan. They wore matching black combat uniforms, their eyes sharp, concealing a murderous intent. These were Lu Jingyou's sharpest blades. He walked up to the mountain of gold and casually grabbed 2 heavy gold bars. Approaching the first veteran in line, he directly placed the gold bars into his arms. Wang Dachui, you took a stab for Taidan back in the walled city. This is what you deserve. Take it to buy some good medicine for your mother, and use the rest to find yourself a beautiful wife. Wang Dachui, the man addressed, received the gold bars with both hands, his back straightened, yet tears were welling in his eyes. Thank you for the reward, boss. Lu Jingyao continued down the line, handing out gold bars to each person. 2 bars, each amounting to 20 taels of gold. In an era where ordinary people earned only a few dozen dollars a month, these 2 gold bars could buy half a street of shops. These veterans had crawled out from the piles of corpses. They feared not death, but rather the hunger of their families if they died. Yet now Lu Jingyao had eliminated their worries in the most straightforward and brutal manner. With these gold bars, even if they had to take a bullet for their boss tomorrow, they would not hesitate for a moment. The whole square erupted into a frenzy. The employees who received money were all beaming, congratulating one another. Those who did not receive any looked on enviously, secretly vowing to perform well next year. This visual impact of wealth caused the loyalty of the entire Xingyao group to soar. Meanwhile, at that moment, atop a dilapidated Tang building across the square, 3 men in gray trench coats and flat caps were crouched behind a parapet, intently watching the square through binoculars. The winter wind cut like a knife against their faces, freezing their lips to a purplish hue. These 3 were members of the assassination squad sent to infiltrate Xinjiang. The leader lowered the binoculars, his hands trembling with rage. Beside him, a thin man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Captain, is that real gold they're distributing? What a stupid question. That huge mound, could it be copper? The captain gritted his teeth and growled. The thin man glanced despairingly at the cold, hard leftover steamed bun in his hand. He then looked at the shimmering mountain of gold bars across the square. His mindset completely broke down. We traveled all the way from Keelung to sneak in, and the higher-ups only gave us $500 for our settlement. and they get gold bars just for guarding the entrance. Captain, I don't want to do this job anymore. I want to go home. Shut up. The captain slapped the thin man on the head, yet his own hand holding the gun was trembling uncontrollably. How could they fight? The Xingyao Group was no longer an ordinary commercial company. It was a fanatical army nourished by money. The fierce light of greed in the veteran's eyes could be felt from 2 streets away. Now who would dare to touch a hair on Lu Jingyao? They would undoubtedly be devoured alive by this group of lunatics. They didn't even need to use heavy firepower. Just bombarding them with money could crush them to death in the streets of Xianjiang. The revelry in the square continued. The gold bars finally reached the end of the line. It was a veteran who had lost his left arm, his sleeve dangling empty at his waist. Lu Jingyao walked up to him and personally shoved 2 gold bars into his remaining right hand. Old Lu, you may have lost a hand, but your family is still here. Take this money, the company will support you for life. Old Liu's hand trembled violently. He did not express his thanks, but instead shoved 1 gold bar into his mouth and bit down hard. Looking at the clear bite mark on the bar, this iron man who had shed blood, but not tears, suddenly felt tears welling up. He wiped his face with his rough hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. Boss, although I've lost a hand, I can still drive for you and take bullets. My life is for Xingyao. Your lives are your own, live well. Lu Jingyao laughed heartily and turned to walk back to the podium. Zhao Taidan had already prepared a row of thick ceramic bowls filled with strong sorghum liquor. Lu Jingyao picked up a bowl of liquor and turned to face the thousands of passionate employees. The liquor glimmered in the sunlight. He tilted his head back and downed half a bowl in one go. The spicy liquid flowed down his throat, igniting a fire within his chest. Everyone in the square also raised their bowls or cups. There was no command, but the synchronized movements of thousands of people focused their gaze like torches on the god in their hearts. A veteran who had lost his left arm bit down on a gold bar, tears welling in his eyes. Lu Jingyao smashed a bowl of liquor on the ground. Take the money and go home for a prosperous new year. Once the year-end passes, I'll take you all to hunt tigers. Lu Jingyao raised a bowl of wine and smashed it on the ground. Take the money and go home for a prosperous year. Once the new year passes, I will take you to hunt tigers. The coarse porcelain bowl shattered on the bluestone slab. The aroma of strong liquor accompanied by flying banknotes completely ignited Kowloon City. A few hours later, as night fell, the night sky of Xianjiang was lit up by continuous fireworks, and the sound of firecrackers echoed through the streets. New Year's Eve had arrived. The governor's New Year's Eve banquet had sent out 3 golden invitations. The old master of the Hua family even personally called, wanting to invite Lu Jingyao for a reunion dinner at the hillside villa. Even Lei Luo came to consult about setting up 100 tables for a banquet at the Taibai seafood restaurant. Lu Jingyao turned them all down. Tonight, he didn't want to be a scheming financial tycoon nor a ruthless warlord. He dismissed Zhao Taidan and all the special forces veterans who followed him covertly. Alone, he drove a black Ford sedan into a quiet private courtyard in Kowloon Tong. He pushed open the redwood courtyard door. There was no acrid smell of gunpowder nor the nauseating scent of blood. Only a tempting aroma of meat mixed with a faint flower scent wafted into his nostrils with the gentle breeze. Lu Jingyao walked along the blue brick path covered with fallen leaves to the kitchen window. Through the glass, he quietly watched the woman inside. Gu Haidang was not wearing those high-end gowns adorned with rhinestones. This renowned actress, now shining brightly in Xingyao film industry, had at this moment removed all her makeup. With a bare face and her long hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, she wore a somewhat worn moon-white home-style qipao with a floral cotton apron over it. Her fair wrist was dusted with flour as she skillfully pinched the dough in front of the cutting board. The large iron pot on the stove was bubbling with steam. While making dumplings, she softly hummed a gentle Jiangnan folk tune. Wunong's soft words, the melody is quite nice. Lu Jingyao pushed open the wooden door, leaning against the door frame with a rare warm smile on his lips. Gu Haidang was startled, almost dropping the dough in her hand. When she recognized the person, her peach blossom eyes instantly brightened like 2 crescent moons. Didn't you say you would be drinking with the brothers at the company tonight? She wiped her hands on her apron and jogged over skillfully, helping Lu Jingyao take off his heavy black wool coat. Lu Jingyao took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss her forehead. No matter how strong the liquor outside is, it can't compare to the warmth of your cooking here. Gu Haitong's cheeks flushed slightly as she gave him a playful glare, but her eyes were filled with uncontainable spring warmth. Stop teasing, hurry, and wash your face, the cold wind outside is chilling you. She hung up the coat and ran back to the cutting board. Wait for me 5 minutes, the water will boil soon. After washing his hands, Lu Jingyao pulled over a bamboo chair and sat by the stove. He said nothing, quietly watching Gu Haitang's busy figure. In this chaotic world filled with gold and corpses, this less than 20 square meter kitchen had become his only refuge. Here he didn't have to calculate anyone's hidden cards or guard against the cold guns lurking in the shadows. He only needed to be a man waiting for his meal. What are you dazed about? Serve the bowl. Gu Haitong, holding a slotted spoon, scooped out one plump dumpling after another from the boiling water, filling 2 large plates. pork and green onion filling with a bit of shrimp to enhance the flavor. She placed the plate on the table and turned to prepare the dipping sauce. With aged vinegar, sesame oil, and a spoonful of freshly fried red oil chili sauce, the aroma instantly burst forth in the warm little room. Lu Jingyao picked up chopsticks, dipped a dumpling in vinegar, and took a bite. The dough was chewy and the meat filling was juicy. The delicious broth overflowed in his mouth. He closed his eyes, savoring it slowly as his Adam's apple bobbed. So fragrant. He said those two words earnestly. After traversing this era for so long, this was the most satisfying meal he had ever eaten. Gu Haidang rested her chin on her hands, sitting across from him, staring at him intently. Without moving her chopsticks, she watched him devour his food. Seeing him eat more than 10 in a row, she finally contentedly handed him a warm towel. Eat slowly. There's more in the pot, and no one is competing with you. There was a hint of concern in her tone. Outside people said that Mr. Lu was a cold-blooded reaper, a living king of hell with far-reaching influence. But in her eyes, he was just a weary man content to enjoy a bowl of homemade dumplings on New Year's Eve. Lu Jingyao wiped his mouth, picked up the white porcelain wine cup on the table, and took a sip of warm huadiao. Haitong, does it feel wrong to follow me in this chaotic world, feeling anxious? He suddenly spoke, gazing deeply at the woman across from him. In this time, the intercepted assassination intelligence from the informants was rampant, as she couldn't possibly feel nothing. Gu Haiding paused for a moment before chuckling softly. She stood up, walked to Lu Jinjiao's side, and naturally sat in his embrace. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her chin resting on his shoulder. What's there to feel wrong about? I am just a floating reed in this chaotic world. You pulled me ashore and gave me a home. As long as you are here, even if the Kowloon Island sinks tomorrow, I won't even furrow my brow. Her voice was soft, yet carried the fiery spirit of a Jiangnan woman. Lu Jingyao tightened his arms, holding her closely. He didn't say any more pointless words. A man's promise need not be spoken, it is enough to fill it with his life. Bang! Suddenly a loud crash came from outside. Immediately after, a dazzling red firework exploded in the sky above Kowloon Tong. Colorful lights shone through the glass, illuminating the two embracing figures. Then the sky, filled with fireworks, rose like a meteor shower, brightening the night sky as if it were daytime. The two moved to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Gu Haiding took off her shoes and barefoot stepped onto the thick carpet, curling up in Lu Jinjiao's arms. Lu Jingyao held her from behind, gently stroking her hair with his chin. The room was not brightly lit, only a floor lamp emitted a warm yellow light. The charcoal fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, crackling crisply. The aroma of the fireworks, the scent of the woman, and the sound of burning would created a soothing ambience that made one want to drift into sleep. Gu Haidang closed her eyes, feeling the solid chest behind her. Listening to the man's steady heartbeat, she smiled with satisfaction. She was about to turn back to seek a deep kiss for New Year's Eve, just as this warmth was about to reach its peak. Ring, ring, ring. The black rotary phone on the coffee table suddenly rang out of nowhere, shattering the rare tranquility with its sharp ringing. Gu Haidang shivered all over, instinctively grabbing Lu Jinjiao's sleeve. She knew that a phone call coming in at this moment could not be trivial. The tenderness in Lu Jinjiao's eyes instantly retracted. The cold, fierce aura belonging to a warlord reattached to him in a second. He patted Gu Haitang's hand, signaling her to stay calm, and strode to the coffee table. He picked up the receiver, but before he could speak, Lei Luo's anxious voice came from the other end. Boss, something big has happened. A big shot who escaped from Nanjing has fallen into my hands, claiming to be your former superior. Time rewinds a few hours. The cold wind of New Year's Eve howls through the dark alleys surrounding Kowloon walled city. By a damp, shadowy pile of trash, a shivering man huddles. He is wearing a tattered cotton jacket that emits a sour odor, and the soles of his cloth shoes have long been worn through. His disheveled hair is matted with a half-rotten vegetable leaf. Who would have thought that this beggar-like man was once the fearsome head of the military intelligence in Nanjing, Director Mao? Half a month ago, the front lines crumbled completely. Director Mao, trying to escape with a few gold bars, was robbed clean by fleeing soldiers amidst the chaos. Like a stray dog, he managed to stow away on a coal truck and made his way to Xiangjiang. Damn it. A tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Director Mao trembled as he rubbed his frozen hands, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He remembered that there was a hidden contact point set up by military intelligence nearby. As long as he found those former subordinates, he would still be the high-ranking officer. Just a few steps away, 3 tattooed punks with cigarettes suddenly burst out from the alley. Hey, old man. This area is the territory of Yichun. Even beggars have to pay a $2 protection fee. The leader with blonde hair tossed a butterfly knife in his hand, blocking his path. Director Mao was already boiling with anger, and now he completely exploded. In Nanjing, who would not respectfully call him director upon seeing him? How dare a few street punks extort him? Have you lost your eyes? Director Mao straightened his back, instinctively adopting the posture of a high-ranking officer. When I was killing people on the Shanghai Bund, you were still wearing split-crotch pants. Get out of my way. If you delay my military affairs, beware of your lives. This authoritative speech was delivered with great vigor, but paired with his tattered attire, it appeared utterly ridiculous. The blonde punk was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Damn it, has this old madman lost his mind? He kicked Director Mao hard in the stomach, sending him flying into the stinking gutter. Beat him to death. Search him for cash. The other two punks rushed in, kicking Director Mao violently in the gutter. Ouch, you rascals. You bunch of rascals. Director Mao rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his head and screaming. I am a major general. They'll have you all executed. In response, he received even more brutal punches and kicks, just as Director Mao thought he would be beaten to death in that filthy gutter. Don't move. Police. Suddenly, several blinding flashlight beams illuminated the alley. It was New Year's Eve, and Lei Luo happened to be patrolling nearby with a few plainclothes officers when he heard the commotion and rushed over. The three punks were so scared that they dropped their knives and huddled in a corner, covering their heads. Lei Luo covered his nose as he approached the gutter and kicked the mud-covered Director Mao. This old beggar has a tough bone. He dares to impersonate a major general. Take him back to the police station for New Year's Eve. Half an hour later at the Kowloon police station in the interrogation room. The fluorescent light overhead was so bright it hurt his eyes. Director Mao was handcuffed to a cold iron chair, his face swollen like a pig's with blood dripping from the corner of his eye. But at this moment he was not afraid, rather he was surprisingly angry. He recognized the police badge on the wall and knew this was a legitimate police station. Having bullied others within the system for half his life, the inherent arrogance of Director Mao suddenly revived. Bang, bang, bang. Director Mao furiously banged his handcuffed hands against the iron barrier in front of him. Call your director. Get your highest officer here. He pointed at Lei Luo, who was sitting opposite sipping tea, and roared with spittle flying. You, a mere detective, dare to interrogate me? I see you must be tired of living. Lei Luo leisurely blew on the tea leaves, watching him as if he were a monkey show. The plainclothes officer responsible for taking notes got angry, slamming the table hard. Behave yourself. You dare to be tough here. Do you believe I'll have you tortured? Director Mao suddenly stood up, hoarsely shouting. Torture me? You go find out who the richest man in Xiangjiang is now. Lu Jingyao, the boss of Xingyao Group. Hearing the name Lu Jingyao, Lei Luo's hand, which was holding the tea, suddenly froze. The air in the interrogation room fell silent for a moment. Director Mao thought he had intimidated his opponent, and his arrogance grew even stronger. He proudly raised his chin, his face full of defiance. Let me tell you that little brat Lu Jingyao was once a soldier under my command. Without my promotion, could he have become the station master? Could he have achieved today? I am his superior. When he sees me, he must stand at attention and salute. The more Director Mao spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already see himself regaining power. He shook his handcuffs vigorously, the metal clanking. Little detective, if you're sensible, kneel down and unlock my handcuffs now, then take me to the Peninsula Hotel. Otherwise, once I contact Jingyao, I'll make sure your entire family is wiped out tomorrow. Lei Luo's eyes twitched slightly. He lit a cigarette, recalling Mr. Lu's decisive, ruthless methods. Those who disagreed were thrown into the sea. Then he looked at the foul-smelling, audacious old man before him. The contrast was so stark that Lei Luo almost couldn't suppress a laugh. Has this old man lost his mind? Daring to call out Mr. Lu's name in Xiangjiang, and even expecting him to kneel. However, Lei Luo was a smart man. He knew Lu Jingyou's background was unfathomable. What if this old fellow really had connections to the boss? Dealing with him on my own could easily cause problems. Lei Luo stood up, adjusting the collar of his police uniform. Fine, since you claim to be our boss, Lu's former superior, it'll help you make a phone call. He walked out of the interrogation room and headed straight to the office at the end of the corridor. Lei Luo picked up the rotary phone on the desk and dialed the private number of Gu Haitang. This was a secret line known only to him as a core confidant. The call was quickly connected. Lei Luo lowered his voice, his tone suddenly becoming respectful. Boss, something major has happened. A big shot who escaped from Nanjing has fallen into my hands, claiming to be your former superior. After briefly reporting, Lei Luo hung up the phone. A playful cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he pushed open the door to the interrogation room again. Seeing Lei Luo return, Director Mao thought that Lu Jingyao had already given the order to rescue him. A sinister and arrogant expression twisted on his already bruised face. Director Mao gripped the iron bars of the window with a sneer. Little detective, you're doomed. When Jingyao arrives, I will personally strip your skin off. Lei Luo lit a cigarette and mocked, oh, you know my boss so well. Lei Luo lit a cigarette, mocking, oh, you know my boss so well. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy iron door of the interrogation room emitted a dull creak. Someone was abruptly pushed open from the outside. The crisp sound of leather shoes echoed rhythmically in the silent corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Each step felt like a heartbeat beneath. Lu Jingyao stepped in. He had not yet removed his pure black Italian custom-tailored trench coat, its hem carrying the bone-chilling cold of New Year's Eve. Between his handsome brows lay an unshakable aura of deadly seriousness. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Director Mao's pig-like swollen eyes instantly shone with fervor. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline in a desperate situation, desperately waving his handcuffed hands through the iron bars. Jingyao, you came just in time. I am your former superior. Back in the military, if it weren't for my promotion, you would have died at the hands of the Japanese. He arrogantly pointed at Lei Luo, beside him saliva flying. Quick, draw your gun and take out this ungrateful little bastard. And this starry group you're running is doing quite well. Quickly convert all the company assets into gold bars and give them to me as a national restoration fund. Once I lead my men back to Nanjing, I guarantee you a general's rank. Lu Jingyao did not even glance at his ridiculous face. He stepped forward, casually pulled over an interrogation chair, and sat down with a flourish. Lei Luo hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and respectfully presented it. Boss, have some tea to warm up. Lu Jingyao took the teacup and gently skimmed off the foam. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze cold, as if looking at a decaying corpse. That expression gave Director Mao an inexplicable shiver. Having navigated the political arena for half a lifetime, he suddenly realized something was off with the atmosphere. Lu Jingyao, what do you mean? Are you planning a rebellion? Director Mao slammed the iron window and yelled hoarsely. Don't think you can ignore me just because you've made some filthy money in Xinjiang. Let me tell you the truth, I came to Hong Kong this time with a tremendous connection. He gritted his teeth, throwing out what he believed to be his strongest card. Have you heard of the Shield of Great Britain Chamber of Commerce? It is the top financial consortium backed by British capital. The foreign chairman of the chamber has promised to protect me. With just one word from me, the Shield of Great Britain can immediately use foreign privileges to sanction you. Your worthless company will be shut down by tomorrow. Lei Luo's hand holding the cigarette suddenly shook, quickly turning away, fearing he would burst into laughter. Lu Jingyao set down his teacup, a mocking smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oh, the Shield of Great Britain. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed again from outside the corridor. The door of the interrogation room was carefully pushed open. A British man in a tailcoat with blonde hair and blue eyes quickly walked in. Director Mao's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing the visitor. Isn't this Mr. William, the chief secretary of the governor's office? Before coming to Hong Kong, the top officials across the strait spent a great deal of money to obtain this prominent figure's meeting photos. Secretary William, save me. It's old Mao. Director Mao, seeing his long-lost father, clung to the railing and shouted hoarsely. Yet William didn't even spare him a glance. This high-ranking secretary, who usually wouldn't even meet with the president of the Chinese Merchants Association, now acted like a sycophantic old dog. He quickly walked to Lu Jingjiao's side, taking out a pure gold windproof lighter from his pocket, and with a click lit it. His hands trembled slightly as he lit the half-smoked cigar for Lu Jingyao. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. William spoke in a London-accented English, his tone extremely respectful. As per your instructions, the accounts of the Shield of Great Britain Chamber of Commerce have all been consolidated. Those stubborn British hardliners who refuse to listen have been completely kicked out under the banner of the chamber. Now the entire Shield of Great Britain listens only to your commands. Lei Luo, standing nearby, kindly translated this into Chinese. Every translated word fell into Director Mao's ears like a heavy hammer striking his head. He gaped, making strange sounds from his throat, unable to utter a single word. That once mighty top-secret consortium backed by the British Empire's governor's office was actually the white glove fabricated by this former subordinate. His ultimate support, which he prided himself on, turned out to be Lu Jingyao himself. No, it's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Director Mao's legs went weak, and with a thud he knelt on the cold cement floor. The authority and mental defenses he had built over the years were shattered in that moment by reality. The confidence he tried to muster to turn the tables became a complete joke in front of Lu Jingjiao's power. A warm stream of urine flowed down his pants, releasing a nauseating odor on the floor. Lu Jingyao took a deep drag of his cigar, standing up and walking to the iron bars. He looked down from above at this shivering, defeated dog. The death squad sent from across the strait was still running amok in Xinjiang, desperately looking for a place to drop their nets. This former official who threw himself into the net was simply a godsend bait. Lu Jingyao exhaled smoke into Director Mao's face. Officer, welcome to my Xinjiang. From now on, you will be the bait for catching those Taiwanese death squads. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of smoke onto Director Mao's face and said, Commander, welcome to my Xinjiang. From now on, you will be the bait to catch the Taiwanese death squad. A few days later, in the dark alleys surrounding Kowloon walled city, several muffled gunshots rang out in quick succession. Shen Fei, leading the elite of the Wind Listener, used Director Mao as a live target to eliminate the death squad that had infiltrated from across the river. A crisis vanished into thin air in the darkness of the night. However, Lu Jingyao knew well that while knives and guns could kill the heart, could only be struck with the pen. In the past 2 days, several major newspapers controlled by British investors began to escalate their smear campaign. They dared not directly insult Xingyao. Instead, they insinuated and subtly shifted the narrative in the corners of their pages. They hinted at the Xingyao group's supposed red background, even spreading rumors that Xingyou's penicillin had caused deaths. On the land of Xinjiang, whoever held the newspapers controlled the minds of the citizens. On the edge of Central, a newly listed five-story villa stood. This was the newly established headquarters of Xingyao Media. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air in the oversized circular conference room on the top floor. Seated neatly on both sides of the long conference table were over 20 individuals. Each of them was dressed in suits wearing black-framed glasses and exuding an air of old-fashioned literary elitism. All of them had been lured away from various newspapers across Hong Kong by Lin Wanqing, with triple the salary, and overnight editors who would have had to toil for years at their old companies became executives at Xingyao. At this moment, Lu Jingyao, dressed in a light gray bespoke suit, sat imposingly at the head of the table. He twirled a pure gold Parker pen between his fingers, his gaze sweeping across the room. Under the watch of his deep and piercing eyes, the dozens of intellectuals sat upright, hardly daring to breathe. You are all the pens of Xiangjiang's media industry. Lu Jingyao paused, his pen twirling, lightly tapping the pen against the table, producing a crisp tap-tap sound. I spent 2 million in hard cash to buy this building. I'm not here just to have you sip coffee. The British consortium monopolizes public opinion, trying to tarnish Xingyao with a few shabby articles. My rule is simple: whoever splashes dirt on me, I will smash their rice bowl completely. Lin Wanqing stepped forward in her high heels, handing out a thick business proposal to everyone present. Starting today, the Xingyao Daily officially launches. Her cool voice echoed in the conference room. The boss has only one requirement: within half a month, I want to see the Xingyao Daily on every newsstand in Xiangjiang. Sales must crush those old British newspapers. As her words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Several older editors exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Half a month. Crush the old newspapers. This was simply a fantasy. Seated in the first position on the left was Wang Lafuzi, the senior deputy editor of the former overseas Chinese daily. He had been in the Xiangjiang newspaper industry for nearly 30 years with connections all over Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. Wang Lafuzi swallowed hard and stood up boldly. Mr. Lu, the salary you're offering is indeed generous, but running a newspaper cannot be accomplished solely by throwing money at it. He pushed up his reading glasses, his tone laced with the helplessness of an old hand. The Xiangjiang newspaper industry has long been divided cleanly among a few major players. For hard news and international telegrams, everyone is buying Reuters articles. There is simply no way to differentiate ourselves. When citizens pull out a few cents to buy a newspaper, what they truly care about is the supplement. Those serialized urban novels, romantic gossip, and horse racing predictions are what truly matter. Several surrounding editors nodded in agreement as if they had found their backbone. Another chubby editor wearing round glasses joined in on the lament. Yes, boss. The ones selling the best now are Chung Bao and Gongshang Daily. They have tied down several well-known authors of romantic novels with ironclad contracts. Every day they just rely on those 2,000 words of serialized updates to keep hundreds of thousands of citizens hooked. Wang Lafuzi sighed, his hands pressed against the table. Our Xingyao Daily is a new brand with an entirely blank slate for its pages. If we don't have a sensational serialized novel that can create a stir in all of Hong Kong, citizens will take one look and find it uninteresting. They definitely won't spend money to buy a second copy tomorrow. By then, the newspapers we print will only be good for lining fish baskets at Sunwan Pier. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Though these literati had been drawn in by money, their business acumen remained sharp. Without top-tier content IP to support it, even if the new newspaper were given away for free, citizens would still refuse it, complaining about the heavy ink smell. This was a deadlock. The old newspapers had long tied down the prominent authors in the market with ironclad contracts. Not only were the penalties for breach of contract frighteningly high, but the authors also cared about their reputation, making them reluctant to move easily. Boss, how about we hold a big lottery? A younger editor nervously suggested. Buy a Xingyao Daily and get half a bar of soap or a chance to win a bag of rice. Let's first lure in the first batch of subscribers with small profits. This proposal immediately garnered agreement, as they saw it as the safest way to burn money. After hearing this, Lu Jingyao suddenly let out a short laugh. At this laugh, the discussion in the room came to an abrupt halt. Everyone nervously looked at this legendary figure known for his ruthless demeanor. Giving away soap. Giving away rice. Lu Jingyao leaned back against the leather chair, a hint of undisguised mockery flashing in his eyes. Such low-level marketing tactics had long been exhausted 50 years later. Users attracted by giveaways have no loyalty whatsoever. The day the gifts run out is the day the newspaper goes bankrupt. The true mode is always the top-tier content that delivers a crushing blow. In the early 1950s, Xiangjiang, what type of content could keep people hooked? Of course, it was the exhilarating tales of vengeance and justice that could stir the blood of countless lower-class citizens. The new school of martial arts. And the one who would soon create a martial arts era, single-handedly propping up half of the Chinese-language newspaper industry, was merely a young dragon lurking in the depths at this moment. Others didn't know where this young dragon was hiding. But Lu Jingyao, who had crossed over from the future, had a clear treasure map in his mind. Giving away rice. How could you even think of that? Lu Jingyao coldly shot a glance at the young editor, startling him into retracting his neck. The Xingyao group cannot afford to lose face like this. You cannot create sensational supplements because your vision is too narrow. Lu Jingyao straightened up, casually pulling over a high-quality letterhead embossed with the Xingyao Group's golden logo. He removed the cap from the pure gold Parker pen. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly moved his wrist the pen tip, making a crisp sound against the paper. The force was so strong it pierced through, leaving a bold stroke. The dozens of editors and chief editors craned their necks, trying to see which reclusive master Lu the Tycoon was writing the name of. Could it be a giant brought over from Taiwan or Nanyang with a hefty sum? Or was he planning to go directly to Shanghai to kidnap those down-and-out literary masters? Lu Jingyao put away the pen and with a snap slammed the letterhead onto the table. He slid the paper across the smooth mahogany table directly in front of Lin Wanqing. This person, I want to sign him. Lu Jingyao stood up, straightening his suit's hem, his aura instantly engulfing the room. Shen Fei. The conference room's door was suddenly pushed open with force. Shen Fei, dressed in a black leather coat, with a wolf-like gaze, strode in. Boss, what are your orders? Lu Jingyao strode towards the door, not looking back, as he commanded, prepare the car, we're going to the supplement department of the Ta Kung Pao in Central. Bring 2 boxes of US dollars. Even if I have to kidnap him today, I want to bring this person to the Xingyao office. Shen Fei grinned, revealing his white teeth. Understood. Whoever dares to stop us, I'll smash their bones. The two walked out of the conference room, leaving behind a room full of stunned intellectuals. They were all taken aback by Lu Jingyou's ruthless bandit-like style, directly going to a newspaper office to snatch someone. This was not running a newspaper, it was outright robbery. Lin Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows, lowering her head. She reached for the thin letterhead on the table. The paper only had 3 strong characters. As the head of intelligence for the Wind Listener, she had all sorts of character profiles in Xiangjiang stored in her mind. She quickly searched her memory bank for this name. Seconds later, Lin Wanqing's expression froze. She confirmed 3 times, assuring herself that she had not made a mistake. This was by no means a renowned literary master. He wasn't even a proper columnist. Lin Wanqing looked at the name on the paper, her face filled with confusion. Cha Yangyong. He is just an obscure little deputy editor in the industry. How could he save the newspaper's sales? Lin Wanqing looked at the name on the paper, her face filled with confusion. Cha Yangyong. He's just an obscure editor of a minor supplement in the industry. How can he save the newspaper's sales? Lu Jingyao had already walked out of the conference room, leaving behind a tall silhouette. He did not look back, his deep voice echoing in the corridor. The literary world of Xiangjiang is about to experience a real earthquake because of this name. Half an hour later, in a narrow, bustling backstreet of Central. In an old Tang building exuding the smell of cheap ink, the supplement department of a small newspaper was in chaos. Dozens of old typewriters clattered noisily, and the ceiling fan struggled to turn. The room was hot and humid, the smell of low-quality tobacco making it hard to open one's eyes. Bang! The rickety glass door was kicked open by Shen Fei. 8 burly veterans in black suits filed in. They did not draw their guns, but the murderous aura emanating from them froze the entire office in an instant. The sound of typewriters abruptly stopped. The editors were so frightened that they raised their hands, not daring to even breathe. Lu Jingyao, dressed in an exquisite light gray tailored suit, walked in, steadily stepping on the wooden floor. He casually waved his hand through the murky air, his gaze precisely locking onto a cubicle in the corner. It was a shabby desk piled high with waste paper and 4 newspapers. Behind the desk sat a young man in his early 20s. He wore a faded shirt with a few drops of wet blue ink still on the cuffs. He wore thick black-framed glasses on his nose, looking somewhat bookish, but his back was very straight. Lu Jingyao walked straight over, pulled up a wooden chair missing a leg, and sat down opposite him. Mr. Cha. Lu Jingyao took out a silver pocket watch to check the time. Nice to meet you, I am Lu Jingyao. The young man pushed up his sliding glasses, a hint of vigilance and resistance flashing in his eyes. He certainly knew who this man was. A suit-clad gangster who controlled both the underworld and the legitimate world of Hong Kong, who would sink anyone who displeased him into Victoria Harbor. Mr. Lu, I am just a small editor who writes film reviews and translates foreign news. Mr. Cha put down his ink pen, his tone stiff, revealing the lofty spirit of a traditional literati. If you're looking for someone to write flattering articles for Xingyao Group, please find someone more capable. My pen does not touch dirty money. Shen Fei, holding a suitcase nearby, immediately perked up upon hearing this. You little punk, how dare you speak to the boss like that? He slammed the black suitcase onto the desk, and with a click the lock popped open. A box full of green dollars almost blinded the nearby old editors. Do you believe I can buy your hands with this box of money? Shen Fei stepped back. Don't scare an intellectual with our Kowloon city rules. Lu Jingyao raised his hand to interrupt the bodyguard, casually pushing the box of dollars aside. Mr. Cha looked at the bills, his brows knitted tighter, and the rejection in his gaze became even more apparent. He despised the capitalist's attempt to bend the spine of a literati with the stench of copper. Yet Lu Jingyao remained unfazed by his cold demeanor. He leaned slightly forward, elbows resting on the scratched desk, staring directly into the other's eyes. Mr. Cha, do you read martial arts novels these days? This nonsensical question momentarily stunned Mr. Cha. Occasionally I flip through them, he cautiously replied. They're just about sword immortals, shooting sword pills, and gangs fighting for territory. Well said, just some petty squabbles that are hardly worth mentioning. Lu Jingyao snapped his fingers, a fervent smile curling at the corner of his mouth. To wipe out a family for a few pieces of silver to hide for 10 years in a cave over a martial arts manual. Does this kind of scope deserve to be called martial arts? A true hero should never be a thug brawling in the streets. Mr. Cha was taken aback by his outrageous remarks, his tightly clenched hands loosening slightly. Then in Mr. Lu's opinion, what is a hero? Lu Jingyao took a deep breath and articulated the concept from his past life that shocked the Chinese literary world word by word. A true hero acts for the country and the people. Boom. These 8 words struck like a thunderbolt, piercing straight into Mr. Cha's mind. He shook violently, his pupils dilating instantly. The once stagnant gaze seemed to be thrown into a raging fire, burning fiercely. Lu Jingyao did not pause, continuing to depict with a deep and alluring voice. Set in the late Southern Song dynasty, when the country was broken and foreign cavalry marched southward. Our protagonist does not need any magical powers to fly or escape. He could be a foolish boy born in the Mongolian desert, but he must be engraved with loyalty and righteousness in his bones. He must learn the most powerful martial arts to defend the most difficult fortress. Mr. Cha's breathing quickened, his chest heaving. He grabbed the ink pen on the desk, squeezing it so hard that his knuckles turned white. What kind of martial arts can match such a transcendent spirit? His voice trembled slightly. This was the shudder of a creator encountering brilliant inspiration. For example, a palm technique derived from the I Ching. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his chair, casually throwing out those godly concepts. The first move is called Kowloon Yui, fierce and unparalleled, yet leaving room for maneuvering. This set of palm techniques does not require flashy moves. When executed, it unleashes a surging force akin to a mountain collapsing. I've even thought of a name for you, let's call it Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Clatter. The pen in Mr. Cha's hand fell onto the desk, the ink spreading on the white paper. He was utterly entranced. In his mind, a grand, tragic, and patriotically charged martial arts universe was frantically reassembling. The vast sands of the frontier, a young man drawing a bow to shoot a giant eagle, and that astonishing palm capable of stopping 1,000 troops. This is martial arts. This is what Chinese literati should write. Xin Fei scratched his head beside him, completely bewildered by what the boss was saying. But he could see that the once hard-headed and impoverished literati was now looking at the boss with a gaze akin to that of a disciple beholding a divine being. Lu Jingyao saw that the time was right, and threw out his final chip. Xingyao Daily will officially launch tomorrow. I'll reserve the front page headline for you. I will pay you 3 times the highest rate in all of Hong Kong for the manuscript. He added, most importantly, during the serialization, I promise to give you absolute creative freedom. Whatever you write, we will print. Xingyao Media will not change a single punctuation mark you write. Mr. Cha suddenly stood up, and due to the force of his movement, the wooden chair behind him fell over. His chest was heaving violently, and in his eyes behind the lenses sparkled a frenzied light. At that moment, the corpulent editor-in-chief of the newspaper, hearing the commotion, rushed over, wiping his cold sweat. Xiao Cha, what are you doing? Hurry and apologize to Boss Lu. The editor-in-chief was so frightened that his legs trembled, fearing that this reckless youth would anger the Underworld tycoon. Mr. Cha didn't even glance at the editor-in-chief. He yanked off his work badge from his chest and threw it harshly into the wastebasket. I'm not writing this lousy film review anymore. I want to write martial arts. He turned his head, his gaze burning as he stared at Lu Jingyao, the pride of a literati, transforming completely into fervent loyalty to a kindred spirit. In this copper-stinking harbor, it was actually a warlord tycoon who understood the martial world deep within him. This recognition was far more shocking than that box of dollars. Mr. Cha, gripping his steel pen, was trembling with excitement. Mr. Lu, what is the name of this book? I will write the outline right now. Lu Jingyao stood up, the legend of the Condor Heroes. Tomorrow I want to see Guijing's name on the front page. Lu Jingyao stood up and declared, the legend of the Condor Heroes. Tomorrow I want to see Guijing's name on the front page. This seemingly casual command transformed into a superstorm sweeping across the entire harbor the following morning. Morning on the streets of Mongkok. The air still carried the lingering chill of early spring as the carts selling beef offal exhaled steaming warmth. At the old lease newsstand on the corner, a thick stack of ink-scented Starry Daily was piled up. A few gangsters in floral shirts dragging their flip-flops sauntered over. Boss, 1 Starry Daily. Ho has ordered that we must support it today. Huang Mao tossed down 2 cents and casually grabbed a newspaper. He originally intended to use it to prop up a table leg, but his gaze inadvertently caught the bold black headline on the front page. The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Chapter 1, The Storm and Snow. What the hell is this name? Fighting a big eagle. Huang Mao scoffed, casually scanning down the page. With just those 2 glances, his attention was glued, as if held by super glue, unable to look away. In the snowstorm of Niujiao village Guoshaotian, and Yang Tiexin drank and discussed politics. The Taoist priest Xiao Chuji from the Chuanjin sect came trudging through the snow, beheading corrupt officials and fighting against the Jin soldiers. That chilling and deadly aura of the martial world mixed with the lament of a shattered homeland instantly struck like a heavy hammer. It landed squarely on Huang Mao's head. No cliched sword struggles, no boring, immortal battles. Every move was a hard-hitting flesh-and-flesh exchange. Damn, this Chiu Daoist is too fierce. Lifting a copper vat with one arm, Huang Mao widened his eyes, excitedly slapping his thigh. Several brothers nearby gathered around, glancing at two lines, instantly unable to move their legs. Don't crowd. Let's see if those two ladies give birth to a boy or a girl. A few ruffians who usually only knew how to slash were huddled in front of the newsstand, scrambling to read the newspaper. A suit-clad white-collar worker buying breakfast out of curiosity also grabbed a copy. 10 minutes later, the white-collar worker didn't even notice the oil stick in his hand falling to the ground, pushing up his glasses and gasping in astonishment. This penmanship, this structure, this isn't just about writing martial arts, it's about capturing the soul of our Chinese people. In less than half an hour, the old lease newsstand was surrounded by a crowd. Boss, give me 2 copies. Get back. Can't you see him lining up? They'll pay more. They'll offer 5 cents. Sell it to me first. The frenzied emotion spread like an epidemic, rapidly engulfing the streets and alleys of Xiangjiang. At the villa on the peak of Victoria Peak, several tycoons had even stopped drinking their morning tea, donning reading glasses and savoring each word. In a mahjong parlor in Kowloon walled city, dozens of shirtless men surrounded a literate accountant, eagerly listening to him read passionately. The whole island, from dignitaries to common folk, had gone mad. That phrase, the great chivalrous ones for the country and the people, was a phenomenal blow to the readers of this era. The 300 copies of the Starry Daily at Old Lee's stand were snatched clean within 10 minutes. The citizens who didn't get a copy refused to leave, waving cash and blocking the street. What's going on? Everyone back off. The shrill sound of police sirens cut through the chaos of the streets. Lei Luo, dressed sharply in a detective's uniform, rushed down from a police car with dozens of armed officers. He looked at the surging crowd that was about to crush the newsstand, his scalp prickling. Brother Luo, have these citizens gone mad? Buying a newspaper is like robbing gold bars. The nearby plainclothes officer wiped sweat from his brow, his nightstick almost breaking in his grip. Lei Luo kicked away a gangster trying to climb onto the pile of newspapers. Everyone line up. Anyone who dares to disrupt the distribution of the Starry Daily, I'll send them to the island for prison food. He cursed as he tightly clutched a freshly snatched newspaper. His eyes occasionally darted to the headlines, his heart itching like a cat's claws. Did Madame Guo escape or not? This is killing me. Meanwhile, at the underground printing factory of Starry Media in Central, the deafening roar of machines filled the air. 5 heavy rotary printing machines imported from Germany were running at full capacity. The drive belts were smoking from friction and the smell of machine oil was pungent. Quick! The number 1 machine is out of paper. Hurry and replenish it. The printing factory manager waved a wrench, his voice hoarse from shouting. The ink tank is running low. Go to the warehouse and fetch some. At a temporary desk in the corner, Mr. Cha, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, held a large bowl of strong tea. He watched the newspapers flying out like snowflakes, his hands trembling. Since last night, he hadn't closed his eyes for a single minute, yet ideas poured from his mind like an uncontrollable geyser. Several veteran editors were treating him like a revered ancestor. One was massaging his shoulders while another fanned him. Mr. Cha, take your time drinking. Please take care of your health. Old Wang laughed so hard that the wrinkles on his face blossomed. Have you thought about the outline for the next chapter? 300,000 mouths in the entire harbor are hungry for more. Mr. Cha adjusted his glasses, his gaze incredibly resolute. Bring me paper and pen. I will write the appearance of the 7 freaks of Jiangnan right now. The scene cut back to the office of the president of Starry Group. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the heavy mahogany desk. Lu Jingyao sat in a large executive chair, legs crossed, swirling a glass of burgundy wine, his expression languid. Lin Wanqing strode in, wearing high heels, her face still flush with excitement. She excitedly slammed a sales report on the desk. Boss, it exploded. Completely exploded. The first day sales have directly surpassed 300,000 copies. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled, her eyes sparkling with fervor. This not only broke the record since the opening of Xiangjiang, but also trampled those few old British newspapers into the mud. Lu Jingyao took a sip of wine and chuckled lightly. It was to be expected. What's the situation with those British newspapers now? Lin Wanqing snorted coldly, a smirk tugging at her lips. The Island Times only sold less than 3,000 copies today, not even covering the cost of printing the newspapers. Street vendors are only asking for the Starry Daily. They won't even display other newspapers for free. Lu Jingyao set down his wine glass and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the bustling Victoria Harbor, his eyes filled with a proud and domineering aura. The encirclement of the British shield. The infiltration and defamation in the cultural realm. In the face of an absolute content onslaught, they were all laughable jokes, utterly defenseless. From today onward, the direction of public opinion in Xiangjiang would be dictated by Lu Jingyao. Whoever dares to write anything bad about Starry in the newspapers. Without him lifting a finger, 300,000 angry martial arts fans could tear that newspaper office apart. This is the terrifying power of controlling the pen. Just as the entire office was immersed in the joy of overwhelming victory, Xin Fei pushed the door open, grinning and ready to report on the situation at the police station. Before he could speak, bang! The heavy double doors of the red mahogany office were suddenly slammed open from the outside. The force was so great that the door frame trembled. Director Wu from Starry Textile Factory stumbled and fell onto the carpet. His gray work uniform was torn to shreds, and he had a large gash on his forehead. Crimson blood trickled down his cheek, staining half his face. The fragrant aroma of wine in the air was instantly replaced by the pungent smell of blood. Lin Wanqing took a step back in fright, while Xin Fei instantly drew his Colt pistol. Director Wu, ignoring the blood, clung tightly to Lu Jinjiao's trousers. His voice was hoarse, filled with panic. The factory director, bloodied, burst through the door. Director Lu, it's bad. The right-wing union is inciting workers to strike and has welded shut the doors of several factories. The factory director, covered in blood, burst through the door. Mr. Lu, this is bad. The rightist union has incited the workers to strike and welded shut the gates of several factories. Blood dripped from Director Wu's chin, falling drop by drop onto the expensive Persian carpet. The once tranquil president's office was instantly filled with the acrid smell of blood. Lin Wanqing's complexion changed drastically as she immediately took out a handkerchief and handed it over. The rightist union. Haven't these people always been hiding in Tiao Jingling, scavenging for scraps? Xin Fei had already loaded his Colt pistol, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Director Wu held his forehead, his voice trembling with despair. It's the British consortium. They secretly gave the union a large sum of black money and sent agents from Taiwan to act as commanders. These bastards have gone mad, not only vandalizing machines, but also cutting off water and electricity. Lu Jingyao remained silent. He leisurely placed half a glass of burgundy red wine on the table, producing a crisp ding sound. After being struck down in the newspaper and real estate sectors, the British have finally become desperate. Knowing they cannot win against force, they began to incite the lower class to create chaos. Prepare the car. Lu Jingyao grabbed the black trench coat from the hanger, his tone as cold as ice. I want to see who dares to touch my foundation. 40 minutes later, in the Tsuinwan industrial area. This was the largest industrial base of Xingyao Group, yet it now resembled a war-torn wasteland. Thick black smoke obscured the sky, and the ground was littered with burning old tires. The acrid smell of burnt rubber, stirred by the sea breeze, made one tear up. Over 10,000 incited workers and thugs densely blocked the streets. The crowd was packed, a sea of black with no end in sight. The two grand iron doors of Xingyao Textile Factory were tightly bound with thick iron chains. The lock holes still bore the glaring remnants of high-temperature welding. The gates had been completely welded shut. Not even a fly could enter. Inside the factory, the dozens of heavy textile machines imported from Germany at great expense had turned into a pile of cold iron scraps. The internal water and electricity supply hubs of the factory had all been violently severed. For a large industrial factory operating 3 shifts, even a minute of stoppage would burn through astronomical amounts of money. If the cotton yarn piled up in the warehouse was not shipped within 3 days, the exorbitant penalty alone could cripple the company. Xingyo's capital chain was being ruthlessly drained by this group of thugs. Across the street, 3 armored vehicles with the Royal Police insignia were parked. Inspector Smith, a big-nosed white man, leaned against the car door, leisurely sipping freshly brewed coffee. Several vice directors of Xingyao were sweating profusely, desperately surrounding him and pleading. Inspector Smith, those thugs are smashing the factory. Please give the order to arrest them. A vice director stomped his feet anxiously, his eyes red. Inspector Smith brushed off the ash from his uniform, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, no, no. This is your civil labor dispute. He arrogantly pointed at the group of thugs waving their clubs. The British Empire values democracy, workers have the freedom to strike, and we the Royal Police will never interfere. This grandiloquent nonsense made the vice director tremble with anger. This was clearly collusion between the police and the underworld. They were in cahoots. The British consortium had a sinister plan, using this legally sanctioned civil dispute as a shield. Watching this chaos of over 10,000 people, they were dragging the Xingyao Group to its doom. At the factory's main entrance, the rightist union leader Lu Dazue was standing atop a large metal gasoline drum. He was dressed in cheap clothing, his tie askew, his face wearing the arrogance of a petty man in power. Hundreds of local thugs adorned with tattoos of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger on their chests held steel pipes and machetes, guarding him closely. These people were not ordinary workers. They were all agents and hired thugs sent from Taiwan. Brothers, the capitalists suck our blood and eat our flesh. Lu Dazue raised a tattered metal megaphone, hoarsely inciting emotions. If our demands are not met today, Xingyao can forget about operating. The unsuspecting lower-level workers were completely brainwashed by these words. The agents mingled in the crowd, constantly distributing cigarettes and small amounts of cash. As long as they shouted a few slogans, they could receive allowances. Under the temptation of meager benefits and the agents leading the cheers, the emotions of the over 10,000 people fell into a terrifying blind obedience. Hand over management rights. Split the profits in half. The deafening slogans turned into rolling sound waves, almost toppling the roof of the textile factory. Lu Dazue spat a thick phlegm on the ground, feeling triumphant. Today he had the upper hand over Xingyao. With the backing of the governor's office and the dark support of Taiwanese funding, he felt invincible. In Hong Kong, even if you Lu Jingyao have your hands in everything, facing over 10,000 hungry workers, you must bow your head. He raised the megaphone, loudly reading out the absurd strike demands. First, Xingyao Group must cede 50% of the pure profits from the textile factory to be distributed by the union. Second, the factory's personnel and financial authority must be fully taken over by the union. This is not protecting rights, it's clearly blatant robbery. Amid the crowd, an elderly worker could no longer tolerate it and muttered under his breath, "Boss Lu usually pays us the highest wages in all of Hong Kong." Before he could finish, two agents nearby kicked him to the ground. A heavy baseball bat came crashing down. Bang! With a dull thud, the old worker's head split open and he fainted without even having the chance to scream. Whoever dares to speak for the capitalists will meet the same fate. Lu Dazue pointed at the fallen old worker, his gaze as ferocious as a wolf. The crowd instantly fell silent. The workers were so frightened they stepped back and no one dared to voice any resistance. In the face of this violent torrent, individual rationality seemed utterly insignificant. The power of the thugs had at this moment become the most lethal weapon against capital. Both the black and white forces seemed powerless against this catastrophe. Several Chinese merchants who had come to watch the commotion hid in their cars, sighing repeatedly. It's over. Xingyao is really going to take a fall this time. The law does not punish the masses. A strike of over 10,000 people, even a deity, couldn't settle it. No matter how decisive Lu Jingyao usually is, he can't just kill more than 10,000 workers, right? Facing this reckless union of thugs, it seemed that the only path available was to compromise and admit defeat. Once a signature was given, Xingyou's industrial empire would instantly collapse, becoming the fish on someone else's chopping board. Lu Dazue looked at the dead silence in the factory area, thinking that his pressure had thoroughly shattered the opponent's psychological defense. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and a little brother quickly struck a match to light it. Lu Dazue took a deep breath, jumped down from the gasoline drum, and walked up to the welded-shut door. He felt like he was now the king, standing atop the heads of the tycoons. The union leader laughed wildly outside the door with the metal megaphone. "If Mr. Lu doesn't come personally to bow and sign, not a single strand of Xingyou's yarn will be allowed to leave." As soon as his words fell, a deafening roar of trucks came from the end of the street. The guild leader laughed maniacally outside the door, holding a metal trumpet. Just as his voice fell, a deafening roar of trucks echoed from the end of the street. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen steel beasts tore through the chaotic street. They were all military trucks with no license plates attached. They charged like crazed rhinos, rampaging through. The leading truck suddenly braked hard, leaving long black marks on the asphalt. The shrill sound of friction instantly drowned out the noisy clamor of thousands. The thugs who had just been showing off scattered like scared ducks. The door was kicked open. Wu Shihao, dressed in a floral shirt, jumped heavily out of the driver's seat, gripping a pure steel cane. A bloodthirsty, cold smile hung on his face, exuding an air of menace. "Who gave you the guts to cause trouble on Boss Lu's territory?" With a furious roar, the canvas at the back of the truck was abruptly lifted. Like dumplings falling into water, a dense crowd of strong men jumped down from the truck. A total of 5,000. They were all ruthless members of the Chaozhou gang from Kowloon City. Each person had a glaring red rope tied around their right arm. They wielded rusty pipes, machetes, and even heavy iron chains. A strong aura of underworld menace instantly spread outside this factory area. The 5,000 fierce gangsters spread out into formation. Like an iron drum, they surrounded the more than 10,000 striking workers and police agents tightly. The situation reversed completely in a blink. In the distance, White Police Chief Smith, holding a cup of coffee to watch the show, trembled sharply. Scalding coffee splashed onto his pants, making him wince in pain. He instinctively reached for the gun at his waist, his face turning pale. 5,000 gang members were openly gathering. This was about to turn into a small-scale war. Lu Dazue, standing on a gasoline drum, was now completely panicked. The metal trumpet in his hand trembled uncontrollably. Yet, relying on the backing of British capital and agents, he forced himself to put on a brave front. What do you want? We are legally defending workers' rights." Lu Dazue swallowed hard, trying to embolden himself with legal talk. "We are a registered trade union. You are gathering with weapons. This is an illegal assembly. The royal police are watching from across the street. Do you dare to act recklessly?" Wu Shihao limped forward, not even sparing a glance at the police. He swung his pure steel cane, striking it down hard on the gasoline drum beneath Lu Dazue. With a loud bang, Lu Dazue screamed as he fell off the drum, landing in a disgraceful heap. Legitimate. In Suan my cane is the law. At that moment, a deep and steady V8 engine sound approached. A pitch-black, bulletproof Ford car smoothly parted the crowd and drove to the front of the formation. Shenfei opened the car door and respectfully pulled open the back seat. Lu Jingyao stepped out of the car composed in his black trench coat, not even glancing at the chaotic scene around him. He didn't even spare a glance at Lu Dazue, who was groaning on the ground. His gaze merely swept calmly over the factory's large door, which had been welded shut. "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late." Wu Shihao immediately dropped his fierce demeanor and bowed respectfully to apologize. Lu Jingyao waved his hand casually. He walked straight to the center of the standoff. The thousands of workers who had been clamoring for profit sharing fell eerily silent under his gaze. The oppressive aura forged from blood and death was simply beyond what ordinary people could endure. Lu Jingyao did not indulge in lengthy speeches or persuasive arguments. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Shenfei immediately turned back, dragging out 3 oversized black cases from the car trunk. He slammed the cases down heavily at Lu Jinjiao's feet and kicked open the latches. Clatter. Bundles of brand new Hong Kong dollars emitted an enticing scent of ink under the sunlight. The bright red banknotes dazzled everyone's eyes. The workers who had been stirred by a few dollars in allowances suddenly stared wide-eyed. Even the Taiwanese agents hidden in the crowd could not help but swallow hard. Lu Jinjiao's polished shoes stepped on a pile of cash, the sound not loud, but clear enough to resonate throughout the scene. Lu Jingyao always adhere to the rules in business. Those returning to work will receive double pay this month. The cash is right here, collect your money and head straight into the factory. The crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy. Everyone had come out to strike just to earn a living. Now real money was laid out in front of them, and it was double. Who cares about some damn union? Who would still want to fight with the mob? This was the most blatant oppression of capital. Don't listen to him. This is the sugar-coated bullet of the capitalists. Lu Dazue struggled to get up, screaming hysterically. If we don't get management rights, we absolutely won't work. Lu Jingyao pulled out a Cuban cigar and put it in his mouth. Wu Shihao eagerly leaned in, striking a match to light it. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke, and his gaze instantly turned sharp as a blade. As for those who continued to block the entrance, his words were left unfinished as he casually shot Wu Shihao a glance. Wu Shihao immediately understood. His scarred face twisted grotesquely, raising the machete in his hand to complete his boss sentence. Those who continue to block the entrance will have their legs broken and be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Bang, bang, bang. The 5,000 Chaozhou gang members synchronously smashed their pipes and machetes against the ground. The unified sound of metal clashing echoed like a death knell. It completely shattered the last mental defense of the striking crowd. Money or life. Even a fool would know what to choose. I'll go back to work. My kids are waiting for money to buy rice. A thin textile worker threw away the stick in his hand and desperately squeezed to the front. Without saying a word, Shenfei directly pulled out a stack of cash and slapped it into his arms. This action was like the last pin that burst the balloon. The army of over 10,000 striking workers instantly collapsed like an avalanche. They abandoned their gear and stampeded over the leaflets distributed by the agents, frantically lining up to collect their money. The farce of the mob had turned into a complete joke under the dual pressures of money and violence. The agents mixed in the crowd, sensed trouble, and tried to slip away amidst the chaos. The Chaozhou gang members would not allow that. Under Wu Shihao's command, dozens of brawny men pounced like wolves. They grabbed Lu Dazue and several core leaders and dragged them directly to the open ground. Without any words, fists and kicks rained down like a storm. The sounds of bones breaking and the piercing screams echoed continuously in front of the factory gate. In less than 3 minutes, these once arrogant union leaders were beaten into submission. They lay on the ground bloodied and limp, with no strength left even to beg for mercy. In the distance, Chief Smith wisely dove back into his armored vehicle, ordering his men to retreat immediately. He understood that this battle had been a total defeat for the British capital. A long-planned strike capable of crippling the consortium was crushed by Lu Jingyao in the most tyrannical manner, not even lasting half a day. Lu Jingyao watched the workers orderly clear the obstacles and flicked off the ash from his cigar. He turned to Shenfei and issued new orders. Issue a notice to completely disband the right-wing union. The company will fund the establishment of our own corporate trade union. Funding and welfare will all come from Xingyo's account. This move completely monopolized the workers' resources in his hands. Several old workers brandished welding torches, sparks flying as they cut the iron chain that locked the gate. The heavy ornate iron gate slowly reopened. The roar of machines once again echoed from within the factory. Lu Jingyao discarded his cigar and turned to sit back in the Ford. Wu Shihao, leaning on his cane, walked slowly over to Lu Dazue, who was gasping for breath. He lifted his disabled right leg and brutally ground the sole of his shoe against Lu Dazue's swollen cheek. Wu Shihao stepped on the union leader's face, spitting in Hong Kong. You either listen to the governor or Mr. Lu. Who do you think you are? Wu Shihao stepped on the face of the union leader and spat. You're nothing here in Hong Kong. You either listen to the governor or Mr. Lu. The Ford sedan smoothly drove away from the Tsuan Wan industrial area. Outside the car window, the noisy crowd of striking workers had already dispersed. Inside the textile factory, the roar of heavy machinery resumed, echoing into the sky. Half an hour later at the Peak Luz estate, the black-wrought iron gate slowly closed, completely isolating the world outside from its blood and chaos. The heavy wooden door of the master bedroom was gently pushed open. Lu Jingyao did not turn on the light. Only the lazy afternoon sunlight poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight cast mottled shadows on the expensive Persian wool carpet. He casually loosened his tie and tossed the black trench coat, stained with dust and murderous intent, onto the sofa. In that moment, he was no longer the underworld magnate who could cover the sky with one hand. Nor was he the warlord who toyed with capitalists while using his former superior as bait. He was merely a man who had been running on fumes for months, his nerves stretched to the limit. A series of commercial ambushes, assassination crises, and worker strikes. Even a hardened man who had crawled out from a pile of corpses would feel a deep sense of fatigue. Lu Jingyao unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt and heavily sank onto the carpet. He tilted his head back against the edge of the bed and closed his bloodshot eyes. A series of light footsteps approached. A faint scent of jasmine wafted through the air. Lin Wanqing, dressed in a fitted light blue silk nightgown, approached with a cup of warm ginseng tea. She didn't say a word, quietly placing the teacup on the bedside table. Then she bent her legs and sat down next to Lu Jingyao. Lin Wanqing reached out, gently patting her soft and slender thigh. Boss, lie down and take a break. Her voice was soft, carrying the gentle warmth characteristic of the southern waters. Lu Jingyao's lips curled into a relaxed smile. He took the opportunity to lie down, resting his head on Lin Wanqing's lap. The silky fabric brushed against his cheek, filled with the woman's warm body temperature. This intimate and unguarded posture was one he had only shown in front of Lin Wanqing. In this world full of schemes, she was his only absolute safe haven. Lin Wanqing lowered her gaze, observing the sharply defined features of the man. The originally cold and hard lines now exuded a rare softness. She extended her fair, slender fingers, gently resting them on Lu Jingyao's temple. Applying a slight pressure, she massaged the throbbing veins. The pressure was just right, a blend of soreness and comfort. Lu Jingyao sighed contentedly, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing. Have things outside been taken care of? He spoke with his eyes closed, his voice hoarse. While Lin Wanqing continued to massage him, she softly reported, everything has been settled. The cash for the workers has been accounted for. The ringleaders of the protest were bundled up by Shihao and sent off to the high seas. Inspector Smith slinked back to the police station without daring to utter a word. Our newly established enterprise trade union has already gathered 80% of the workers in just half a day. There was a hint of pride in Lin Wanqing's tone. Not just in the textile factory, but the Xingyao Daily is also receiving good news. The sales of the Legend of the Condor Heroes surpassed 500,000 copies today. Almost half of the literate population in Hong Kong is reading it. Those old British newspapers are now losing their advertisers swiftly. Lu Jingyao replied with a sound of acknowledgement, not even raising an eyelid. Tell Mr. Cha not to feel pressured to write at his own pace. Add 3 new machines to the printing factory. We must ensure the output. With the pen in hand, it means we will be invincible in Hong Kong. Lin Wanqing nodded obediently. What about the penicillin? Lu Jingyao asked again. The prices on the black market have stabilized. However, there have been several mysterious buyers recently wanting to purchase our stock at high prices. Lin Wanqing's fingers slid from his forehead to the center of his brows, gently pressing. Xin Fei and his team investigated. Their backgrounds are quite complicated, seemingly linked to the military on the other side. Lu Jingyao let out a cold laugh. No matter who they are, not a single box of penicillin is to be sold outside. Store everything in the underground vault and guard it carefully. Lin Wanqing was somewhat puzzled, but her intelligence kept her from asking too many questions. Jingyao, do you sense something? Lu Jingyao opened one eye, looking at her delicate jawline. The world is unstable, and soon medicine will be worth more than gold. He did not elaborate, for the impending war that would change the world order could not be predicted by common sense. Lin Wanqing's gaze became somewhat dreamy as she recalled those bloody days. Jingyao, do you remember when we first settled in Kowloon walled city? At that time, we didn't even have a proper bed. You slept at night with a gun by the door, always vigilant, even in dreams. Lu Jingyao closed his eyes again, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Indeed, even eating a roast goose was a luxury back then. Now we live in a villa at the Peak with tens of thousands relying on us for their livelihood. In Hong Kong's underworld, who doesn't call me Boss Lu? But you are even more tired now. Lin Wanqing looked down at the stubble emerging on Lu Jingyao's chin. Jingyao, you really don't need to push yourself so hard. She changed her address for the first time, her tone filled with uncontainable concern. Our current foundation is enough for us to live comfortably on this island for several generations. Lu Jingyao did not open his eyes, but instinctively grasped her wandering little hand on his forehead. He brought that delicate boneless hand to his lips, kissing it gently. Watching you just don't understand. In this world, to pause is to present one's neck for others to cut. The British won't let us off, and those defeated generals from the other side are also eyeing our assets. Without absolute heavy firepower and capital, no matter how much money we have, we're just sheep in the eyes of others. Lin Wanqing grasped his hand tightly, her fingers interlocked. No matter what you do, I will be with you. A warm current surged through Lu Jingjiao's heart. In this tumultuous 1950s, having such a woman who understands him and accompanies him through dangers felt more reassuring than conquering 10 Kowloon walled cities. It's so good to have you here. He turned over, burying his face deep into Lin Wanqing's abdomen, greedily inhaling that faint, delicate fragrance. The tightly wound nerves of several months finally relaxed at that moment. Drowsiness surged like a tide, instantly engulfing him. Within 2 minutes, Lu Jingjiao's breathing became even and deep. He fell asleep. This was the deepest and most peaceful sleep he had experienced since crossing over to Hong Kong. No nightmares, no gunfire, only the afternoon sunlight and the warmth of a woman. Lin Wanqing dared not move, fearing to wake the man in her arms. She casually grabbed a thin blanket from the sofa, carefully draping it over Lu Jingyao. Her gaze was gentle as water, as if looking at a priceless treasure. On the bedside table, an old electronic radio was playing soothing classic English songs. The music flowed through the quiet bedroom like the best lullaby. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the sun outside gradually dipped in the west, and the sky darkened. Lu Jingyao was immersed in a deep sleep, caught between dreams and reality. Suddenly, Zazila. The music from the bedside radio was abruptly cut off without warning. The harsh sound of electrical interference violently tore through the tranquility of the bedroom. Following that, an urgent and sharp English voice from the announcer blared from the speaker. It was a terrifying tone reserved for broadcasting extremely urgent news. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news from BBC. The United Nations Security Council has announced that the situation on the Korean peninsula has escalated. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow just as she was about to reach out to turn off the radio. Lu Jingyao suddenly opened his eyes, all traces of fatigue vanishing. Lu Jingyao was in a state between dreams and wakefulness when a sudden English bulletin blared from the radio by his bed. The United Nations Security Council announces that the situation on the Korean peninsula has escalated. Lu Jingjiao's eyes snapped open, all signs of fatigue vanishing in an instant. The once languid black orbs now shone with a terrifying brilliance. He sat up abruptly, throwing aside the thin blanket. Jingyao. Lin Wanqing, startled by his sudden movement, looked up in confusion. A storm is coming. Lu Jingyao quickly put on his shirt, his long fingers deftly fastening the buttons. Wanqing, immediately notify all financial executives in the group. In 10 minutes, I want to see them in the top floor conference room. Lin Wanqing was taken aback by his commanding demeanor, her heart racing. Without asking another question, she swiftly got out of bed to shake the encrypted phone. 20 minutes later, in the top floor conference room of the Xingyao Group building. The atmosphere was heavy enough to almost drip with tension. Over a dozen financial supervisors and key personnel, like Li Chaoran, sat upright, not daring to make a sound. Lu Jingyao strode in with an air of coldness that had not yet dissipated. He leaned both hands on the mahogany conference table, his gaze piercing as he issued a deadly command. From now on, halt all expansion plans in real estate and textiles for Xingyao. Withdraw all liquid capital and apply for the maximum mortgage loan from HSBC and Standard Chartered. The room fell into a deathly silence. Li Chaoran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, swallowed hard, and bravely stood up. Boss, our cash flow is currently very healthy to use it all for collateral. Are you eyeing a new piece of land in Central? Lu Jingyao shook his head, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not buying land, buying ships. Go out and sweep up all those second-hand vessels that are on the verge of being scrapped and the rusty old boats. The moment those words left his mouth, the conference room erupted in chaos. Several older financial supervisors nearly suffered heart attacks on the spot. Buy scrap metal? Boss, that can't be done. The global shipping market is in decline. Those old ships can't even earn back their docking fees. Buying them back will also require exorbitant maintenance costs. It's simply a bottomless pit. The supervisors lamented as if they could already foresee the disastrous collapse of the group's financial chain. Li Chaoran grew anxious, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Boss, I absolutely respect your vision in industry and media, but shipping is not our strong suit. Those old ships discarded by the Brits will only lead us to ruin. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Lu Jingyao remained unshaken. Bang! He slammed his palm heavily on the table, causing the coffee cups to jump. I am not here to discuss with you. Execute the orders. Within 3 days, I want to see all second-hand vessels on the market under Xingyou's name. Anyone who dares to delay at this critical moment will be fired immediately. The cold, domineering aura of a warlord instantly crushed all opposing voices. Everyone was frightened into silence, hurriedly taking notes. Lu Jingyao felt no need to explain to them. Only a time traveler would know that as the flames of war ignited on the peninsula, the West would soon impose the harshest comprehensive embargo on the North. Penicillin, steel, rubber, and even a barrel of gasoline would not be allowed through the regular channels. How insane would it be when Hong Kong became the only maritime smuggling route? Even a piece of scrap wood that can float on water as long as it can transport supplies could turn a profit and yield real gold and silver. Amidst the lamentations, Lu Jingyao directly grabbed his trench coat and turned to leave the conference room. An hour later at the Victoria Harbor shipyard, the sea breeze carried a strong smell of diesel and a pungent fishy odor hitting him in the face. Several seagulls circled and cried mournfully above the rusted tower crane. Everywhere were scattered fishing nets and dark discarded engine oil. Lu Jingyao, dressed in an expensive tailored suit accompanied by Shun Fei, walked carefully along the wooden pier. On the deck of a dilapidated cargo ship, not far away, a middle-aged man in worn-out work clothes and black-framed glasses was squatting on the ground looking troubled. He held an old-fashioned pipe in his hand, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. This man would later become one of the wealthiest Chinese tycoons in the world, king of chartering. But right now he was just a destitute businessman who had escaped from Shanghai, spent his entire fortune on a few broken ships, and was struggling to survive. Old Bao, if you don't pay the docking fees, the dock will seize your ship tomorrow. A rent collector holding an iron rod pounded on the railing of the deck, making a loud noise. King of chartering wiped the sweat from his forehead and with a forced smile handed over a crumpled cigarette. Brother, give me 2 more days. Once I finish this trip to the South Seas, I will definitely repay you with interest. Before he could finish speaking, the rent collector was suddenly kicked in the back. Ouch! The collector let out a cry, tumbling over the railing and plunging into the murky seawater. Shin Fei retracted his right leg, shaking off the water droplets from his leather shoes with a cold expression. King of chartering was startled, warily eyeing the 2 unexpected guests. Lu Jingyao stepped onto the creaking wooden planks and walked confidently onto the swaying old ship. Without wasting any words, he directly pulled out a thick envelope from his trench coat. He casually tossed it into King of chartering's arms. Take a look. Lu Jingyao's voice was deep. King of chartering fumbled to catch the document, looking down at it in confusion. Just one glance, and he froze as if struck by lightning. It was a lengthy acquisition list spanning over a dozen pages. It was filled with information on all the second-hand cargo ships and decommissioned iron boats in the entire port that were eager to be sold. At the back was the bright red official seal of Xingyao Group alongside an unendorsed promissory note issued by HSBC for a staggering 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Thud. The pipe that King of chartering had been holding fell directly onto the rusty deck. Sparks flew, but he remained oblivious, his eyes wide as saucers. He recognized this new tycoon of Hong Kong, who played both sides. Yet he could hardly believe that someone like Lu Jingyao, a top financial magnate, would come to such a foul-smelling dock to find him. Moreover, he was here to sweep up all the waterborne scrap metal in the entire Hong Kong. Lu. Boss Lu. King of chartering wiped the fog off his glasses, his hands trembling. Are you aiming to monopolize all the abandoned shipping capacity in Hong Kong? But I truly can't understand why you would spend so much money just to buy a pile of scrap metal. He swallowed hard, his professional integrity compelling him to speak the truth. King of chartering stammered, Mr. Lu, why are you buying so many nearly scrapped old ships? They can't even make it to the open sea. Lu Jingyao patted the rusty anchor, his gaze piercing through the fog of an entire era. He lit a cigar and took a deep puff. Can't make it to the open sea. Soon the value of these scrap metals in Hong Kong waters will surpass that of gold for the same weight. Lu Jingyao patted the rusty ship anchor, saying, unable to venture far into the ocean. Soon this scrap metal will be worth more than gold of the same weight in the waters of Xiangjiang. The charter king was left bewildered. He felt that the well-dressed young man before him must have experienced some kind of shock. A few minutes later, the 2 entered a shabby wooden office by the typhoon shelter. The room was less than 10 square meters, filled with the pungent smell of asphalt and the scent of the sea. Several yellowed nautical charts of the Pearl River estuary hung on the wall. Lu Jingyao casually pulled over a rickety wooden chair, missing a backrest, and sat down steadily. Shin Fei stood outside the door like a fierce god, casually pulling down the greasy curtain. In the cramped space, the light instantly dimmed, and the atmosphere turned somewhat grim. The charter king rubbed his calloused hands and quickly poured a cup of inferior tea. Mr. Lu, you are a big shot, and I, old Bao, am just a rough man, so we'll speak frankly. In this shipping business, the key is the draft and displacement tonnage. He sat down opposite Lu Jingyao, his brow still tightly furrowed. Those second-hand sampans you just showed interest in, as well as the obsolete cargo ships discarded by foreigners, are slow as turtles and can easily capsize in a big wave. They can at most drift around the Pearl River estuary and are completely unfit for long-distance ventures. The charter king was speaking his heartfelt truth. He didn't want to take on this huge sum of money, fearing that he would go bankrupt and offend this underworld tycoon. Lu Jingyao took out a pure silver windproof lighter and lit a cigar with a click. The faint glow illuminated his deep, ambitious black eyes. What if I told you that for the next 3 years the entire shipping center of Asia can only revolve around this small Pearl River estuary? Lu Jingyao exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, his tone casual yet thunderous. The Charter King was stunned. He suddenly looked up at Lu Jingyao, as if seeing a madman. You heard the English broadcast this morning, right? Lu Jingyao gestured towards the nautical chart on the table with the hand holding the cigar. The war on the peninsula has already erupted comprehensively. Do you really think those high-nosed foreigners will only wield knives and guns on the battlefield? The Charter King swallowed hard and cautiously asked, do you mean they are going to impose economic sanctions? Lu Jingyao nodded, his finger heavily poking at a coordinate on the nautical chart. Within a month at most, the UK and the US will issue the strictest embargo through the United Nations Security Council. From seamless steel pipes, rubber lathes to penicillin, even a single medical gauze, all will be listed as prohibited items, completely sealing off all maritime passages to the opposite shore. The Charter King gasped in surprise. Having made a living at sea for years, he possessed a keen business sense. He rapidly calculated the terrifying consequences of this news in his mind. Once all legitimate long-distance shipping routes were cut off, the massive demand for military preparedness and civilian goods on the opposite shore would instantly turn into a huge black hole. The Charter King's gaze fixed firmly on the Xiangjiang on the nautical chart. This pearl of the East was the only bridge connecting the mainland to the world. Have you figured it out? The smile on Lu Jingyao's lips became more pronounced. Xiangjiang will become the only smuggling transshipment point. By then, Victoria Harbor will be completely sealed off by the British Royal Navy. Those large-tonnage ocean-going cargo ships are too conspicuous to enter or exit. Lu Jingyao stood up, pressing his hands on the table, leaning in with formidable pressure. The only ones that can evade the searchlights and shuttle cargo in the shallow waters at night are those worthless old sampans and obsolete cargo ships in your eyes. Boom. The Charter King's mind felt as if a dull thunder had exploded. His legs went weak, and he suddenly collapsed onto the rickety office chair. Cold sweat trickled down his back instantly, soaking his coarse white work outfit. Even his breathing became incredibly heavy. If what Lu Jingyao said was true, once the embargo was issued, the opposite shore would offer astronomical freight rates to obtain scarce materials. As long as the ship could float, as long as it could carry a batch of medicines or hardware parts. The profit from a trip to the Pearl River estuary could even be enough to buy 10 new ships. The scrap metal that major shipping companies treated as garbage in the impending storm would become machines capable of printing money crazily. Mr. Lu, the Charter King stammered. The look in his eyes towards Lu Jingyao had transformed from confusion to profound awe. This was no longer business. This was simply a divinely inspired foresight. Turning the harsh international situation into a chessboard he could manipulate at will. No wonder you are reallocating all the liquid capital of Xingyao to buy up goods like crazy. The Charter King wiped the continuous sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. You are aiming to completely monopolize all the hidden shipping capacity in Xiangjiang before the embargo is announced. This grand vision that transcended eras, this bold determination to gamble everything. The Charter King had never seen such a thing in his life, shaken to the core. Lu Jingyao slowly pushed the blank promissory note for 20 million in front of him. I have goods, I have guns, and I have the strongest security team in the port. But my brothers only know how to fight and do not understand nautical charts or ship repairs. Lu Jingyao leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing deep into the Charter King's eyes. Old Bao, I have my eye on you. Bring your few old ships and join my Xingyao group. You will be the chief mate of my shipping empire, fully responsible for acquiring and reorganizing this ghost fleet. I guarantee that within 3 years you will own your own Tinta-Santon giant ship, trampling the British-owned Taiku shipping underfoot. The Charter King suddenly stood up. His chest rose and fell violently, a burning ambition and fervor igniting in his eyes. He was a man with great aspirations, otherwise he wouldn't have left his home to come to Xiangjiang to buy ships and venture out. Now a celestial dragon had extended an olive branch to him. Without any hesitation, the Charter King opened the drawer and pulled out the property certificates for his 3 small cargo ships. Along with his personal seal, he respectfully handed them over to Lu Jingyao. Mr. Lu, thank you for recognizing this rough man who runs ships. From today on, my life and these few old ships belong to Xingyao. Wherever you point to the sea, I will sail there. He bit his finger and directly pressed a blood-red fingerprint on the power of attorney acquisition agreement. In this chaotic world, only a paradigm shift could make future Chinese merchants bow down and yield. Lu Jingyao stood up and patted his somewhat frail shoulder. Go ahead and buy. No matter how broken the ship is, as long as it can float, drag it back to the typhoon shelter for me. If the money is not enough, come to Central anytime to find me. After giving all the instructions, Lu Jingyao left with Shun Fei, leaving the Charter King standing alone in the cramped office, staring blankly at the 2 million promissory note. He still felt as if he were in a crazy dream. The morning after signing the cooperation agreement, the front page of the Xingyao Daily printed an extra edition in blood-red letters. UN embargo issued. Xiangjiang port completely sealed off. The United Nations embargo has been issued. The port of Xiangjiang is under complete lockdown, as the bold crimson headline of the Starry Radiance Daily spread across Victoria Harbor with the morning ferry. The entire Xiangjiang felt as if it had been struck by a 10th Sandan hammer. After a brief silence, a panic capable of overturning the entire island swept in. In the underground black market of Kowloon, which was once a paradise for smugglers and middlemen, it had now turned into a hell on earth. Dozens of old-fashioned rotary phones rang simultaneously in a frenzy. The piercing ringing mixed with desperate screams causing even the dust on the ceiling to fall in a flurry. In front of the pricing board, several clerks trembled, their hands clutching chalk as they had just written down a number. Immediately, it was erased by someone behind them, replaced with an even more outrageous sky-high price. Raw rubber. Who has raw rubber? They'll offer $500 a ton. What nonsense. You can't even buy a tire for $500. They'll offer $1,000. A black market boss wearing gold-rimmed glasses grabbed the clerk's collar in a frenzy. What about seamless steel pipes? What about lathe parts? All those British freighters at the port have been seized by warships. I need goods on hand. No matter the price, I need goods to fill the gap. He shouted until his voice cracked, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. No one paid him any mind, because there wasn't even an extra iron nail to be found in the market. The embargo was like an iron curtain, instantly cutting off all legitimate shipping channels. No supplies could come in or go out, resulting in a deadlock. In a corner, the usually slick black market dealer Lou Fatty sat slumped among a pile of sunflower seed shells. He clutched a stack of worthless cash checks tightly in his hand, his face ashen. Last week, he was still drinking tea with peers at a tea house, loudly mocking Lu Jingyao of the Starry Radiance Group as a fool for hoarding a pile of unsellable penicillin at an exorbitant price. He had even gone to the typhoon shelter to scavenge for scraps, buying a heap of almost obsolete secondhand freighters. But now, penicillin, 10 gold bars for a box. Who will sell it to me? Not far away, a bald arms dealer was frantically waving a gold brick, desperately seeking to purchase. Lou Fatty slapped himself hard across the face twice. Medicine. Ships. In this completely sealed-off island, these two items are now the death-free tokens from the Jade Emperor. Prices skyrocketed as if on a rocket strapped with explosives. In just one morning, the prices of antibiotics, rubber, and steel surged tenfold. And yet there was a market without availability. Those usually self-proclaimed savvy bosses now holding stacks of cash couldn't buy even a tube of ointment. The strategic materials and secret transport capacity of the entire Xiangjiang had long been consumed quietly by the wolf Lu Jingyao. The business tycoons who had come to their senses finally realized who the true master of Xiangjiang was. At 2 in the afternoon on Victoria Peak along the winding mountain road. This is the most upscale area in the entire port, where even a stray dog wouldn't dare to enter. Today, however, it was jammed to the brim. Rows of Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and high-end Mercedes-Benz cars lined up for miles like a dragon. The owners in the cars were all tycoons whose mere stomp could shake Xiangjiang. There were compradors from HSBC, executives from British firms, and those once high and mighty foreign bosses. At this moment, they couldn't even afford to sit in their cars. Hundreds of multi-millionaire figures rushed on foot to the mountaintop, like refugees fleeing a disaster. In front of the ornately crafted bronze gate of the Lu estate, a crowd was packed tightly. Let me in. I am a director of the Jardine Matheson Group. I want to see Mr. Lu. An elderly white man was squeezed so hard that his wig fell off, his suit buttons popped open, and he looked utterly disheveled. He clung to the iron railing, tears streaming down his face in desperation. Mr. Lu, please have mercy. Grant me a ship. A Chinese cloth merchant knelt outside the iron gate with a thud, his head knocking against the ground repeatedly. If I can't ship my cotton yarn out, the buyers in the South Seas will kill my whole family. Mr. Lu, our company is willing to cede half of our shares, as long as you grant us a quota for 2 boxes of penicillin. The sounds of pleading, crying, and cursing intertwined to form an absurd elegy of capital. Inside, Zhao Taidan stood in a row with 50 Special Forces veterans, all clad in black tactical vests, holding cold American Thompson submachine guns. The gun muzzles were lowered, safeties disengaged. Anyone who dared to force their way in would undoubtedly be shot full of holes without hesitation. No matter how loudly the tycoons outside shouted, the veterans didn't even blink an eye. According to the rules of Starry Radiance, without Lu Jinjiao's nod, even the most powerful deities would have to wait outside the door. This was pure dimensional crushing. At this moment, on the 3rd-floor open-air balcony of the Lu estate, the sea breeze gently swayed the white sunshade. Lu Jingyao, dressed in a perfectly tailored black haute couture suit, casually leaned against a rattan chair. His long legs crossed, holding a glass of freshly opened Romanée-Conti. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the chaos outside the main gate. Those elite members of high society who usually looked down on others, and those foreign capitalists who once tried to strangle Starry Radiance with business rules. Now they all lay like dogs at his feet, wagging their tails in submission. Lu Jingyao swirled his wine glass, his gaze as cold as observing a swarm of ants fighting over rotten meat. There was no compassion, only the calmness of a victor looking down on the battlefield. From igniting public opinion with the eagle-shooting heroes to quelling strikes and hoarding old ships and medicines. Every step he took was setting the stage for today's storm. Now the net was tightening. Within just 1 week, the assets held by Starry Radiance Group had multiplied exponentially in this twisted era of exorbitant profits. The economic lifeline of Xiangjiang was completely grasped in his palm. Lin Wanqing stepped onto the balcony from the room, her feet sinking into the soft cashmere carpet. Today she wore a Weinard modified qipao, accentuating her graceful curves. Holding a cup of freshly brewed black coffee in her delicate hand, the air filled with its enticing aroma. As she gazed at the scene below, she couldn't help but gasp in awe. The boss predictions were frighteningly accurate. This dramatic shift in international relations had been turned into a grand battle for the Starry Radiance Group. Those people outside are about to break the Iron Gate, can't you see? Lin Wanqing placed the coffee on the glass round table, softly asking. Lu Jingyao looked at the crimson liquid in his cup, sneering. Let them kneel. Only when they understand the rules can we talk business again. He was preparing to discuss the arrangements for the next shipment. Suddenly, a hurried and heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor behind. Xin Fei rushed onto the balcony like a cheetah reeking of blood. His face was grave, and the clasp on his holster was already undone. Xin Fei lowered his voice, quickly reporting, Boss, Hua Yingnan has arrived. Lu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. This was the most ruthless, direct descendant of the Hua family in the younger generation. He didn't come in through the front door, he climbed over the back mountain, and is covered in blood. Lu Jingyao shook his head as he was about to speak. Xin Fei hurried onto the balcony and said, Boss, Hua Yingnan is here. He didn't come through the front, he climbed over the back wall from the mountain. He's covered in blood. Lu Jinjiao's eyes darkened as he set down the goblet in his hand. The Hua family's eldest son, always immaculate and refined. How could he be in such a disheveled state? Take him to the underground private study. Avoid the beggar-like compradors at the front door, or let not a whisper escape. Lu Jingyao straightened his suit collar and strode downstairs. The underground study was dim. When the heavy blast-proof door was pushed open, a sharp, briny stench mixed with the metallic tang of blood swept in instantly, dispersing the sandalwood incense that had filled the room. Hua Yingnan was supported by Xin Fei and stumbled into the room. The bespoke, British-tailored suit he had worn was now torn to rags. His clothes were sodden with seawater, drops of murky red trickling down. A shocking abrasion marred his left arm. The flesh had been flayed and beads of blood still welled from the wound, clearly grazed by a large-caliber round. Lu Jingyao tore a clean white towel and flung it toward him. Young Master Hua, you had a comfortable life on the hill. Why go fight gangsters for territory? Hua Yingnan did not take the towel. This hard man, who in the commercial seas had wreaked havoc without shedding a tear, suddenly went weak at the knees and collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. He fell prostrate upon the Persian carpet at Lu Jinjiao's feet. Zhao Tiedon, posted by the door, flinched, and his hand moved instinctively to the grip at his waist. Lu Jingyao sprang to his feet, his brow knotted into a deep scowl. What is this act? Hua Yingnan clawed at the carpet, so hard his knuckles turned white. Brother Lu, I just escaped back from beyond Liuman. He bit his lip, his voice trembled with bone-deep despair and hatred. I took 2 speedboats, loaded half a vessel with anti-inflammatories and bandages, and tried to sneak past the blockade under cover of night. He drew a long, shuddering breath. But as soon as we reached the high seas, a British maritime patrol ship had us in its sights and would not let go. His whole body trembled. Those bastards didn't even hail us. The searchlights flashed, and they opened up with heavy machine guns from their bows. What wooden boats could withstand such firepower? Both boats were torn open and sank on the spot. The 6 men who sailed with me were ripped apart like sieves. There wasn't even a whole corpse left. Lu Jinjiao's gaze turned utterly cold. The British blockade was more monstrous than he had calculated. This was no longer economic pressure, it was a unilateral massacre at sea. Did you dive along an undertow to get back? Lu Jingyao asked in a low voice. I held my breath among the dead and rode a splintered plank, Hua Yingnan answered. Hua Yingnan jerked his head up. His face, smeared with blood, was written over with grief and indignation. The tall man now had eyes rimmed raw with bloodshot veins. You want me to avenge you? Lu Jingyao looked down on him. No, my life is worthless. Hua Yingnan howled like a lone wolf driven to desperation. Brother Lu, the dispatches from the north have come in. The soldiers at the front are fighting in single garments in 30 below blizzards. They were not felled by enemy shells, they died because of a lack of medicine. An infected minor wound turned fatal. Hua Yingnan grabbed Lu Jinjiao's trouser leg as if clutching at a last lifeline. No penicillin, no anesthetic. The field surgeons can only hold the wounded down and saw through limbs with a wooden saw. Brother Lu, those are our very own people. They are taking bullets for us. A death-like silence fell over the study. Only the wall clock ticked, as if counting down the lives of the soldiers at the front. Hua Yingnan stared at Lu Jingyao until his voice was hoarse. All of Xiangjiang knows you hold the largest stockpile of penicillin. Yesterday you bought up all the old freighters in Baifantang, and you have the Qingjai thugs who fear nothing. Brother Lu, I beg you. The proud Hua Sion suddenly bowed his head to the floor with a dull impact. Even if I bankrupt my family, I will buy you a whole shipload of medicine and send it. If you can get this batch of life-saving supplies past the blockade, the Hua family will hand over half our assets. Lu Jingyao lowered his eyelids and looked at the humbled, pleading scion beneath him. Merchants seek profit and play their parts. That is the nature of capital. But faced with the country's righteous cause, the businessman, cornered by circumstance, erupted with a moving, ferocious courage. Lu Jingyao did not answer immediately. His mind raced through the fatal calculus. To take this on was to tear away appearances and declare war on the entire British Empire. It might even pit him against a UN force drawn from a dozen nations. Those gun-filled Royal Navy ships were no mere street patrol. It was to walk a razor's edge with the fate of Xingyao Group balanced over an abyss. Lose, and it would mean utter annihilation. And yet, so what? At his core, Lu Jingyao remained a battle-seasoned warlord. He understood too well what it meant for soldiers to fight without medicine. It meant watching comrades die and rot before your eyes amid their despairing cries. Lu Jingyao had hoarded penicillin and bought derelict ships for reasons far beyond price gouging. Not merely to sit and raise prices to squeeze the foreign compradors' purses. In chaotic times, great men emerge, and a true great man must have the courage to set things right. Lu Jingyao bent slowly and gripped Hua Ingnan by the shoulders. With a sudden surge of force, he hauled the heavy man, while over 100 jin, up from the carpet. A man's knees hold gold stopped dropping to them so readily. Lu Jingyu's voice was quiet, but the restrained, iron-willed presence in it instantly filled the study. The merchantly shrewdness and guile in his eyes faded away, replaced by the fierce aura of a warlord who had once charged through mountains of corpses. It was a contemptuous, god-defying swagger. Shen Fei and Zhao Taidan felt their blood quicken. They knew their boss' long-sheathed, peerless blade was finally being drawn. I will take this deal. Lu Jingyao turned to the solid wood desk, drew a Cuban cigar to his lips. Hua Ingnan trembled all over, scarcely daring to believe his ears. He had assumed persuading this ruthless underworld magnate would be near impossible. He had even prepared himself for outright refusal, or for being silenced or kidnapped on the spot. Brother Lu, smuggling military supplies is a crime greater than the sky. Hua Ingnan ground his teeth. Brother Lu, I know this is a capital crime. If anything goes wrong, I will shoulder the blame alone. Lu Jingyao crushed the cigar between his fingers. Lose one's head. That is for the weak. Tiedon, carry out my orders and prepare the loading. This time I will have the Royal Navy personally escort us. On a deep night, 3 days later at the military dock of Victoria Harbor, the sea breeze was chilly, carrying a salty and fishy scent. An old cargo ship freshly coated with inferior gray paint quietly docked at the military's designated berth. The ship's hull bore large white letters, Royal Navy Target Supply Ship. Below deck it was filled to the brim with penicillin and medical gauze covered in oilcloth. Lu Jingyao, dressed in a black trench coat, slipped into the shadows of the dock. Standing beside him was Hua Ingnan, who had just changed into a sailor's uniform, his eyes brimming with suppressed excitement and nervousness. As long as this ship could set sail into international waters, the lives of hundreds of men at the front would be saved. A big-nosed white officer strutted over his shoulder, insignia gleaming with the rank of colonel. It was none other than Smith, the logistics chief of the stationed British forces. Lu Jingyao gestured to Shen Fei beside him. Shen Fei, carrying a heavy black leather case, stepped forward and snapped open the lock with a loud click. The neatly stacked American bills emitted a captivating sheen under the searchlight. Smith's small green bean-like eyes instantly sparkled, and he greedily licked his lips. Mr. Lu, you are truly a rare and generous friend. This old ship is now a military exercise asset. No one dares to inspect it at this port island. Lu Jingyao bit down on his cigar, exhaling a puff of blue smoke nonchalantly. Money for services. I hope the sea route is calm tonight. Just as he spoke, a jarring screech of a jeep's brakes suddenly tore through the silence of the dock. The governor's joint inspection team jumped out of the vehicle, guns in hand, exuding an intimidating presence. The leading customs inspector approached with a serious expression. Colonel Smith, we've received a tip-off that there are smuggled contraband goods here. We must board the ship for inspection. Hua Yingnan's heart jumped to his throat, his fists clenched tightly. If this blew up, everyone here would face death tonight. Smith abruptly turned around and slapped the inspector's steel helmet with great force. Damn you! Have you lost your eyesight? He pointed at the white letters on the cargo ship, spitting as he yelled, even more arrogant than a real warlord. This is a classified target ship for the Royal Navy's live-fire exercise tomorrow. If you delay the general's exercise, I'll tie you to a cannon and blast you into the sea. Get lost. The customs inspector, drenched in humiliation, glanced at the British soldier behind Smith, who was pulling back the bolt and dared not utter a word. He wiped the spittle off his face and could only leave in disgrace with his men. Hua Ingnan watched this scene unfold from the shadows, his worldview shattered. The once high and mighty governor's inspection team was actually chased away like dogs by a corrupt official who had accepted bribes. Set sail. Lu Jingyao flicked away the ash from his cigar, his voice chillingly calm. The cargo ship sounded its long horn and slowly departed from the port. An even more absurd scene unfolded. Two British destroyers equipped with twin-mounted main guns flanked the old cargo ship on either side. To those oblivious British sailors, this was a protection of the British Empire's exercise assets. In the dark night of international waters, the waves surged and thick fog enveloped everything. As they approached the handover point less than 3 nautical miles away, a blinding light suddenly pierced through the fog. A patrol ship flying the stars and stripes appeared ahead, its loudspeaker blaring. Vessel ahead immediately stopped for inspection. This is a United Nations blockade zone. Hua Ingman stood on the deck, his palms soaked with cold sweat. If this ship was discovered to be carrying urgently needed military supplies, it would be completely over. However, Smith on the bridge of the destroyer was even more panicked at this moment. Accepting bribes to smuggle arms, if the Americans found out and reported to London, he would surely end up at a military tribunal facing execution. Damn it. Load the main guns. Smith readied with urgency, grabbed the intercom, and shouted hoarsely outside. The Royal Navy of the British Empire is executing a classified mission. Unrelated vessels, get out of the way immediately. If you don't clear the channel in 10 seconds, I'll fire and sink you. Accompanied by the grating sound of machinery grinding. The destroyer's main gun slowly turned its dark muzzle, directly locking onto the intercepting ship ahead. The opposing vessel fell silent instantly. Within the blockade camp, where contradictions already ran deep, who would dare shoulder the terrifying responsibility of igniting a conflict between Britain and America? Minutes later, the patrol ship, humiliated, turned off its searchlight and voluntarily cleared the channel. The old cargo ship, thus protected by the British Empire's artillery, successfully sailed into the handover waters. Several deeply drafted wooden sailboats approached swiftly, unloading the life-saving medicines like ants moving their nest. Hua Ingnan stood at the bow, watching the sailboats fade into the darkness, his eyes red. He suddenly stood upright, facing the cold sea wind, and solemnly saluted towards the north. This epic smuggling operation, hidden under the radar, had succeeded. A few days later, at Lu's manor on Victoria Peak, Lin Wanqing solemnly handed an unsigned brown paper letter to Lu Jingyao. Boss, this was sent through top-secret channels from the highest levels of the mainland. Lu Jingyao opened the envelope. Inside were only a few words, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The gentleman's righteousness the country does not forget. This was the ultimate death exemption medal of supreme authority. With it, the future of Xingyao on the land of Huaxiao would face no further obstacles. Meanwhile, on a luxurious yacht in Victoria Harbor, Smith was holding a box full of American bills, laughing like a 200-pound fat man. As Smith counted the dollars with wild laughter, the scene shifted. At the top of HSBC in Central Class 1, Russell slammed a smuggling intelligence report onto the table. Out of control. Immediately cut off all funding channels for Xingyao. At the top floor of the HSBC bank in Central, Russell slammed a piece of smuggling intelligence onto the table, declaring, "This is lawlessness." Immediately cut off all funding to Xingyao. Scattered white papers fluttered like snowflakes covering the expensive Persian carpet. This intelligence detailed how Lu Jingyao had bribed military supply officials to escort contraband using the Royal Navy's destroyers. Russell's well-maintained white face turned a deep shade of liver red. The veins on his neck throbbed as if they would burst at any moment. The face of the British Empire is being trampled underfoot by this Chinese bandit. That fool Smith, who only knows how to make money, I will personally send him to a military tribunal. Russell leaned on the solid wood conference table, resembling an enraged lion. The dozen or so white executives seated in 2 rows were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Sir Lu Jinjiao's influence has grown too strong now. A chief steward stood up with a hard expression. He holds all the penicillin in the port and has monopolized the old cargo ships in the typhoon shelter. It is difficult for us to impose sanctions on him directly. Fool. Who wants to compete with him in physical assets? Russell slammed his palm on the table, a glint of venomous cruelty flashing in his eyes. In this land of Xianjiang, the true god is not the gangsters, but the money-printing machine. So what if he has ships and drugs? I want to ensure that his accounts cannot even produce cash to buy a box of matches. Russell loosened his silk tie with a swift motion, loudly issuing a strangulation order. Invoke the United Kingdom's special emergency legislation. Send letters to the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. Fully freeze the overseas accounts of the Xingyao Group on charges of aiding the enemy. Notify Standard Chartered and Citibank. Anyone who dares to lend Lu Jingyao a penny is against HSBC. The executives gasped. This was a financial nuclear weapon being deployed. Russell's revenge was far from over, a sinister smile plastered across his face. Go investigate all upstream and downstream partners of Xingyao. Any Chinese businessman doing business with Lu Jingyao immediately withdraw their loans. Tell them either to sever ties with Xingyao and demand debts or await bankruptcy liquidation tomorrow. On this land ruled by colonizers for over 100 years, capital revealed its most bloody fangs. No need for real weapons. Just a light piece of official document could cause a massive business empire to collapse in an instant. Within just 3 hours, this financial tsunami swept through the entire Xianjiang business community. Xingyao Group's president's office. A dozen black rotary phones screamed like death knells. The usually orderly secretarial office was now in complete disarray. Hello? Boss Wang, didn't we agree to settle the accounts at the end of the month? Hello? Director Zhang, we have already paid our deposit. Are you saying there is no stock now? The operators were overwhelmed, their throats hoarse from shouting. But this did not stop the tide of debt collectors pouring in. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his large office chair. He wasn't wearing a coat, his snow-white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, playing with a pure silver lighter. Click, click. The crisp sound of metal opening and closing stood out starkly in the noisy office. Lin Wanqing strode in wearing high heels and locked the solid wooden door behind her. This usually unflappable steward who remained calm even in the face of disaster now had fine beads of cold sweat on her forehead, with several strands of her meticulously styled hair coming undone. She slammed a thick stack of ledgers onto the desk. Jingyao, the British are coming down hard on us. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing her rising panic. All 3 of our offshore accounts overseas were frozen by HSBC through the London court half an hour ago. 50 million Hong Kong dollars in reserves cannot be accessed. Lu Jingyao lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. What about the local banks? They've all gone mad. Lin Wanqing bit her red lip and opened the first ledger. Standard Chartered withdrew 20 million of our working capital on the grounds of default. Even worse are those Chinese businessmen. Lin Wanqing pointed out the window, her voice trembling slightly. Downstairs in the square, more than 30 of our textile factories' raw material suppliers are kneeling right now. They are crying and shouting for their final payments. HSBC has made it clear if they don't get cash back today, tomorrow HSBC will seize their houses and factories to settle debts. This is the terror of capital hegemony. Russell did not need to personally confront Lu Jingyao with knives. He only needed to choke the financial lifeblood of the entire port, and those Chinese businessmen who once treated Lu Jingyao with utmost respect would be forced to become the vanguard in squeezing Xingyao. If they don't pay, the partners will jump off buildings. If they do pay, Xingyo's cash flow will immediately break. This is a completely unsolvable conspiracy. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke, his gaze still deep and calm. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down, he indeed saw dozens of plump bosses sitting at the entrance of the building crying without any dignity. Zhao Tian, accompanied by security, formed a human wall, but facing these creditors who dared not fight back or yell, all his force was rendered useless. You can't just use a Thompson submachine gun to shoot at a group of debtors. Titan has become smarter, he didn't act. Lu Jingyao chuckled lightly. Lin Wanqing was anxious, stamping her feet. At such a time the boss was still able to laugh. Jingyao, this is a bank run. Once panic spreads in the market that Xingyao cannot produce cash, all the credibility we have built up will be wiped out in an instant. Lu Jingyao turned around, extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Notify the finance department to open the vault. The final payments for those 30-odd suppliers downstairs must be paid in cash down to the last cent. No way. Lin Wanqing slammed the ledger down. We just acquired the old fleet of the Shipping King and hoarded a large amount of penicillin. Our cash flow is already tight. If we empty our last reserves to deal with the bank run now, the entire group's daily operations will come to a halt. This is like a person suffering from severe bleeding. If you don't stop the bleeding and instead keep expelling blood, even a god would perish. Lu Jingyao walked over, placing his hands on Lin Wanqing's frail shoulders. Wanqing, remember, we are Chinese, and we do not cheat our own people. Those Chinese businessmen are being forced to the edge by HSBC. If Xingyao lacks this sense of responsibility, who would dare to do business with us in the future? Lin Wanqing looked into his determined black eyes, her own eyes slightly reddening. She knew the pride that lay deep within this man. Even when facing the cruel financial strangulation of the British Empire, he would never stoop to oppress his weaker compatriots. Gritting her teeth, she picked up the intercom on the desk and notified the finance department to release the funds. Large sums of cash were swiftly taken out. The cries from downstairs gradually subsided, replaced by the sounds of suppliers bowing in gratitude. But the crisis had not been resolved. This was just HSBC's first wave of probing attacks. Lin Wanqing collapsed into a chair, her fingers quickly manipulating the abacus. The crisp sound of the counting beads clashing seemed to strike at the heart. As the last account was checked, Lin Wanqing's movements froze completely. She looked at the numbers on the abacus, her face as pale as paper. Although Xingyao Group owned several large factories, a fleet of ships, and mountains of pharmaceuticals, with an estimated asset valuation of hundreds of millions. However, after being fully frozen and subjected to a frantic bank run, these heavy assets could not be liquidated immediately. They were trapped in the most deadly liquidity crisis. The office was terrifyingly quiet. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, but it could not dispel the chill in the room. Lin Wanqing's face showed despair. Jingyao, we only have enough cash in our accounts to last 3 days. Worse yet, Li Kairen's Yangtze real estate has also stopped work, and he is now outside saying he has important matters to discuss with you. Lin Wanqing's face was filled with despair. Jingyao, the cash in our account can only last for 3 days. Worse still, Li Kairan's Jianggang Real Estate has also stopped work, and he is now outside claiming he has something important to discuss with you. As soon as she finished speaking, the heavy wooden door of the president's office was pushed open. Li Chaoran entered drenched in sweat with a layer of mist covering the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. His suit and tie were askew, and the elegant demeanor he usually possessed was completely gone. In the past few days, he had nearly run himself ragged to deal with the supplier's demands for payment, not even having time to drink water. Boss, all 7 projects in Central are halted as of this morning. Li Chaoran hurried to the large mahogany desk and handed over a beautifully bound English document. The paper was thick, exuding a sense of the British Empire's lofty arrogance. Lu Jingyao leaned back in his office chair without reaching out to take it. He merely raised his chin, indicating for the other party to read it directly. Li Chaoran swallowed hard, his voice slightly dry from excessive anxiety. Half an hour ago, HSBC sent a representative to find me presenting a contract for capitulation. As long as I unilaterally declare that Jianggang Real Estate is severing ties with Xingyao Group and distancing ourselves from you, HSBC will immediately unfreeze all our overseas accounts and provide an additional loan of 50 million Hong Kong dollars at low interest. Li Chaoran gritted his teeth, a flash of anger and humiliation crossing his eyes. That old fox Russell is trying to completely undermine us from within. He wants me to be the dagger that plunges into the boss' heart. If even Li Chaoran turned against them, Xingyou's reputation in the business circles of Hong Kong would be utterly bankrupt. This move was far more brutal than simply withdrawing loans. Lin Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows, just about to curse the British for their shamelessness. Ding-ling-ling. The black rotary phone on the desk suddenly shrieked, breaking the office's silence. Lu Jingyao casually picked up the receiver and pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end, the familiar laughter of Russell, the HSBC bigwig with a heavy London accent, came through. Mr. Lu, good afternoon. How are you holding up amidst the financial storm in Hong Kong? Russell's voice dripped with smug arrogance, as if teasing a caged bird. Your proud cash flow is probably insufficient even to pay those laborers their severance, right? Offending the British Empire comes with consequences. Lu Jingyao gently tapped his fingers on the desk, his expression as calm as a still pond. Russell, did you call from so far just to deliver bad news? He was not at all flustered. Instead, his tone carried a hint of indolence. This caused Russell on the other end to feel a trace of displeasure, and he snorted coldly. Of course not, I merely wanted to kindly remind you. Russell puffed out a cloud of cigar smoke, his laughter growing increasingly piercing. Your right-hand man, that clever fellow Li Chaoran, should currently be trembling with the contract I provided, right? Chinese businessmen are all soft and spineless, driven only by profit and avoiding harm. As soon as HSBC offers a few crumbs, he will obediently crawl to my feet. Lu Jingyao, your era has ended. In the face of absolute capital, your gangster tactics are merely a laughable joke. Russell's words were cutting, attempting to utterly destroy Lu Jingyao's psychological defenses. In the office, Li Chaoran clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Faced with such blatant mockery, Lu Jingyao not only didn't get angry, but instead chuckled softly. The laugh was light, yet carried an air of disdain for the world. Ignoring Russell's astonishment on the other end, he turned to look at the stunned Li Chaoran. Lu Jingyao pulled a Parker pen from the pure gold pen holder on his desk. With a sharp throw, the pen landed precisely on the capitulation contract. Chaoran, I think this contract looks good. Sign it. Lu Jingyao patted Li Kairan's shoulder, his tone as casual as discussing what to have for dinner. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air in the office instantly froze. Lin Wanqing's alluring peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. Li Chaoran, even more terrified, stepped back a half step, waving his hands frantically. He thought the boss was testing his loyalty, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Boss, although I, Li Chaoran, am greedy for money, I would never engage in the shameful act of selling out my master. Without you, I would still be on the streets selling plastic flowers. Even if Jianggang Real Estate goes bankrupt and all the buildings become abandoned, I will never sign a single word for the British. Li Chaoran was so anxious that his face turned red, nearly biting his finger to swear an oath. Russell on the other end of the phone laughed even more maniacally at this commotion. Lu, did you hear? Your subordinate is making his last desperate struggle. Annoying. Lu Jingyao was too lazy to listen to the British's nonsense any longer and directly hung up the phone with a click. Russell's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped, and the office returned to silence. Lu Jingyao walked around the desk and approached Li Chaoran. He picked up the pen from the desk and forcibly placed it in Li Kairan's hand. I am not testing you. When I tell you to sign, you sign. Seeing the confused expressions on Li Chaoran and Lin Wanqing, a dangerous glint flashed in Lu Jingyao's eyes. If Russell wants to play with loan cuts, then we will play along with his wishes. Once you sign this contract and pretend to turn against us, Jianggang Real Estate can justifiably obtain that 50 million from HSBC. Lu Jingyao walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a small glass of whiskey. Not only do we need to get this 50 million, but you also need to go out and play the victim. Go to Standard Chartered, go to Citibank, borrow all the money you can. Li Kairan's mind raced, seemingly catching on to something, and his eyes instantly lit up. Boss, do you mean to use a secret route? Lu Jingyao shook his glass, chuckled coldly, and extended 2 fingers. First, use HSBC's money to completely acquire the land in central, digging as deep as necessary for the foundation. I want those foreigners to see with their own eyes that the money they spent is building Chinese skyscrapers. Second, use the clean accounts of Jianggang real estate that haven't been frozen to help me launder money. Transfer that money discreetly into the account of the Boat King without anyone noticing. The British are currently fixated on Xingyo's accounts, but will never suspect Li Chaoran, who just turned against them. Lu Jingyao leaned closer to Li Chaoran, his voice lowered to a near whisper, carrying the unique ruthlessness of a warlord. Using the enemy's money to support our own troops, that's called borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. When this batch of old freighters is completely refurbished and filled with penicillin to break through the blockade, that will be the day the vampires at HSBC spit out both the principal and interest. After hearing this plan, Li Chaoran felt a shiver run down his spine. He had originally thought the boss was just a ruthless tyrant. He never expected that when it came to capital, he was even more ruthless than those British who struggled on Wall Street. This was a brazen Trojan horse tactic. Moreover, using HSBC's money to dig their own grave. Lin Wanqing beside him also understood, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This method of turning the enemy's strength against them in desperate times was simply masterful. Li Chaoran no longer hesitated, unscrewing the pen cap. He took a deep breath and boldly signed his name on the contract. With ink on paper, a grand scheme of deception officially began. Li Chaoran swallowed hard. Boss, after I sign this, are you really confident you can strip HSBC of everything? Lu Jingyao lit a cigar. In 3 days I want Russell on his knees begging me for money. Lu Jingyao exhaled a thick plume of smoke. The cigar crackled softly as it burned. Li Chaoran wiped the cold sweat from his brow and withdrew, clutching the amnesty contract. The heavy solid-wood office door clicked shut behind him. Lu Jingyao's smile vanished, replaced by icy composure. Shenfei, prepare the car. We're going to the Kowloon Stock Exchange. Half an hour later. In a narrow, dim alley in Kowloon Tong stood a disreputable brokerage, its sign swaying precariously, barely clinging to life. Inside, the air hung thick and humid, saturated with the acrid stench of cheap cigarettes that stung the eyes and choked the throat. Thud. A muffled impact echoed sharply. A man in a yellowed white shirt was kicked hard to the floor, filthy, spattered with phlegm, by 2 burly thugs adorned with garish tattoos. He was in his early 30s, the black-rimmed glasses perched crookedly on his nose were shattered halfway. Blood streamed from his nostrils, mixing with grime to smear half his face, but his eyes blazed with defiant, unbroken ferocity. Wretch, you dare expose the foreign bookmakers' money-laundering schemes to the press. You think Fang Jinxin will cook your books for you? Dream on. Fang Jinxin, the prototype of the future financial prodigy and father of Fang Zhanhua. Now he lay like a broken dog pinned to the grimy floor by Lone Shark's henchmen. Stubborn bones, eh? The bald gang leader spat contemptuously onto the ground. You've stirred up trouble. The foreign boss has just cut off your livelihood. So what about the 20,000 Hong Kong dollars you owe our finance company? No cash today, you'll lose both hands. The bald man drew a gleaming cleaver from his waist. Its blade shimmered coldly, poised to descend in a brutal arc. A silver coin arced gracefully through the air. It struck the bald man's gleaming forehead, dead center, precise as a sniper's shot. Ouch! Clutching his head, the bald man roared. Who dares interfere? The crowd scattered instantly. Lu Jingyao strode in, his impeccably tailored black trench coat flaring slightly, a cigar resting lazily between his lips. His polished leather shoes thudded dully against the mold-speckled floorboards. Shun Fei followed like a silent wraith, eyes sharp and predatory as a wolf's. $20,000 for his hands. A pittance. Lu Jingyao flicked ash from his cigar, his voice languid, yet laced with absolute, unassailable authority. The bald man sized up Lu Jingyao, 2 men only, and sneered. Dressed like a gentleman playing the big shot in this dump. Brothers, take him down too. Armed with rusted steel pipes, the thugs charged forward, roaring like beasts. Lu Jingyao didn't even blink, merely lifted his chin imperceptibly. Shenfei moved. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, he surged into the fray. No flourishes, no wasted motion. Only lethal, battlefield-proven combat techniques delivered with surgical precision. Snap! Bone cracked sharply. The bald man's wrist snapped backward at a grotesque angle. The cleaver clattered to the floor. Within 10 seconds, every thug lay writhing on the ground, shrieking in agony, too shattered even to crawl. Lu Jingyao casually withdrew a thick stack of crisp Hong Kong banknotes from his coat's inner pocket and tossed them onto the bald man's face. Take the money and vanish. This man's debt is settled. The bald man's courage dissolved into pure terror. He abandoned the cash entirely, scrambling out of the alley with his men in panicked, undignified flight. Fang Jinxin pushed himself up slowly from the damp floor, muscles trembling. He stared warily at the inscrutable man before him. Who are you? Why help me? Lu Jingyao remained silent, only gave Shen Fei a subtle glance. Xin Fei stepped forward and hoisted Fang Jinxin upright, as if he were a child. The boss has taken an interest in you. Come with me. 1 hour later, deep beneath the Liu family estate atop Victoria Peak inside a reinforced underground chamber, the blast-proof iron door sealed shut with a resonant final hiss, cutting off all sound from the outside world. Fang Jinxin splashed water on his face, washing away blood though bruises still bloomed darkly across his skin. He surveyed the impenetrable concrete walls surrounding him and swallowed hard. Sir, I'm merely a destitute stock trader, nothing more. If you seek someone to launder illicit funds, I urge you to abandon the idea outright. Fang Jinxin straightened his spine, his scholar's pride refusing to bow before criminal power. Lu Jingyao sat back in his broad leather armchair and let out a low, quiet laugh. Illicit funds. You underestimate Xingyao profoundly. He gestured lightly to Xin Fei. Xin Fei dragged forward 3 heavy military-grade cipher cases. Click, 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 3 sharp snaps. The latches sprang open simultaneously. Fang Jinxin glanced idly, then froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He lunged forward, hands shaking violently, as if electrified. Inside lay no ordinary stacks of cash, but thick bundles of bearer bonds stamped unmistakably with the insignias of Citibank and Swiss banks. All denominated in U.S. dollars. This is impossible. Fang Jinxin gasped, his breath catching midair. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. He flipped frantically through the bonds, his mind reeling. These were the ultimate spoils, acquired just days earlier by Lu Jingyao through clandestine shipments of penicillin and decommissioned cargo vessels. In this era, such a sum, fully convertible into gold, could purchase half the docks of Hong Kong. Tens of millions of U.S. dollars. Fang Jinxin collapsed onto the floor, utterly stunned. He raised his gaze, staring up at Lu Jingyao as though beholding a deity. What exactly do you intend to do? Lu Jingyao lifted a glass of soda water, his eyes glacial. The British intend to strangle Xingyao by cutting off credit. Russell believes he holds Hong Kong's financial hegemony, and thus may defile us Chinese at his leisure. Setting down the glass, Lu Jingyao leaned forward, his presence expanding like a storm front. I want you to take this money and attack HSBC. I want you to short sell the entire portfolio of British-owned conglomerates. Madness. Utter madness. Fang Jinxin shot to his feet, voice cracking with frantic intensity. The stock market's rules are written entirely by the British. They can rewrite regulations on a whim, or suspend trading without warning. To hurl cash directly at their system is to smash eggs against stone, certain annihilation. Unfazed by the financial genius's outburst, Lu Jingyao walked calmly to the vault and retrieved a hand-drawn chart. This was a top-tier financial harvesting model, one he'd witnessed in future generations' warfare of markets. He slapped the chart onto the table, pointing to its dense web of intersecting curves. Eggs against stone. Only if they know where the stone strikes. We'll enter anonymously, through shell companies registered offshore. Using extreme leverage, we'll borrow their blue-chip stocks en masse and dump them all at peak prices. Then we'll leak false news. Xingyao's capital chain has collapsed, triggering mass panic among retail investors. Fang Jinxin stood transfixed, his eyes locked onto the chart, unblinking. Lu Jingyao continued, unveiling modern finance's dimension-shattering tactics. Once the market implodes and share prices plummet to rock bottom, we'll repurchase those same shares at pennies on the dollar using our hidden reserves and return them to the brokers. The colossal spread between those two prices, that is the flesh we carve from HSBC's carcass. This sophisticated, premeditated, short-selling mechanism was unheard of in 1950s Hong Kong, a true dragon-slaying art. Fang Jinxin possessed extraordinary financial intuition. With only a few words of guidance, his mind instantly mapped the entire operation. Brutal. This wasn't mere stock trading. It was a fully armed financial massacre. Executed flawlessly, it wouldn't just drain HSBC's liquidity pool, but force those haughty British tycoons to line up on rooftops, leaping to their deaths. Fang Jinxin's blood surged boiling in his veins. As a lowly trader long oppressed by foreign powers, he had waited for this moment his entire life. His once lifeless eyes now blazed with the feral hunger of a starved wolf. He slammed his fist hard against his thigh. I'm it, Mr. Lu. I am honored beyond measure. From this day forth my life is yours. Lu Jingyao smiled, satisfied. Xingyao Capital's suicide squad now wielded its sharpest, most lethal blade. Fang Jinxin stared at the bonds strewn across the table, hands trembling. Mr. Lu, if we fail, these tens of millions in U.S. dollars will vanish into thin air. Lu Jingyao pointed firmly at the diagram. Then let them witness what modern financial short-selling truly means. Then let them witness what modern financial short-selling truly means. Lu Jingyou's cold, commanding voice still seemed to echo within the underground chamber. 3 days later, 9:00 M. Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The air hung thick with suffocating frenzy. The moment the main doors swung open, hundreds of investors stampeded into the trading hall like rabid dogs with their tails stepped on, eyes bloodshot and wild. Clutched tightly in their hands were freshly purchased morning newspapers. Headlines across several British-owned publications, the Hong Kong Times and the Times English edition, blazed in crimson ink across their front pages. HSBC delivers a crushing blow. Starlight Group's capital chain shattered. The tower crumbles. Lu Jingyao faces bankruptcy and liquidation. Panic spread like wildfire through the crowd. Ding. At 9:30 m. The opening gong resounded with heavy final authority. On the massive blackboard at the center of the hall, the stock prices of Starlight Group's listed subsidiaries plunged, gap-down openings with brutal, merciless force. Sell. Sell everything now. I want nothing more to do with Starlight stock. I'm dumping it all at market price. Red-jacketed traders screamed themselves hoarse. Trade slips fluttered like snowflakes through the air. There was no buying interest whatsoever, only a frenzied, unrelenting cascade of sell orders. Share prices plummeted in a vertigo-inducing cliffage collapse. Whales filled the ground floor hall, a merciless financial meat grinder in full operation. An elderly man in a simple cotton tunic collapsed onto the floor, legs buckling beneath him, staring blankly at the numbers on the board. Down 20% already. My life savings for the coffin. Beside him, a middle-aged man clutching a leather briefcase slammed his forehead repeatedly against a marble pillar, sobbing uncontrollably. In this savage battle between capital titans, retail investors were worth less than blades of grass. In a secluded VIP suite on the second floor of the exchange, Fang Jinxin stared rigidly through the glass wall at the blackboard below, cold sweat dripping steadily from the tip of his nose. His yellowed white shirt clung drenched to his back. On the table before him sat 3 encrypted briefcases, each brimming with tens of millions of US dollars in cashier's checks. Why is it still falling? Hasn't it hit bottom yet? Fang Jinxin paced frantically like a man trapped on scorching iron, his shoes scuffing chaotic, ragged patterns across the hardwood floor. He yanked his tie loose and snatched up the encrypted telephone. Boss, retail investors have gone completely berserk. The stampede has begun. Starlight's market cap has evaporated by tens of millions in just one morning. If we don't intervene now to stabilize the market, it'll plunge past its absolute floor. On the other end, Lu Jingyao's voice remained utterly calm, devoid of even the faintest tremor. What's the rush? Bullets are still flying. Let them fly a little longer. Fang Jinxin slapped his thigh in desperation, his voice cracking with strain. Boss, this is the perfect moment to enter the market and accumulate shares. If we wait any longer, panic will spiral beyond control. I said, it hasn't hit bottom yet. Lu Jingyao's tone carried an ironclad, unassailable coldness. Without my explicit order, not a single cent moves. Disobey, and I'll flay you alive. Beep. The line went dead. Fang Jinxin lowered the receiver, fingers digging violently into his own hair. He held in his hands the power to reverse destiny instantly, yet could only watch paralyzed as this towering financial edifice crumbled before his eyes. That unbearable, excruciating tension threatened to shatter the mind of this financial prodigy. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of HSBC Tower Central, no tears fell here. No wails echoed. Only the crisp, celebratory pop of a premium champagne cork. Rich, velvety aromas swirled through the opulent air. Russell reclined on an Italian calf-leather sofa, swirling golden liquid in his crystal flute. His impeccably groomed face radiated triumphant arrogance. A circle of white executives laughed uproariously, bodies rocking with unrestrained mirth. Your Excellency, Starlight's share price has already dropped 30%. A bespectacled manager beamed as he handed over the latest battlefield report. Not a single buy order has surfaced in the market. Lu Jingyao's liquidity appears fully drained by our maneuvers. Russell accepted the report, glanced at it with contemptuous indifference, and tossed it carelessly onto the table. The Chinese are always like this, sheep without independent thought. A mere flick of the whip, and they scatter in blind terror, trampling each other to death. He exhaled a plume of cigar, smoke, his gaze venomous. That fool Lu Jingyao actually believed that a few rust bucket vessels and some contraband pharmaceuticals could challenge the British Empire. Before the sovereign might of financial hegemony, his underworld tactics are laughably primitive, no more threatening than wooden clubs wielded by Stone Age tribesmen. Russell rose and strode toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Sunlight bathed him in golden light. He felt in that instant like a god presiding over life and death in Hong Kong. By today's market close, the colossal Starlight Group would lie gutted and helpless upon his plate. Executives raised their glasses in advanced celebration of this bloodless conquest. To His Excellency, to the glorious financial laws of the British Empire. The entire HSBC leadership reveled in the euphoric annihilation of the Eastern Dragon. Russell lifted his flute, and emptied it in one long, deliberate draught. His eyes blazed with rapacious, feral hunger. Raising his glass high, he laughed aloud, mobilized the funds. Before today's closing bell, acquire Starlight's absolute controlling stake at the price of scrap paper. Russell raised his glass and laughed heartily. Prepare the funds. Before the market closes this afternoon, by the absolute controlling stake of Xingyao at the price of waste paper. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The dull sound of the opening gong rang out once again. To retail investors, this sound fell like the tolling of a death knell, shattering their last remnants of hope. In a luxurious VIP room on the second floor, Peter, the chief trader at HSBC, was casually leaning back with his legs crossed, leisurely cutting open a cigar. On the table lay neatly arranged HSBC promissory notes, totaling 100 million Hong Kong dollars. This was the bottom fishing fund specially approved by Russell, intended to completely swallow the corpse of Xingyao Group. In the hall downstairs, the voices of the traders in red jackets had already gone hoarse. The prices of the 3 core stocks under Xingyao had been ruthlessly smashed through the floor. Originally worth $10, the premium blue-chip stocks were now left at a mere cabbage price of less than 2. Countless investors who had lost everything were leaning over the trading desk's wooden railing, crying out in despair. The ground was littered with torn trading slips, resembling a tragic financial funeral. In another secret VIP room, next door, the atmosphere was tense like a powder keg about to explode. Fang Jinxin stared intently at the wall clock. Every tick of the second hand felt like a steel needle piercing his nerves. His once white shirt was already soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his back. The 3 red rotary phones on the table were eerily quiet, driving him mad. It's 2:15. The sell orders have piled up like mountains. If we don't support the price, we won't even qualify for a trading halt. Fang Jinxin gritted his teeth, his fist slamming heavily on the solid wood table, his knuckles turning pale. In this capital meat grinder, vast fortunes were vanishing into thin air every second, just as Fang Jinxin was about to go insane. Ding-ling-ling. The encrypted hotline phone in the middle finally let out a piercing shriek. Fang Jinxin lunged towards it as if electrocuted, grabbing the heavy black receiver. Boss, we can't wait any longer. Retail investors are all selling at a loss. The circulating shares on the market are about to be wiped out. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingyao was sitting on the terrace of his villa in the hills. The sea breeze brushed against him as he held a cup of freshly brewed premium Dahongpo, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves. What are you panicking about? Lu Jingyao's voice exuded an extreme calmness, showing no signs of turmoil. Fish dye nets break. The fish in our net have just fattened up. He set down the teacup, a glint of chilling military ruthlessness flashing in his dark eyes. Jinxin, bring out all the offshore shell accounts that Li Chaoran prepared for me. Whatever the current sell orders are, we will gobble them all up in one go. Fang Jinxin tightened his grip on the receiver, a fierce glint erupting in his eyes like a hungry wolf. He pushed open the soundproof window of the VIP room. He signaled fiercely to the dozen or so trusted traders downstairs who were disguised as retail investors. That was the total assault signal agreed upon by the Xingyao Capital Suicide Squad. At the same time, Peter in the adjacent room exhaled a puff of blue smoke, snapping his fingers at his white assistant. It's about time. Let's go down and net the catch. Place a buy order for 10 million at the current limit down price and clear out all of Xingyo's chips. The assistant excitedly tugged at his tie and rushed out with the order. In front of the blackboard in the hall, chalk dust flew around like snow. The HSBC trader in the red jacket had just raised his hand with a 10 million buy order, ready to show off his strength with a strong purchase. Before he could even call out the price, in the corner, a dozen unfamiliar traders suddenly rushed to the trading desk like madmen. Datong Fund, buy 1 million shares of Xingyao Commerce. Offer 1 mil higher than the market price. Cayman United Investment, buy 2 million shares of Xingyao Film. 1 mil higher. Virgin Islands Offshore Trust, buy 3 million shares. All 1 mil higher. The chorus of furious shouts instantly drowned the entire noisy trading hall. The clerk in front of the blackboard was desperately erasing his wrist, nearly breaking from the effort. The HSBC trader was left dumbfounded. His order hadn't even been submitted yet, and the mountain of low-price sell orders in the market had actually been cleared in an instant. Those suddenly appearing mysterious accounts were like a swarm of starving piranhas. They instantly devoured the bloodied chips, leaving no scraps behind. Moreover, the bids from these accounts were cunning. No matter what price HSBC was preparing to offer, they would always outbid by that negligible 1 cent. Peter in the VIP room suddenly stood up, his cigar falling to the carpet and burning a black hole. What the fuck? Where did these offshore accounts come from? He rushed to the glass window, watching the rapidly changing green numbers below, his eyes nearly bulging out. Raise the price. 5 mils higher, keep buying. We must secure the controlling stake. The assistant scrambled to relay the order. But 2 minutes later, the despairing news returned to the VIP room. Sir, we can't buy it. It's impossible to buy. The assistant was drenched in sweat, his voice tinged with a clear sob. There are too many accounts on the other side, at least several hundred. As soon as our buy order goes up, it gets intercepted in less than half a second with tiny price differentials. This is the most shameless and lethal quantitative interception tactic in modern finance, using countless tiny shell accounts to form an impenetrable firepower network. In the face of absolute capital advantage and account numbers, HSBC's single buy order was like a clumsy live target. In another VIP room, Fang Jinxin watched as the chips on the blackboard were crazily absorbed, trembling all over. It wasn't fear but the extreme exhilaration of witnessing godly micro-operations. He finally understood the ultimate killing move on Lu Jinjiao's hand-drawn chart. Left hand to right hand. Fang Jinxin gripped the phone receiver tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Boss, this move of yours is too brilliant. We first follow HSBC suppression, letting our stocks plummet, washing out all those indecisive retail investors. Then with the tens of millions of overseas US dollars gained from smuggling, we disguise ourselves as foreign investment funds and frantically absorb shares at the bottom. Now the circulating stocks in the market have all gone into our pockets. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingyao took out a pure silver lighter and reignited a cigar. Russell wants to use a run to cut off our cash flow, so he'll return the favor with this massive washout strategy. Not only did we collect the chips in retail investors' hands at the price of waste paper, but we also cleaned out the enormous amount of dirty money we have overseas. Lu Jingyao took a deep puff, his tone carrying a cold ruthlessness of dimensionality reduction attack. Transform Xingyao into an ironclad fortress of absolute control. Isn't Russell fond of playing with loan cuts? Then he'll use the 50 million loan he gave to Li Chaoran to pay today's exchange fees. A heartless kill? This is true heartless killing. Lu Jingyao not only lost not a single cent, but instead took advantage of this crash to complete an epic bloodbath on the cheap. Those retail investors who sold at a loss in panic became the most tragic victims in this capital game. And the British capital tycoons who thought they had it all figured out ended up with nothing. The stock market crash they painstakingly manufactured was entirely a wedding gown for Lu Jingyao. As the heavy tolling of the closing gong at 4 o'clock in the afternoon resounded, the entire Hong Kong stock market experienced an unprecedented magical plunder. Although the stock price of Xingyao Group lay at the bottom, there wasn't even a single circulating chip to be found in the market. Absolute control. Lu Jingyao completed the ultimate privatization mode for his company in an absurd yet impeccable manner. Peter slumped dejectedly on the leather sofa in the VIP room, his high-end tie torn to shreds. With a pale face, he grabbed the dedicated phone on the table, his hands uncontrollably trembling violently. The British trader frantically dialed Russell's number, his voice shrill. Boss, all the circulating shares on the market have disappeared. Someone has built a bloody position at the bottom, and we are making a wedding gown for someone else. Senior trader, all publicly traded shares have vanished from the market. Someone has built a massive long position at the bottom. We've been unwittingly laying the groundwork for their victory. Peter's desperate cry still seemed to echo across Hong Kong harbor. Night descended and neon lights flickered awake. The frenzied stock market finally paused, briefly, for its daily close. This was a high-stakes gamble waged in silence, unseen by the untrained eye. Both sides raced against time to amass their final reserves of firepower for tomorrow's decisive battle. At the summit of Victoria Peak stood the Lu family manor, the main residence. Its spacious living room remained dim, lit only by faint ambient glow. Only the fruitwood logs crackling fiercely in the hearth broke the stillness with sharp rhythmic pops. Lu Jingyao reclined on a plush leather sofa, eyes gently closed. He massaged his throbbing temples, his entire being exuding the languid exhaustion of one who had just emerged from a grueling tactical duel. The day's intricate high-wire, financial maneuvering had drained him utterly. Lin Wanqing sat on a velvet-upholstered round stool nearby, swiftly leafing through ledgers bathed in the soft amber light of a floor lamp. Jingyao Fang Jinxin's team has verified the figures. We overextended today. The overseas capital in our hands is now depleted by 80%. She snapped the ledger shut, her brow furrowing slightly. HSBC will certainly lash out tomorrow, desperate, reckless, deploying its last reserves to crash the market. To fully crush Russell, we still lack one final decisive infusion of capital. Lu Jingyao did not open his eyes, only murmured softly. Given Russell's temperament, tomorrow's opening would be a fight to the death. Even if Xingyao Group had successfully accumulated positions at the bottom, HSBC would stop at nothing, flooding the market with capital to overturn the entire table. Just then, the heavy, ornately carved double doors of the living room were thrown open from outside with sudden force. A cool night breeze rushed inward. A deep, muffled thud echoed through the room. A graceful figure in a Chanel haute couture gown burst breathlessly into the chamber. It was Huo Mingzhu. This haughty heiress, accustomed to never lifting a finger, looked utterly disheveled. Her hair was tousled, one stiletto heel had even slipped off. Her fair hands clutched a heavy black stainless steel combination lock case, so weighty it had left angry red welts across her palms. Lu Jingyao. Huo Mingzhu cried the moment she crossed the threshold. She slammed the heavy case onto the carpet with a resounding thud, her chest heaving violently. Lu Jingyao opened his eyes, regarding her with genuine surprise. Before he could speak, her eyes instantly glistened, tears welling, yet stubbornly held back by sheer will. All the newspapers are screaming that your funding chain has snapped, that you're facing bankruptcy and liquidation. Huo Mingzhu bit her crimson lips, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. My grandfather locked me in my room today. He forbade me from leaving, saying you'd sealed your fate by offending the British. She dropped abruptly to her knees and frantically twisted the dials of the lock. With a crisp click, the case sprang open. Bathed in the flickering firelight of the hearth, its contents dazzled the onlooker's eyes. At the top lay over a dozen gleaming pure gold ingots. Beneath them rested stacks of priceless emerald necklaces, diamond wristwatches, and a thick wad of HSBC bank drafts. And buried deepest beneath the jewels, laid bare, were several aged parchment deeds stamped with the governor's official seal. Lin Wanqing recognized their significance instantly, and instinctively drew in a sharp, astonished breath. These are land titles for Central's Connaught Road. They represented the Hua family's most treasured generational core assets, each worth a fortune beyond measure. Everything in this case is my life's private savings, every cent I've ever set aside. Hua Mingzhu hastily wiped her eyes and lifted her gaze, locking it firmly onto Lu Jingyao's. Those deeds, I stole them from my grandfather's safe while he slept. Take them all. Use them without hesitation. In that moment, the Hua heiress transformed, fierce as a lioness guarding her den, her tone brooking no refusal. I don't care about HSBC's senior traders or British colonial law. The man I've chosen, no foreigner shall ever trample him beneath their boots. She sniffled, and finally tears spilled freely down her cheeks. Even if you truly go bankrupt and beg on the streets, then fine. I, Miss Hua, will support you for the rest of your life. A hush fell over the living room. Lu Jingyao gazed first at the staggering wealth sprawled before him, then at Hua Mingzhu, her face streaked with tears, radiant even in sorrow. Something deep within him, a cold, rigid string, seemed to vibrate ever so faintly at her unwavering devotion. On this eve of reckoning, when every soul trembled and scrambled to sever ties with him, this proud, defiant heiress had risked half her family's legacy, not for profit, not for alliance, but for him. Such loyalty burned brighter, hotter, more real than any transactional pact. Lin Wanqing approached from the bar holding 2 steaming cups of ginseng tea. No trace of jealousy darkened her expression, only open, unreserved admiration. In this treacherous, cutthroat world of Hong Kong, where such audacity demanded total self-immolation, this title of Madame Lu was hers to claim, earned without question. She placed the teacups on the coffee table, then moved beside Hua Mingzhu and extended a handkerchief. Silly girl, crying will ruin your beauty. Gently, tenderly, Lin Wanqing dabbed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her touch natural and affectionate. Our boss is far from defeat, but for you to step forward at this precise hour, even I, his trusted steward, stand humbled by your courage. Hua Mingzhu blinked, stunned. She had expected resistance, perhaps even scorn. After all of Hong Kong knew Lin Wanqing was the woman Lu Jingyao trusted above all others. Instead, she found boundless grace and generosity. Sister Wanqing. Hua Mingzhu lowered her head, flustered. Lu Jingyao rose from the sofa. He strode to the open case and casually picked up one of the deeds. If old Master Hua learns you've stolen his very burial fund, he'll probably leap off his peak villa in fury. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he tossed the deed back into the case. Yet this arrival couldn't be more timely. With the Hua family's core land titles as collateral, we can leverage vastly greater capital tomorrow. Russell thinks he can bury me under a mountain of cash. Tomorrow I'll show him what an insatiable, bottomless capital abyss truly looks like. Spreading his arms wide, Lu Jingyao swept both extraordinary women, effortlessly, into a single commanding embrace. To his left, the serene, incisive confidant, who commanded intelligence and strategy. To his right, the bold, passionate heiress who had staked her entire fortune and her heart upon his success. 2 distinct, intoxicating fragrances, one delicate and refined, the other vibrant and fierce, mingled at his senses. In this turbulent, uncertain age, to command such unwavering devotion from 2 peerless women, that was the true foundation of a warlord's invincibility. Hua Mingzhu nestled obediently against his broad, solid chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Days of dread and anxiety dissolved completely in that instant. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gave a gentle, half-hearted wriggle, but made no real attempt to pull away. Don't get too cocky. I've wagered my very life on you. If we lose tomorrow, I'll drag you straight into Victoria Harbor with me. Lin Wanqing leaned against his other side, lips curving in a quiet, knowing smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness and indulgent warmth. Lu Jingyao looked down at the delicate, slightly flushed face nestled in his arms. His gaze sharpened, fierce, unyielding, releasing the indomitable conviction of a sovereign warlord forged in countless battles. He gently pinched Hua Mingzhu's cheek. Your dowry is accepted. Tomorrow I shall present Russell's head to you, as your betrothal gift. Lu Jingyao pinched Hua Mingzhu's cheek, saying, I have accepted your dowry. Tomorrow I will present Russell's head as your wedding gift. The gong of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was struck heavily. The dull sound officially marked the beginning of this century's financial showdown. In the top-floor conference room of HSBC, the air was so thick it felt like it could freeze. Russell's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a completely mad wild boar. The humiliation of losing circulating shares yesterday afternoon left this high-ranking executive utterly disgraced. He tore off his tie and roared hoarsely at his subordinates. Smash it. Use all the reserved funds from HSBC's old treasury. Borrow all the scattered shares on the market to short Starshine. Even if it takes money to bury it today, I want to smash Lu Jingjiao's stock price to the core of the earth. With Russell's deadly command, a flood of short orders descended like dark clouds crashing into the trading hall. In a secret VIP box on the second floor of the exchange, Fang Jinxin stared intently at the rapidly changing numbers on the board, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. The Brits were serious. That overwhelming sell-off surged in with the momentum to crush everything. Fang Jinxin's fingers flew as he gestured frantically to the death squad below. Take the shares. As long as there are sell orders, I want every single one of them. The massive funds he was using came from the collateral Hua Mingzhu had pledged on the core property deeds of the Hua family last night. This money, a desperate gamble by a woman, transformed into an ironclad defense line. The retail investors in the hall were already dumbfounded. The red and green numbers fluctuated wildly, each fluctuation representing a fierce battle worth millions of Hong Kong dollars. It held. Starshine actually withstood HSBC's bombardment. A voice in the crowd exclaimed in shock. This was nothing short of a miracle since the Hong Kong stock market opened. HSBC operator Peter wiped the waterfall of sweat from his forehead and hurriedly dialed a special line. Boss, the defending funds on the other side are too substantial. Our short orders can't break through. Russell held the phone, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's just the last gasp. Lu Jingyao even took out the woman's personal funds. He has reached a dead end. Russell gritted his teeth and issued the final order to strangle. Leverage it fivefold. Put all the reserves on the line. I want to completely bury this ignorant Huazi giant before lunch break. A massive avalanche of short orders once again crashed down, causing Starshine's defenses to tremble violently. Fang Jinxin in the box was trembling with both hands. The funds in the account were about to run dry, at most lasting another 10 minutes. Just at this critical moment, the tightly shut doors of the exchange were suddenly burst open from the outside. A dozen sweaty newspaper boys rushed in, waving newspapers that reeked of strong ink. Extra. Starshine Daily Extra. The highest-level confidential document from the mainland has been announced. Starshine Group has exclusively obtained the only transshipment trading privilege in Hong Kong. The governor's office has bowed down and compromised. A gigantic land reclamation infrastructure order worth billions will be fully entrusted to Yangtze Real Estate. The trading hall, originally noisy like a market, fell into a 10-second silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. Then a terrifying roar erupted that could topple roofs. Transshipment privilege. Does that mean all trade in Hong Kong will be dictated by Boss Lu? Even the governor's office has granted Starshine the infrastructure order. The Brits have already admitted defeat. These two pieces of news were akin to two astonishing financial nuclear bombs. Those tycoons and hedge funds who were still watching on the sidelines had their eyes bloodshot in an instant. They resembled a pack of sharks smelling blood, plunging into madness. Buy in. Buy Starshine stocks at any cost. I will risk everything to buy. This is a surefire goldmine. A tsunami of buying orders instantly gathered into an unstoppable force. That power was so immense that it completely drowned out the massive short orders thrown by HSBC. Fang Jinxin was so excited that he trembled all over, and he suddenly ripped apart his faded shirt. Counterattack. Shoot out all the remaining bullets. Blow up those Brits' short positions. Let them pay with blood for their debts. The numbers on the market board began to soar at a perverse speed that defied gravity. 10%, 50%, 100%. When the stock price broke through the one-fold mark, Peter in the box could barely stand. Close the position. Quickly buy to close the position. Otherwise we will lose everything. Peter yelled desperately. But the circulating shares on the market had already been locked by Starshine's diehard fans and hedge funds. No one was willing to sell. Even if someone did, the prices were ridiculously high. Those shorting accounts from the Brits had no chance to close their positions and faced forced liquidation. Brokerage systems, in order to cover short losses, automatically began buying in the market without regard for costs. This terrifying short squeeze effect triggered a chain explosion. As the stock price soared faster and faster, it was like riding a rocket straight into the sky. Each jumping red number was a large chunk of meat viciously sliced off from HSBC. At the peak Lu's manner, Hua Mingzhu tightly grasped Lu Jingjiao's arm, so tense that she forgot to breathe. Upon hearing the news of the soaring stock price on the radio, her eyes reddened, and she suddenly threw herself into Lu Jingjiao's embrace. We won. You bad guy, you scare me to death. Lu Jingyao gently stroked her hair, a hint of dominance flashing in his deep black eyes. He had long held the privileged document given by the mainland, and even used smuggled drugs as leverage to threaten the governor's office. But he deliberately held it back until the last moment to lure Russell into putting everything on the table. Lu Jingyao chuckled. I said today I will present Russell's head as your wedding gift. Ding! At exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing gong was struck heavily. The stock price of Starshine on the board froze at a number that would be forever unforgettable for all Hong Kong people. A daily increase of 300%. A legendary battle. With this epic financial counterattack, Liu Jingyao not only remained unscathed, but also amassed an astonishing fortune of tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. He officially sat on the Iron Throne of Hong Kong's richest Huazi, stepping on the corpses of the British financial consortium. In the exchange, countless retail investors who had followed him cheered and threw their newspapers into the air. Among the flying scraps of paper, some laughed while others shouted Liu's name. Looking at the crimson numbers on the big screen, Feng Jinxin sat on the ground in excitement, crying. Meanwhile, on the top floor of HSBC, Russell stared at the astronomical figure on the collection order, his face ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the crimson numbers on the big screen, Feng Jinxin collapsed to the ground in excitement, crying loudly. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the HSBC building across the way, Russell stared at the astronomical amount on the demand notice with a pale face, collapsing to the floor. A staggering 30 billion yuan in funding deficit. This mess of a debt couldn't be filled even if he crushed every bone in his body and drained every last drop. The high-stemmed wine glass shattered all over the floor. The expensive champagne mingled with Russell's cold sweat, exuding a pungent sour smell on the carpet. It's over. The financial empire of the British Empire in the Far East has been destroyed by me. Russell desperately clutched his meticulously groomed blonde hair, mumbling to himself like a madman. Around a dozen white executives huddled in the shadows of the corner, not daring to breathe. They knew very well that this epic margin call had completely alarmed the London headquarters thousands of miles away. At that moment, bang! The heavy oak conference room door was violently kicked open from the outside. 6 armed British military police charged in like wolves. Following closely was a gaunt old man in a black custom-tailored tailcoat leaning on a pure silver cane. His face was ashen and his eagle-like gaze swept across the chaos, finally fixating on Russell. Excellency. Russell, as if seeing a ghost, crawled over, desperately attempting to cling to the old man's leg. Get away, you shameful pig of the British Empire. The envoy mercilessly kicked Russell in the face, breaking his nose with the heel of his shoe. Blood gushed forth as Russell covered his face, emitting a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Take him back to London. Transfer him to the Supreme Commercial and Military Special Tribunal. The envoy disdainfully waved his hand, showing no trace of pity in his eyes. 2 tall military police immediately stepped forward, forcibly dragging Russell up like a dead dog. No, I still have a chance. Give me some capital, and I can turn this around. Russell's shrill cries echoed in the corridor until they completely faded away. The spacious upper-level conference room fell into a deathly silence. The envoy pulled out a snow-white handkerchief, disdainfully wiped the blood from his shoes, and then took a deep breath. He turned around, forcing a smile on his once domineering face that was more hideous than crying. Because outside the door there came a steady, crisp sound of footsteps. The sound of polished shoes on the marble floor seemed to stomp on the hearts of every HSBC executive. Liu Jingyao, dressed entirely in a black custom suit, strolled in casually with one hand in his pocket. Following closely behind were Shen Fei, who stayed within arm's reach, and Lin Wanqing, who was holding a stack of documents. The once high and mighty British bankers lowered their heads and instinctively stepped aside. The crowd parted like Moses parting the sea, creating a wide and straight pathway. Mr. Liu, I've long admired your name. The envoy hurriedly stepped forward, his demeanor humbly submissive, even extending both hands. Liu Jingyao didn't even glance at those outstretched hands. He walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window, heading towards the mahogany armchair that symbolized the supreme financial dominance of the Far East. The envoy awkwardly rubbed his hands, but dared not show any anger. The Xingyao Group not only garnered massive cash from short selling, but also controlled the shipping chokehold of Hong Kong. As long as Liu Jingyao moved even a finger, he could completely drain the already depleted cash pool of HSBC. You flew all the way from London just to put on a show of cleaning house for me. Liu Jingyao sat down in the grand chair with a commanding presence, crossing his legs instantly, overwhelming the room with a fierce warlord aura. The envoy hurriedly instructed his trembling secretary to serve the highest grade Ceylon black tea. Mr. Liu is joking. Russell's foolishness and greed have caused you troubles, and the London headquarters sincerely apologizes for that. The old man swallowed hard and pulled out a confidential document edged in gold from his leather briefcase. He held it with both hands and respectfully placed it on the desk. In order to make amends for our mistakes, the board of directors held an emergency meeting overnight and made a historic decision. We sincerely invite you to serve as an independent director of HSBC's Hong Kong branch. Upon hearing this, the white executives standing on either side widened their eyes in shock, gasping in disbelief. HSBC has been established for almost a century with the board composed entirely of Anglo-Saxon nobles. Even if a Chinese person were wealthy and powerful, they would at most be a lower-level errand boy. Allowing a Chinese person into the core of the board is a complete violation of a century-old rule of racial discrimination. Yet now the rules of the British Empire have become a worthless joke in the face of Lu Jingjiao's capital strike. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, taking the document and carefully reviewing it. A hint of undeniable shock flickered in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Boss, they have ceded 30% of the core voting rights of the branch. Furthermore, you will have veto power over all significant business loan approvals involving China. This is not just an apology. This is clearly a land grant and compensation, handing over half of Hong Kong's financial sector. Lu Jingyao listened to Lin Wanqing's report without even raising an eyebrow. He casually picked up the pure copper nameplate engraved with Russell from the table. Weighing it in his hand, a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. A century-old establishment indeed knows how to adapt to the winds and seek survival by shedding its tail. The envoy took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead repeatedly, smiling obsequiously. Mr. Lu, as long as you sign your name and deposit that tens of millions of U.S. dollars promissory note held overseas into HSBC, we are willing to provide you with the highest level VIP access privileges across Asia. Any physical acquisitions you make in Hong Kong will receive unconditional leverage support from HSBC. The British were calculating very well. Since they couldn't defeat this killing god, they would cut flesh to win him over, binding him completely with power. Meanwhile, they could also replenish HSBC's nearly depleted cash flow with the massive U.S. dollars in Lu Jingjiao's hands. Lu Jingyao pulled out a Cuban cigar, and Xin Fei immediately stepped forward to light it for him. The rich aroma of tobacco spread freely in the luxurious conference room. At this pinnacle of power that once regarded the Chinese as weeds, Lu Jingyao reclaimed his dignity in the most domineering way. Exhaling a puff of smoke, his gaze conveyed a cold indifference that looked down on the world. Then he casually tossed the pure copper nameplate belonging to the former head. Clang! The nameplate arced through the air, accurately landing in the metallic trash can in the corner with a crisp sound. The envoy's heart twitched violently. Lu Jingyao pulled out a pure gold Parker pen from the inside of his suit. Without any hesitation, he boldly signed his name on the confidential document representing the highest financial power. Lu Jingyao threw Russell's nameplate into the trash can and signed the confidential agreement stating, "Tell London the rules of HSBC in Hong Kong will now be half mine, Lu Jingyao." Lu Jingyao tossed the branded items belonging to Russell into the trash can and signed a top-secret agreement. "Tell London that HSBC's rules in Hong Kong will now be half mine, Lu Jingyao." A few days later, the sun shone brightly. 3 pure black bulletproof Ford sedans slowly ascended along the steep mountain road. As they drove higher, the clamor of Victoria Harbor grew fainter. The skyscrapers and dense tenement buildings below gradually shrank to the size of matchboxes. This is Victoria Peak, a feng shui treasure land filled with the richest spiritual energy in Hong Kong. It is also the physical pinnacle of power in this colony. Inside the car, Lin Wanqing wore a simple yet elegant Suzhou embroidered cheapao today. Leaning against the leather seat, she gazed out at the lush half-mountain seaside view, her bright eyes shimmering with longing. Since following Lu Jingyao in his quest for power, she had grown accustomed to the blood and gore of Kowloon walled city. Such moments of tranquility filled with the sounds of birds and blooming flowers were indeed rare. "Do you like it here?" Lu Jingyao crossed his legs and reached out to smooth her wind-tousled hair. "Whenever you find a piece of land you like, just let Superman bring the construction team to level it and build a manor." His tone was as casual as if he were buying a cabbage on the street. A sweet smile curled at the corners of Lin Wanqing's mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped. The current Xingyao Group held core shares of HSBC with cash flow sufficient to reclaim land in Victoria Harbor every day. As the wealthiest Chinese in Hong Kong, buying a villa in the mid-hills was naturally a trivial matter, just as the two were enjoying a moment of tenderness after the battle. Screech! A sudden harsh screech of brakes pierced the air. The tires of the Ford sedan left 2 long black marks on the asphalt, and a burnt smell wafted in through the car window. The convoy came to a jarring halt in front of a checkpoint halfway up the hill. Ahead, a row of barbed wire barricades blocked the road. A dozen or so white policemen in royal police uniforms armed with Lee-Enfield rifles stood blocking the road. Xin Fei pushed open the passenger door, frowning as he stepped out. "Do you have eyes? This is the convoy of Boss Lu from Xingyao Group. Hurry up and move the barricades to let us through." Xin Fei had earned a fearsome reputation in Kowloon, and the bloody aura around him could be sensed even from several meters away. But today the group of foreign policemen did not budge an inch. A British inspector wearing gold-rimmed sunglasses sauntered out from behind the booth. He held a heavy black rubber baton in one hand, tapping it rhythmically against his palm. "Xingyao Group. Such great authority." The British inspector spoke in a thick London accent, letting out a scoff. But even if the governor's own father came today, he must understand the rules of the British Empire. He swaggered past Xin Fei and walked straight to the middle Ford vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. He unceremoniously poked the bulletproof glass of the back seat with his baton. Lu Jingyao pressed down the car window. His deep black eyes were as calm as a still pond, not even giving the other party a proper glance, merely toying with a pure silver lighter. Click, click. The crisp sound of metal opening and closing stood out starkly in the cool air. The inspector removed his sunglasses and pointed down at a huge English sign standing by the roadside. Can you read the words on it? Peak District Preservation Ordinance. He deliberately prolonged his tone, his chin jutting up as if in triumph. This area above the peninsular line is an exclusive residential area for pure-blooded white citizens. You Chinese don't even think about building manors or buying villas here. On his freckled face, undisguised disdain and arrogance manifested. Even if you are worth billions at Victoria Peak, you are only fit to be a cleaning servant or a coolie carrying the sedan. The inspector coldly snorted, thoroughly displaying the superiority of a colonizer. Lin Wonking's smile instantly froze. Her fingers gripping the silk handkerchief turned slightly pale, and she involuntarily lowered her gaze. A deep sense of powerlessness surged within her, overshadowing the longing in her eyes. This is the cruel sorrow of the colonial era. No matter how powerful you are in business, no matter how rich you become in the face of the racial laws set by these foreigners, Chinese people are still treated as lowly second-class citizens. Jingyao let it go. Lin Wanxing gently tugged at Lu Jinjiao's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. We just dealt a heavy blow to the British capital in the financial market. There is no need to clash with the police at this moment. She was a sensible woman, knowing that such discrimination written into British law could not be shattered by mere fists. Lu Jingyao remained silent. He stopped fiddling with the lighter, snapping the lid shut with a click. His eyes, forged in the fires of the dead, turned completely cold. He did not slam the table or shout in anger. He was like a well-fed lion, quietly watching a foolish hyena barking in front of him. He didn't even feel the interest to get angry. In the eyes of this high-level warlord, the inspector in uniform before him was already a dead man. Since the rules were set by the foreigners, then he would smash this sign and the rules into pieces together. The inspector, seeing Lu Jingyao silent, thought this new tycoon had conceded under the royal police's pressure. His expression of triumph grew stronger, his back straightening. The inspector knocked on Lu Jinjiao's car window with a cold laugh. What if you're a justice of the peace? What if you're a wealthy Chinese tycoon? Rules are rules, get down the hill. Lu Jingyao expressionlessly raised the car window. Shunfei, schedule an afternoon tea with the governor for me. At the governor's office, in an underground top-secret meeting room, the brass wall clock on the wall emitted a monotonous tick-tock sound. The stuffy air was filled with the strong aroma of premium cigars. The current governor, Lord Gregory, sat in a wide leather chair, his brow furrowed. His typical Germanic features radiated an air of supreme arrogance. Mr. Lu, that decree is the cornerstone established by the British Empire a century ago. Victoria Peak is a symbol of royal dignity, and there can be no exceptions for any Chinese person. Lord Gregory tapped on the table, speaking in a practiced, bureaucratic tone. You may be wealthy, but Hong Kong ultimately belongs to the Queen. Lu Jingyao leaned against the opposite sofa, not even lifting his eyelids. He brushed off some ash from his cigar and casually pulled out 2 documents from inside his coat, slamming them onto the coffee table. Your Excellency, I dislike hearing nonsense. Just take a look for yourself. Lord Gregory frowned and picked up the first document with displeasure. After just one glance, his arrogant expression instantly froze and his pupils constricted sharply. It was a top-secret directive issued by the board of HSBC. Effective tomorrow, all infrastructure loans and financial bridge funding to the governor's office will be cut off. That foolish Russell has already been sent back to London. Who would dare sign such a loan termination order? Lord Gregory's hands trembled and his voice suddenly rose by an octave. Lu Jingyao exhaled a puff of blue smoke, his tone as cold as steel. I signed it. I now possess half the regulatory authority of HSBC's Hong Kong branch. I can stop your loans, and even the London headquarters cannot intervene. Lord Gregory gasped, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Before he could regain his composure, Lu Jinjiao's finger was already pointing at the second document. Take a look at this. Lord Gregory trembled as he opened it. It was a joint cease-work declaration from Xingyao Shipping. At midnight tonight, 130 cargo ships under the Baochuan King will block Victoria Harbor. The entire port will halt operations, and all supplies will cease transportation. Lu Jingyao leaned slightly forward, his oppressive gaze pinning Lord Gregory's face. Your Excellency, there are over 1 million mouths in Hong Kong that need to be fed. If the loans are cut off and the port is closed, supplies won't come in. Do you think the dignity of the British Empire can fill the bellies of those 1 million starving refugees? You are threatening the government with the lifeblood of all of Hong Kong. Lord Gregory suddenly stood up, his chest heaving with fear and anger. Do you believe I can directly mobilize the British troops stationed in Hong Kong to raise your Xingyao group to the ground? Faced with this blusterous threat, Lu Jingyao not only remained calm, but even chuckled lightly. You are welcome to try. The consequence of firing the first shot is that 1 million troops across the river will cross the Shenzhen River tomorrow. At that point, you as the governor will find yourself gnawing on stale bread in a POW camp. Lu Jingyao stood up, dusted off the creases of his suit like the judge pronouncing a death sentence. The rules are set by the strong. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I want to see that damn decree turned into worthless paper. If not, we shall all overturn the table together." After saying that, Lu Jingyao left the secret room without looking back, leaving Lord Gregory slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. The next morning at the warning line halfway up Victoria Peak. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the air was slightly cool. The previously arrogant British superintendent was holding a cup of hot coffee, boasting to his subordinates. "That so-called Chinese tycoon from yesterday was easily scolded off the mountain by me, wasn't he? Above this pine line the Chinese do not deserve to breathe." Before he could finish his words, a deafening roar of a V8 engine thundered closer, like a ferocious beast from the foot of the mountain. 3 pure black armored Ford sedans showed no signs of slowing down. "Crazy. Stop them." The superintendent, frightened, dropped his coffee cup and drew his service weapon. The lead Ford vehicle suddenly accelerated, and with a loud bang, the barbed wire barricade was smashed to pieces by the impact of the crash beams. Wood chips and iron wires flew everywhere. The convoy came to a steady stop in front of the superintendent, the brakes emitting a sharp, burning smell. Shin Fei sprang out like a ghost, snatching the service weapon from the superintendent's hands. With a swift motion, he struck the superintendent's stomach with the butt of the gun. Ugh! The superintendent let out a terrible scream, clutching his stomach as he knelt to the ground, vomiting the coffee he had consumed. As a dozen uniformed officers prepared to raise their guns, Zhao Taidan directly pulled back the bolt of the Thompson submachine gun. The dark muzzle was instantly pressed against the foreheads of these foreign police officers. Lu Jingyao pushed open the car door and stepped out with his long legs. His leather shoes stepped on the shattered wood, producing a crisp cracking sound. He held a freshly printed copy of the Xingyao Daily and walked up to the kneeling superintendent. "Yesterday you taught me the rules." Lu Jingyao flicked his wrist, and the newspaper struck the superintendent's freckled face. The front page headline in bold red letters was shocking. "The governor's office uses executive privileges overnight. Abolishes the Peak District Reservation Ordinance." As the superintendent read the words on the page, his eyes nearly popped out. No. Impossible. How could the governor compromise with a Chinese person? He felt his worldview collapse entirely at that moment. Lu Jingyao could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He grabbed the superintendent by the collar and lifted the 180-pound white man effortlessly. Slap. A loud slap struck the superintendent's left cheek, hard, the immense force knocking out 2 of his back molars. "This slap is for your blindness." Slap. He followed up with an even heavier slap. "This slap is for your ridiculous pure bloodline." Lu Jingyao's gaze was icy, and he showed no signs of stopping. The crisp sounds of slaps echoed continuously halfway up the mountain, resonating in the quiet morning. A full 10 slaps. The superintendent's face was covered in blood, his nasal bone fractured, and his entire head swollen into a purplish red pig's head. He had lost all strength to even groan, slumping to the ground like a pile of mud. Lu Jingyao took out a snow-white handkerchief, disdainfully wiped the bloodstains off his fingers, and tossed the handkerchief onto the superintendent's face. "Superman," Lu Jingyao called out. From the back of the car, Li Chaoran quickly approached, carrying 3 black briefcases. "Boss, everything has been arranged according to your instructions." Li Chaoran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone brimming with barely suppressed excitement. "Last night, we sent someone to negotiate for the 10 largest Western-style villas with the best views and largest areas on the peak. We forcibly acquired them at 3 times their market value. Those British nobles took the cash and rolled their belongings down the mountain overnight." Lu Jingyao nodded and turned to look at Lin Wanqing beside him. "All 10 villas will be connected and converted into the largest Chinese garden. From now on, you will live here, and every morning, when you open the curtains, you will have a view of the entire Victoria Harbor." Lin Wanqing looked at the man's imposing profile, her eyes slightly reddened. This man truly accomplished what he set out to do, shattering the century-old ceiling imposed by the colonizers into dust. The convoy continued its ascent to the peak. Passing by the superintendent's booth, there was a sprawling, luxurious white villa. Lu Jingyao stopped in his tracks, pointing at the grand carved iron gate of that villa. "This one is to be vacated. No one is allowed to live here." Shin Fei paused for a moment, scratching his head. "Boss, it seems wasteful to leave it empty." Lu Jingyao sneered, pulling out a solid wooden plaque he had prepared earlier. With a loud bang, he slammed the plaque into Shin Fei's hands. "Hang this up for training security guard dogs for Taidan." Shin Fei looked down and saw the 5 large characters written in gold paint, "Police Dog Training Center." He instantly broke into a wide grin, quickly finding a hammer and nails, firmly nailing the plaque to the front door of the luxurious villa. The British superintendent slumped on the ground, forced himself to lift his head. Looking at the villa that originally belonged to a British knight, now hanging a sign for police dogs, this extreme humiliation felt 1,000 times worse than being killed. In a fit of rage, he emitted strange sounds from his throat. Gazing at the luxurious villa with the sign Police Dog Training Center, the British superintendent spat blood and fainted. At the beginning of next month, as night fell, the peak of Tai Ping Mountain glowed with lights resembling a dazzling pearl embedded in the night sky. Tonight, all eyes in Hong Kong are focused here. On the winding mountain road leading to the summit, top luxury cars like Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Mercedes-Benz lined up, forming a steel dragon several kilometers long. The roar of engines completely shattered the tranquility of this century-old colonial mountain. At the foot of the mountain at the intersection lay Luo, dressed in a brand-new high-ranking police uniform, had shining silver stars on his shoulders. This white-collar giant, now leading the Hong Kong police force, appeared like a dutiful traffic officer at this moment. He wore white gloves, sweating profusely, directing traffic in the middle of the road. Get in line, one by one. Whose venue is this today? Don't you have any idea? If anyone dares to honk and disturb Boss Lu's guests, he'll send him straight to Chung Chau for curry. Meanwhile, at the various checkpoints halfway up the mountain, Wu Shihao, wearing a floral shirt and leaning on a pure steel cane, had a toothpick in his mouth. 5,000 members of the Chaos Clan with red ribbons tied around their arms stood guard every 3 steps. These thugs, who usually cut people down in Kowloon walled city, stood tall today, serving as the most hardcore security. Even the flies flying halfway up the mountain had to be scrutinized by them. With both the Underworld and the police mobilized, the entire city acted solely to escort one person. This kind of display has never been seen in Hong Kong since its opening a century ago. At the peak, the Lu family estate, originally consisting of 10 Western-style villas owned by European nobility, has been completely transformed. It has been remodeled into a top-tier Chinese garden with intricate carvings and soaring eaves, with artificial mountains and flowing water pavilions and towers. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light, while soothing classical music flowed through the air. Lu Jingyao, dressed in a pure black custom suit, stood tall, like an emperor reigning over the world. Lin Wanqing wore a dark green high-slit qipao, elegantly accompanying him on his left. Hua Mingzhu, in a burgundy evening gown, linked her arm with his right, smiling like a proud swan. The top tycoons of Hong Kong were lined up, respectfully approaching to offer a toast. Li Chaoran, holding a champagne glass, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, bending low. Boss, thanks to you, the foundations for those land kings in Central have been laid, and Longjiang real estate will be listed in Hong Kong next month. Next to him, Xiao Yifu approached with a beaming face, unable to contain his joy. Director Lu, the serialization of the Legend of the Condor Heroes has already surpassed 1 million in sales. Our Xingyao film industry is setting up a stage, preparing to turn this masterpiece into the largest martial arts epic in all of Hong Kong. Just arrived from the dock, the shipping king raised a full glass of strong liquor and downed it in one go. Mr. Lu, with the embargo in place, our old fleet has completely turned into a money-printing machine. Now even the British trading firms have to line up to ask us for cargo transport. It's so satisfying. Hua Yingnan, dressed impeccably in a Zhongshan suit, walked up to Lu Jingyao and respectfully saluted. Brother Lu, you have received the thank you letter from the front line. If it weren't for your batch of medicine, who knows how many compatriots would have perished. From now on, the Hua family will follow Brother Lu's lead. These legendary big shots, who once dominated their respective territories in history, were now wholeheartedly surrounding Lu Jingyao, their eyes filled with fervent worship. Lu Jingyao broke the century-old iron rule that Chinese people could not reside on the peak. He bled the once mighty British financial tycoons dry, forcing HSBC to bow down and relinquish shares. In this mixed bag of an island, he is undeniably the lord of the financial world. Lu Jingyao raised his goblet, the crimson liquid inside swaying gently. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. As long as you follow my rules, I will lead everyone to conquer this realm of Hong Kong together. In unison, all the tycoons raised their glasses, erupting in thunderous cheers. To Mr. Lu. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its glorious peak. At this pinnacle moment, in the shadows of the corner of the hall, a silhouette glided through the crowd like a ghost. Shen Fei, dressed in black servant attire, quietly approached Lu Jingyu's side. On his wolf-like face, there was not a hint of festive color, but rather a strong, unyielding aura of bloody menace. Lu Jingyu's smile remained unchanged as he continued to exchange pleasantries with the president of the Chamber of Commerce in front of him. However, the fingers holding the goblet rhythmically tapped twice against the goblet's wall. Using the cover of pouring wine, Shen Fei discreetly slipped a crumpled piece of cowhide paper into Lu Jingyu's palm without leaving a trace. Lu Jingyao took advantage of the moment. He turned around to glance at the paper. It was a top-secret order written in blood. In the lower right corner, the sun emblem of the Nationalist Army's intelligence agency was prominently stamped. The bait has taken effect. Lu Jingyao crumpled the paper into a ball, a cold, bloodthirsty curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Previously, he had deliberately used the former governor-director Mao as bait, casting him on the streets to fish for bigger prey. The desperate remnants on the opposing side finally couldn't hold back and moved out in full force. They were envious of Xingyu's wealth, but even more so of Lu Jingyu's armory, filled with American weapons. The brilliance and the undercurrents of murderous intent formed a stark contrast at this moment. The banquet hall was filled with songs and dances. Yet no one knew that a decapitation operation targeting Hong Kong's richest was already closing in on Taiping Mountain. These ruthless assassins had no regard for any business rules. They only knew how to communicate with bullets and explosives. Lu Jingyao set down his goblet, patting Huaming's hand to signal her to entertain the ladies. He turned his head, a chilling glint flashing in his deep black eyes. "Where's the prey, eh?" Xin Fei lowered his voice. "Boss, the long line has taken the bait. The nationalist army general who intercepted our land back then is now leading a team of assassins lying in wait on the winding mountain road that is the only way down." Xin Fei lowered his voice. "Boss, the long line has taken the bait. The former nationalist general who intercepted our land back then is lurking with his death squad on the winding mountain road. We must take down the mountain." Lu Jinjiao's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. He casually tossed the crumpled blood letter into the champagne bucket, instantly staining the ice water red. The stage is set. It's time to reel in the net. At the waist of Taiping Mountain, at a perennial shady hairpin turn, the night wind swept through the dense banyan trees, emitting a wailing sound like a ghost's cry. The icy mist glided along the asphalt road with visibility extremely low. Over 30 dark figures lay in wait like phantoms among the bushes on both sides of the road, their breathing stifled to the minimum. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in an American wool coat with a grotesque knife scar cutting across his left cheek. He was the nationalist General Wang who hid behind the Russell Fund and intercepted land in Central. At this moment, he no longer possessed the imposing presence he once had in Nanjing. After a disastrous financial war, his funding chain in Hong Kong was uprooted by Lu Jingyao. Those British capitalists had all turned into turtles, treating him like a disposable night pot. General Wang lay on the cold, muddy ground, gripping his tactical binoculars tightly. Since he could not outplay in the commercial arena, he would end everything with pure slaughter. As long as he eliminated Lu Jingyao tonight, the warehouse filled with American weapons numbered 0 would be his final capital for a counterattack. "General, the target has appeared," a nearby aide reported in a low voice. General Wang's spirit lifted as he leaned out slightly. At the end of the winding road, 3 glaring beams of headlights pierced through the dense night fog like swords. They were 3 pure black armored Ford sedans registered under Lin Wanqing. According to insider information, Lu Jingyao had drunk too much tonight and was resting in this car before heading down the mountain. "Lu Jingyao, no matter how much gold and silver you have, you will lose your life today." General Wang's eyes burst with venomous ferocity, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly raised his right hand, clad in a leather glove, and brought it down violently. "Fire!" On the high slope, a death soldier immediately hefted an American bazooka rocket launcher. The crosshair was firmly locked onto the most luxurious Ford-led vehicle. Whoosh! A dazzling orange fireball erupted, illuminating half the night sky in an instant. The rocket, trailing a long tail of flames, screamed through the night like a harbinger of death. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded on the narrow, winding road. That high-end armored vehicle, supposedly able to withstand heavy machine gun fire, crumbled like a toy made of paper in the face of anti-tank weaponry. The 2-ton vehicle was lifted into the air by the tremendous impact. It violently rolled twice before crashing down heavily against the hard mountain wall. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the ground was littered with burning metal fragments. The 2 escort vehicles slammed on their brakes, their tires screeching against the ground. "Go! Leave no one behind." General Wang drew his Browning pistol and grinned wickedly as he charged out of the bushes. Over 30 fully armed death soldiers pounced onto the convoy like wolves. With a uniform array of American Thompson submachine guns, they unleashed a frenzy of suppressive fire at the front and rear vehicles. Da-da-da-da. The dense bullets struck the bulletproof glass, sending countless dazzling sparks flying, and the windows instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. But the death soldiers' focus was entirely on the blazing wreckage. General Wang stepped over the shattered glass and strode over to the overturned Ford. The vehicle was severely deformed, flames licking up from the leaking oil pan, releasing a pungent smell of burnt rubber. "Prise open the door for me. Alive or dead, I want to see him," General Wang commanded harshly. 2 death soldiers immediately stepped forward, wedging a crowbar into the deformed door seam, their muscles tense. Creak! A harsh sound of tearing metal echoed as the heavy door was kicked open. General Wang eagerly leaned in, fantasizing about seeing Lu Jinjiao's mangled corpse. In the next second, the sneer on his face completely froze. His pupils constricted violently, and his breath halted instantly. Inside the compartment, there was no blood, no severed limbs. Even the driver's seat was empty. In the back seat, a pile of coarse burlap sacks was crammed in tightly. The earlier intense explosion had ripped the canvas, and yellow fine sand was leaking down through the gaps in the leather seating. Weighted sandbags. To simulate the lowered chassis feel of a fully loaded passenger vehicle, Lu Jingyao had actually filled the compartment with sand. Whoosh! A cold wind blew by, and General Wang felt a bone-chilling chill shooting straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Having fought on the battlefield for half his life, how could he not see through this trap? From start to finish, this convoy down the mountain was nothing but bait. Lu Jingyao was not in the car at all. Just then from the two escort vehicles riddled with bullets, several decoy drivers suddenly flung open their doors and scrambled towards the cliff. Their actions were swift and decisive, evidently rehearsed countless times before. I've been tricked. General Wong's eyes widened with fury, and the hair on his body stood on end. The feeling of being looked down upon and toyed with from a height overwhelmed him instantly. In this desolate wilderness, the roles of hunter and prey had quietly reversed. Realizing he had been deceived, General Wong shouted, "Retreat." From the dark woods came Zhao Taidan's manic laughter like that of a malevolent ghost. "Now that you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" From the pitch-black woods echoed Zhao Taidan's maniacal laughter. "Harsh and ghastly as a demon's, you've come this far. Why rush to leave?" Before the final syllable faded, a grating electric crackle tore through the air. Snap, snap, snap. 12 high-powered military searchlights flared to life simultaneously along both sides of the mountain road. Their searing white beams slashed through the dense night fog like blades of light. The desolate curve was now illuminated in merciless detail, bright as day. General Wong and his 30-odd elite death squad members cowered like sewer rats caught in a blinding spotlight. They were utterly exposed, blinded, even their eyes squeezed shut against the glare. "Ambush! Take cover!" General Wong roared, voice raw with desperation, hurling himself sideways into a frantic roll. His command met only the grim fanfare of the Reaper. BRRRT. For heavy machine guns opened fire in perfect cross-pattern from 4 dominant vantage points. Thick roaring tongues of flames spat into the night, weaving an impenetrable net of lethal fire, a pure unrelenting storm of metal. Thumb-thick armor-piercing rounds screamed through the air, tearing sound waves asunder with terrifying kinetic force. The 3 mangled Ford wrecks shielding them were instantly shredded, riddled with holes like sieves. Sparks erupted, jagged shards of metal whirled wildly through the air. Several death squad members, too slow to react, didn't even cry out. Their bodies disintegrated on impact, torn apart like rag dolls. Flesh and blood exploded midair, severed limbs arced through the firelight. This was no street brawl, it was a one-sided physical exorcism. Under absolute suppressive firepower, every struggle was rendered futile, pathetic. Toss grenades. Blow a hole and break through. General Wong lay sprawled on the asphalt, slick with blood, his eyes bloodshot, wild with the despair of a cornered beast. 7 or 8 hardened mercenaries yanked the pins from their American fragmentation grenades and hurled them desperately up the steep embankment. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs detonated, shattered rock, and dirt exploded outward in chaotic bursts. Yet such antiquated tactics, relics of a defeated nationalist army, were laughably primitive against the Xingyao Special Operations Battalion. From the shadows, 50 veteran commandos fanned out like phantoms. Clad uniformly in U.S. issue fragmentation-resistant body armor and camouflaged with tactical face paint, they advanced not en masse, but in tight, disciplined trios forming textbook special assault formations. Using trees and boulders for cover, they moved forward in coordinated leapfrog fashion. Their Thompson submachine guns spat precise, controlled bursts, crisp and lethal. Each shot rang out with surgical finality. Every report heralded another death squad member collapsing into a crimson pool. The encirclement tightened, relentless, suffocating. Zhao Taidan strode forth from the acrid smoke, towering, immovable as iron. He casually discarded his empty submachine gun and drew in one fluid motion the trident-shaped combat knife strapped to his thigh. Old rule, save the ammo. Switch to blades. At his command, the veterans holstered their firearms and unsheathed tactical knives and machetes. Like a silent wolf pack, they surged into the remnants of the death squad. No war cries, only primal, brutal, close-quarter slaughter. On the mountain road, the thick, coppery stench of blood completely overpowered the acrid tang of gunpowder. Zhao Taidan kicked aside a death squad member's rifle with a single contemptuous boot. His wrist flicked. The trident blade flashed cold and sharp. Thwip! The icy steel pierced the man's heart with flawless precision. Withdrawing it unleashed a gory arc of arterial spray. The man's eyes bulged wide. Clutching his spurting chest, he crumpled slowly to the ground. General Wong slumped beside a burning tire, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His entire elite unit annihilated in under 5 minutes. Those infamous mercenaries who'd carved bloody legends across the Golden Triangle had been utterly defenseless before these black-skinned harbingers of death. All was lost. As Zhao Taidan advanced step by deliberate step, General Wong let out a hollow, broken laugh and tore open his American woolen greatcoat. Beneath it, wrapped tightly around his torso, gleamed a full belt of yellow high-explosive charges, the last card he'd kept hidden. One tug on the detonator wire would claim every soul within 20 meters as his grave companions. Lu Jingyao, you profiteering lackey, your only god is money. General Wong's eyes burned crimson, his mind unhinged. He seized the fuse cord and threw his head back, screaming into the wind, a cry torn from grief and fury. Even if I shatter into dust, I'll drag you dogs down with me. For party and state. His fingers tensed, ready to wrench the slender wire that held life and oblivion in balance. Zhao Taidan halted. Cold-eyed, he watched the spectacle unfold, unblinking, unmoving, not a single step backward. He even lazily dug a finger into his ear. A kilometer away atop a signal tower perched higher still on Taiping mountain gales howled, whipping the steel lattice into a furious tremor. Xin Fei lay prone on the frigid iron plating, breathing so steadily he might have been stone. Cradled in his arms was a heavy sniper rifle fitted with a high-magnification optical scope. Its barrel remained utterly still. The crosshairs had locked onto General Wang's contorted, frenzied face long ago. Wind speed, humidity, bullet drop, every variable resolved in an instant within his mind. No business to negotiate with the dead. A death-shed smile curled Xin Fei's lips. His index finger tightened, deliberate, decisive, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deep, muffled report was instantly shredded by the mountain wind. A massive caliber sniper round ripped through the night at supersonic velocity, striking precisely 0.1 seconds before General Wang could pull the fuse. Puffed, like a hot knife, through butter, the bullet punched cleanly through his forehead. His officer's cap flew off as his skull detonated, bursting like an overripe watermelon. A grotesque spray of pinkish-gray matter and blood splattered across the adjacent car door. For 2 frozen seconds his headless corpse stood rigid, then toppled backward with a dull final thud upon the asphalt. The fuse cord dangled untouched. Silence fell. Only the wind remained. From first shot to total annihilation, less than 10 minutes had elapsed. Night breeze scattered the acrid haze of gunpowder. Zhao Taidan withdrew a pristine white towel from his pocket and began methodically wiping the blood grooves from his trident knife. Move quickly, clean up this trash. The veteran sprang into action, swift and wordless, each motion honed by years of ruthless discipline. Corpses were stuffed without ceremony into coarse burlap sacks, then crammed into prepositioned steel gasoline drums. Dozens of bags of high-grade cement were mixed swiftly. Gray slurry poured relentlessly into the drums, sealing every trace of sin beneath a tomb of concrete. Within half an hour those heavy drums would vanish into the unfathomable depths of Victoria Harbor. Along with Taiwan's last intelligence foothold in Hong Kong, they would dissolve into silt and silence. A breathtaking assassination attempt against the Xingyao conglomerate had been erased, utterly effortlessly. Hong Kong's underground shadow war ended here, definitively. No faction, no matter how bold, would ever again dare covet the Liu family estate. The overwhelming tactical superiority of modern special operations over archaic death squads had been demonstrated in brutal, undeniable clarity. Zhao Taidan stepped forward and disdainfully kicked General Wang's lifeless body. He unclipped a high-power military radio from his belt, pressed the transmit button, and kicked the corpse once more before speaking, "Boss, garbage disposal complete." A clink of crystal glasses echoed faintly from the receiver. "Well done. Send a security fee to Government House tomorrow. Soothe their fragile nerves." Zhao Taidan kicked General Wang's corpse and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Boss, the cleanup is complete." A sound of clinking glasses came from the walkie-talkie. "Well done. Tomorrow send a sum of security fees to the governor's office to soothe their fragile nerves." With a click, Liu Jingyao cut off the military communication channel and casually tossed the heavy walkie-talkie onto the mahogany table. The noise from the banquet hall downstairs had gradually subsided. Those rosy-cheeked tycoons of Xiangjiang were now getting into their bulletproof cars, escorted by the Chaozhou gang as they departed from Victoria Peak. No one knew that just half an hour ago a one-sided massacre had taken place on the inconspicuous mountain road. Liu Jingyao loosened the silk tie around his neck, which was a bit tight. He took off his wine-scented suit jacket and draped it over his arm, turning to step onto the spiral staircase covered in thick cashmere carpet. The corridor was quiet, with even the servants sent to the backyard early. Liu Jingyao reached the 3rd floor of the main building and pushed open the heavy carved wooden door. The bedroom was dimly lit, filled with a faint scent of jasmine. The bright moonlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading like a stream into the spacious room. Lin Wanqing stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was still wearing the dark green high-slit qipao from the banquet, accentuating her perfect waist. But at this moment her usually straight back was trembling slightly out of control. Even the slender shadow cast on the floor exuded an undeniable fear. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Wanqing suddenly turned around. By the cold moonlight, Liu Jingyao clearly saw her face, and his brow furrowed slightly. This intelligence queen, who usually commanded the wind listener dark web with unflinching composure even in the face of British capitalists, had red eyes now, with tears streaming down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. She had completely lost her usual calm and competence. Like a little girl who had been horrified in the dark, she stumbled and ran towards him. With a dull thud, Lin Wanqing disregarded her image and buried herself in Liu Jingyao's broad, solid chest. The massive impact caused Liu Jingyao to instinctively take a step back. He reached out his arms, wanting to embrace her delicate waist and soothe her emotions. However, Lin Wanqing, in a frenzy, clutched the collar of his pristine shirt tightly. "Are you hurt? Let me see. Quick, let me see." Her voice was completely hoarse, imbued with a heart-wrenching tone of crying. Her slender fingers, which usually tapped away at the radio keyboard, were now frantically searching his body. She moved from his broad shoulders down to his sturdy chest, even urgently trying to unbutton his shirt. She desperately wanted to confirm if there was even a drop of deadly blood on his body. Lu Jingyao firmly grasped her icy, restless hands, holding them tightly in his palms. "I'm fine." He lowered his head, his voice gentle as a spring breeze sweeping over the sea. "Not a trace of gunpowder on me, I'm good." Hearing this firm response, Lin Wangqing's nerves, which had been taut to the limit, finally snapped. With a cry, she buried her face in the man's neck, crying unabashedly. Tears instantly burst forth, soaking Lu Jingyao's expensive handcrafted shirt. The warm dampness pressed against his chest skin, causing a slight tremor deep in his heart. He understood all too well why this usually strong woman was now in such a state of breakdown. According to the original schedule, she was supposed to take that lead car down the mountain during the banquet to handle the urgent reprints of the Legend of the Condor Heroes at the newspaper. It was her unwavering routine and the easiest target for outsiders to pinpoint. But 1 minute before the convoy set off, Lu Jingyao suddenly ordered her to be forcibly locked in the estate's bedroom, replacing her vehicle perfectly with a convoy filled with sandbags. When the deafening explosion of the rocket launcher echoed from halfway up the mountain, Lin Wangqing, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, saw with her own eyes the fiery orange ball of flame shooting up, and her heart nearly stopped. If it weren't for Lu Jingyao's strong intervention, she would have been the one blown to pieces. And in the following minutes of silence in the radio communication, she even thought Lu Jingyao had personally led a team to eliminate the threat. The fear of losing this man like a cold, venomous snake gnawed relentlessly at her heart. "Do you know? When I saw that fireball just now, I felt the sky had collapsed." Lin Wangqing sobbed, her nails digging deep into Lu Jingyao's shirt fabric. "Those are desperate fugitives. They even dared to use anti-tank weapons. What if something happened to you? How am I supposed to survive in this den of wolves in Xiangjiang?" In this ruthless era, Lu Jingyao was her only faith and complete reliance. Lu Jingyao said nothing, only tightened his arms silently. He pressed the trembling woman into his body. He lowered his head slightly, resting his chin on Lin Wangqing's soft hair, greedily inhaling the jasmine scent that brought him comfort. Only through the trials of life and death can one see the deepest bonds in a person's heart. This strong woman, who was decisive and calculated in business battles, after shedding all her cold facades, unreservedly revealed her most vulnerable and softest side to him. "All right, it's all over. Stop crying." Lu Jingyao gently patted her back with his warm, broad palm, as if soothing a child. "I didn't let you get in that car because I already knew where that group of rats was hiding. As my woman, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to harm a hair on your head." His tone was light, yet it carried an absolute confidence and dominance. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, completely dispelling the gloom over Lin Wangqing's heart. She slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes full of infatuation and attachment. The cold moonlight shone on her exquisite and flawless face. The slightly reddened corners of her eyes and her long eyelashes, dampened by tears, conveyed a sense of pitiful beauty. Lu Jingyao's throat moved slightly, and his gaze became darker and deeper. He lowered his head and accurately kissed her trembling red lips. There was no dominance or plunder from the daytime. This was a gentle and soothing deep kiss. Lin Wangqing closed her eyes and obediently rose on her tiptoes. She wrapped her arms tightly around the man's neck, responding clumsily yet fervently. In the intertwining of their lips and teeth, salty tears merged with warm breaths. All fears, aftershocks, and repressions were completely crushed in this passionate kiss. In the silent bedroom, only the gradually heavy breathing of the two remained. This bond, forged through trials and chaotic times, reached its ultimate sublimation after surviving the test of life and death. No one knew how long it had been until they were nearly breathless. They reluctantly parted. Lin Wangqing's legs felt a bit weak, and she could only lean like a docile kitten against Lu Jingyao's broad chest. Listening to the steady and strong heartbeat in the man's chest, she finally found the long-lost peace. This estate, located at the highest point in Xiangjiang, had become the most unassailable fortress amid the chaos. The cool night breeze gently brushed the sheer curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, gradually cooling the heat in the room. Lin Wangqing wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, her emotions finally calming down. She raised her flushed face and asked, "Jingyao, have all the enemies in Xiangjiang been eliminated? Can we finally live in peace?" Lu Jingyao stroked her long hair and replied, "Xiangjiang is settled, but the real tycoons must seize the city's throat." Lin Wangqing raised her head with a flushed face, saying, "Jingyao, have all the enemies of Xiangjiang been eliminated? Can we finally live in peace?" Lu Jingyao stroked her long hair and replied, "Xiangjiang is pacified, but the true financial tycoon must control the city's jugular." Time passed like a fleeting horse, and the night breeze of Xiangjiang blew and then stopped. In the blink of an eye, half a year had quietly passed. At the headquarters of Xingyao Group, in a large conference room on the top floor, a huge elliptical mahogany table was filled with sharply dressed core executives. The atmosphere was no longer the tense standoff of months prior, but rather infused with a sense of triumph and fervor. Lu Jingyao leaned back in the boss chair at the head of the table, playing with a pure silver lighter in his hand. His deep black eyes scanned the entire room, exuding an absolute pressure, as if he were a sovereign ruling over all. Li Chaoran stood at the front of the conference room, beside the projection screen, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. In his hand, he held a solid wooden pointer, his eyes glinting with the ferocity nurtured by immense capital. Boss, according to your authorization, the dragon-swallowing plan has reached its final phase of netting in. Li Chaoran opened the thick ledger in his hand, which was as hefty as a brick. The last 15% of stubborn retail investors in China Power were completely wiped out by us in the stock market yesterday afternoon. Sitting on the left side of the long table, Fang Jinshin sneered and twirled the pen in his hand. Those stubborn British who refused to sell their shares at a low price were shorted by us in their parent company back in London. This morning they were kneeling outside the Kowloon Stock Exchange, crying and begging us to take over. Li Chaoran nodded, pointing the pointer at the next slide on the big screen. This morning the Xingyao security team has fully taken over the dispatch center of China Power. A montage of images flashed rapidly through Lu Jinjiao's mind. Outside the China Power building on Kowloon Peninsula, several once arrogant white former directors were thrown out the door with cardboard boxes by the burly men of the Tiachu gang, as if they were garbage. They stood at the street corner cursing loudly, but were swiftly bagged and dragged away by plainclothes agents under Lei Luo's command for disturbing public order. Li Kairan's voice continued to echo in the conference room, calm and ruthless. Kowloon Bus Company has fully replaced its branding with ours at Xingyao. The board of the Hong Kong Island Water Company unanimously approved the merger proposal yesterday, after we cut off HSBC's bridge loan. As the report continued, a terrifying picture unfolded of monopolizing the lifeblood of the entire city. On the bustling streets of Mong Kok in the early morning, the first red double-decker bus slowly rolled out of the depot. On the side of the bus, the large golden logo of Xingyao Group dominated the most prominent street scene. In the cramped and damp Tong Lao of Sham Shui Pa, the early rising landlady turned on the rusty faucet and clear water gushed out. The newly replaced water meter bore the steel seal of Xingyao Water Services. After nightfall at Victoria Harbor, the myriad lights sparkled like a dazzling galaxy. All the cables illuminating this sleepless city were controlled in the underground control room of Xingyao building. As for the cross-sea tunnel franchise rights held by the governor's office, Li Chaoran adjusted his glasses, a smirk of undisguised sarcasm forming at the corners of his mouth. The shipping tycoon made his 30 aging cargo ships anchor for repairs at the shipping channel for a full 12 hours. The governor was so anxious he was practically jumping up and down, but ultimately he obediently stamped the long-term transfer agreement that lasts for 99 years. This is outright robbery. But in this island where capital reigns supreme, whoever has the strongest fist and the most money is the unassailable truth. The dozens of executives sitting at the long table felt their blood boil. The way they looked at Lu Jingyao could no longer be described as reverent. It was as if a fervent believer was gazing up at a living deity. In just half a year, Xingyao had transformed from a company that started with selling medicine and managing events into an unshakable behemoth. What is a financial empire? This is the true ultimate form. The 5 million citizens of Xiangjiang only need to open their eyes every day. No matter whether you are washing your face or cooking. No matter if you are taking a vehicle out or commuting across the sea for work. Every breath of air you take and every penny you spend flows continuously into Xingyou's treasury. Lu Jingyao had forcefully locked the lifeblood of Xiangjiang's livelihood into his own safe, using vast amounts of funds and ruthless violence from both the black and white worlds. This is an invisible yet unyielding iron net that tightly envelopes the entire island. Not to mention those foreign compradors. Even if the London headquarters sent an army, they would never be able to uproot this nail. Who dares to touch Xingyao? Xiangjiang would instantly turn into a dead city with no water or electricity, reeking of decay. Those once high-flying foreign firm owners now have to consider Lu boss mood just to turn on a light in Xiangjiang. Lu Jingyao snapped the lighter shut with a crisp sound. Instantly, all the executives held their breath and straightened their backs. Well done, Chaoran. Lu Jingyao picked up the warm tea on the table, took a gentle sip, and gazed down with a condescending look. From today on, the veins of Xiangjiang will bear the surname Lu. The conference room erupted into thunderous applause. The prolonged applause reverberated, making the floor-to-ceiling glass buzz. Amid this near-maniacal worship, Xiangjiang fully entered an era of absolute nobility that belonged solely to Lu Jingyao. Half an hour later, the attendees filed out of the meeting. In the spacious conference room, only Lu Jingyao and Li Chaoran remained. Sunlight streamed through the glass onto the high-quality wool carpet, and tiny dust particles floated in the air. Li Chaoran walked up to the boss desk, his expression suddenly turning somewhat strange. He did not mention the infrastructure projects worth hundreds of millions, but instead pulled out a thin plastic folder. Lu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. Is there trouble with Xiao Yifu? Li Chaoran shook his head with a wry smile. It's not a commercial issue. It's that, Mr. Xiao's plan to scout new talent has been disrupted. Li Chaoren closed the heavy acquisition case and respectfully reported, "Boss, the infrastructure loop has been completed." Additionally, news has come from Xingyao Entertainment that the new round of auditions for actresses has encountered a hard nut to crack.